Mr. Chen, the 100 orders of fried chicken family buckets you requested have arrived. Mr. Chen, your order of 100 roasted ducks has been delivered. Mr. Chen, the 10,000 tons of pork you ordered have arrived. Known as the Void King, Chen Luo utilized his unparalleled survival skills to outlast all survivors, leaving the world devoid of humanity, save for monsters. Finding existence devoid of meaning, Chen Luo chose to bury himself in a pit. It was not that he could not continue living. Rather, Chen Luo simply wished to end his life. Upon awakening, Chen Luo was astonished to discover that he had been reborn a month prior to the apocalypse. And the unique spatial abilities he had developed in his previous life accompanied him. Without hesitation, he resolved to stockpile an abundance of supplies, aiming for 10 billion in resources. What purpose does such a vast stockpile serve? Chen Luo expressed his desire for a different approach this time, to establish a stronghold and assume the role of a leader, hoping to navigate the apocalypse successfully. Chapter 1. Stockpiling 10,000 tons of pork. Mr. Chen, the 100 family buckets of fried chicken you requested have been delivered at the designated time. On a small road near the outskirts, Chen Luo glanced at the delivery truck and instructed, "Load it onto my vehicle and arrange it neatly." The vehicle he had prepared was a small truck, more than sufficient to accommodate 100 family buckets of fried chicken. The delivery person, having savored the chicken, responded with a smile. Initially, they did not offer such a loading service, but due to the generous payment Chen Luo provided, they obliged. This order had been placed half a month prior. No sooner had the fried chicken delivery departed than the duck delivery arrived. Mr. Chen, your 100 roasted ducks have arrived. After both groups left, Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings, climbed into the truck, and observed as the fried chicken and roasted ducks mysteriously vanished. They had not disappeared, rather. They entered Chen Luo's spatial realm. He needed to clear space in the truck, as many more deliveries were yet to come. The spatial realm was not particularly vast, roughly the size of 20 soccer fields and standing 20 meters high. Within this realm, time stood still. Even 20 years later, any fried chicken or roasted duck retrieved would remain fresh and steaming. 3 days prior, Chen Luo was stunned to find that he had returned from 12 years after the apocalypse to 1 month before its onset. What was in high demand during the apocalypse? Resources, specifically food. In this dire time, where food is paramount, who could endure without it? The apocalypse had led to an acute scarcity of resources. Even the Void King, Chen Luo, often faced hunger. Food consisted of either decades-old fast food or the bitter, sour flesh of mutated creatures. 27 days later, for reasons unknown, the apocalypse erupted, turning 80% of the global human population into zombies. Among the remaining humans, at least 90% perished at the hands of the undead. The survivors began to evolve at varying rates, developing supernatural abilities, some physical, some elemental, and others mental. Chen Luo possessed the exceedingly rare spatial ability, a talent so formidable that he earned the title of Void King, unrivaled in capability. With the power of spatial traversal, Chen Luo excelled at survival, demonstrating exceptional combat prowess and self-preservation skills. In the face of danger, a swift use of spatial traversal would ensure his escape. As he continued to survive, Chen Luo realized that he had seemingly outlasted all other survivors. The world was now filled with increasingly bizarre monsters, devoid of any fellow humans. In the apocalypse, the human heart is unpredictable, but being the sole inhabitant of the world proved to be an overwhelming loneliness. Unable to bear the solitude, Chen Luo sought an end to his existence, burying himself in a pit. It was not that he could not continue to live, it was simply that he had lost the will to do so. Upon awakening, Chen Luo discovered he had been reborn, his previously established spatial realm intact, allowing him to freely access resources. All other supernatural abilities had vanished. Confused by the events unfolding within him, Chen Luo chose not to dwell on them. In this world, only culinary delights should not be taken for granted, he promptly set about stockpiling. 3 minutes later, Mr. Chen, your ordered dishes have arrived. Chen Luo had specifically sought several renowned hotels known for their culinary excellence, instructing them to deliver 100 meticulously packaged dishes each. All were Chen Luo's favorites: sour fish, chicken stew with mushrooms, beer duck, sweet and sour ribs, braised crucian carp. All crafted by skilled chefs. After the apocalypse, not only was it rare to eat, but merely witnessing such dishes was an absurdity. Craving a meal? Such luxuries were only found in dreams. Even a single piece of bread could incite fierce conflict. Chen Luo once engaged in a bloody battle over a mere sausage. If someone could present him with a substantial dish, Chen Luo would comply with any request, having been starved for too long. Within an hour, 500 exquisite dishes entered Chen Luo's spatial realm. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, whenever he had the opportunity, Chen Luo would consistently engage in such actions. While this method of ordering might seem peculiar, Chen Luo saw no issue, for he neither stole nor robbed. Would it be so wrong to donate to orphanages, construction workers, or simply indulge in his whims? Had it not been for the oddity of ordering 1,000 portions and the inefficiency of the hotels, he would have purchased even more. At that moment, his phone rang. Mr. Chen, the first batch of 2,000 tons of the 10,000 tons of pork you ordered is about to arrive at the cold storage. Would you like to come and take a look? Chen Luo replied, I'll be there shortly. Indeed, Chen Luo had ordered 10,000 tons of pork, but that was not all. He had also ordered 2,000 tons each of beef and lamb and 5,000 tons each of chicken, duck, and fish. Post-apocalypse, cooking was not impossible. With fresh ingredients, anything could be made. Shortly after the apocalypse began, the power went out, rendering even the finest ingredients incapable of preservation. Chen Luo's mastery of the spatial realm would not come until 2 years later. By then, what ingredients would remain for him to store? What could be loaded in small truckloads? Most importantly, the cost-effectiveness was lacking. Pork was inexpensive and widely consumed in the country, thus Chen Luo stockpiled the most of it. With a wholesale price of 9.6 per pound, 10,000 tons would cost less than 200 million. Were it not for financial constraints, Chen Luo would have aimed to stockpile 100,000 tons. Chen Luo mused, what a fortunate time to be alive. Had it been 2 years ago, when the price of pork soared to nearly 50, it would have been nearly impossible to stockpile, even with ample funds. Once the supplies were amassed, Chen Luo would seize a suitable opportunity to transfer them all into his spatial realm. Upon arriving at the cold storage, General Manager Wang of the trading company that had secured Chen Luo's large order greeted him with a beaming smile. Chen Luo stated, once the unloading is complete, I'll proceed to the bank for the transfer. Mr. Wang's smile widened further as he replied, no rush, no rush. Chen Luo merely chuckled, not taking it to heart. A deposit of 10% had already been paid, with payments structured as such, 70% upon delivery, and the remaining 30% to be settled a month later. If possible, Chen Luo would have preferred to make a profit without investment, but he was not well acquainted with them, and Mr. Wang lacked the financial capability to cover the initial costs. Chen Luo called over the hired butchers, Old Zhang and Old Li, saying, Old Zhang, Old Li, keep an eye out. Don't let them pass off decades-old frozen meat. Old Zhang, chuckling with his jolly visage, replied, Mr. Chen, rest assured. After decades of butchering, I can tell just by looking when the pork was slaughtered. Chen Luo jested, I've lived over 20 years. I can tell if the electricity is on just by touching the circuit. The group paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Mr. Chen is quite humorous. After unloading the cargo, Chen Luo and General Manager Wang proceeded to the bank to complete the transaction. Just as they were parting ways, his phone rang again. An exasperated voice erupted from the speaker. Chen Luo, you sold shares worth over 3 billion for merely 1 billion, such a significant matter, and yet you did not deem it necessary to inform me? Do you not regard me, your esteemed uncle, with any respect? Chapter 2. The first dog of the thunder element, a share worth 3 billion, was sold for merely 1 billion. What a sheer loss that is. These shares were bequeathed to Chen Luo by his parents, originally constituting 42 of the Chen Group. Over the span of 6 years, this percentage plummeted to a mere 17. The initial value of these shares was over 7 billion, yet now they languish at merely 3 billion. While it is understandable that shareholding ratios might diminish due to the necessity of financing for the group's development, the failure for their value to appreciate, or worse, their depreciation, is simply unacceptable. Chen Luo's uncle, Chen Jianan, under the guise of investment, has been orchestrating significant losses. While it appears to be a financial setback on the surface, the money lost merely flows into another pocket of Chen Jianan's. In his previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, Chen Luo was but a naive 21-year-old, ill-equipped to contend with the cunning Chen Jianan, thereby remaining under his uncle's oppressive control. Now reborn, Chen Luo finds it difficult to sell his shares at a fair price due to an existing agreement that grants Chen Jianan, the major shareholder, the right of first refusal on Chen Luo's shares. Should Chen Jianan decline, only then can Chen Luo sell to others. However, once Chen Luo indicates a desire to sell, Chen Jianan will inevitably delay the process and do everything in his power to suppress the price, potentially leaving Chen Luo with less than 1 billion. Furthermore, this would squander valuable time. Although the apocalypse looms merely a month away, Chen Luo cannot afford to waste time on such matters. Without capital, who would sell you anything? With no time to dally with Chen Jianan, Chen Luo sought out a well-connected young aristocrat, offering to sell the 30 billion worth of shares for just 10 billion. with the stipulation that payment be made by the following day. A bold maneuver, yet it invites trouble. For a young man of considerable background, agreeing to Chen Luo's terms would undoubtedly yield profit, at least 10 billion from this transaction. When Chen Jianan learned of this development, his frustration was palpable. Come to the group for a discussion, he insisted over the phone. Reluctant to meet his uncle, Chen Luo acquiesced, realizing that otherwise he would find no peace in the coming month. Chen Luo, if you are being threatened, just blink. Chen Jianan feigned a heartbroken demeanor before him. Indeed, it was a painful situation for him. Given a few more years, he could have rendered Chen Luo destitute, but now Chen Luo had sold his shares outright. This action was in violation of their agreement, yet did it truly matter to some? Chen Luo displayed a facade of respect towards his elder while harboring a deep-seated desire for vengeance. 6 years prior, his parents perished in a car accident caused by brake failure, a scheme orchestrated by none other than Chen Jianan, his own uncle. This was confirmed by Chen Jianan's son, Chen Fei, after the apocalypse. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Uncle, no one is threatening me. I have a premonition that pork prices will soar again. 50 per pound is not a dream. With 1 billion, I could stockpile pork and see its value rise to 5 billion. No. Let us be bolder. 100 per pound is not out of the question. Chen Luo was not deceiving. Indeed, after the apocalypse, who could buy food with money? 10,000 per pound would be a consideration, should anyone be willing to sell it. Chen Jianan gaped at Chen Luo, astonished at his audacity. Is this a mere fantasy? He scoffed. You were never this foolish. After a moment of shock, Chen Jianan chuckled, recognizing that while Chen Luo might not be exceptionally bright, he was not foolish to such an extent. Little Luo, how about selling to me for 15 billion instead? Chen Luo shrugged. I'm sorry, uncle, but I've already sold to someone else. The contract is signed, and I doubt I could buy it back from that aristocrat at the original price. Furrowing his brow, Chen Jianan realized that this aristocrat had formidable connections, making it improbable to procure the shares back without incurring substantial losses. Chen Luo, however, was preoccupied. His phone buzzed again. Apologetically, he moved to the window to take the call. Upon seeing the contact name, his heart raced. Could it be? A young woman's voice emerged from the phone. Mr. Chen, we have made progress on the black dog you requested us to find. It is missing 1 ear. I've sent you a photo for confirmation. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's breath quickened. After the apocalypse, idle individuals had ranked the various elemental abilities, with Chen Luo reigning supreme in the space element. The fire element's champion was the Scarlet Rose, known as the Spirit Flame Princess, and the thunder element's top was a dog dubbed the Thunder King. While some humans transformed into zombies, others evolved to gain abilities. Plants and animals were not exempt either. Among them, the Thunder King stood out as a remarkable exception, a living dog, untainted by the zombie plague, and thus a coveted prize for many. Yet, none succeeded in capturing it, save for Chen Luo, who had faced dire consequences for his attempts. Therefore, it earned the title of Thunder King. The second-ranked Thunder Element user, Crazy Thunder, was indignant, questioning the inclusion of a dog in the rankings. Damn it, I'm not even better than a dog. In time, it would be demonstrated that indeed, some were not. The Thunder King was a dog without an owner. And Chen Luo had heard rumors of a black dog missing an ear being sighted in a dog meat restaurant in the Magic City before the apocalypse. Now, in this rebirth, he was determined to find it, offering a reward of 1 million for its return, a sum rivaling that of any headmaster seeking his lost pet. Chen Luo promptly checked his phone. Indeed, the sender had shared a photograph. The image revealed a black dog with a wan appearance, its eyes glistening with sorrow. Chen Luo's pupils dilated. Having ambushed the Thunder King multiple times and tasted its flesh, he was all too familiar with it. There was no denying it, Chen Luo craved dog meat. However, after indulging, he regretted the lack of seasoning and culinary skills. Merely boiling it in water with a sprinkle of salt. The taste was utterly divine. The black dog in the photo bore a striking resemblance to the Thunder King, and the missing left ear served as undeniable evidence. A smile crept onto Chen Luo's face. Oh, Thunder King, in this life, you shall never lack for sustenance. Why not become companions? I promise to treat you well, providing for you abundantly. Just wait, I shall rescue you, hoping you will recognize me as your master. Chapter 3. A touch of the supernatural. With his phone tucked away, Chen Luo was eager to embark on the quest to save the Thunder King. Uncle, I'm off, he called out as he exited. Chen Jianan made no attempt to stop him, squinting as he watched Chen Luo hastily depart. The Chen Group was no longer tied to him. Once outside Chen Jianan's office, Chen Luo paused momentarily. Both Chen Jianan and his son had been fortunate. They had survived the apocalypse. Chen Fei had even awakened a commendable ability and, with the aid of Chen Group employees, established a formidable faction. In this life, they would have no further opportunities. On the very day of the apocalypse, they were fated to perish, as I have foretold. Shortly after Chen Luo's departure, Chen Fei entered Chen Jianan's office. Tall and robust, Chen Fei spoke hurriedly. I've discovered that Chen Luo has recently placed a massive order for supplies. Chen Jianan lit a cigarette, his irritation evident. He claims to have stockpiled 10 billion worth of pork. Damn it, this disrupts my plans. Chen Fei, taken aback, replied. But as far as I know, he only ordered 10,000 tons of pork, totaling nearly 2 billion. Chen Jianan let out a cold snicker. Chen Luo is not as foolish as I presumed. It seems he has discerned my intention to seize the shares and is merely concocting excuses. However, I never anticipated he would resort to such drastic measures. What rational individual would willingly sell off 30 billion in shares for a mere 10 billion? I underestimated him. Chen Fei, noticing the absence of onlookers, approached Chen Jianan and whispered, Dad, should we take some action to ensure his disappearance? With his parents gone, if he were to die, we would be the primary heirs to his estate. Chen Jianan waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Fei, regarding the events of the past, we had nothing then and could afford to take risks. Now, with our wealth nearing 100 billion, it is unnecessary to gamble for that 10 billion. If we are caught with incriminating evidence, we would be left to bear the consequences. Chen Fei muttered under his breath, what an idiot. The end of the world is upon us, yet he hoards so many supplies, he won't be able to bear the loss. Chen Luo sought out the Thunder King, enlisting the services of 2 private detectives. If he were to offer a bounty himself, it would attract the meddlesome, the curious, the greedy, and the fraudulent, all of whom would pester him incessantly. After nearly an hour of driving, Chen Luo arrived at the designated meeting place. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by a man and a woman. The man was the private investigator Wang Ming, who appeared quite astute, while the woman, his assistant, in her 20s, gazed at Chen Luo with fervent interest. A young, affluent, and strikingly handsome individual like him was bound to captivate her attention. Without any pleasantries, Chen Luo inquired directly, Where is it? Wang Ming smiled and replied, Mr. Chen, please follow me. After signing the contract, Wang Ming was unconcerned about any potential deceit from Chen Luo, having previously investigated him and found that he possessed shares worth tens of billions in the Chen Group, a super-rich second-generation heir unlikely to default on this 1 million. The Thunder King was currently at a dog meat restaurant, which likely contributed to its sorrowful demeanor. Its wisdom hinted that it could be consumed at any moment, perhaps tomorrow, or even tonight. This dog meat restaurant was conveniently nearby, hence the choice of meeting here. A minute later, Chen Luo arrived at a dog meat restaurant named Bayer. Though open, it was evidently devoid of customers. 2 large iron cages were placed at the entrance, each containing 5 local dogs, available for customers to select and have slaughtered on the spot. Among them was the Thunder King. Fortuitously, the Thunder King had evaded the grim fate of being eaten, with 27 days remaining until the apocalypse, during which it had not encountered the misfortune of being served as a meal. Chen Luo's attention was immediately drawn to the Thunder King. Its appearance was not particularly impressive. It looked rather feeble and pitiable, devoid of the fierce demeanor it would later display in the post-apocalyptic world. As Chen Luo gazed at the Thunder King, it seemed to sense his scrutiny, lifting its head and trembling slightly. Of course, it could not foresee that this individual would one day be its captor. Its shudder was simply a reaction of fear. What else could one expect in a dog meat restaurant? With such a keen intellect, how could it not be frightened? Chen Luo's heart raced with excitement. The prospect of potentially becoming the Thunder King's master was immensely gratifying. The spatial abilities he possessed were not particularly formidable at the onset, and the powerful skill of void walking would take time to master. The Thunder King could compensate for his initial lack of combat prowess. During battles, he could deploy the Thunder King and unleash it upon foes. 3 individuals stood outside, and the dog meat restaurant's attendant approached to inquire, Are you 3 here to dine? Chen Luo's expression suddenly turned fierce as he barked, Where is your boss? Bring your boss out. Wang Ming, relishing the unfolding drama, thought it amusing that Chen Luo's beloved dog had appeared in the dog meat restaurant, certain to provoke trouble with the owner. However, he was puzzled. Would a wealthy heir truly keep such a common dog? It seemed too rustic, its appearance far from endearing, and it was missing an ear. The attendant, merely earning a modest salary of 3,000, thought it unnecessary to deal with such trouble and promptly went to fetch the boss. In the meantime, Chen Luo maintained his gaze on the Thunder King, wearing an innocuous and friendly smile. Before long, the restaurant owner, by air, emerged, cheerfully asking, "What can I do for you three?" Chen Luo pointed at the Thunder King in the cage and, with a tone of fury, questioned, "What do you mean, what's the matter? You've stolen my dog. If I hadn't discovered it in time, my dear Black would have become dog meat." This was a blatant lie. Chen Luo wanted to vent his anger on behalf of the Thunder King. How could they even entertain the thought of consuming dog meat? It wasn't a matter of being unwilling to spend the money. He would gladly pay 100 million for the Thunder King. Moreover, the satisfaction of a free meal was enticing. Bai Er was momentarily taken aback. The owner of the dog had come to confront him. Despite years in the dog meat business, he had encountered such situations before, but this dog appeared to be a stray. Bai Er hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. "There must be a misunderstanding. I acquired this stock through legitimate channels." Chen Luo sneered, pulling out his phone. "Hello. Is this the police? I'd like to report that a dog meat restaurant is involved in dog theft. Their meat sources are questionable. In a world rife with deceit, some matters couldn't withstand scrutiny." Upon hearing Chen Luo report him, Bai Er quickly backed down. "It's a misunderstanding. I had no idea this dog belonged to you. I'm also a victim here. I'll take it up with those who supplied the dogs. Let us settle this, brother. You can take your dog back without paying a cent. How does that sound?" Chen Luo's demeanor softened slightly as he huffed. "Given your agreeable attitude, I will let this slide this time." Bai Er, smiling apologetically, released the Thunder King from its cage, not bothering to leash it, thinking, why would the dog run away when it belonged to its owner? Chen Luo called out, "Black, come with me. We're going home." The Thunder King was momentarily confused. Who is this Black? Yet, it possessed the intuition to recognize that Chen Luo was its savior, so it obediently followed him. Chen Luo's heart swelled with joy. It seemed the Thunder King was now secure. Chapter 4. Su Daju. Chen Luo opened the car door for the Thunder King, who hesitated briefly before jumping inside. Chen Luo, pleased, closed the door and addressed Wang Ming, "Send me your account number for the transfer." This transaction would not be defaulted on. Wang Ming, elated, sent over the account number. 1 million was a substantial sum for him, as he was not an outstanding private investigator, rarely earning that much in 2 years. Now, he had earned it in just 2 days. The wealth of the affluent was indeed easier to acquire. After transferring the funds, Chen Luo said, "Goodbye." Seeing the money had been received, Wang Ming excitedly exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, if you have any further tasks, I will handle them impeccably." Chen Luo nodded with a smile, leaving with the Thunder King in tow. As they waited at a red light, Chen Luo glanced at the Thunder King and said, "From now on, I shall call you the King." The Thunder King, oblivious to Chen Luo's words, merely let out a soft bark. Chen Luo paid it no mind. After the awakening of powers in the apocalypse, the King's intelligence would be further developed, rivaling that of humans. Otherwise, he would not have needed to make multiple attempts to capture it. Noticing the Thunder King was rather dirty, Chen Luo made a stop at a pet store to purchase some bathing supplies for dogs. As for dog food, he did not buy any. Was the Thunder King an ordinary dog? It deserved to be treated with utmost care. Whatever I eat, it shall eat as well, and if I have food, I would never let it go hungry. On the way home, Chen Luo resolved to cultivate a strong bond with the Thunder King. Due to the arduous search for the Law King, Chen Luo took over an hour to finally arrive at his doorstep. This was a villa district, which in the bustling metropolis could be considered a true mansion. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, with each square meter valued at over 300,000. The villa had been purchased a decade ago, when prices were not as exorbitant. In 10 years, the value had multiplied 7 to 8 times. Presently, Chen Luo's villa was appraised at 3.5 billion. On the very day of his rebirth, he had hastily mortgaged it, borrowing 3 billion from a group of loan sharks, with a hefty interest rate, promising to repay 33 billion a month later. He chuckled to himself, thinking, in a month, your money shall become mine, and my house will remain my own. If you have the audacity, come and demand it back. As he passed by the security booth, he noticed a tall and imposing security guard stationed at the entrance. Although Chen Luo had encountered him several times since his rebirth, his heart still ached. The guard, with thick brows and large eyes, possessed a rather simple and innocent demeanor, bordering on foolishness. His name was Su Daju, a loyal brother of Chen Luo from the post-apocalyptic era, endowed with extraordinary physical abilities. He was as indestructible as a diamond, practically impervious to weapons, robust in every sense. However, due to scarcity of resources, Chen Luo and Su Daju had once been cornered. At that time, Chen Luo had yet to master the art of void walking, and it was Su Daju who delayed their assailants. While Chen Luo managed to escape, Su Daju tragically lost his life to a brutal beating. The echoes of Su Daju's furious roar before his demise still lingered in Chen Luo's ears. Although Chen Luo avenged his brother, Su Daju was lost forever. Chen Luo's eyes became uncharacteristically moist. "Dear brother, in this lifetime, I shall ensure you live in indulgence and luxury." Their bond in the apocalypse had been one of camaraderie, but their current relationship was merely one of familiarity, and Chen Luo was not anxious. When the end times arrived, Su Daju would be on duty once again, and the past would repeat itself, restoring their brotherhood. Chen Luo halted his vehicle and jested, "Daju, after work tonight, shall I take you out for some fun?" Su Daju chuckled foolishly, "No need, Brother Chen. My mother said men should not indulge in bad habits." Chen Luo laughed. "What else did your mother say?" Su Daju grinned. "She also said, offering unnecessary flattery is either deceitful or thieving." Chen Luo ushered the Law King into his home, where a modest garden accompanied the exquisite villa. The unfamiliar surroundings caused the Law King to feel somewhat timid. Not minding whether the Law King comprehended his words, Chen Luo cheerfully declared, "From now on, this shall be your home. Come, let's give you a bath." The Law King, though slightly fearful of water, obediently allowed Chen Luo to fuss over him. As Chen Luo bathed the Law King, he began to ponder what further supplies he should stockpile. If it were merely for himself and his brother, the food he had gathered in his small truck would suffice for a lifetime, enough to last until his days were numbered. In this new life, Chen Luo desired not to live as he had in his previous existence. The thought of being the last human amidst a world of monsters, engulfed in a solitude that chilled the soul, was unbearable. He yearned for companionship, hence, he envisioned the establishment of a sanctuary. The dangers of the apocalypse did not solely arise from food scarcity, but were also posed by monsters and other survivors. Although Chen Luo's abilities were formidable, he was not adept at direct confrontations. To put it plainly, if confronted by hundreds of adversaries with similar powers, Chen Luo would only have the option to flee. Why not recruit a few subordinates and confront their foes through collective strength? In the future, as powerful abilities emerged, Chen Luo knew he could preemptively gather them under his wing. Surely, that would be advantageous. With the aid of his spatial abilities and foresight, it would be challenging not to become a leading force. At present, Chen Luo had only hoarded some meat. Was that sufficient? Certainly not. He had yet to begin stockpiling staple foods, fruits, vegetables, seeds, and the like. More critically, water was of utmost importance, as it had become contaminated in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Various purification methods had proven ineffective against the viruses within. In the early days of the apocalypse, survivors relied on bottled, canned, or barreled purified water for sustenance. However, these were limited in supply and not easily obtained. The most joyous days for survivors post-apocalypse were likely those when it rained. Once the clean water ran dry, they would have no choice but to resort to water tainted with viruses, which, although not lethal to the physically robust, would stifle the development of abilities. This realization dawned long after the apocalypse began. Chen Luo, lacking access to his spatial abilities in those early days, had no choice but to consume considerable amounts of virus-laden water. Water, the essence of life, was the paramount concern. As he contemplated his next steps, Chen Luo finished bathing the Law King. The freshly washed Law King appeared significantly cleaner and a tad more attractive. With a pitiful gaze, he looked at Chen Luo, who chuckled as he patted the dog's head, realizing he had yet to provide him with food. Chen Luo retrieved a portion of sweet and sour ribs from his spatial abilities, preparing a bowl specifically for the Law King. The famished Law King wasted no time devouring the meal. Observing the Law King eat with gusto stirred Chen Luo's appetite, despite having consumed a fair amount at noon. He too felt his mouth water. He took out a portion of sweet and sour ribs for himself. As he savored his meal and spat out the bones, the Law King surprisingly mirrored his actions. Chen Luo laughed. "Look, even a dog can spit out bones." As he finished a piece and discarded the bone, A sudden realization struck him, and his expression darkened. He scolded himself inwardly. Chapter 5. Stockpiling in Abundance. After the meal, Chen Luo found himself playing the role of the dog's caretaker, washing the dishes for the Law King. Once finished, he picked up his phone, preparing to venture out once more. Although time was still plentiful, early preparation of supplies would grant him peace of mind. Chen Luo planned to order a substantial quantity of fruits and vegetables, necessitating a large warehouse as a temporary storage site. Relying on the truck for multiple trips? Others were loading their vehicles with supplies? Don't be ridiculous. Before departing, Chen Luo intentionally tested the Law King's reaction. Upon seeing Chen Luo about to leave, the Law King grew anxious. This master treated him well, even providing him with ribs, something he had never experienced. Was he to be abandoned? Would he once again face the life of a wanderer? The Law King whimpered, gently nudging Chen Luo's foot with its head. Chen Luo chuckled, stroking the dog's head, and brought him along in the vehicle, recognizing the importance of nurturing their bond during this time. Once in the car, the Law King settled into a calm silence once more. In the following days, Chen Luo busied himself with searching for a warehouse, contacting suppliers, and occasionally taking the time to stockpile delicacies. He worked tirelessly, and the funds in his account dwindled rapidly. Yet, Chen Luo felt a sense of satisfaction. Money spent was money well invested, lest it become mere scraps of paper. He had mortgaged his house for 3 billion and sold shares for 10 billion. The bulk of his expenses went towards meat, amounting to 5 billion. It was initially 7 billion, but the remaining 2 billion would be accounted for post-apocalypse, which meant he would not have to pay that immediately. For vegetables, he invested 3 billion, primarily in potatoes, cabbages, radishes, tomatoes, various mushrooms, and greens. These were procured from a variety of suppliers who did not extend credit. While delays were possible, they could not extend beyond 10 days or 2 weeks. Unless Chen Luo was positioned to anticipate the onset of the apocalypse, he would likely not have enough time to stockpile. For water, Chen Luo amassed 1 billion. The water is nothing more than purified, pristine liquid. It holds little value, yet the vessels that contain it are indeed precious. The cost of a 1 yuan bottle of mineral water is merely a little over 20 cents, and when one subtracts labor, factory overheads, and equipment costs, it is the bottle that holds the true worth. As for fruits, Chen Luo has amassed a stockpile of 200 million, predominantly comprising apples and oranges, both of which are rich in nutrients, reasonably priced, and abundantly available. While Chen Luo has accumulated a modest amount of various other fruits, it is not significant. A plethora of snacks, including chocolates, candies, chips, as well as salt and seeds, have also seen Chen Luo invest an extravagant sum of 100 million, which is more than sufficient. This has cost him 1,200 million in total. The expenses for renting warehouses, cold storage, and ready-to-eat meals have also been considerable. Currently, Chen Luo's account dwindles to merely 50 million. He exhales deeply. Stockpiling supplies is no easy task, and he is relieved to have reached a semblance of completion. The only essential item left unstocked is staple food, rice, and flour, of which Chen Luo possesses none. The reasons for this are twofold: insufficient funds and the existence of a more advantageous plan. Who possesses the most grain reserves? The local granaries, especially in bustling metropolises like the Divine Capital, hold copious amounts of stock. After the apocalypse arrives, Chen Luo fears that his ability to store may fall short. He reflects with regret, wishing he had expanded his ability to store more in his previous life. Not only grain. Other supplies such as vegetables and meats could still be gathered. A large supermarket harbors a significant stock, while others may struggle to procure even a fraction. Chen Luo has the extraordinary ability to store. To facilitate his actions post-apocalypse, he has ordered a batch of high-voltage electric batons, investing heavily in a total of 50. These batons may soon lose their utility after the initial chaos, but in the early stages, they prove to be remarkably effective. Zombies, after all, have a fear of electricity. As for the choice of electric batons over knives, the latter can jam and require considerable strength to wield, whereas a mere touch with the baton suffices, conserving energy. Knives must strike vital points on zombies, while the baton can make contact anywhere. Additionally, Chen Luo has procured 2 sets of high-tech alloy armor, one tailored to his physique and another to Su Daju's. Current technology has not yet reached its peak. Wearing such armor is cumbersome and significantly hampers speed and agility. However, it offers safety. Given the initial strength of zombies, it is unlikely that any attack could breach the armor. Coupled with the electric batons, They can only be utilized in areas with fewer zombies. Should a horde encircle him, escape would be impossible. The armor has yet to arrive. In this lull, Chen Luo has purchased 100 high-capacity mobile phones, loading them with movies, novels, and educational materials. After the apocalypse, without internet access or signal, phones can still be functional, provided they have power. To this end, he has also acquired 10 diesel generators, not out of extravagance, but out of caution against potential breakdowns. Furthermore, he has invested in a batch of solar panels. With an unlimited power supply to connect to the internet, he believes he could have endured an additional decade or two in his previous life. A considerable amount of diesel has also been stockpiled. This way, even air conditioning would be operational. Gradually, Chen Luo has gathered a collection of walkie-talkies and essential appliances such as rice cookers, ovens, microwaves, and iron pans. In terms of medicine, he has only purchased a few items for treating external wounds and preventing inflammation, as other medications are unnecessary. Concurrently, he has hired a cooking instructor. What troubles Chen Luo most post-apocalypse? Even when ingredients are found, he can only produce unpalatable dishes, if not for the necessity of survival. He would rather not eat at all. On one occasion, he and Su Daja stumbled upon 3 potatoes, intending to stir-fry them into shreds. But who would slice them? The two exchanged blank stares. Thus, they could only bake them with tears, resulting in charred offerings. Now, with such an abundance of supplies, should the need arise in the future, lack of culinary skills would only leave him helpless. Chen Luo has invested a hefty sum of 50,000 for a month's salary to hire a chef. Quite a substantial amount, indeed. The chef, named Mayu, is a striking 25-year-old woman with an air of sophistication. While her appearance is merely decent, her figure is undeniably alluring. Chen Luo has sampled Mayu's culinary skills, which are truly exceptional, far surpassing the fare from 5-star hotels. Initially, Mayu worried that such a high fee might lead the employer to harbor ulterior motives. However, upon meeting Chen Luo, she felt reassured. Given his circumstances, how could countless beautiful women resist his charm? Why would he waste effort on her? At this moment, Chen Luo is learning how to prepare sweet and sour ribs. First, he must blanch the ribs in cold water to remove the blood foam. Then, he pours in some seemingly free oil. Chen Luo's face flushes. How can oil be free? During his first lesson, he was so apprehensive about having enough oil that when Mayu left for the restroom, he ended up pouring half a pot. Mayu returned in shock, exclaiming, "Is your oil free? Why pour so much?" Recognizing Chen Luo's amiable nature, she made a jest. Even with Mayu's hands-on guidance, the dishes Chen Luo prepares are hardly comparable to hers. Without Mayu's direct supervision, whatever he attempts to cook would be unfit even for a stray dog. The dog would protest, "I have no grievances with my master. Why poison me?" Clenching his fists, Chen Luo laments, "I am simply not cut out for cooking." He turns his gaze to Mayu. "Your skills are commendable. I have faith in you." Unable to cook himself, he resolves to find a dedicated chef. Mayu's culinary prowess is indeed remarkable. In his previous life, Chen Luo had no acquaintance with Mayu and could not predict whether she would fall victim to the zombie apocalypse. He could only leave her fate to chance. Chapter 6 as promised. Chen Luo parks his vehicle at the entrance of a high-end residential complex, not far from his home. While gently stroking the now docile fur of his dog, he quietly observes the activity at the complex entrance. Chen Luo awaits the arrival of an important individual. Just as boredom begins to set in, his eyes light up. 2 beautiful women emerge from the complex. The elder, appearing to be in her early 20s, seems to be of similar age to Chen Luo, while the younger one looks around 17 or 18. They resemble a pair of sisters, and indeed, they are. The elder, Mi Ling, possesses an alluring cold beauty, a rare sight to behold. The younger sister, Mi Li, is youthful and vibrant, her delicate and demure appearance evoking a protective instinct in those who gaze upon her. Chen Luo feels a surge of warmth. A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. Such beauty is universally admired, unless one possesses an abnormal psyche or physiology. If it were merely a matter of looks, Chen Luo would not linger in wait. However, this pair of sisters is far more than just visually captivating. Elder sister Mi Ling has harnessed the power of fire after the apocalypse, making her a formidable force. She is the first fire wielder Chen Luo has encountered, also known as the Crimson Rose Flame Princess. Given that her name includes Ling, signifying spirit, and her command over flames, she has earned the moniker Spirit Flame Princess. Mi Ling also bears the nickname Crimson Rose, As roses have thorns that should not be trifled with, the crimson hue denotes volatility. However, her fiery temperament is matched only by her striking physique. As for younger sister Meili, in Chen Luo's eyes, she is equally remarkable. Meili possesses limited combat prowess, as she is not a fighter but rather a healer and auxiliary class. It is rumored that she will eventually gain the ability to resurrect, a power akin to that of a deity. If I were to choose between Meiling and Meili, only a child would engage in such trivial choices. I must accept both sisters, though certainly not at this moment. Approaching them foolishly would only paint me as a sycophant. Chen Luo retrieved his phone and called the private investigator Wang Ming, with whom he had previously collaborated. I shall grant you 3 days to procure their information, particularly what they enjoy eating. Whatever they savor, I shall stockpile, he instructed. To capture a woman's heart, one must first seize her stomach. Wang Ming eagerly agreed, for such tasks were trivial for a professional like him. Observing Meili coquettishly shaking Meiling's arm, eliciting a fond smile from her sister, the two gradually departed, prompting Chen Luo to chuckle softly before following suit. In less than 3 days, by the afternoon of the next day, Wang Ming sent Chen Luo the details on Meiling and Meili. Meiling relished Sichuan cuisine and favored grapes, while Meili had a penchant for fish, particularly braised pig trotters, and cherished watermelon. Chen Luo was jolted from his reverie. Braised dishes were indeed delightful, and he resolved to stockpile some. Time swiftly advanced to May 28th. Just 5 days before the apocalypse. The armor and electric batons Chen Luo had ordered arrived sequentially. The armor, resplendent in silver, constituted full bodysuits, 2 in total. One for Chen Luo and the other for Su Daju. The armor was weighty. Chen Luo's was comparatively smaller yet still weighed 45 pounds, making it somewhat laborious to wear, though it excelled in providing safety. Chen Luo had contemplated using a doll costume or combat outfit, but the former was cumbersome and the latter, if low-grade, was ineffective, while high-grade options were inaccessible to him. Neither could match the armor's formidable defense. In the following days, Chen Luo diligently acclimated to the armor. The electric batons, procured through a security company, cost him a staggering 40,000 per unit. The high voltage they emitted could incapacitate an individual instantaneously. A mere few seconds of electric shock could prove fatal. He acquired a total of 50 batons. Others found them cumbersome, but with his space ability, Chen Luo could rotate their usage effortlessly, easily dispatching hundreds of zombies at once. Additionally, he purchased a 13-meter-long heavy truck, stationed near the cold storage facility. On the evening of June 2nd, Chen Luo transferred all remaining supplies, save for the meats in the cold storage, into his abilities space. Even if someone noticed the miraculous disappearance of goods, they could not contest his ownership. The apocalypse was set to unfold tomorrow. That night, Chen Luo tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Having been reborn once, surely this infernal apocalypse cannot be avoided, he pondered. If it does not come, my stockpiled resources will lead to great loss. Perhaps it would be better if it never arrives. Let me be the sacrificial lamb for the benefit of humanity. Why endure that inhumane end? The following morning, Chen Luo awoke early, his emotions a tumultuous blend. The apocalypse was predicted to erupt around 9:20 a.m. At 8 o'clock, recalling Qin Jianin's habits, Chen Luo anticipated that he would not arrive at the corporation until 9, likely indulging in breakfast at that hour. He dialed Qin Jianin's number, addressing him respectfully, "Uncle, I have a favor to ask." Qin Jianin, feigning sincerity, replied, "As your uncle, I will certainly assist you in any way I can." Chen Luo continued, "I find myself in urgent need of a sum of money. However, my funds are currently tied up in stockpiling pork. I wish to mortgage my accumulated supplies to you, valued at 10 billion, for a mere 500 million. Even brothers keep clear accounts," he added. "Let us draft a contract. I will borrow for 1 month, returning 600 million upon maturity. Should I fail to repay, the supplies will serve as collateral." Qin Jianin, puzzled, inquired, "What necessitates such a large sum?" Chen Luo fabricated a response. "I have observed that virtual currencies are poised for a significant surge. It is possible to multiply 500 million into 5 billion. If you trust me, let us embark on this venture together." Qin Jianin scoffed, "I trust you not. I fear losing my principal." "Do you truly believe in such speculation?" Nevertheless, he did not refuse, contemplating that regardless of Chen Luo's gain or loss, he would not suffer. Should Chen Luo inevitably falter, he could convert 500 million into 10 billion worth of supplies. Although Qin Jianin was skeptical of Chen Luo's hoarding strategy, Offloading 10 billion worth of goods for 8 billion should not pose an issue. This transaction seemed feasible. With a cold smirk, he cautioned, "Just don't blame me for severing ties when losses arise." Chen Luo responded, "Uncle, await my arrival. I shall visit personally." "I wish to see Fij as well, let us include him." Qin Jianan readily acquiesced, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Knowing discussions of such importance could not occur solely over the phone, nor could money be casually lent without investigation. After hanging up, a chilling expression crossed Chen Luo's face. He had resolved that on the day of the apocalypse, they would meet their end. Chapter 7. Why does this meat taste so strange? The apocalypse was set to transpire around 9:20 a.m. on Thursday, with a deviation not exceeding 3 minutes. Such a pivotal moment in time was indelibly etched in Chen Luo's memory, it was impossible to forget. 9:20 was not on a weekend, but during working hours. In his previous life, Qin Jianan experienced the onset of the apocalypse within the Qin Corporation's edifice, which housed over 1,000 employees. Fewer than 100 survived, a number that, while not insignificant, was still tragically low. Qin Jianan held considerable sway within the company, and with Chen Fei awakening formidable abilities, he managed to dominate this group, thus establishing a foundation for growth. Though their strength subsequently waned, it ultimately fell to Chen Luo. Chen Luo could not eliminate the Jianan father and son at the Qin Corporation, for that area was densely populated. Once the apocalypse began, hordes of zombies would flood the streets. While Chen Luo was confident he could return home, he acknowledged the potential for unforeseen calamities along the way. Such risks were worth taking, but not necessary. It would be far more prudent to eliminate Qin Jianan securely at home. Residing in an affluent neighborhood, where the population was sparse, he could depart unscathed after the deed. Timing was crucial. He planned to act only after the apocalypse commenced. Should it fail to materialize, he would be a murderer. In the ensuing chaos, who would care about such matters? Thus, Chen Luo placed that phone call. Knowing the avaricious Qin Jianan would be enticed by the prospect of profit, and Chen Fei resided with him. Both must perish. Chen Luo departed with the Law King. Following the apocalypse, it was highly likely the Law King would awaken lightning abilities. Upon reaching the guard booth, Chen Luo encountered Su Dazhu on duty, rolling down his window. He spoke gravely, "Dazhu, my heart is uneasy. I sense something amiss. Please remain vigilant around 9. Su Dazhu looked momentarily perplexed before nodding, "Understood, Chen Go." Although Su Dazhu appeared simple-minded, his intellect was quite normal. Surely, no one would assume that a high-end residential community like Chen Luo's would employ a fool as a security guard. Moreover, Su Dazhu was a veteran. Even without awakened abilities post-apocalypse, 5 of Chen Luo's current self would not stand a chance against him. Chen Luo nodded. There were few homeowners around, and even fewer people. Su Dazhu stood guard outside, maintaining a distance from others, as the transformation into a zombie took a matter of seconds. It was inconceivable that Su Dazhu would fail to react. In his previous life, Su Dazhu had been quite well. Yet Chen Luo still felt uneasy and decided to check in on him. Chen Luo set off towards Qin Jianan's residence, deliberately dawdling along the way. Intending to arrive at 9 o'clock, he sent a message to Qin Jianan, explaining that his car had encountered a minor malfunction and he would be half an hour late. Qin Jianan replied that there was no rush. Inside Qin Jianan's home, he took a sip of tea and remarked to Chen Fei, "That kid Chen Luo actually wants to dabble in virtual currency. He truly has no fear of death." Surprisingly, Chen Fei sided with Chen Luo, lamenting, "Back when virtual currency was just a few cents, who could have predicted it would soar to over 60,000? That's a 100,000-fold increase. If Dad hadn't forbidden me from getting involved, I would have certainly taken the plunge myself. It's no surprise that Chen Luo wishes to gamble on it." Qin Jianan scoffed. "What real value does that have? It's merely a scheme to exploit the unwary." However, there was still a business opportunity to explore, provided they could ascertain whether Chen Luo's stockpile was genuinely worth 1 billion. Chen Fei chuckled, "It's a lucrative opportunity presented to us. How could we possibly refuse?" Qin Jianan pondered, "Could this be a ruse? Does Chen Luo know I have deceived him? Would he truly present me with a profitable venture?" Chen Fei scoffed. "I understand the psychology behind trading currencies. It's akin to gambling. He is in a hurry for cash and knows few people. It's unlikely anyone could muster 5 billion on a whim to seek us out. Let him try to deceive us. It won't end well for him." At 9:15, Chen Luo arrived. The household maid opened the door, and Chen Fei approached, warmly embracing Chen Luo, leaving him momentarily breathless. Ah, Chen Luo. Only you have such a timid cousin. Otherwise, I would have joined you in this venture. Should you strike it rich with virtual currency, do not forget about your cousin. Chen Luo laughed. Of course, if I make 10 billion, I will certainly gift you a supercar. Chen Jianan stood up to greet him. Little Luo, have you eaten yet? I can have the maid prepare something. Chen Luo readily accepted. That sounds wonderful. I came in such a rush, I haven't eaten at all. He enthusiastically boasted about the potential profits from trading virtual currencies. As the maid served breakfast, it was already 9:15. Chen Luo devoured the food ravenously. Suddenly, a pain scream erupted from the maid's room. Chen Jianan frowned. What is wrong with Xiao Li? Is she ill? Xiao Fei, go check. Chen Fei, puzzled, complied. Chen Luo's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Had the apocalypse truly arrived? It seemed both of them were destined to perish today. Rising with a feigned curiosity, he declared, I'll go take a look. If we need to send someone to the hospital, I can assist my cousin. As Chen Fei reached the door to the maid's room and opened it, he was immediately struck by terror, letting out a scream. Inside, the maid, in her 40s, was disheveled, blood streaming from her orifices, her visage a horrifying sight. The strong man Chen Fei was rendered numb with fear, his legs trembling. Unable to comprehend the scene before him, frozen in shock at the threshold. The maid, now a zombie, lunged at him like a fly drawn to filth. The transformation had granted her explosive strength, although her speed had diminished. Chen Fei reacted instinctively, attempting to slam the door shut to confine the zombie maid within. However, a hand halted his action. Simultaneously, a sinister smile crept across Chen Luo's face as he retrieved a stun baton from his spatial storage, activating it with a low hum. Without a trace of compassion, he pressed the baton against Chen Fei's back. The high-voltage shock was no jest. Chen Fei's body convulsed violently before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Had Chen Luo maintained the pressure of the baton for much longer, Chen Fei would have faced fatal electrocution. Observing Chen Fei fall into unconsciousness, Chen Luo released his grip, opting not to kill him. Why? Because a zombie was present. The flesh of the living holds a fatal allure for low-level zombies. As long as they have a meal, they often overlook other living beings. Should Chen Fei be electrocuted to death or devoured alive? Clearly the latter. Despite being unconscious, Chen Fei did not collapse, as Chen Luo supported him from behind. The zombie maid swiftly pounced upon Chen Fei, sinking her teeth into his face. With a horrifying crunch, a chunk of flesh was viciously torn away. The biting force of a zombie is astonishingly potent. The maid devoured the flesh, relishing the taste. Though she wondered why it felt so spicy, had he added too many chili peppers? Chapter 8. Crystal. Chen Jianan had been observing the situation intently but remained seated. Upon witnessing such a sudden transformation, he sprang to his feet. He should have been in shock, however. Seeing his beloved son in such a dire state instinctively drove him towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo, what are you doing? Chen Jianan yelled, seizing a purple clay teapot and charging towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo sneered, extending the stun baton towards Chen Jianan. Instinctively, he tried to block it. Oh? What's wrong? Is your insulator not conducting electricity? Chen Jianan collapsed, his head striking the coffee table with a heavy thud. It was a pain that could be felt just by witnessing it. As blood poured from the back of Chen Jianan's head, Chen Luo winced. That looked painful. Chen Jianan too fell into unconsciousness. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Chen Fei, who, in the throes of pain from having his face devoured, regained consciousness. Yet, he was firmly pinned to the ground by the zombie maid. In this situation, had Chen Fei not been electrocuted by Chen Luo, his robust physique might have afforded him a chance to fight back. But now, weakened by the shock, he lacked the strength to resist. While the zombie's strength far surpassed his own, despite her being a woman in life, the zombie maid paid Chen Luo no mind, opting to satiate her hunger first. Chen Luo, Dad, save me. Chen Fei struggled. Chen Luo feigned surprise. I have no son like you. Your father is lying on the ground. Chen Fei recalled his memories before losing consciousness and began to curse, Chen Luo, you, but his words were cut short as the zombie maid clamped her mouth over his, fiercely tearing away his upper lip, leaving a bloody mess. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. Such a thrilling spectacle was too enticing to witness alone. He turned and headed to the kitchen, pouring a basin of water and splashing it onto Chen Jianan's face, vigorously slapping him awake. As Chen Jianan groggily stirred, he beheld a scene that would shatter his heart. His son Chen Fei's face was unrecognizable, every inch of it mangled. Even if rescued, it was irrevocably ruined. Chen Jianan struggled to rise and save Chen Fei, but Chen Luo adjusted the voltage of the stun baton, ensuring Chen Jianan felt a numbing sensation without losing consciousness. The moisture on Chen Jianan's body heightened the electric shock's intensity, rendering him utterly incapacitated as he struggled in vain against Chen Luo's grip. Chen Jianan implored with desperation. Chen Luo, Chen Fei is your dear cousin. You must save him. I confess, I secretly undermined your shares, but Chen Fei knows nothing of it. He is innocent. Chen Luo scoffed coldly. What other wrongs have you committed against me? If it were merely a matter of money, I would not have resorted to such ruthless measures. The enmity towards my parents is irreconcilable. Any form of retribution would be too lenient. Chen Jianan's heart sank. Could it be that Chen Luo was aware of that incident? Chen Luo seized Chen Jianan by the neck, compelling him to witness the gruesome demise of Chen Fei. As Chen Fei's breath waned and his cries diminished, Chen Jianan roared. Chen Luo, save Chen Fei now, and I shall refrain from calling the authorities. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. At that moment, Chen Jianan remained oblivious to the apocalyptic reality unfolding around him, believing instead that the maid had contracted a horrific illness or that Chen Luo had administered poison. Chen Luo ignored his pleas, occasionally grazing the surface of Chen Jianan's face with a cattle prod. In that moment of despair, Chen Jianan comprehended that Chen Luo was resolutely intent on exterminating both him and his son. You heartless wretch, how can you bear to kill your own uncle and cousin? Worse than a beast. Chen Luo's face twisted in rage as he struck Chen Jianan fiercely. The truly heartless one is you. My father, seeing your lack of achievement, kindly brought you into the Chen group, yet you repaid his kindness with treachery. How dare you utter such words? The maid zombie had already bitten into Chen Fei's neck, leaving Chen Jianan with no hope. He had lived his life for the son, and although he had acquired wealth, he harbored high expectations for Chen Fei, imposing strict discipline upon him. Now all was rendered void. Chen Jianan succumbed to madness, exclaiming, I am his biological elder brother. I have contributed significantly to his success. And yet, what did I receive in return? A mere 10% of the shares, as if I were a beggar. He deserves to die. And you. With today's technological advancements, there is no way for you to escape. Chen Luo's gaze turned icy. He had invited calamity upon himself. At the value of the shares at that time, 10% was worth 15 billion, which mere worker could claim such a fortune. Even 1% would be but a dream. Greed knows no bounds. A single zombie could not consume 2 people in such a short time. And Chen Luo could not command the maid zombie to feast upon Chen Jianan either. To electrocute him would be too lenient. Chen Luo retrieved a dagger from his spatial abilities, delivering a swift strike, ending Chen Jianan's life. In the process, Chen Fei had been brutally devoured. And upon hearing the commotion, the maid zombie, now sated, turned its ravenous attention towards Chen Luo. Unfazed by the sight of zombies, especially the more primitive ones, Chen Luo adjusted the voltage of the cattle prod to its maximum. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air. A foul odor wafted as he shocked the maid zombie for several seconds. Its anguished cries ceased, and it collapsed unconscious. Zombies do possess a sense of pain. Yet they lack the human instinct of fear. Their singular desire is to consume flesh, devoid of any other emotion. While they may not know fear, they certainly understand pain. Killing them is not particularly challenging. Any method that can kill a human can also dispatch them. The only complication lies in their relentless fighting spirit, even when grievously injured. Chen Luo could not ascertain whether the maid zombie was truly dead, but it mattered little. He crouched down, drew his dagger, and plunged it into the creature's forehead. This time, it was indeed lifeless. Zombies have a critical weakness located at the center of their foreheads. When penetrated deeply by a sharp object, they meet their end. Chen Luo did not cease his actions. Instead, he continued to stir the dagger within the maid zombie's skull, causing a gruesome spray of red and white fluids. Yet, his expression remained calm. After numerous instances in his previous life, he had grown accustomed to such sights. Chen Luo was not a sadist. Intent on desecrating the maid zombie's corpse, he sought the crystal that formed in the forehead of both awakened beings and zombies post-apocalypse. The size and hue of the crystal varied according to the individual's abilities and strength. Fire-based beings would yield red crystals, while those of wind would produce blue ones. Should the Law King awaken powers, his crystal would be deep purple, akin to the one extracted from his skull previously, which was the size of an egg. The maid zombie before him, being of the lowest level and devoid of any evolved abilities, bore a pale white crystal. For a space user like Chen Luo, it would manifest as a transparent crystal. Do not misunderstand, Chen Luo had never seen his own crystal, but he had observed those of other space users. Chapter 9. Awakening of Powers. Chen Luo procured a grain-sized pale white crystal from the maid zombie's forehead. Such a lowly crystal was a rarity to him, for it had been ages since he had encountered one so weak. Within half a year, such fragile zombies were nearly extinct. In 12 years hence, any zombie one might randomly encounter would undoubtedly be a formidable boss-level threat. Zombies continuously grow stronger. Upon awakening their abilities, they can absorb energy from these crystals to hasten their evolution or recovery. Chen Luo recalled that in his previous life, he had suddenly felt a surge of mysterious energy within him around 10 o'clock, yet at that time, he had been utterly unaware of what it was or how to wield it. He placed the pale white crystal into a prepared box within his spatial abilities, then proceeded to crack open the skulls of Qin Jianan and Qin Fei. As expected, there were no crystals. Survivors would only develop crystals in their minds after awakening. Chen Luo was indifferent. Even if there had been crystals, they would have been the most inferior kind. With an abundance of zombies outside, acquiring more would be a trivial task. Having avenged his family, Chen Luo did not hurry to depart. In about half an hour, he would soon awaken his powers. During the awakening, one experiences brief but intense pain. Better to wait here for that moment. The Law King should also awaken soon. Previously, Chen Luo instructed the Law King to remain in the vehicle, and now he intended to bring him inside. Upon stepping out, he noticed that the once clear sky had turned ominously dark, reminiscent of an impending thunderstorm. It would not rain. This peculiar weather would persist for 3 days before dissipating. Inside the vehicle, the Law King felt a chill as a female zombie outside fixated on him, growling incessantly. He thought to himself, if you have the capability, come in. All you do is bark. Upon seeing Chen Luo, the female zombie redirected its growls towards him. The iron gate outside Qin Jianan's residence was sturdy, and the female zombie could not breach it. Chen Luo smiled, allow me to liberate you. As he approached, the female zombie extended its arms through the gaps in the iron gate, attempting to grasp him. Here's a treat for you. Chen Luo brandished the cattle prod towards the female zombie. Unfazed, the zombie seized the prod with its hands. The iron gate rattled as the zombie's body convulsed violently, clearly suffering from the electric shock. After 2 or 3 seconds, the female zombie collapsed to the ground. Chen Luo marveled at the effectiveness of the cattle prod. I've freed you. A small token of gratitude is not unreasonable, is it? With no other zombies in sight, Chen Luo confidently opened the iron gate and extracted the crystal from the female zombie's forehead. The King of Law, witnessing the scene before him, was utterly astonished. Master, why are you so ruthless? Closing the iron door, Chen Luo released the King of Law from the vehicle and led him into the building. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies of Qin Jianan and his companions, the King of Law, encountering such a sight for the first time, was understandably shaken. Clinging tightly to Chen Luo, with time on his hands, Chen Luo began rummaging through the room. He seized a bounty of fine cigarettes and exquisite liquor from Qin Jianan's collection. Although Chen Luo smoked only occasionally, he was well aware that many seasoned smokers would suffer greatly without their vice. Picking up an apple, Chen Luo peeled it leisurely, while the frightened King of Law huddled close to him. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, dismissing the fear. Even a dog possesses emotions. Had he not experienced a lifetime of hardship, he would have found the scene even more unbearable than the King of Law. Just as Chen Luo was about to take a bite of the apple, a purple arc of electricity flickered across the King of Law's dark fur. Chen Luo, standing in proximity, was struck by the jolt. He convulsed slightly, the apple he had yet to bite falling to the floor. Surprised yet elated, Chen Luo pondered whether the King of Law had awakened a new ability. You rascal! The first to be shocked after awakening is me. Chen Luo retreated a bit, wary of another shock. Arcs of electricity began to dance sporadically across the King of Law's body, a pained expression etched on his canine face. Yet, after a mere 10 seconds, the pain subsided, and the King of Law returned to a state of tranquility. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel envious. The might of supernatural abilities often hinged on 2 factors: the timing of awakening, earlier awakenings generally signifying greater potential, and the speed of growth in those abilities. Without a doubt, the King of Law's talent was at the pinnacle of the lightning element. Moreover, It seemed that the King of Law's intellect had undergone a secondary development at this moment. Chen Luo cursed under his breath, lamenting that humans were outdone by dogs. Just then, a sharp pain pierced his mind, as if something were taking shape within his head. Yet, a smile broke across Chen Luo's face. He too was not lacking in potential. Despite the throbbing pain, his expression remained calm, having long since grown accustomed to such sensations. As every advancement in ability came with its own trials. Suddenly, Chen Luo sensed a mysterious power welling up within him. If it were the Chen Luo of his previous life, he would have struggled to wield this power in a short time. But now, he was all too familiar with it. Extending his hand, he gradually guided this newfound strength into his palm. A force of spatial energy manifested, invisible to others, even to Chen Luo himself. Yet he could feel it coalescing into a transparent sphere in his hand. With a swift motion, he hurled the spatial energy toward the wall opposite him. Instantly, a fissure measuring several centimeters in diameter appeared, approximately 4 to 5 centimeters deep. The King of Law stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Chen Luo, however, shook his head. Such an attack was insufficient to instantly vanquish even the weakest of zombies. It would require 2 strikes. Moreover, this spatial sphere had consumed nearly a quarter of his supernatural energy. While the destructive capacity of early spatial abilities was not negligible, it was comparatively high in energy expenditure. Yet, under Chen Luo's precise control, he found that his current consumption was less than that of others. The early stages of spatial abilities were not particularly formidable. It was only in the mid to later stages that they truly began to shine. Once he mastered techniques like void walking, energy pulses, and dimensional blades, his destructive power would rival that of fire and lightning element users, with unparalleled survival capabilities. Chen Luo promptly retrieved the 2 crystals he had recently acquired, clutching them tightly in his palm, beginning the absorption process. Though he could not visually perceive the crystals in his mind, he could sense their presence. After 5 minutes of total absorption, he felt the crystals in his mind grow slightly, approximately 1/5 larger. If he were to absorb around 20 more crystals, a minor transformation would occur, signifying his ascension from a level 1 to a level 2 supernatural being. Levels of supernatural abilities were categorized from 1 to 10, with an elite level above 10. In his previous life, both the King of Law and Ling Yanji had reached the pinnacle of elite status. After absorbing the King of Law's crystals, Chen Luo had ascended to another tier. But what good was it? Without food, drink, or entertainment, and with no companionship, life seemed devoid of meaning. It might be better to simply perish. Chen Luo had grasped the power of his abilities. Yet the newly awakened King of Law was still unaccustomed to his internal strength and could not yet control it. Chen Luo instructed, "Try to concentrate your power in your throat, build up some energy, and then project it in the direction you wish." Chen Luo had expected the King of Law to take considerable time to adjust his new powers, but to his surprise, the next moment, upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the King of Law attempted it and unleashed a bolt of purple lightning from his mouth, targeting the LCD television on the opposite wall. The screen shattered into a million pieces. Chen Luo was overjoyed. What a remarkable dog indeed. Let us go to the cold storage and gather supplies. Chen Luo's stockpiled meats were housed in one of the 2 largest cold storages in the city, with a capacity of 100,000 tons, not solely containing his provisions. Upon opening the iron door and driving past, the wheels of the vehicle rolled over the body of a female zombie as Chen Luo and the King of Law drove away. This was also a villa district, with a total of 100 villas, housing only a few hundred residents. At this moment, the majority of homeowners were absent from the area. Most zombies were temporarily locked inside their homes, unable to escape, leaving only a scant few visible. Occasionally encountering a zombie, Chen Luo did not linger, barreling through with determination. There was no urgency to ascend to level 2, his power had not significantly increased, and he was far from as effective as an electric baton. In this apocalyptic world, the only thing in abundance was zombies. As he approached the exit, Chen Luo noticed a boutique supermarket spanning over 200 square meters and hesitated briefly before stopping. One must not leave empty-handed, he thought mischievously. The supermarket was sizable, brimming with supplies, and it was worth taking a few minutes to clear it out. Peering through the car window, he spotted several zombies within the supermarket. It was not just 1 or 2 zombies. The store had several employees and customers. Chen Luo, equipped with an electric baton, felt confident, yet acknowledged the slight risk of injury. Given Chen Luo's survivalist nature, he pondered whether such a risk was worth taking. After all, what was the purpose of the expensive armor he had purchased? He promptly donned the armor, though it was a bit cumbersome. It provided a sense of security. Satisfied, he regarded himself, feeling assured. With the king of law at his side, he strode boldly toward the supermarket. Feel free to attack if you can, but be cautious, avoid direct confrontations and utilize agile movements to evade them, he instructed the king of law. Though he did not require the king of law's assistance, he sought to train him. Remarkably, the king of law nodded in response, much like a human. As Chen Luo approached the supermarket, he beheld 4 zombies gnawing on 2 individuals who were, unsurprisingly, beyond saving. Barely any remnants of their bodies remained, blood pooling around them. Once satiated, the zombies would inevitably turn their attention to any nearby survivors. In unison, the 4 zombies lunged toward Chen Luo. Chen Luo retrieved 2 electric batons, wielding one in each hand, as 2 zombies collapsed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the 2 zombies behind them were startled by a sudden shout from the Mage King, who unleashed a bolt of lightning that veered off course, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. Mage King, draw their attention away. This was entirely unnecessary. It was merely Chen Luo's way of acclimating to the Mage King's abilities. Upon hearing this, the Mage King promptly began to jog, enticing the zombies. Their speed was notably sluggish, far slower than an ordinary human, let alone the swift Mage King. Although he could easily evade the 2 zombies, he steadfastly drew their ire, allowing Chen Luo to escape. Simultaneously, the Mage King focused on gathering lightning to strike the zombies. Chen Luo strode directly into the supermarket, disregarding the horrifying corpses strewn across the floor. His attention was immediately captured by the rows of premium cigarettes and liquor at the checkout counter. The lowest grade of cigarettes was priced at 31 per pack, utterly devoid of any cheap brands. His fingers glided over the items and soon, they all resided within his ability space. He then moved to the fruit section, clearing out high-end apples, oranges, bananas, grapes, and melons. He did not overlook the snack, beverage, or grain sections either. Within mere minutes, the shelves stood nearly empty. A loud roar echoed, leading Chen Luo to the storage area of the supermarket. There, he found a zombie resembling the store manager trapped inside. An office desk indicated it was once his domain. With ease, Chen Luo electrocuted the creature, not bothering to inspect the contents of the numerous boxes stacked around him, indiscriminately stuffing them into his ability space. After all, the space was vast, allowing for such indulgence. He extracted the crystal from the store manager zombie and ventured outside to collect the crystals from the 2 previously electrocuted zombies. The Mage King, having led the 2 zombies away, managed to electrocute one, leaving only the last one. It was not that the Mage King lacked the desire to kill, rather. Having just awakened his powers, he was now devoid of magic and unable to summon lightning. Feeling somewhat dejected, he wondered why his master could effortlessly dispatch the zombies while he could not. Chen Luo affectionately patted the dog's head. You have already proven yourself invaluable. Give it some time, and you'll shine the brightest. The Mage King's eyes sparkled with hope. Even without absorbing crystals, his powers would gradually grow, albeit at a much slower pace. The Mage King's antics inadvertently attracted 2 security guard zombies, which Chen Luo swiftly eliminated. With 6 zombie crystals in hand, he drove out of the villa district. Rather than heading onto the main road, Chen Luo opted for a more obscure route to reach the cold storage facility. Occasionally, zombies would notice him, but with their sluggish pace, they could only trail behind, consuming his exhaust fumes. He also witnessed drivers suddenly transforming into zombies, causing their vehicles to crash recklessly. Within minutes of the apocalypse's outbreak, the global population had plummeted by 80%, and every semblance of order and production had ground to a halt. The traffic lights, still operational, served only to highlight the madness of those who continued to wait for a green light. Chen Luo barreled through the red light. Behind him, a speeding white sedan matched his pace, and a young man leaned out of the window, anxiously inquiring, Hey, do you know what's happening? I can't get through on the emergency line. Chen Luo kept his gaze fixed ahead, responding calmly, Clearly, the apocalypse has begun. He accelerated, leaving the young man behind. Unwilling to concede, the youth shouted, Hey, let us stick together, it's safer that way. Chen Luo's voice, tinged with indifference, replied, Not necessary. Chapter 11. Is the Mage King at fault? A wolf would never collaborate with a sheep. Chen Luo intended to gather a few subordinates, but only the elite would suffice. Ordinary survivors, while somewhat useful in the present stage of compliant, would inevitably become mere fodder in a few years. Yet, how many resources would that consume? At least 100 pounds of pork. Chen Luo had ample resources, yet they were not infinite. He could not be blamed for his coldness. The world itself was far colder. Moreover, Chen Luo needed to collect supplies, and having someone else around would complicate matters, potentially exposing the secrets of his ability space. If he were unprepared, having a disposable ally could be beneficial, such as using them to attract zombies. But it was truly unnecessary. As he turned onto a narrow road and drove a few dozen meters, Chen Luo frowned. Up ahead, roadwork had claimed half the lane, allowing only one vehicle to pass. However, an out-of-control van had collided with the construction barriers, blocking the way entirely. A quick glance revealed over 20 zombies, most clad in work uniforms. This was the only route leading to the cold storage, and rerouting would consume too much time. Chen Luo exited the vehicle, realizing he had no choice but to deal with them. The Mage King also disembarked, and Chen Luo instructed, "Just keep yourself safe." With no living souls around, Chen Luo's sudden appearance drew the zombies toward him like dogs to a feast. Unfazed, he smiled nonchalantly and produced the 2 electric batons, one in each hand. The crackling of electricity echoed as 2 zombies collapsed. Yet, Chen Luo found himself encircled by the remaining zombies. He remained unperturbed. As 4 or 5 zombies lunged toward him simultaneously, the batons could only incapacitate 2 at a time. Encased in cumbersome armor, Chen Luo found it challenging to evade their attacks. Nevertheless, clad in metallic armor and a sturdy helmet, he was well protected. The alloy armor was far beyond the capability of the current zombies to breach. The zombies clawed and bit at him, but their efforts were futile. The claws scraped against the armor, producing a cacophonous sound, leaving only faint marks without posing any threat. The zombies attempting to bite fared even worse. Although their teeth had sharpened slightly and their biting force had significantly increased, they remained unable to penetrate the armor. The more ferociously they bit, the more damage they incurred. Suddenly, a pair of bloodied teeth flew into the air, dislodged by their own powerful bites. Chen Luo chuckled, "In the apocalypse, no one will fix your teeth for you. Perhaps it's best you stop biting. Without your teeth, you'll be reduced to licking." Thanks to the protection of his armor, the zombies could not harm Chen Luo. However, mere armor was insufficient. Otherwise, harming the zombies would also prove difficult. One zombie, unlike the others, did not succumb to the usual stunning effect of the electric shock and remained quite vigorous, gripping the baton tightly. It was evident that the baton had little charge left. With a high voltage but short duration, Chen Luo had already dispatched 7 or 8 zombies with it. "If you want it, you can have it," he said, loosening his grip and retrieving another baton from his ability space. He had prepared a total of 50. Easily dispatching all the remaining zombies and collecting the depleted batons, Chen Luo retrieved their crystals. Approaching the van, he noted the shattered windows, with no one inside, yet the keys remained on the dashboard. It seemed the driver had suddenly turned into a zombie, trapped in the vehicle, and had resorted to breaking the windows in a futile attempt to escape. Chen Luo moved the van aside and resumed his journey. This time, he encountered no further obstacles and arrived at the vicinity of the cold storage. Not rushing to enter, Chen Luo prepared a heavy-duty truck nearby. Beneath the expansive terrain, this heavy-duty truck proved to be a formidable artifact, more powerful than any armored suit or electric baton. In the parking space, Chen Luo discovered the massive truck he had prepared, a sly grin spreading across his face as he retrieved the keys and unlocked the door, ushering the Law King inside. The truck's door stood over a meter from the ground, necessitating the use of a step for easier access. The sensation of driving this behemoth was incomparable to that of a compact car. The robust steering wheel and towering chassis instilled a profound sense of security. Abandoning the sedan, Chen Luo awkwardly maneuvered the truck toward the cold storage facility, where the electronic gates were firmly shut. Unfazed, he pressed the accelerator, colliding with the gate at full speed. Were it a small car, the impact might have resulted in a crumpled frame, but against this heavy-duty truck, the electronic gate was obliterated, allowing the vehicle to surge into the cold storage area without hindrance. Chen Luo's mouth fell agape. The thrill of such destruction was exhilarating. This cold storage was expansive, bustling with personnel during working hours, and thus teeming with zombies no fewer than 100. Electric batons were effective, but they consumed considerable power. The thunderous roar of the truck, coupled with the cacophony of shattering electronic gates, immediately drew a multitude of zombies, converging toward Chen Luo. With a slight smile, he accelerated towards them. Few could survive a collision with a truck moving at full throttle. The oblivious zombies, unaware of the concept of evasion, attempted to halt the truck with their bare hands. Was it not sheer madness? 2 zombies were sent flying 3 meters into the air, only to land lifelessly upon impact. This was far more satisfying than wielding an electric baton. As more and more zombies approached, they posed no threat whatsoever. Some were knocked down but not completely dispatched, prompting Chen Luo to run over them once more, as if to say, "You will not escape death." Chen Luo careened through the cold storage, reveling in the chaos. The Law King beside him was equally exhilarated. The foolish zombies continued to present themselves, one after another. After a mere 10 minutes, even when Chen Luo deliberately made noise, no additional zombies emerged. Upon disembarking, he refrained from immediately entering the cold storage to collect supplies. Instead, he gathered the crystals from the zombies' brains while surveying the surroundings for any survivors. After creating such a commotion, any survivors nearby would surely have taken notice. In an environment like this, during the outbreak of the apocalypse, survivors would either have escaped the zombies with haste and fled outside or found refuge in a sturdy room. Ideally, there would be none. If there were, Chen Luo had no intention of escorting any survivors away. What right did they have, being strangers? All useful resources within the cold storage were to be collected. Should supplies mysteriously vanish without witnesses, would he not be suspected? The fact that Chen Luo possessed a wealth of supplies must remain a secret. He had to be ruthless. While he would not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, anyone who posed a threat would be dealt with accordingly. In this post-apocalyptic world, notions of right and wrong had dissolved. It was a struggle against zombies, monsters, and also against fellow survivors, all vying for limited resources in a life-or-death contest. Just as Chen Luo had fought for a single sausage, was it wrong to seek sustenance? Was it wrong for others to do the same? Was it wrong for the Law King? Chapter 12. A fortuitous encounter. Atop the cold storage building, 3 survivors cautiously observed Chen Luo. They were employees of the facility, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men, Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang, were robust workers in their 30s, while the woman, Zhang Meng, was a delicate accountant in her 20s. When the apocalypse erupted, Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang, having no tasks at hand, sat idly by the cold storage, somewhat distanced from others. Upon witnessing the zombies, they were nearly paralyzed with fear and, lacking the courage to break through the blockade, rushed inside the cold storage, ascending the stairs to the rooftop, where they sealed the entrance. Zhang Ming, however, had the fortune of being away from the office at that time. Upon discovering the chaos, she screamed and fled, fortuitously encountering Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang as they made their way to the rooftop. The zombies, unable to reach the 3 on the roof, were left to swarm below. Whereupon Chen Luo arrived and began to charge at them. They witnessed Chen Luo's truck crushing the zombies. Zhang Meng exclaimed with excitement, "Let us have him take us away." Tong Yuanhang chimed in, "This truck has a compartment. Even just the cab can accommodate 5 or 6 people. I'm anxious about my wife. I need to get home. And this vehicle is our best chance." They had all seen the truck annihilate hundreds of zombies. Gu Tao, shaking his head while smoking, replied, "In an open area like this, where there are so many cars in the city, we'll still be stuck waiting to die if we get caught in traffic." Zhang Meng, worried, added, "When the outbreak first happened, the internet was still functioning. I checked online and many users reported sightings of zombies. Is the entire world really like this now?" Tong Yuanhang insisted, "Regardless, I must go home. This truck is far superior to any vehicle we have at the cold storage." Zhang Ming agreed. However, Gu Tao had a different perspective. "Why would he help you? This driver seems ruthless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done what he just did." "Yuanhang, do you think he would take the risk of escorting you home?" "I suspect he knows about our supplies and plans to take what he can before leaving without a second thought." Yuanhang fell silent, realizing that if he were the driver, he wouldn't agree to help strangers either. Gu Tao spoke forcefully, "If this truck is in someone else's hands, it's better in ours. We should seize it. Even without the apocalypse, we're in an emergency situation. This isn't robbery, and we want to kill him. Just control him." Zhang Meng suddenly exclaimed, "Look. He seems to be wearing armor." Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang immediately turned to look, astonished, exclaiming their admiration. While the truck was powerful, disembarking would be dangerous. However, with armor, the situation was different. Gu Tao's resolve to seize Chen Luo's truck intensified. What do you both think? Tong Yuanhang quickly responded, yes, let us take it. This guy is clearly here to steal supplies from the cold storage. We cannot allow that. Zhang Ming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. It was better for the truck to be in her colleague's hands than in those of a stranger. At least they would be more familiar and likely to assist her. Seeing both agree, Gu Tao grinned. Zhang Ming, use your charm to draw his attention. Yuanhang, you and I will take him down. Zhang Ming felt a flush of pride. In a rugged environment like the cold storage, she was indeed the beauty. After hearing such flattery, some might even believe it. The three descended from the rooftop, heading straight for Chen Luo. Zhang Ming endeavored to speak sweetly. Hello, thank you for saving us. Tong Yuanhang and Gu Tao also attempted to present warm, grateful smiles. Previously, in the dim light on the rooftop, Chen Luo had not truly noticed them. Squinting, he pondered whether they would request him to take them away next. Would they resort to violence if he refused? Chen Luo did not rush to take action, instead inquiring, is it just the three of you? Zhang Ming's expression darkened instantly as he nodded. Yes, only the three of us survived. A sudden sense of vigilance crept into Chen Luo's mind. For Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang began to encroach upon him from either side. Among strangers, an instinctive distance of approximately 3 meters is typically maintained. Only those familiar with one another dare to close the gap to within 1 meter. Without hesitation, Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang pressed their hands firmly upon Chen Luo's shoulders. They were exuding confidence, for their years of laborious work had endowed them with strength far surpassing that of the average person. The armor they donned provided robust defense. Effective only against the undead, had they not been cautious, either of them could have easily subdued Chen Luo, even in his armored state. A cold smile flickered within Chen Luo. How audacious of them to strike first when I had yet to make a move. Just moments ago, they expressed gratitude for my rescue, and now they turn against me? Were Chen Luo an ordinary individual unprepared for such treachery, he would have undoubtedly met a grim fate. The harshness of this environment magnifies the darker aspects of human nature infinitely. Kindness, in this apocalypse, is the most worthless and perilous trait of all. With Gu Tao firmly gripping his shoulder, he couldn't suppress a sense of triumph. Brother, don't resist. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. At that moment, the Law King, who had been searching separately alongside Chen Luo, returned. Upon witnessing the scene, a fierce expression manifested upon the canine's face. Gu Tao and his companions were taken aback. There was a dog? The dim light rendered it difficult for them to discern. However, they paid it little mind, as the Law King appeared neither formidable nor threatening. Before the Law King could intervene, Chen Luo suddenly produced 2 electric batons, directing them towards Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang. The undead posed no risk of revealing Chen Luo's secret ability to summon objects at will. The efficacy of the electric batons had been previously validated. The 2 men shrieked in agony, their bodies convulsing violently as they involuntarily released their hold on Chen Luo. Zhang Ming, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, watched Chen Luo approach with the batons and screamed in terror, "Don't kill me. What is the matter? Is your face too large?" As Zhang Ming attempted to flee, the armored Chen Luo found it quite challenging to pursue at such a perilous moment. No matter, the Law King swiftly caught up and delivered a brutal charge from behind, sending Zhang Ming sprawling. Chen Luo advanced to deliver the final blow. Gazing upon the 3 lifeless bodies, Chen Luo suddenly burst into laughter. Thus, it seems that sometimes one must strike first. Waiting for others to make a move before retaliating may prove too late. Chen Luo climbed into the truck and maneuvered it closer to the cold storage, then reversed, deliberately passing over the 3 soft corpses. No ulterior motives, merely a coincidental passage. Chapter 13. Garlic You Fierce. After disembarking, Chen Luo prepared to commence the collection of supplies. The Law King stood guard outside the cold storage, ready to alert Chen Luo should anyone approach. He first opened his own storage of frozen meat, gathering every morsel he had hoarded. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been unable to visit as he hadn't settled the final payment, a staggering 200 million, a sum no one would trust lightly. The disappearance of supplies would undoubtedly attract attention. Now that he had safely secured the meat, Chen Luo felt a significant sense of relief. He would no longer concern himself with whether others had enough to eat. At least he and Su Daju would have an abundance of meat. This was just the beginning. He intended to take every useful resource from the cold storage. Chen Luo opened the door to the second cold storage. The sight within made his lips twitch. A warehouse brimming with garlic, the quantity unknown but surely in tons. What on earth would I do with so much garlic? Garlic, you fierce. Well. Garlic is also a common seasoning. With more people around, daily consumption would be substantial, required for stir-fries and cooking. Let us take it all. Moving on to the next warehouse. Good heavens. Ginger, you military. A whole warehouse filled with ginger. No wonder there's a saying about garlic. It seems you merchants have been stirring up quite the fuss. The following warehouse brought Chen Luo some delight. An abundance of fresh pig trotters and assorted offal, including hearts, lungs, and livers. This was somewhat acceptable. Chen Luo had been stockpiling pork, and this served as a welcome supplement. In the next warehouse, Chen Luo found frozen chicken feet, wings, and legs. He noticed quite a few duck heads as well and hesitated. I don't eat duck heads. Oh well, can't miss out on an opportunity. Whole chickens and ducks were plentiful too. As he opened the next warehouse, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Boxes of frozen shrimp were stacked high. This warehouse seemingly dedicated to seafood. Various fish and other marine delicacies awaited. Chen Luo casually opened a box, revealing it packed to the brim with mantis shrimp. This delicacy is delightful when simply boiled. Chen Luo couldn't help but beam as he collected them all. Mantis shrimp, let us go. To Chen Luo's surprise, this place also stored a considerable amount of tea leaves. Although he rarely indulged in tea himself, he decided to take it all. Even more astonishingly, there were numerous ice creams and frozen desserts. A wealth of fruits and vegetables was also present, all of which he collected. Chen Luo estimated he had gathered over 60,000 tons of goods. The well-stocked cold storage was a true delight. After spending half a day transferring all the supplies into his spatial abilities, he felt no regret. The sheer volume had been daunting. With satisfaction, Chen Luo returned, driving a heavy truck. As for the car he had arrived in, he discarded it. There were plenty of cars in the city, but the meticulously chosen heavy truck was a rare find. Humming a cheerful tune, Chen Luo prepared to return home, eager to check on Su Daju before planning a trip to the grain storage. The cold storage and grain storage were over 100 kilometers apart. Certainly not a short distance. If the route was convenient, he would head straight there. On the road, during the first half day of the apocalypse, no zombies had posed a threat to Chen Luo. He drove down a small road where he encountered no undead. A yellow-haired individual, hiding behind a tree, saw the heavy truck approaching and his face lit up. Although the spot offered temporary refuge from zombies, one could not remain there indefinitely. What would he eat or drink? If only this truck could take him away. Gripping a makeshift wooden weapon, the yellow-haired man dashed into the middle of the road and shouted, "Master, please help me. Give me a ride." Chen Luo remained expressionless. Stopping was out of the question. Except for Su Daju. He would not take anyone in during the first month of the apocalypse. In this time frame, only the boldest survivors could secure relatively easy-to-find supplies. They had yet to experience true despair or taste the bitterness of hunger. While he could eat his fill, the yellow-haired man was merely asking to join him. Would it be more effective to offer him a loaf of bread after he had endured starvation? The contrast was stark. Moreover, enduring hunger would make one more amenable to guidance. Even the rice grains he coveted would first need to taste the pangs of hunger. Chen Luo was in no rush. What right did this yellow-haired man have to demand a ride? What if he swung that stick at me when I let him aboard? Chen Luo maintained his speed without hesitation. If you dare block the road, I will truly run you over. The heavy truck showed no signs of slowing, leaving the yellow-haired man stunned. Even if he wasn't going to help, couldn't the driver at least stop and say a word? This truck seemed intent on running him down. What was the meaning of that? People nowadays really lack any sense of civic duty. As the heavy truck approached a mere dozen meters away, the blonde-haired youth hastily cleared the path. Just as the truck was about to pass by, he furiously shouted, "Damn it, you better watch out. If I get the chance, I will make you pay." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's expression darkened, and he halted the vehicle. There was no doubt about the youth's words. If he ever had the opportunity and capability in the future, revenge would surely follow. "I have a favor to ask of you, and you must assist me. Failing to do so will only breed resentment. That is human nature. For instance, borrowing money. In ordinary circumstances, such resentment might manifest as whispers behind one's back or petty acts of sabotage. In the post-apocalyptic world, however, it could lead to death." Chen Luo had no intention of engaging with the blonde youth, but he could not let him go. The same principle applied. "You have threatened me," albeit in a trivial manner that can almost be overlooked. Chen Luo turned to the Dog King and inquired, "Did you hear what he said?" "He mentioned wanting to eat dog meat." The Dog King paused. While he could not comprehend all human speech, he was certain that the term dog meat had not crossed the youth's lips. Seeing Chen Luo stop the truck, the blonde youth brandished a wooden stick and approached menacingly. As the door swung open, the Dog King leapt from the vehicle, glaring fiercely at the blonde youth. Regardless of whether or not he truly desired dog meat, the master has decreed your demise, and thus you must meet your end. The sight of a dog jumping down momentarily stunned the blonde youth, yet he remained unfazed, sneering. Watch my dog-bashing technique. He raised the wooden stick, ready to strike the Dog King. A look of disdain flashed in the Dog King's eyes. Do you truly believe I would engage you in hand-to-hand combat? After more than half a day, the energy expended by the Dog King in the morning had fully replenished. He unleashed a purple arc of lightning towards the blonde youth. Caught off guard, the blonde youth was struck, his hair standing on end. Even with the recently acquired lightning ability, it retained considerable lethality against ordinary humans and lower-level zombies. The blonde youth collapsed to the ground. Chen Luo calmly instructed, "Finish him off, but refrain from using your lightning powers." Chen Luo had allowed the Dog King to take action partly to hone his skills. The encounters they faced now were mere trifles, yet tougher battles awaited them in the future. Practicing now would prevent him from becoming flustered later. The powers of the supernatural were limited. Using them for a finishing blow was an unwise choice. Previously, the Dog King had only slain zombies and had never taken the life of a survivor. Zhang Ming had merely been knocked down by him. Although the Dog King was indeed a dog, such experiences were nonetheless essential. The Dog King hesitated momentarily, but under Chen Luo's watchful gaze, he sank his sharp teeth into the blonde youth's throat. Chapter 14, Green Tea. As they neared the city center, the number of zombies multiplied. The sudden loss of control had caused vehicles to collide haphazardly on the road. The streets of the capital were overwhelmingly congested. It had reached a point where odd-even traffic restrictions were necessary. In the bustling areas, the roads were completely blocked, with hundreds of vehicles colliding in succession. Unless the obstructing vehicles were removed, not even Chen Luo's heavy truck, let alone a tank, could hope to pass through. Fortunately, the villa district where Chen Luo's residence was located was relatively tranquil, surrounded by mountains and water, with few people and vehicles. He deliberately chose less traveled routes, even if it meant taking a longer detour and spending extra time. When he occasionally encountered 2 or 3 cars blocking the way, he simply accelerated and crashed through. The smaller vehicles were sent flying. After a tumultuous journey, he finally returned to the vicinity of his home. Chen Luo let out a sigh of relief. It had not been easy. Surveying his surroundings, he prepared to park the heavy truck by the roadside instead of driving into the villa district. While the truck was formidable, it had its drawbacks. It lacked agility, and there were roads that smaller vehicles could navigate but it could not, making turns particularly inconvenient. The roads within the villa district were narrow, insufficient to accommodate the heavy truck. Forcing it in would be manageable, but extracting it later would prove exceedingly challenging. To speak of Chen Luo's reversing skills would be to say too much. Dog King, disembark and lure the zombies away, then wait for me inside the villa district, he instructed, gesturing towards the direction of the villas. The Dog King understood and leaped from the vehicle, barking loudly. Over 20 zombies attracted by the heavy truck immediately shifted their attention to the Dog King. Naturally quick, dogs are not easily outrun by any juvenile companion, right? The Dog King, having awakened his supernatural abilities, had greatly increased his speed. With his newfound strength, the Dog King was capable of moving with lightning speed. Not only was he fast, but also agile. It was a simple task to lead the sluggish zombies astray. As the Dog King's barks faded into the distance, Chen Luo smiled. Even if the Dog King's talents were not exceptional, he was an excellent companion. At the very least, he would not betray him. Chen Luo could easily dispatch these zombies, yet he preferred to let the Dog King divert their attention. Not for any other reason, but to have the zombies guard the truck. Without zombies around, someone might approach the heavy truck, even if they couldn't drive it away. They could cause damage. Such free labor should not be wasted. Approaching the entrance of the villa district, Chen Luo noticed 2 security guard zombies, but breathed a sigh of relief upon not spotting Su Dazhu. Chen Luo genuinely feared the occurrence of a butterfly effect, where the world altered and Su Dazhu might have turned into a zombie, then he would be at a loss. He drew out his electric baton and effortlessly dealt with the few zombies he encountered, then began searching for Su Dazhu. Chen Luo recalled that when the apocalypse first erupted, Su Daju had fled into the interior of the villa district, scaling the wall to hide in a villa. At that time, the two had not collaborated, but later, due to a lack of food, they had coincidentally crossed paths while seeking supplies in the supermarket within the villa district and subsequently teamed up. Chen Luo could hardly bear the thought of waiting over a month to reunite with Su Daju. Brother, I've missed you terribly. He also felt sorry for Su Daju, who had endured hunger for over a month. Whatever I eat, you should also eat. Furthermore, Su Daju had initially been unaware of the existence of crystals, causing him to miss the early development opportunities which Chen Luo needed to compensate for. However, Chen Luo could not recall which villa Su Daju had taken refuge in, only that it was in the peripheral area. This posed no challenge for Chen Luo. He was willing to employ tactics that others would shy away from. Just then, the Dog King returned, licking his face with a proud expression. Chen Luo chuckled and patted his head. Holding the electric baton, he called out loudly, Su Daju, where are you? The zombies had poor vision but possessed exceptionally acute hearing and smell. Shouting would surely attract them. Yet, was Chen Luo afraid of that? Inside one of the villas, Su Daju was hiding with a quiet girl, and upon hearing Chen Luo's voice nearby, he could not help but complain, is this guy insane? Doesn't he fear drawing the zombies here? If he gets himself killed, that's one thing, but please don't get us killed too. However, Su Daju could not resist standing up. It's Brother Chen. Could someone with Brother Chen's intelligence truly overlook the dangers of such an approach? Yet, he was using this method to search for him. Their friendship had not reached such a level, but Su Daju was nonetheless touched. He approached the window and, sure enough, saw Chen Luo. The quiet girl also came over. Just then, a zombie was drawn over and Chen Luo calmly electrocuted it. This scene was witnessed by Su Daju and the quiet girl. The quiet girl was not the owner of the villa but had fled in with Su Daju when the apocalypse broke out. She was astonished. The electric baton was so powerful that having it for self-defense would alleviate the fear of encountering zombies. No wonder this person was so bold. Su Daju called out, Brother Chen, I'm over here. Chen Luo spotted Su Daju, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. His good brother was indeed doing well. However, upon seeing the delicate and poised girl, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Damn it, how could he have forgotten that scheming vixen, Chen Jing? In his previous life, he and Su Daju had been severely burdened by her antics. Chen Jing was quite cunning. Fearing the risks of tap water and its potential to turn her into a zombie, she used Su Daju as her unwitting test subject. Daju, have some tea, she would say, catching him off guard. After teaming up with Su Daju, Chen Jing would flatter him. Daju, I always feel so secure by your side. Meanwhile, she would turn to Chen Luo and, with a seemingly innocent demeanor, declare, Chen Gu, I can't explain it, but I felt an affinity for you the moment I laid eyes on you. When food was distributed, Chen Jing would invariably hide part of her share, feigning hunger and distress and pretending to be on the verge of fainting from starvation. When Su Daju generously offered her some of his food, she would shed tears of gratitude, all while she had a backpack full of provisions. Her tea-making skills were unparalleled, leaving Su Daju utterly captivated. Recalling all this, Chen Luo seethed with anger, wishing he could slap Chen Jing into oblivion right then and there. Yet, he knew he couldn't act rashly. If he eliminated her before she brewed her tea, Su Daju would surely misunderstand, leading to a rift between them. Perhaps it was better to use Chen Jing to teach Su Daju the treachery of human nature. A swift slap wouldn't truly satisfy him. He would find a more fitting way to deal with her. Come with me, Daju, to my home. It would be good for us to look out for each other, Chen Luo suggested. Su Daju nodded eagerly. Indeed, having another man around provided a sense of security. And he felt a premonition that following Chen Gu would not lead him astray. Just that morning, Chen Gu had warned him, and now trouble had truly arisen. Chen Jing agreed, believing that being with Chen Gu, who wielded an electric baton, ensured her safety. Chapter 15. The Law King as Spread. Brother Chen. My name is Chen Jing. We're actually from the same family. Perhaps we were even kin 500 years ago. In a world that judged by appearance, the unattractive might possess tea-making skills, yet others would still be reluctant to partake. This Chen Jing had a refined presence and was quite pleasant to the eye, barely reaching the level of class beauty. Chen Luo interjected, let us not dwell on that. We must hurry. Encountering zombies is always troublesome. Chen Jing was calculating in her mind, determined to enhance her rapport with Chen Luo. With two men to protect her, she could maximize her chances of awaiting national rescue. In the early days of the apocalypse, most harbored illusions, believing the disaster to be temporary, yet despair deepened with each passing moment. Along the way, Chen Luo encountered 2 zombies, dispatching them effortlessly with his electric baton, which thrilled Chen Jing. The more powerful the baton, the more secure she felt. Upon entering his home, Chen Jing was astonished by the layout and decor of Chen Luo's residence. The villa's location, environment, and size were evidently far superior to the previous one they had inhabited. If she could wait for national rescue while securing Chen Luo, it would be a twofold victory. Moreover, Chen Luo was neither an old miser nor unattractive. He surpassed even the so-called young heartthrobs in charm. At that moment, Su Daju's stomach protested audibly. If the apocalypse stemmed from a virus, it could transform people into zombies or awaken latent abilities, enhancing physical attributes. Su Daju had undergone such transformation, with the virus proving beneficial to survivors, albeit at the cost of increased energy demands. Poor Su Daju had eaten little in the morning and, now close to evening, was starving. The previous villa had lacked any food, as its owner had been absent for an extended period. Chen Jing shyly glanced at Chen Luo. "Don't worry, I'll get some food," he said, heading towards the refrigerator. He left behind 3 slices of bread while transferring the rest into his abilities face. Dividing the bread into 2 portions, 1 slice for Chen Jing and 2 for Su Daju, an impish grin appeared on Chen Luo's face. "Just this for you? How generous of me," he thought. He summoned the Law King, rubbing one of the single slices against its rear. The Law King was utterly bewildered. Chen Luo chuckled. "A little extra seasoning for you." Approaching the 2, he feigned regret. "Alas, this is all I have at home. Please make do." Su Daju hesitated. "Chen Ge, you should keep it for yourself." "Oh, it's nothing. We can always find more in the supermarket later," Chen Luo replied dismissively. Turning to Chen Jing, he added, "You're a woman with a smaller appetite. It's only fair to give you 1 slice, don't you think?" Given Chen Jing's manipulative nature, she would never openly argue against such reasoning. Internally dissatisfied, Chen Jing acknowledged Chen Luo's point. Su Daju needed to be fed to have the strength to find food for her. Su Daju, truly ravenous, devoured the 2 slices in 3 bites, yet still seemed unsatisfied. Chen Jing, unwilling to be outdone, stuffed the entire slice into her mouth. Suddenly, her expression turned strange. The bread tasted off. The Law King looked at her in horror. How could she dare eat the bread that had touched his rear? Chen Luo maintained a smile, concealing his delight. The taste of the Law King's backside was a privilege. Noticing Su Daju occasionally rubbing his stomach, Chen Luo realized that while scheming against Chen Jing was satisfying, it also caused Su Daju to suffer. Given Su Daju's character, if he offered him something good to eat, he would undoubtedly share with Chen Jing before recognizing her true nature. There was no way he would give her the Law King's bread. Chen Luo felt a pang of regret at the mere thought. He needed to eliminate Chen Jing quickly, otherwise, many things would become inconvenient. Clapping his hands, the 3 settled onto the sofa. Chen Luo stated firmly, "We're out of food. We must procure some quickly while the supermarket near the community remains unvisited. We need to gather as much as we can." Su Daju replied, "Chen Ge, let us go now, I'll cover you. Don't worry about a thing as long as I'm alive, those zombies won't touch you." Chen Luo shook his head. "That plan won't do. This electric baton can only take down 4 zombies at most. I've seen the numbers over at the supermarket. There are far more than that. I have a better idea." He pointed to Chen Jing. "Sister, you're small and likely swift. Lead the zombies away while Daju and I grab supplies. We'll regroup at home." Chen Jing was taken aback. "You want me to lure the zombies?" With a hint of a whine, she said, "Chen Ge, I've been frail since childhood. I really can't run fast. Isn't this sending me to my doom?" Chen Luo chuckled. "Then I'll distract the zombies. And you and Daju can gather the supplies. That works, right?" Chen Jing was reluctant. It was too perilous. With a quivering voice, she protested, "Chen Ge, it's not that I don't want to help. I only had that slice of bread you gave me this morning. I'm afraid I won't have the strength and will just hold you back." Chen Luo, dissatisfied, retorted, "Then what can you do? You can't just sit back while Daju and I take the risks, allowing you to enjoy the fruits of our labor." Chen Jing had never anticipated that Chen Luo would show no chivalry or consideration. Shouldn't a man care for a woman? Yet, here he was, insisting she join in the dangerous endeavor. With a pitiful glance at Su Daju, she silently hoped he might speak up for her. Chen Luo did not afford her the opportunity to respond, clearing his throat. "I haven't had a sip of water since morning. My throat feels as though it is ablaze." It is indeed my fault for not stocking up on mineral water at home. As for tap water, I am uncertain of its purity. How about you, Qinjing? You could test it for me. If it proves safe, I shall forego the need for you to go. Qinjing was already incensed. Was this truly the role of a man? To use me as a test subject? The very reason she hesitated to drink was her concern over the potential contamination of the water. Su Daju had been lingering nearby. She dared not touch the Waha beverage in her bag, fearing that he might demand it from her. Why must I always be the one to do something? If I were capable, why would I need you at all? Qinjing murmured, I could assist you with laundry and attend to your needs, Qingo. Please do not make this difficult for me. Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of the Dog King, and she exclaimed with delight, Ah, we can have it test the tap water to see if it is safe for consumption. The Dog King stared at Qinjing in bewilderment. Although I am not human. You are indisputably a dog, it thought. You want me to be the experiment? How dare you? I could very well bite you. Enraged. The Dog King lunged at the backpack that Qinjing had been clinging to. Startled, Qinjing let out a shriek, clutching her bag tightly, causing its contents to spill forth, thus revealing her true nature. The Dog King barked at Chen Luo, who brightened at the sight. What treasures do you have? Let me have a look. Could Qinjing, a mere girl, truly contend with both a man and a dog? Chen Luo forcefully unzipped Qinjing's backpack. Good heavens! There is quite a bounty within. A large bag of beef jerky, 2 chocolate bars, a packet of chips, a dozen small jellies, and 2 bottles of Waha. In Chapter 16, Qinjing protested, Are you trying to deceive me? Many girls have a habit of carrying snacks with them, and Qinjing was no exception. Upon encountering the zombies, she realized a catastrophe had unfolded. Many disasters are protracted, and resources are paramount. Having food and drink could significantly extend one's survival time while awaiting rescue from the state. Though Su Daju had rescued her, she was unwilling to share her snacks with him. After hiding with Su Daju for most of the day, she was ravenous and had intended to find an excuse to evade him and secretly eat a little. However, uncertain of how long this calamity would persist, she thought it best to wait until she was truly desperate before indulging. Little did she anticipate that the Dog King and Chen Luo would expose the snacks hidden in her backpack. Previously, she had insisted that she carried nothing. Qinjing's mind went blank. The exposure of her secret was not the most pressing concern. Offending 2 men would render her future attempts at acquiring resources nearly impossible, especially since Chen Luo seemed to be targeting her with both intent and subtlety. Gazing at the bounty of snacks, Chen Luo chuckled. By heaven's honesty, I knew Qinjing would eventually hoard supplies, but I never imagined she would carry such a trove of snacks before the apocalypse. A glimpse of her true nature was laid bare. Now I am quite hungry. I shall not hold back. Chen Luo quickly inserted a straw into a bottle of Waha and drained it in a few gulps, simultaneously offering the beef jerky and chips to Su Daju. Daju, you must still be hungry. Take these. Once you're full, we can go gather supplies. This time, Su Daju did not hesitate to accept. Casting a displeased glance at Qinjing. Earlier that morning, he had risked his life to save her. It was he who had returned to help her climb into the villa, nearly falling prey to the zombies in the process. To think that despite having food, she would feign deprivation. Clearly, she had no intention of sharing with him. Su Daju was not naive. He did not harbor ill thoughts toward others without reason. Why should he continue to treat Qinjing with courtesy? Realizing the situation, Qinjing lunged forward, shrieking, Those are mine. Give them back. Chen Luo pushed her down. She fell to the ground, sobbing, You 2 men are bullying a mere girl. What sort of man are you? Chen Luo scoffed. Go ask the zombies if they care whether you are a man or a woman. Though a sliver of Qinjing's true self had been unveiled, it was insufficient for Su Daju to gain a profound understanding of human nature. A harsher lesson was needed for Qinjing. Soon, Chen Luo devised a plan. He consoled Qinjing, Why are you crying? We must eat well to gather strength for our search for supplies. This time, you need not accompany us. We shall consume your provisions, and upon our return, we will repay you double. Qinjing realized that regardless of the circumstances, she could not afford to antagonize Chen Luo and Su Daju. Such a course would only lead her to ruin, leaving her without recourse even in death. With tear-filled eyes, she confessed, I was in the wrong. I was once so terrified of hunger as a child. I know my character is flawed. I apologize. This was merely my instinctive reaction. She spun a tale of her childhood hardships, and Chen Luo could not help but admire her improvisational storytelling. He casually consumed a few jellies, giving the rest to Su Daju. Chen Jing watched in dismay as her carefully hoarded supplies were consumed. Chen Luo declared, Dazhu, let us rest for an hour before we venture to the supermarket at the entrance. Su Dazhu nodded. I shall follow your lead, Chen Ge. Feigning rest, Chen Luo summoned the Dog King. Dog King, go outside and lure some zombies over. About a dozen should suffice. Bring them here. The Dog King slowed his pace, ensuring that the less intelligent zombies would follow. In times of crisis, one's true character is often revealed. The Dog King looked at Chen Luo with confusion. He understood the need to attract zombies, but bringing them home was perplexing. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at him. Do not question it. You will understand upon your return. The Dog King complied. Chen Luo quietly descended the stairs, stealthily opening the door to the house, and retrieved 4 cloves of garlic from his spatial abilities, mincing them in the kitchen. Garlic, while ineffective against zombies, emits a pungent aroma that can attract them. Any being reeking of such a scent would find the lowly zombies swarming to devour him. Chen Luo prepared 2 bowls of garlic juice, placing them on the table. Dazhu, do not panic this time. I returned from outside and observed someone binding garlic to themselves. Zombies actually recoiled in fear. Chen Jing's eyes sparkled. Indeed, garlic had proven effective against zombies in films. Su Dazhu's expression also brightened. Chen Luo lamented, alas, we possess only this small quantity of garlic, scarcely enough for 2 people. Let us hope we can procure more at the supermarket. At that moment, a cacophony of zombie growls echoed in the distance. Clearly, the horde was substantial. Not merely 1 or 2. Chen Luo's countenance fell. The growls approached, growing louder and more ominous. Soon, it felt as though they were right beside them. The iron door rattled violently. Chen Jing paled. Wasn't the door locked? Upon realizing the implications, her face drained of color. The zombies have reached the 1st floor. Without hesitation, Chen Luo poured the garlic juice over himself and pointed to the other bowl, instructing Su Dazhu, Dazhu, quickly use this bowl of garlic. Su Dazhu, though feeling a growing aversion towards Chen Jing, hesitated. If he used it, wouldn't that condemn her to death? The horde of zombies was undeniably formidable, far beyond what they could handle. If Chen Jing had previously harbored suspicions regarding Chen Luo's intentions, she now wondered if this Chen Luo was indeed attempting to deceive her. However, witnessing Chen Luo pour garlic juice over himself dispelled her doubts. Surely, Chen Luo would not inflict harm upon himself? With only a bowl of garlic juice remaining, it signified that only 1 person could survive. Chen Jing, sharp-witted and quick to act, immediately poured the garlic juice intended for Su Dazhu over herself without hesitation. Chen Luo, despite having the ability to intervene, chose not to. Before the apocalypse, Chen Jing would never have even considered dousing herself in garlic, finding its pungent aroma unbearable. Now, she was anxious that the garlic juice on her body might not be sufficient. Su Dazhu paused, momentarily taken aback. Chen Luo chuckled, you see, Dazhu? In this post-apocalyptic world, one should be wary of being overly kind, for some individuals are anything but human. In her previous life, Chen Jing was not only adept at tea arts, but also possessed a ruthless heart. She had seized all the supplies while Su Dazhu and Chen Luo were injured, aligning herself with another powerful ally, nearly driving Chen Luo to exasperation. Chen Jing's expression shifted dramatically. You tricked me? Chapter 17. The Misfortunate King of Law. Chen Luo's reaction made Chen Jing realize she had once again fallen into a trap. But why? Chen Luo had poured garlic on himself as well. Chen Luo scoffed. Trick you? Did you not leap into this situation yourself? Was I the one who forced you to pour garlic on yourself? To be frank, you are doomed. Zombies are exceptionally sensitive to the scent of garlic. Chen Jing, in despair, exclaimed, is it wrong to simply want to survive? Chen Luo retorted coldly, not at all. But it is wrong to bully an honest person, especially when that person is my brother. By your logic, we all wish to live. Is it wrong to sacrifice you? Chen Jing's tea arts would only be effective against the naive. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic world, she would merely become a vessel for venting frustrations, receiving just enough energy daily to sustain her life. In her past life, Chen Jing believed she had latched onto a new benefactor. But it turned out to be the beginning of a nightmare. Not everyone is like Su Dazhu. As the zombies approached, Chen Luo, weary of further banter, donned armor from her spatial abilities with practiced ease. Chen Jing was on the brink of death. After all, corpses do not divulge secrets, and as for Su Dazhu, Chen Luo intended to reveal her awakened ability as that of space. The sight of Chen Luo's attire astonished both onlookers. Chen Jing finally understood the source of Chen Luo's audacity in pouring garlic on herself. Dazhu, find a room to hide. Your presence is merely a hindrance to me now. Chen Luo instructed. Su Dazhu complied, realizing that with such armor, zombies posed no threat to Chen Luo, and he was indeed a burden. Chen Jing also sought refuge in a room, her earlier despair replaced by a facade of flattery and ingratiation. Brother Chen, spare me this once, and I will comply with whatever you wish thereafter. Chen Luo replied with a chuckle, I wish for you to perish. Upon your death, I shall release you. As the zombies ascended the stairs, Chen Luo kicked Chen Jing, sending her into the throng of the undead. This time, Chen Jing was utterly shattered. What have I done to offend you, Chen? Why have you targeted me from the very beginning? Chen Luo, may you meet a terrible end. Chen Luo gazed coldly, indifferent. Her heart had long since turned to ice. None who had harmed her or her brother in the past could be spared. Chen Jing had lost her value. Had it not been to demonstrate the cruelty of human nature to Su Dazhu, eliminating Chen Jing would not have warranted such effort. To deal with you. I haven't even finished my dinner, she mused. One Chen Jing was clearly insufficient to sate the zombies, who lunged toward Chen Luo, only to be effortlessly electrocuted by her powers. Amidst the chaos and bloodshed, Chen Luo felt a deep sense of loss. My home, she lamented, tears unspilled. The home she had inhabited for over a decade had met a tragic fate today. Su Dazhu emerged, his expression a complex mixture as he regarded Chen Jing's remains. Chen Luo said little, instructing Su Dazhu to remove all the zombie corpses from the villa, otherwise it would no longer be fit for habitation. The two spent nearly half an hour transporting the bodies to the roadside, a temporary solution at best. Observing the bloodied scene, Chen Luo found herself disinclined to clean up. If only a little maid were available at such a moment. Ma, you would have been splendid, efficient, and capable, but Chen Luo was uncertain of her fate. Regardless of whether she lived or died, it would be prudent for the apocalypse to train her, ensuring a smoother encounter when she arrived. But who would clean this mess? Chen Luo was unwilling to do so and suggested Su Dazhu take on the task while she rested, feeling quite uncomfortable about it. Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the King of Law. You shall do it. Chen Luo gathered some rags and a bucket of water, instructing the King of Law on how to pour water and wring out the cloth. This heavy responsibility is entrusted to you, only upon completion may you eat. The King of Law felt perplexed, yet could not refuse Chen Luo's commands. You truly are a dog, Su Dazhu remarked. Brother Chen, shall we head to the supermarket for some supplies? With your armor and electric baton, it should be an effortless endeavor. Chen Luo, having exhausted herself throughout the day, found little interest in such efforts, dismissing the trifling items at the store. I have something far more delectable. Come, let us ascend and partake in some wine. Su Dazhu had only consumed 2 slices of bread and a few snacks. Even before awakening, that was insufficient sustenance for him. At the dining table, Chen Luo presented 8 dishes: large plate chicken, beer duck, sauerkraut fish, braised pork knuckle, dry-fried cauliflower, stir-fried eggs with green peppers, and home-style tofu. Chen Luo deliberately placed the large plate chicken before Su Dazhu, knowing his fondness for chicken. He also brought out 2 bottles of chilled beer and a large portion of rice, since Su Dazhu preferred to eat rice along with his dishes. The aromatic spread nearly caused Su Dazhu to drool, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is absurd. Did it just materialize? Su Dazhu gawked. Brother Chen, you? Chen Luo chuckled softly, explaining, Dazhu, have you noticed any changes within your body? Su Dazhu nodded. Earlier this morning, after a brief headache, I felt significantly stronger. The increase in strength was merely one of Su Dazhu's transformations. Unbeknownst to him, his vitality had also surged considerably. Once Su Dazhu leveled up further, even a common dagger would struggle to penetrate his flesh. Chen Luo elaborated, such changes had begun within me even before the apocalypse. If your transformation is strength-based, then mine is spatial. I suddenly discovered I could wield a modicum of spatial power, and sensing impending calamity, I began to stockpile resources. This statement held a kernel of truth. While it was not as outrageous as a rebirth, it was nonetheless valid. Not only for Su Dazhu, but if trustworthy confidants emerged in the future, Chen Luo would convey the same explanation. Su Dazhu nodded, half comprehending. Chen Luo smiled. I have a premonition that we shall become brothers. Now, let us not dwell on such matters. In this vast world, eating is paramount. As Su Dazhu gazed at the laden table, he swallowed hard. There's too much food. We want to finish it, Brother Chen. 2 or 3 dishes will suffice. Chen Luo boomed with exuberance. No worries. If we cannot finish, there's always the king of law. It hasn't he eaten yet either. The sovereign of the law. Engrossed in mopping the floor, paid no mind to the matter at hand. After all, even scraps of food seemed a luxury during times of wandering. Thank you, my master, he acknowledged. Yet, one must ponder, is it truly fitting for a dog to engage in such menial tasks? Chapter 18. The Sword of Void. Under ordinary circumstances, Chen Luo abstained from alcohol. However, to commemorate his genuine reunion with Su Dazhu, he felt compelled to indulge in a drink, just a couple of chilled beers. As he observed Su Dazhu relishing his meal, a flicker of guilt crossed Chen Luo's eyes. Those with supernatural abilities possessed a considerably larger appetite, particularly those endowed with physical powers, each one a voracious eater. Yet, how much sustenance was available to them? Initially, Chen Luo was oblivious to this reality, only to grasp it after interacting with other physically endowed individuals. The very thought of hunger sent chills down his spine. Su Dazhu often deferred to him regarding food, concealing the depths of his own discomfort from hunger. Chen Luo vowed that he would endure starvation himself rather than allow Su Dazhu to go hungry. Watching Su Dazhu eat with delight, Chen Luo radiated a paternal smile, akin to a father witnessing his child being well-fed, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With continual gestures from Chen Luo, they need not hold back. 8 dishes were insufficient to sate Su Dazhu's appetite, prompting Chen Luo to present a large platter of chicken, finally bringing Su Dazhu to a state of complete contentment. The joy of Su Dazhu's satiation brought Chen Luo more comfort than consuming a ginseng fruit himself. Rising, Chen Luo made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a barrel of purified water from his supernatural space to wash the acquired zombie crystals. He did not count them, but surely there were over 200. Upon returning, he noticed the sovereign of the law gazing at him with eager anticipation. Hadn't they agreed to let him have the leftovers? Yet, not a morsel remained, all devoured by this insatiable eater. Chen Luo chuckled as he presented a portion of braised pork to the sovereign. Unreservedly, he remarked, in a few days, there would be few souls across the globe who dined as well as this dog. For now, it was merely a matter of having some stored ingredients. Summoning Su Dazhu, Chen Luo handed him a handful of crystals. Dazhu, try to absorb the power of these crystals. It will rapidly enhance your strength. Su Dazhu inquired about their origin, to which Chen Luo grinned and explained they were excavated from the heads of zombies. A look of distaste crossed Su Dazhu's face. How rather unsavory. A thought crossed Su Dazhu's mind, leading him to ask curiously, Chen Ge, how did you know there was such a thing inside the zombie heads? Chen Luo replied, when you complained of a headache this morning, did it not seem as though something was forming within? I surmised it was a crystal growing there, and I wondered if zombies might possess them as well. Indeed, they did. Su Dazhu, in a moment of realization, praised, Chen Ge, you are truly clever. Chen Luo smiled gently, noting that such conclusions were merely a matter of having a sufficiently sharp and agile mind. It was hardly a secret. Even those who lacked insight could easily comprehend it after interacting with others. From now on, refrain from calling me Chen Ge, simply refer to me as Ge, he suggested warmly. The distinction between Ge and Chen Ge was, of course, significant. Despite Su Dazhu's towering stature, he was indeed 3 days Chen Luo's junior. With a goofy grin, Su Dazhu replied, all right, Ge. I've always wanted an older brother, having known each other for over a year. Chen Luo was different in Su Dazhu's eyes than the other arrogant owners who looked down upon him as a security guard. He was consistently gentle, polite, and never condescending. Such respect was hard not to inspire fondness in Su Dazhu. This was also why, in their past lives, their partnership formed so naturally after their initial encounter. Chen Luo allowed Su Dazhu to choose a room to focus on absorption, while he himself retreated to another room to begin his own absorption. After the sovereign of the law finished eating, Chen Luo tossed a handful of crystals toward him. Consume them one by one. If it becomes overwhelming, feel free to stop. The crystals could be held in the palm for absorption or ingested directly. The difference lay in the control. When held, one could choose whether or not to absorb them, whereas swallowing them posed the risk of being overwhelmed by energy, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Of course, such extreme outcomes were unlikely with the most basic crystals. Yet these had been extracted from zombie heads. Didn't that seem rather unsavory? For the sovereign, being a dog, it mattered little. Chen Luo reclined on his bed, clutching a crystal, and began to absorb its essence. The crystals harbored a certain power. Absorbing them would fortify him, particularly effective if they shared the same elemental affinity. For instance, crystals of the space type yielded the best results for Chen Luo. However, this power was not limitless. It depended on the individual's circumstances. Much like eating. While a competitive eater might consume 10 bowls of rice, others could manage only half a bowl. Those who could consume more naturally possessed superior aptitude, resulting in a more rapid enhancement of their strength. Estimating based on his experiences from his past life, Chen Luo surmised he could absorb the power of 8 crystals at once. This was substantial. Those with inferior aptitude might struggle to fully absorb even a single crystal upon awakening. Each crystal contained varying amounts of power, but the differences were not vast. Absorbing around 20 would likely elevate him to the strength of a level 2 supernatural being. As he continued absorbing, Chen Luo suddenly sat upright. Something felt amiss. Having absorbed 5 crystals, he sensed as if he had only taken a mere taste. Normally, 5 crystals should have left him feeling quite full. Yet he felt as though he had merely filled the gaps between his teeth. This was indeed a positive sign. The more power absorbed in one sitting, the swifter the growth in strength. With a mix of astonishment and delight, Chen Luo resumed his absorption. Upon reaching the 21st crystal, a sharp pain pierced his head. Though it was not as intense as the awakening pain from the morning, Chen Luo found it hard to believe. Had he truly reached level 2 on the very first day of the apocalypse? In his previous life, he had only attained such a level on the 14th day. Earlier that morning, he had managed to unleash 4 spatial orbs at once. Now, he could easily fire 15. With a slight increase in potency. In terms of dealing with zombies, there had been no qualitative change. He could still only dispatch 11 or 12 zombies at most, which did not surpass the efficiency of an electric baton. Ignoring this shift, Chen Luo persisted in absorbing the power of the crystals. After reaching level 2, the effectiveness of the most basic crystals diminished considerably for him, as their power lacked purity. Once he reached level 4, the lowest grade crystals would hold negligible value, serving only to hastily restore energy. Thus, some zombie crystals he would not bother to collect, merely having enough sufficed. It was only after absorbing 42 crystals that Chen Luo felt he had reached his limit. He could absorb no more. His ability to take in such a quantity was partially due to his newfound level. With the increase in rank, not only had his supernatural abilities improved, but his physical constitution had also received a slight enhancement. A king-level supernatural being's physical attributes were hardly inferior to those of a level 10 physical-type supernatural being. Weakness was merely relative. Sensing the newfound power within him, Chen Luo rose to his feet, curious whether he could now wield the Sword of Void. He began to concentrate all his energy into his palm, shaping it into the form of a sword. This sword was not formless or colorless. It materialized as a pale white, laser-like blade coalescing in Chen Luo's hand. Yet, within 5 seconds, he found himself drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the bed. The effort to wield such a power was exceedingly taxing. Chapter 19. The Swarm of Mice. In his previous life, at the pinnacle of the 9th level, Chen Luo mastered the art of void walking, and upon reaching the king level, he wielded the dimensional blade. However, it is not an absolute requirement to attain the 9th level to grasp void walking. Rather, it hinges upon one's comprehension abilities, as there are no NPC skill instructors to impart such techniques. Currently, as long as the energy within him is sufficient, Chen Luo could theoretically employ void walking even at the 1st level, although it is evident that at that stage, he would lack the requisite strength to sustain such a feat. He estimates that he would need to reach at least the 4th level to barely utilize void walking. And even then, it would only be for short distances, at most around 100 meters. A single use would completely deplete all of Chen Luo's extraordinary energy. The Void Sword, a power he came to command at the 7th level, condenses the forces of space into a tangible form. The Void Sword is extraordinarily sharp, rendering the phrase slicing through iron like mud inadequate. It can sever a target's body in twain without a single drop of blood spilling forth. There is no possibility of a counterattack, and healing proves futile unless aided by another formidable space-based extraordinary user. It serves as a lethal weapon for Chen Luo, perfect for assassination and ambush. At the height of his prowess, the void sword he conjured took on a substantial form, capable of lasting effortlessly for half an hour. Presently, however, it manifests only as a faint shadow, lasting less than 5 seconds. Exhausted, Chen Luo chuckled softly, unconcerned. The mere ability to use it is commendable. And against certain heavily fortified entities, it has already become a source of threat. Unable to continue absorbing crystals, Chen Luo, weary from a long day, soon succumbed to slumber. The Law King, not only tasked with labor but also with guarding the home, possesses keen senses of hearing and smell, making its vigilance more effective than any bodyguard. It can address troubles of its own accord and will notify Chen Luo of any insurmountable issues. With the Law King by his side, Chen Luo can sleep peacefully. Otherwise, he would find himself constantly on edge, wary of unwelcome visitors. The Law King lamented, "I feel I have borne far more than I ought to. This canine existence is fraught with fatigue." The following morning, Chen Luo inquired about the progress of crystal absorption from Su Dazhu and the Law King. Su Dazhu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, your method truly works. I feel my strength has significantly increased. I believe I have absorbed 7 crystals. 7 is indeed a commendable number." The Law King, on the other hand, barked 9 times in succession, indicating it had consumed 9 crystals. Chen Luo chuckled, relieved it wasn't T99, otherwise it would have barked that many times. "When I have subordinates, I might as well enroll you in 9 years of compulsory education." Su Dazhu, marveling at the Law King, noted, "This dog is truly extraordinary. I was too preoccupied yesterday to notice, but today I see it is no ordinary creature. However," he added, "you've consumed 9 crystals while I've only managed 7. What gives?" Today, they must head to the granary to collect all the rice and flour stored there. After some contemplation, Chen Luo decided to bring Su Dazhu along. It was clear that Su Dazhu's character did not lend itself to idleness, and having him accompany would provide both companionship and an opportunity for Su Dazhu to hone his combat skills. Chen Luo equipped Su Dazhu with the armor he had prepared for him, allowing him to familiarize himself with it, and bestowed upon him 2 electric batons. This set of armor was not heavy for someone with Su Dazhu's strength. It felt akin to an ordinary person donning winter clothing. After advancing to the 2nd level of extraordinary powers, Chen Luo found his own strength had noticeably increased, and wearing the armor felt considerably easier. Once all preparations were complete, they set off. Within the community, there were indeed other survivors, but aside from a few, most would not risk venturing out unless absolutely compelled. They remained indoors, assessing the situation. Upon exiting the community, Chen Luo surreptitiously pilfered supplies from the supermarket within his villa area. Arriving at the location where heavy trucks were parked, he smiled. The trucks remained unscathed, proving the efficacy of free guardianship. Upon encountering zombies, Su Dazhu, equipped with armor and electric batons, was eager to engage. However, Chen Luo interjected, "These are free laborers, let the Law King draw them away." The Law King expertly led the zombies astray with ease. Su Dazhu expressed some frustration, saying, "Why do I feel the Law King is more useful than I am?" Chen Luo chuckled and reassured him, "Do not compare yourself to a dog. There are things it can accomplish that I cannot, each has its strengths. It dares to eat excrement, would you?" Once the Law King was in the vehicle, Chen Luo did not head directly towards the granary, but instead veered towards the suburbs. Approaching the granary necessitated a detour, otherwise they would have to traverse the city. Home to 30 million souls, a perilous endeavor. Spending extra time circumventing the area was well worth the safety it provided. Chen Luo adeptly navigated the vehicle prior to the apocalypse. He had meticulously studied the routes to the granary and had even scouted the area nearby. Along the way, they encountered survivors attempting to block their path, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with the yellow-haired man, but Chen Luo maintained his speed. "If you dare to obstruct me, I shall not hesitate to collide with you." The journey of over 100 kilometers took Chen Luo more than 5 hours to complete. The granary was a 3-story building, rather elongated but not particularly large overall. Even when filled to capacity, it would not hold a significant amount of food. However, beneath it lay a vast basement, presumably stocked with an unknown quantity of provisions. The above-ground area consisted merely of office spaces. Chen Luo drove the heavy truck directly into the granary, where the spacious area made it exceedingly simple to dispatch the zombies. He circled within the granary, eliminating most of the undead before coming to a halt. Throughout this process, he had not encountered any survivors. If any remained, they would surely have cried out upon hearing the commotion. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Luo wondered how it was possible that not a single survivor was present among the granary staff. Approaching the corridor leading to the basement within the office building, he found the door wide open, revealing a pitch-black passage. Producing a flashlight, he illuminated the area, revealing a skeletal remains. His pupils constricted sharply. It was unmistakably a human skeleton, devoid of flesh and blood, leaving only the bones. Some mutated small-sized creature must reside within the granary. Was it an ant or a rat? Normal zombies would leave behind remnants of their consumption, as they could not eat every last morsel. Only ants and similar mutated creatures would consume so thoroughly. They are weak individually, but their numbers are overwhelming. Chen Luo had witnessed massive ant hordes. Numbering in the hundreds of thousands, anyone would flee upon encountering them. The skull of the skeleton faced Chen Luo, its body leaning towards him. One could surmise that the individual had ventured into the basement and, upon encountering the terrifying creatures within, had attempted to flee but had failed to escape. Chen Luo hesitated. Should he encounter a staggering number of adversaries, he truly lacked the confidence to avoid catastrophe. However, not descending to collect supplies would mean a prolonged absence. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that he could not afford the risk. Losing the supplies was inconsequential, as his life was of paramount importance. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched squeaks echoed, causing Chen Luo's expression to shift dramatically. Without hesitation, he seized Su Daju and fled. That sound belonged to a horde of rats. Chapter 20. The Mutant Rat King. The current situation was not merely whether Chen Luo should enter the granary's basement, rather. The rat horde had caught wind of Chen Luo and Su Daju's presence and was now emerging. Generally, Chen Luo did not fear ordinary rat swarms. Even if they numbered in the hundreds, he remained largely unfazed. The crux of the matter lies in the uncertainty of the rodent horde's numbers. If they number in the thousands, then it spells doom. Presently, Chen Luo is devoid of any extensive means of destruction, and should he be encircled and brought down, he would be left to await his demise. The electric baton is utterly inadequate to eliminate a vast swarm of rodents, as it is limited by its power supply. Unaware of the specifics, Chen Luo is decidedly unwilling to engage in a desperate fight, dragging Su Daju along as they flee. It finally dawns on Chen Luo why there are no survivors in the granary. With the razor-sharp teeth of the mutated rats, only solid, thick iron doors, akin to safes, stand a chance. Ordinary security doors and wooden office doors are utterly impotent against the rodents. The rats possess a keen sense of smell, and apart from escaping the granary, no survivor stands a chance. When the King of Law observed a mass of dark figures surging forth from the basement, he was taken aback and hurriedly fled. He urgently called out, signaling for them to escape while he diverted the creatures. The King of Law discerned that the rodent swarm was not akin to zombies. Their speed was incomparable. The two armored figures were swiftly overtaken. Chen Luo and Su Daju ran toward the office building, as long as they reached the heavy truck. They would be relatively safe, despite their inability to confront the diminutive rats. The King of Law opted for a corridor to the right. He could not run in the same direction as Chen Luo and Su Daju, for his speed would certainly leave them behind. The unfortunate duo lagging behind would undoubtedly face misfortune. However, only a portion of the rats that had emerged first pursued the King of Law. While the rats were swift, they could not quite match the speed of the King of Law, who had awakened lightning abilities. A particularly massive rat, nearly the size of the King of Law, cast a glance at the fleeing figure, hesitated momentarily, then chose to pursue Chen Luo and Su Daju instead. After all, humans are far more delectable. The enormous rat, despite its size, moved with remarkable agility, matching the King of Law's speed and far exceeding that of Chen Luo and Su Daju. Hearing commotion behind him, Chen Luo did not dare to look back. Fleeing was the only viable course of action. The unknown quantity of the rodent swarm rendered a head-on confrontation unwise. It was prudent to first observe. Just as Chen Luo reached the steps of the office building, poised to escape, the Rat King leaped high and viciously collided with him. The force was astonishing. While ordinary sharp objects could not penetrate his armor, the sheer strength of the impact was enough to render the armor ineffective. Chen Luo felt a searing pain in his back as he was propelled forward uncontrollably. He crashed heavily to the ground, the weight of his armor exacerbating his agony. Ignoring the pain, Chen Luo scrambled to his feet, yet 2 seconds were ample time for the rodent horde to close in on him and Su Daju. Su Daju glanced back, an icy dread coursing through him. Hundreds of dark rodents surged toward them, each at least twice the size of a typical rat. An imposing rat king, slick with grime and filth, gazed hungrily at him. Its fur was a grimy gray-black, giving it a damp appearance, as though it had just emerged from a sewer. Most alarming were its 2 prominent incisors, glistening and measuring over 10 centimeters in length. Su Daju had never encountered such a creature before, and a chill enveloped him. The rats did not engage in grandiloquent threats before attacking, they simply lunged forward. Both Chen Luo and Su Daju were simultaneously beset. Hundreds of rats leaped upon them, some landing on Chen Luo's legs, others clambering onto his chest, scuttling upwards. In an instant, both men were swarmed by rodents. The rats piled atop one another, creating a dense mass. From a distance, it appeared as though two rat men had emerged, their armor entirely obscured. Each bore at least 50 to 60 rats clinging to them. With no available foothold for the other rats, an anxious chorus of squeaking ensued. Each rat weighed over a pound, and combined with their collective force, Chen Luo felt as though he were burdened with a sack weighing over 100 pounds. Though he had not been toppled, standing was a Herculean effort, and he could barely move. The Rat King observed coldly, knowing that once the smaller rats had dispatched the two men, it would be his turn to feast. Were it not for the armor, any other would have perished in mere seconds. The ordinary teeth of the rats could not penetrate Chen Luo's specially crafted armor. Cursing under his breath, he brandished the electric baton. Given their small size and density, a half-meter baton could easily incapacitate 3 or 4 rats at once. The vitality of ordinary rats, of course, paled in comparison to that of zombies. Zombies would be instantly stunned, while ordinary rats would simply perish upon contact. Chen Luo had foreseen this scenario, and thus his armor was interwoven with non-conductive materials. The electrocuted rats fell to the ground. However, in the next moment, the remaining rodents swiftly filled the void left behind. The swarm was not as vast as Chen Luo had initially feared, numbering perhaps in the hundreds rather than thousands, which offered him some solace. The electric baton was indeed sufficient to eliminate these rats. Yet the Rat King, who had yet to engage, instilled a heavy dread within Chen Luo. It was a mutant. In the post-apocalyptic world, all beings, whether survivors or mutated zombies, experienced a gradual increase in strength. However, some zombies or mutated creatures would undergo sudden transformations, resulting in an exponential increase in power. These mutants appeared to have exhausted their life potential, with a lifespan of merely a few months, or even just a few hours. The greater their strength, the shorter their lifespan. Moreover, their power would stabilize, ceasing to grow further, regardless of how long they lived. Encountering them was akin to stepping in dog excrement. The Rat King before him was evidently a mutant, otherwise it could not have attained such size by the second day of the apocalypse. The King of Law, having drawn a portion of the rats away, reached the end of the corridor and, without slowing, crashed through the glass at the end, escaping through the broken window. Ignoring the pain, he raced toward Chen Luo, barking loudly to attempt to divert the swarm. The rats, unable to latch onto Chen Luo and Su Dazhu, possessing little intelligence, redirected a significant portion of their attention toward the King of Law. The Rat King, however, squinted its eyes, realizing that, even with its speed, it would struggle to catch the dog. It was better to feast upon humans first. It lunged at Su Dazhu, who was in the forefront, overpowering him with tremendous force. In this perilous moment, Su Dazhu remained composed, fiercely pressing the electric baton against the Rat King. Yet the once reliable baton failed to yield results. The Rat King merely flinched in pain. Instead, it bit down harder against the armor. With a resounding crack, the sturdy armor was marred with a deep gash. Another bite would surely penetrate it. The Rat King was cunning, targeting the neck area of Su Dazhu's armor. Should the armor be breached, Su Dazhu's neck would be exposed to the Rat King's deadly fangs. The outcome was all too clear. Chen Luo, without hesitation, resolved to save Su Dazhu. Yet it was evident that the electric baton could not threaten the Rat King in the short term. This Rat King was at least of level 3, if not 4. And its abilities were physical rather than elemental. Conventional means would render it impossible to defeat it swiftly. Some might argue that the King of Law was inferior to the Rat King, but how long could the Rat King survive? Perhaps in mere minutes. It would not need to be slain, as it would suddenly perish. Chen Luo felt immensely grateful for having broken through to the second level of ability last night. Otherwise, he and Su Dazhu would undoubtedly have met their demise. Now a glimmer of hope remained. Unfortunately, they had encountered a horde of mutated rats, among which was a formidable mutant Rat King. He was also fortunate that they had diverted most of the mutated rats away. Chen Luo retrieved 2 pieces of pork from his ability space and tossed them onto the ground, instantly luring several rats to pounce upon the meat. Chen Luo's pressure significantly eased. Disregarding the rats still clinging to him, he swiftly approached the Rat King with an electric baton in hand. The Rat King's eyes glinted with disdain, pondering whether this electric baton posed any threat to him. "I will first bite him to death and then come for you." The apparent electric baton was merely a faude, The true weapon was the void sword he had condensed. The Rat King possessed intelligence, and if it sensed danger, it might choose to flee. For Chen Luo, who could only temporarily condense the void sword, such a retreat would spell disaster. With the electric baton in his left hand and a faint glow coalescing in his right, a fierce determination flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. Just as the Rat King was about to sink its teeth into Su Daju's neck, it suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Startled, it glanced at Chen Luo, contemplating escape. However, the distance between them was minimal. Was it not too late to flee? Chen Luo's sword swiftly severed the Rat King's neck. While ordinary blades would barely penetrate the Rat King's flesh, Chen Luo's void sword cleaved it cleanly in half, separating head from body. Strangely, no blood flowed from the severed creature. Despite suffering such a grievous wound, the resilient Rat King did not succumb immediately. Its headless body twitched violently, the severed head desperately attempting to reattach itself. Though such a feat was impossible, the Rat King could still continue to bite. Exhausted from wielding the void sword, Chen Luo collapsed onto the ground, completely drained of strength. Su Daju, not one to remain idle, seized the Rat King's head and hurled it away with force. After flailing for a moment, the Rat King lay silent. A smile crept onto Chen Luo's face. The Rat King was dead, and the remaining rats no longer posed a threat. Lacking even the strength to hold the electric baton, he summoned it from his ability space, allowing Su Daju to administer shocks to the remaining rats. 5 minutes later, including those lured away by all the rats were electrocuted. Chen Luo managed to recover a modicum of strength and propped himself against the steps, retrieving 3 bottles of mineral water from his space. Why did Chen Luo and Su Daju require 3 bottles? They deserved a share as well. Gulping down a mouthful of water, Chen Luo exhaled heavily. Still shaken from the ordeal, he could have easily perished. Had he not brought Su Daju along today, he would likely have met his end. Even if he had slain the Rat King, he would have been unable to contend with the remaining rats, which, though incapable of immediately piercing through armor, could wear him down bit by bit. Damn it, although I have been reborn, my strength has not returned with me. After collecting the grain from the granary, I must lay low and nurture my abilities for a while. Chen Luo rose and patted Su Daju on the shoulder, exchanging no words, as their understanding transcended speech. Ordinary rats likely bore no crystals within them. They were far too weak, and, even if they did, the effects would pale in comparison to those of zombie crystals, rendering them useless to Chen Luo. Approaching the Rat King's head, he exerted considerable effort to breach its skull, extracting a crystal not quite half the size of a quail egg. It was already quite large. Typical zombie crystals were merely the size of grains of rice. In addition to the crystal, the Rat King possessed another valuable item, its 2 sharp incisors. Once Su Daju's strength increased, ordinary weapons would struggle to penetrate his body, but these incisors could be fashioned into effective weapons. Extracting them from the Rat King's mouth was no easy task, and with Chen Luo's strength waning, he entrusted the endeavor to Su Daju. After considerable effort, Su Daju finally secured the 2 incisors. Chen Luo suggested, let us head to the basement and take a look. With the rat horde dealt with, the basement should pose no danger. Even if zombies ventured inside, the rats would surely attack. Had Chen Luo delayed his arrival by a few more days, he feared the zombies outside the granary would have vanished. Nonetheless, he cautiously entered the granary, where they continued to patrol. Aside from a dozen human remains and a few stray mutated rats, there was nothing else of note. Chen Luo activated the basement's lights, revealing an expansive and spacious area filled with towering bags of grain. Without lingering, he set about securing the supplies. It was not until after 8 o'clock that he managed to transfer all the grain into his ability space. He estimated there to be around 60,000 tons of rice and 20,000 tons of flour. This was the largest granary in the city. There were other granaries, but Chen Luo had no intention of visiting them, too far and too perilous. He had narrowly avoided disaster today. This abundance of food could sustain 1,000 people for decades. Completely sufficient. Moreover, his ability space was nearing its capacity, unable to accommodate any more. Su Daju gaped, brother, just how vast is your ability space? Chen Luo chuckled. It's not that large, roughly the same size as this granary. His expression grew serious as he added, Daju, you must not let slip the fact that I've hoarded so much supplies. Under no circumstances should you speak of it. Su Daju, being the taciturn type, nodded solemnly. Rest assured, brother, I understand. I won't utter a word, even under duress. In his past life, Chen Luo had only had Su Daju as a brother. In this life, given his current disposition, it would be exceedingly difficult to find someone he could genuinely regard as a brother again. Friends and brothers are two distinct concepts. Having only this one brother over 2 lifetimes was more important than anything else. Around 7 o'clock, the power in the granary went out. If Chen Luo recalled correctly, most areas of the city had already experienced a blackout by this time. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, making travel perilous. Chen Luo decided to rest for the night in the heavy truck, planning to return home at dawn. After absorbing the crystal, Chen Luo refrained from advancing further. He needed to consume approximately 150 crystals to ascend to the 3rd level of ability. At least 3 more days would be required. To stave off boredom for Su Daju, Chen Luo handed him a fully charged phone and headphones, encouraging him to play single-player games or watch movies. This phone boasted a capacity of 512 gigabytes. The truck's cab was spacious, designed to accommodate 2 drivers comfortably. Chen Luo also retrieved a phone and began watching a movie, only to find that the had joined him, captivated by the film as well. Chapter 22. Could you act like a human? Jianga, there's a large truck coming this way. On the roadside that morning, 4 young men trudged forward, parched and famished, hoping to find supplies in the vehicles that occasionally came to a halt. The one referred to as Jiango was a young man named Wang Jian in his mid-20s. Upon hearing this, he turned to see indeed a large truck approaching. His face lighting up with joy, Wang Jian waved his hand. Stop it. The other 3 immediately complied, their imaginations racing. The colossal truck undoubtedly carries something. Perhaps it is laden with instant food. A bounty of watermelons would be delightful, quenching thirst while staving off hunger. Other fruits would suffice as well. Even if it contains no supplies, I am aware that my uncle is the driver, and truck drivers typically stock their vehicles with ample bottled water, marinated eggs, braised chicken legs, and various snacks. This line of thought only intensified the hunger pangs of the 4 companions. Jianga, if he doesn't stop, you might have to employ your powers to puncture his tires, one suggested. The others nodded in agreement, casting glances at Wang Jian that were tinged with a mix of fear and envy. Last night, Wang Jian awakened his extraordinary abilities and discovered he could manipulate metal. Initially, he thought he could control anything, but experiments revealed he was limited to metal alone. The others nearby were left astounded by this revelation. Superpowers? They had no idea that survivors would awaken their abilities in a staggered manner over the next fortnight. This was the privilege typically afforded to protagonists in novels. It was imperative to cling tightly to such a fortunate ally. The previously ordinary Wang Jian had suddenly ascended to the status of Jiangu among the trio. Wang Jian was filled with pride, convinced of his extraordinary destiny, believing that the world would eventually bow to him. Many who awaken supernatural abilities tend to adopt an air of superiority, claiming the heavens as their dominion. Wang Jian was no exception. With his approval, the trio swiftly positioned themselves in the middle of the road while he assumed an authoritative stance at the roadside. The enormous truck belonged to Chen Luo. Stop. Pull over, they shouted. Chen Luo merely smirked, unfazed by their bravado, and maintained his speed, facing the swiftly approaching truck. The trio dared not impede its progress and resorted to shouting curses. Wang Jian's expression darkened. Was he being disrespected? Prepared for such defiance, he retrieved a long, sharp iron nail, using his metallic powers to propel it swiftly towards the rear tire of the truck. The tire punctured, air began to escape immediately. Chen Luo felt the vehicle shudder and, bewildered, wondered what had transpired. He was forced to halt the vehicle and inspect the situation. Upon seeing Chen Luo slow down, Wang Jian and his companions exchanged triumphant glances and hurried over. 2 of them wasted no time in opening the truck's cargo area, while Wang Jian approached the window with menace, banging on it forcefully. Did you not hear my command to stop? Run, and we'll see what happens. Before the apocalypse, Wang Jian had never been so arrogant. However, after awakening his powers and receiving flattery from his 3 underlings, he had become insufferably inflated with pride. Get down here. Stop playing dead. Chen Luo stared incredulously at Wang Jian. Did you damage my truck? Enraged, Chen Luo realized the implications. Without the vehicle, returning home would be perilous. Over 90 kilometers away, navigating the city streets without a truck would be treacherous. At that moment, the 2 subordinates who had opened the truck's cargo area returned, dejected, exclaiming, Jiango, it's empty. There's nothing here. Wang Jian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of disappointment and anger, bellowing, "Get out of the truck." Chen Luo trembled with rage, muttering about Wang Jian's audacity. As he rolled down the window, Chen Luo forcefully pressed a condensed spatial sphere against Wang Jian's face. Caught off guard, Wang Jian was struck squarely. The sphere detonated upon contact, leaving his face a grotesque mess of blood and flesh. He collapsed, unconscious, never suspecting that others besides him could wield supernatural abilities. After all, he was the protagonist. This shocking turn of events sent the other three fleeing in terror. Isn't Jianga supposed to be the protagonist? How could he just die? Chen Luo, having regained some composure, patted the Fa Wang on the backside, signaling him to jump out of the vehicle and pursue the fleeing trio. Suppressing his anger, Chen Luo explained to Su Dazhu, "It's not that I'm cruel. If we were merely ordinary people in their position, consider the consequences we would face." On the third day of the apocalypse, Su Dazhu, with limited experience, received a thorough explanation. The remaining three soon met their demise at Fa Wang's hands. Chen Luo's ire subsided slightly, but the issue of the damaged truck remained unresolved. Alighting from the vehicle, Chen Luo and Su Dazhu quickly discovered that one tire had been punctured and was completely deflated. In this desolate wilderness, where could they find someone to repair it? With no options, Chen Luo retrieved his learning materials, which included extensive copies of various films, novels, and games, as well as educational resources covering topics like agriculture, electrical systems, biology, and medicine. With the aid of these materials, Chen Luo and Su Dazhu exerted great effort to repair the tire. Fortunately, the space of their abilities contained a variety of tools. Chen Luo smirked, now possessing an additional skill. Just as they were about to set off again, he remembered he had yet to collect Wang Jian's crystal. Survivors who awakened their powers also possessed crystals, which were significantly more effective than those from zombies. In the post-apocalyptic world, the treachery from fellow humans proved far more terrifying than that from the undead. Wang Jian had only just awakened, and his crystal was far superior to the lowest-tier zombie crystals, though its utility was limited. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Luo finally arrived home, having missed lunch. After enjoying a hearty meal, he languidly stretched. Gazing at the disheveled dining table, he looked at Fa Wang and mused, "If only you could wash the dishes." Fa Wang, feeling the weight of Chen Luo's gaze, became uneasy, prompting Chen Luo to comment, "Come on, be a decent person." Chapter 23. The urgent need for a maid. Shortly after the outbreak of the apocalypse, communications were abruptly severed for unknown reasons. During that time, water sources became contaminated. Survivors who, through carelessness or desperation, consumed the tainted water faced severe consequences. Mild cases resulted in excruciating stomach pains, while severe cases led to high fevers and unconsciousness, culminating in death. Over time, survivors' bodies gradually adapted, allowing them to drink the polluted water, though the thought of what the water had been tainted with corpses and mutated creatures was revolting. Yet, what choice did they have? Simultaneously, this water stunted the growth of supernatural powers. By the evening of the second day of the apocalypse, power outages began to occur in certain areas, spreading rapidly. June is summer, and the heat accelerated the decomposition of fruits, vegetables, and meat. While fruits and vegetables had some resilience, meat could spoil within 2 to 3 days. Within a month, survivors found themselves relying solely on snacks and packaged instant foods to stave off hunger, with the prospect of enjoying a warm meal becoming a distant luxury. Those fortunate enough to find food were lucky. The timid, lacking strength, often went hungry or perished while searching for sustenance. However, none of this concerned Chen Luo in the slightest. Fa Wang pondered, "Should I have braised pork or ribs today? Eating the same thing every day becomes tiresome. Perhaps I'll try something lighter today." In the living room, with the curtains drawn, Chen Luo and Su Dazhu engaged in gaming on the enormous LCD television, playing PSP games. This monotonous existence, where one indulges in eating, playing, and sleeping, has become utterly tiresome. I languish in a state of lethargy, awaiting the inevitable end, devoid of any aspirations to save the world. Sipping on an ice-cold cola, Chen Luo let out a deep sigh, lamenting this unfulfilling life, yet feeling utterly helpless. Casting a glance at the King of Law, who was fixated on the television, Chen Luo suggested, "Why not venture out to practice against some zombies and attempt to master new skills?" The King of Law had ascended to level 2 the previous day, significantly amplifying his supernatural abilities and granting him access to various lightning-based skills. However, mastery of these skills was not guaranteed by mere advancement. It required personal insight. Chen Luo was proficient only in spatial abilities, leaving him ineffectual in other domains, which necessitated self-reliance. Training through combat was the quickest path to improvement. With great effort, the King of Law diverted his gaze from the captivating LCD screen, clearly enthralled by the game. It was unjust to deny a dog the pleasure of gaming, let alone the ability to simply watch. Chen Luo chuckled inwardly, reminiscing about his childhood when he would bring his Game Boy Advance to school, surrounded by a throng of classmates eager to observe his gameplay. But I do it for your own good. A dog that does not train will never mature. Su Daju had also advanced to level 2 the previous day, his progress slightly behind that of the King of Law, though at this early stage, the difference was negligible. Su Daju, as a strength-based supernatural being, lacked skills to master. His advancement merely enhanced his physical prowess, requiring only combat experience. However, the zombies outside were merely the lowest tier, and engaging with them would yield little in terms of training. Noticing the King of Law rising to leave, Chen Luo recalled something and quickly called out, "Wait a moment." The King of Law turned back, perhaps pondering whether Chen Luo was concerned for his safety. Chen Luo continued, "Could you take the 2 bags of trash I've packed and dispose of them on your way?" The King of Law was taken aback, exclaiming, "You really don't treat me like a dog, do you?" Watching the King of Law depart, Chen Luo shook his head, reflecting on how worrisome he was, wondering when he would take responsibility for his own chores. "If I don't instruct you, you'd never take the initiative." Sigh. Su Daju chuckled at the plight of the King of Law. "Let it be, let's continue our game." As the clock struck 6:30, the time for dinner arrived. Yet Chen Luo felt troubled. Consuming lavish meals daily was becoming unmanageable, and his stomach was beginning to protest. In the early days of his rebirth, he had been starved for so long that all he craved was meat. His immediate thoughts turned to greasy fried chicken buckets and roasted duck. The takeout he ordered was all heavy meat dishes. There were vegetables, but they consisted solely of dry-fried cauliflower, hand-torn cabbage, and oil-braised eggplant. Simple stir-fried greens or vegetable and egg soup were nowhere to be found. Who could endure such a diet? Chen Luo regretted his miscalculation, realizing he had an abundance of ingredients that could last a lifetime, along with ample cooking resources and tutorial videos. However, watching videos did not make one a chef. Otherwise, everyone would be a culinary expert. At present, Chen Luo craved nothing more than a bowl of vegetable soup, but alas, none was available. Even tossing out the trash was reliant on the King of Law. It was impossible for Chen Luo to manage it himself. The King of Law was too inept for many tasks, leaving Chen Luo yearning for a maid to attend to his daily needs. He fantasized about a life where he could simply extend his hand for clothing and food, while someone else handled the dishes, floor cleaning, laundry, and tidying up. Chen Luo's first thought was of Mayu, an exceptional chef. If she were available, he could indulge in whatever he desired, and afterwards, she could wash the dishes for him. Chen Luo found her personality quite amiable, and she was aesthetically pleasing as well. Prior to the apocalypse, he had entertained this notion. He was uncertain of her fate. Even if she hadn't perished, it would be prudent to let her go hungry for a few days to facilitate discipline. Yet now, it was Chen Luo, a severe sloth, who desperately needed a caretaker. Observing the King of Law's continued struggles, Chen Luo felt a pang of empathy. Perhaps it was time to liberate the King of Law from his burdens. When Mayu had come to Chen Luo's home to teach him culinary skills, he had once accompanied her back to her residence. She now resided in a staff dormitory of a 5-star hotel not far from Chen Luo's home, where she worked as a chef. Chen Luo had lured her with a lucrative offer to share her culinary knowledge part-time. If Mayu lived too far away or in a bustling area, Chen Luo would have abandoned the idea, knowing that she was not the only option available. After some contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to wait until tomorrow when he would advance to level 3 before checking on Mayu. If that did not pan out, he could seek other candidates. With a sigh, Chen Luo resolved to make do with a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup tonight. Chapter 24. Good people don't live long. Upon reaching level 2, Chen Luo was able to absorb around 50 low-level crystals each day. The quantity would diminish for higher-level crystals, for instance. It took him over a week to completely absorb the crystal obtained from the King of Law. Tests indicated that absorbing a crystal once daily was the optimal method, maintaining the body in a state of hunger to maximize absorption, which proved more effective than consuming them every few hours. With a sudden pang of pain in his mind, Chen Luo experienced a minor transformation of the crystal within his consciousness. A smile broke across his face as he realized he had ascended to level 3. Remarkably, this advancement had occurred in just 4 days. In his previous life, it had taken him a month and a half to reach this level. Even the King of Law, with his remarkable talent, would require at least 2 weeks of diligent absorption to progress from level 2 to level 3. Yet, Chen Luo had achieved it in merely 3 days. King of Law, you ought to be grateful for following me in this life, otherwise, you wouldn't even need to resort to ambushing me. The supernatural energy within Chen Luo, which could be likened to magical power, had not only increased in purity compared to level 2, but had also tripled in quantity. The Void Sword, which had previously lasted only 5 seconds, could now sustain itself for 20 seconds. His strength had seen a considerable enhancement. However, to utilize Void Walking, he still had a considerable distance to cover, requiring at least level 4. Presently, the zombies were not even at the level of a level 1 supernatural being. They could be considered 0 level, notably weak. After reaching level 4, the crystals from these 0-level zombies would hold no value for Chen Luo, and at that point, his growth would stagnate. Even now, the efficacy of 0-level zombie crystals for Chen Luo was minimal. Advancing to level 4 would necessitate at least 1,000 of them. Chen Luo had but a scant few crystals remaining. He needed to replenish his supply extensively. While seeking Mayu, he could conveniently gather some crystals near the 5-star hotel. The following morning, Chen Luo set out with Su Dazhu and the King of Law. Passing by the community supermarket, they chanced upon an amusing sight. A young man, whom Chen Luo recognized as a neighbor, was hastily exiting the store with a large bag of goods. The supplies within the supermarket had largely been scavenged by Chen Luo, leaving only fragmented items scattered or tucked away in corners, which he had deemed unworthy of collection. At that moment, a woman rushed out from the supermarket, attempting to snatch the supplies from the young man's grasp, her voice tinged with desperation as she cried out, "You've taken everything from the supermarket. How am I supposed to survive? Share half with me." Though it was merely the 5th day of the apocalypse, the value of resources was abundantly clear to all. Sustenance was crucial for survival. The young man, however, paid her no heed and forcefully shook her off, retorting, "Get away from me. Your lack of food is of no concern to me." The woman, undeterred, clung to him fiercely, declaring, "If you don't give me anything, I will hold on to you. When the zombies come, we shall face them together." The young man, realizing her tenacity, quickly conceded, "You certainly have guts. Fine, let go of me and I will share." She released her grip, yet one hand remained tightly clutching the hem of his clothing. Unbeknownst to her, the young man's expression hardened as he drew a dagger from his pocket, swiftly turning and stabbing her multiple times. She fell to the ground slowly, lifeless. With that, there was no need for sharing. 2 zombies wandered nearby, and upon spotting Chen Luo and his companions, the young man hastily fled, fearing they might seize his belongings. In this chaotic world, boldness could often compensate for a lack of strength against the undead. Speed was his ally. Chen Luo shook his head, recognizing that the young man was not of noble character, but what did it matter to him? He had no right to judge, for he too was no paragon of virtue. After his rebirth, Chen Luo had no intention of becoming a good man. Good men had a tendency to meet swift demises. He was not a hero, nor did he aspire to be one. As he boarded the heavy truck, Chen Luo contemplated the route he should take. The once bustling international metropolis had fallen into a hushed silence, its former vibrancy extinguished, punctuated only by the occasional growl of zombies. Thankfully, the 5-star hotel where Mayu was located, while situated within the city, was not in the heart of it. Otherwise, Chen Luo would never dare approach. It was far too perilous. The truck was barely able to move, and disembarking would likely result in being surrounded by at least 1,000 zombies. Driving a heavy truck through the city felt incongruous. Typically, vehicles like his were prohibited from navigating urban roads. Flanking both sides of the streets were residential complexes, and many survivors were keenly observant of the situation outside. Upon seeing Chen Luo's truck, numerous voices called out, "Driver, what is happening outside? Can you tell us? Could you bring some food up? I'll pay whatever it costs. I'll offer 10,000, just bring me some pork." Chen Luo rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging, thinking, "I am not a benevolent figure, and you are not my loyal steed." Such cries often brought him trouble. Yet he could not visit each household to impart lessons on survival. Navigating the city in a heavy truck was slow due to numerous obstacles and turns. And within 20 minutes, Chen Luo arrived at the rear entrance of the Yunlai International Hotel. "Daju, suit up and disembark," he instructed. Su Daju nodded, donning his armor. The trio, 2 men and a dog, exited the vehicle. This time, Su Daju wielded a solid iron rod instead of an electric baton. With his enhanced strength as a level 2 ability user, the lethality of the iron rod surpassed that of the electric baton. Following closely behind Chen Luo, they were pursued by a horde of nearly 50 zombies. As Chen Luo and Su Daju stepped out, the zombies lunged at them. Chen Luo brandished his electric baton, while Su Daju raised the iron rod, delivering a powerful blow to a zombie's head. The strike was forceful, resulting in immediate death as the creature's skull shattered, blood and brains spilling onto the ground. The head was a zombie's critical weakness. Striking elsewhere would not guarantee a quick demise. Su Daju swung the iron rod repeatedly, dispatching one zombie after another with remarkable efficiency, rivaling Chen Luo's prowess with the electric baton. It must be noted that while Chen Luo could not match Su Daju's efficiency with physical strength, he possessed the capability to deliver lethal strikes with his sword. Nevertheless, he could also be outperformed by Su Daju. However, the agile canine companion, under Chen Luo's guidance, had become adept at navigating the perils of their journey. By maintaining a safe distance, the dog could effectively outlast Su Daju. Chapter 25. The Tragic Fate of Mayu. Chen Luo ventured forth with a primary objective: to gather crystals. The slain zombies were not to be wasted, and after dispatching them, he and Su Daju began collecting the crystals. Chen Luo, with a relaxed demeanor, swiftly gathered them, while Su Daju struggled with the gruesome remains. Chen Luo's collection speed was at least 3 times that of Su Daju. The latter, not particularly skilled in this endeavor, found the task overwhelming. The trio forged through the horde of zombies, quickly amassing over 300 crystals. They could continue their onslaught, but it was unnecessary. Su Daju was already significantly drained. It was imperative not to expend all their energy, lest they encounter further danger. 300 crystals would suffice for 3 days. Chen Luo glanced at the staff dormitory they had passed, a frown creasing his brow. The apocalypse had erupted around 9 o'clock. Was Mayu in the dormitory or still at work? He hoped she was safe at home. Otherwise, locating her in such a vast hotel would be exceedingly difficult. Truth be told, Chen Luo believed the chances of Mayu's survival were dismally low, around 5%. Yet, driven by a glimmer of hope, he approached cautiously, determined to check under safe circumstances. Entering the staff dormitory, the canine companion led the way. The anguished cries of fallen zombies and the dog's bark soon caught the attention of one of the dormitory rooms. A young man peered through the peephole and, upon witnessing 2 armored figures dispatching zombies with ease, he was both terrified and emboldened enough to crack the door slightly and poke his head out. "Brothers, please save me." Lu Wenba, a staff member at the Yunlai Hotel, had been resting when the catastrophe struck. Leaving him alone in the dormitory with only some snacks and 2 bottles of water to sustain him, he felt he could no longer hold out. This time, Chen Luo did not turn a blind eye but instead replied, "Do you know Mayu?" Lu Wenba nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Mayu was well known among the hotel staff. Few were unfamiliar with her. Her culinary skills were unmatched, and while she was not a stunning beauty, her mature elegance and striking presence made her the object of admiration for many male employees. Chen Luo smiled. "Do you know which dormitory she occupies?" Lu Wenba nodded again. "Yes, but she should not be there." On the morning of the disaster, a major business conference was scheduled at the hotel, and she was likely busy preparing the dishes. Chen Luo instructed, "Lead the way, and I shall offer you a reward." Lu Wenba dared not negotiate. The 2 men were formidable in their efficiency at dispatching zombies. To him, the undead were already terrifying enough. Although the likelihood of finding Mayu in the dormitory was slim, Chen Luo felt it necessary to check, otherwise it would all be for naught. The staff dormitory was sparsely populated, as most employees were on duty during that time. Lu Wenba pointed to a room on the 4th floor. "It's that one." Chen Luo tested the door, finding it locked, and gestured to Su Daju. Understanding the cue, Su Daju delivered a powerful kick, breaking the door open. Lu Wenba felt a chill run down his spine. If that kick landed on him, he would undoubtedly be rendered incapacitated on the spot. The dormitory was desolate and empty. Chen Luo chuckled, relieved that he had not encountered Mayu, now transformed into a zombie. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to retreat homeward. "Come, let us search the conference hall," he suggested. Upon arriving at Yunlai Hotel, Chen Luo found Ma Yu's condition to be quite dire. When the apocalypse erupted, she had been in the kitchen preparing dishes for the luncheon banquet following the conference, which was to be attended by numerous societal elites. The event was significant, with many titans of the business world in attendance, including the renowned celebrity Lin Yi. As chaos ensued, Ma Yu panicked and fled to the cold storage adjacent to the kitchen. This cold storage was merely one of the smaller ones used by the hotel, measuring just over 30 square meters. However, its sturdy door kept the zombies at bay, and it contained a switch that could be turned off to prevent freezing. Several survivors from the conference had sought refuge in the less populated kitchen area. Kind-hearted Ma Yu quickly ushered them into the cold storage. In total, there were 9 individuals, including the star Lin Yi. Inside the cold storage, there were only some rice and vegetables. Without fire, the rice was inedible, leaving them to subsist on raw vegetables, barely clinging to life. In such a confined environment, basic needs like eating, drinking, and relieving oneself became pressing issues. No one dared to venture outside the cold storage for fear of the zombies lurking about. Though the cold storage was over 30 square meters, it was filled with shelves, leaving only enough room to move. The 9 individuals were quite cramped. Lying down was impossible, and they could only sit on the floor to rest, even having to reserve a portion of space for a makeshift toilet. The entire cold storage reeked unbearably, far worse than a public restroom, which at least had intermittent flushing. Ironically, the one closest to this makeshift toilet was Ma Yu, the very person who had led the others to safety. This was a scenario Ma Yu had never anticipated. It was not difficult to understand, however, among the 9 individuals, apart from Ma Yu, there were either high-ranking hotel officials, her absolute superiors, or prominent figures like Li Lin, a leading magnate of the business world. Ma Yu, as a mere chef, held the lowest status. Who do you think would be closest to the toilet? In this tiny cold storage, class distinctions were starkly evident. They remained oblivious to the fact that they were in the throes of an apocalypse, still foolishly hoping for rescue. Their positions were dictated by their status. At that moment, Ma Yu cradled her head, feeling a chill in her heart. Beside her sat the star Lin Yi, who had her mouth covered tightly with a mask. Sitting for an extended period made Lin Yi uncomfortable. Instinctively, she attempted to stretch her legs, only to kick Ma Yu in the process. Ma Yu frowned, but said nothing. The days of confinement had left Lin Yi in a foul mood, and she snapped. "Move over there." Ma Yu was taken aback. "Get closer?" "You can go yourself," she replied coldly. Lin Yi furrowed her brow severely. "What is your status compared to mine? Do you really believe that once we're rescued, I won't lodge a complaint that could cost you your job?" The hotel manager interjected. "Ma Yu, Lin Yi is a valued guest. Please show some respect." The manager had been practically fawning over the business magnate Li Lin in hopes that he might help him once they were safe. Ma Yu had already endured enough indignities over the past few days, and her patience finally snapped. "I am a person, just like you. What makes you so different? Are you no longer human?" Lin Yi's expression hardened, and without a word, she kicked Ma Yu forcefully. Had Ma Yu not steadied herself against the shelf, the consequences would have been dire. The 2 women soon found themselves embroiled in a scuffle. Li Lin, displeased, observed the commotion. At over 50 years of age, he had hoped Ma Yu would offer him a massage, but she had refused. Glancing at the dwindling vegetables, which would not last much longer, he coldly commanded, "Throw her out." Chapter 26, 200,000 a month, come work for me. Among the 9 individuals in the cold storage, with the exception of Ma Yu, all could be considered societal elites, each possessing sharp minds. They were acutely aware of their dire situation. If they did not reduce their numbers, their supplies would dwindle too quickly. Fewer people would mean more space. Naturally, the first to echo this sentiment was Lin Yi, who had just clashed with Ma Yu. Surprisingly, the hotel manager also joined in. "Ma Yu, as you can see, there isn't enough space here. For the greater good, you must be sacrificed. You should seek refuge elsewhere." Escape? Outside were zombies guarding the perimeters. Ma Yu had been deprived of sustenance for days, leaving her physically weak. After crouching for so long, her legs felt numb, and she was in no condition to flee. Venturing outside would mean certain death. No one opposed the notion. Self-preservation took precedence, and sacrificing one could enhance the survival chances of the others. Despite Ma Yu having saved them, it seemed that public opinion had turned against her. Ma Yu looked at the group in disbelief, a phrase echoing in her mind. "In the sweltering June, people fan themselves, while my heart grows cold." She felt utterly despondent. Had she known, she would have simply left the door closed, letting them meet their fate at the hands of the zombies while she hid safely within the cold storage. It was clear they intended for her demise. Fine, if she were to die, she would ensure they perished alongside her. As she prepared to open the door, she braced herself against it, ready to draw the zombies in and take them all down together. The other 8 were not fools. They eyed the fluctuating paths of the zombies, waiting for an opportunity when none were present before slightly cracking the door to let Ma Yu out. Lin Er delivered a powerful kick to Ma Yu's backside, sending her sprawling at the threshold. "This is the consequence of opposing me," Lin Er declared as the door slammed shut behind her. Ma Yu felt tears welling up, but she stifled them. Crying now would only serve as a source of amusement for the others. Anger replaced her fear, and she longed to exact vengeance on this group. If only there were a way to eliminate them, she would pay any price. Yet, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. 2 zombies, having caught wind of Ma Yu's scent, immediately altered their aimless wandering, roaring as they lunged toward her. In that moment, Ma Yu's mind went blank. Consumed by a singular thought, how absurd, I saved a group of people, only to be betrayed and killed by them. Faced with the oncoming zombies, she understood that escape was impossible. She closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Chen Luo and Su Daju, guided by Lu Wenba through the familiar hotel corridors, ascended to the 4th floor. This staircase was conveniently located near the cold storage. Upon hearing Lin Er's voice, Chen Luo approached, only to witness 2 zombies lunging at Ma Yu. Initially uncertain of her identity, he noticed the long braid cascading down her back and felt a flicker of recognition. However, the Law King, having encountered Ma Yu numerous times, was certain of their mission, to find her. Familiar with her scent, the Law King sprang into action, covering the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. With a mighty impact, he collided with the zombies. As the Law King's physical prowess had grown alongside his rank, he brought down both zombies with a single blow. Su Daju promptly delivered the finishing strikes. Chen Luo watched in sheer delight, relieved that the chef had survived. "You have no idea how I've endured these past 5 days." In the film The God of Cookery, there exists a scene where an extraordinarily unattractive chef possesses remarkable culinary skills, yet Stephen Chow, observing him, feels utterly unappetized. Negative critique indeed. Conversely, a chef who is both exceptionally talented and pleasing to the eye is a rare gem. Otherwise, witnessing dishes prepared by a rugged man would compel Chen Luo to deduct a staggering 80 points. Ma Yu gazes in astonishment at the Dharma King, whom she recognizes, as the absence of his left ear makes his identity unmistakable. Approaching her, Chen Luo smiles and says, "Ma Yu, it's me, Chen Luo. I have come specifically to rescue you. I braved considerable danger to be here. Are you not moved? Dedicate yourself to me as a chef." After the initial shock, Ma Yu is indeed touched and exclaims, "Chen Luo, thank you." As Su Daju prepares to assist Ma Yu, a horde of zombies, both nearby and from the grand conference hall, begin to converge towards them. With no time to reminisce, Chen Luo and Su Daju take positions at the door, one on the left and one on the right, while the Dharma King stands in the middle, ruthlessly dispatching the approaching zombies. Waves of the undead continue to arrive. Should over 100 zombies gather, Chen Luo would hesitate to confront them head-on. However, before long, not a single living zombie remains. Meanwhile, those in the cold storage observe the scene through a window on the door, though they cannot hear the exchange among Chen Luo and his companions. Lin Er, overwhelmed with emotion, covers her mouth, tears shimmering in her eyes. Salvation has arrived after 5 arduous days. Li Lin, the business magnate, finds his leg no longer pained. Yet, the individuals in the cold storage remain apprehensive and choose to wait until no zombies are left before opening the door. Li Lin beams with gratitude, declaring, "Thank you, heroes, for saving us." Lin Er removes her mask, revealing a radiant smile that exudes innocence and grace. "Hello, I am Lin Er. It is a pleasure to meet you." She refrains from removing her mask too soon, wishing for Chen Luo to recognize her as Lin Er, a top-tier star, just a step away from superstardom. Perhaps these 2 men are her devoted fans, treating her with greater care than Li Lin himself. Chen Luo casts a sidelong glance at her, thinking, "How premature your joy is." He then inquires of Ma Yu, "What transpired? What can I do to assist you?" While the others remain comfortably tucked away in the cold storage, only Ma Yu faced peril from the zombies. Chen Luo can easily surmise that something unsavory has occurred. Upon hearing his words, Ma Yu feels an overwhelming wave of grievance and recounts the events with a quivering voice. Listening with a cold smile, Chen Luo reflects, thus, one should not aspire to be the Good Samaritan. Ma Yu possesses intrinsic value, which is why Chen Luo came to her aid. Without value, he would not concern himself with her fate. Li Lin and his companions exchange glances, seemingly familiar with Ma Yu. In this world, there is no issue that money cannot resolve, Li Lin remarks. Young man, might I request you to escort me home? Once the crisis is averted, I would like you to join my company with a monthly salary of 200,000. Such a sum is indeed substantial. 2 million a year is beyond what many workers earn. A man presents a check to Chen Luo, stating, fill in any amount you desire, provided you take me to a safe place. Any amount? Chen Luo muses, I wonder if I could write 1 billion. This is what one might call an empty check. Chen Luo exclaims in disbelief, you are even more audacious than I. Ma Yu finds this amusing. She knows not Chen Luo's wealth, but is aware that his villa alone is worth several million. The only one present who might surpass Chen Luo in affluence is Li Lin. Chapter 27. The Most Fortunate Event. Ma Yu's words incite anger in Su Dazhu. He despises those who repay kindness with malice. They saved you, yet you wish to lead them to their demise. Is this an act a human can commit? Su Dazhu cannot restrain himself and approaches, delivering a powerful slap to each of them. Lin Er is not spared either. The force of Su Dazhu's blows leaves them dizzy. Li Lin, furious, retorts, you. Yet, he lacks the courage to issue threats, having witnessed their prowess in slaying zombies moments prior. The individuals cover their faces, unable to voice their anger. Lin Er bows her head, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Lu Wenba gasps, you are far too reckless. Do you not fear their retribution? These individuals are formidable, with deep connections. The conditions proposed by the group leave Chen Luo scoffing. In this apocalypse, what worth does money hold? It is less useful than toilet paper. Living in a fantasy is one thing, but 20,000 a month? How insulting. As for Lin Er, the once celebrated star, she faces the harshest trials in this new world. Her beauty and celebrity status drawing unwanted attention and unspeakable horrors. Fuming, Ma Yu cannot contain herself. Had it not been for Chen Luo, she would have perished. She instinctively strikes Li Lin and the others, focusing her ire particularly on Lin Er. Though her strength is waning, the slaps, while lacking in force, are laden with scorn. Li Lin, suppressing his wrath, humbly states, young man, you have avenged your friend. It is indeed our fault. If you can escort us to safety, name your price. Chen Luo adheres to a principle. Should you be my enemy, I shall seize any opportunity to eliminate you. These individuals have already been sentenced to death in Chen Luo's eyes. As for their wealth and celebrity status, they are of no consequence. To avoid alarming his personal chef, Chen Luo pretends to search for rope, returning with some sourced from his spatial abilities. Fear not, I shall not kill you, I will simply bind you. And your survival is left to fate. Li Lin, infuriated, retorts, is this not akin to killing us? Do you have no regard for the law? Su Dazhu sneers. Did you consider this when you discarded her? Initially hesitant, Ma Yu's expression hardens, yet she softly implores Chen Luo, thank you. But perhaps we should let this go. Killing them could bring trouble upon you. In Ma Yu's mind, the belief that order has not yet collapsed prevails. Chen Luo, dismissively chuckling, replies, you saved them, yet they wish to harm you. I certainly will not save them. Can they harbor no resentment? Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Rest assured, I am well aware. Li Lin and his companions, unwilling to remain passive, notice the bloodied iron rod in Su Dazhu's hand, lacking any courage to resist. They attempt to disperse like frightened birds. Chen Luo produces a stun baton, delivering a jolt to each would-be escapee, eliciting shrieks. To Chen Luo's astonishment, Lin Er unexpectedly kneels. Crawling forward, tears glistening in her eyes, pleading to remove Chen Luo's trousers. Save me, I will do anything. Lin Er is willing to barter her beauty, unfazed by the audience, for she is accustomed to the limelight. Her reputation is already tarnished, she can always claim it was mere scandalator. Chen Luo gasps. What sort of person are you, attempting to undress someone over a disagreement? He coldly commands, get lost, I find you repugnant. Lin Er, in a pitiful tone, responds. I haven't tea-bathed in days, a bit of dirt is unavoidable. You could help me clean up. Lu Wenba gazed enviously from the sidelines, his heart fervently shouting. Let it be directed at me, I do not mind the filth, for this is a superstar. Yet, this filth was indelible. Chen Luo promptly thrust a foul rag into her mouth. "Let us depart," he declared. "Let them fend for themselves." Chen Luo harbored no intention of leaving such a threat, yet he feared that directly eliminating them might alarm Ma Yu. He escorted Ma Yu downstairs, ready to return, having successfully completed both tasks. Meanwhile, he discreetly issued orders to the Law King, who understood the cue and retreated to the third floor to lure some zombies towards Li Linlin and Yi. As the group beheld the oncoming horde of the undead, everyone, save for the silenced Lin Yi, screamed in terror. Chen Luo shrugged nonchalantly. "It seems they are not particularly fortunate to encounter zombies so swiftly." Ma Yu sighed. "Their demise at the hands of the zombies is not your concern, Chen Luo." Lu Wenba opened his mouth. "Big brother, I wish to accompany you." With such robust support, slaying zombies would be as effortless as drinking water. It would be exceedingly safe to follow him. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, dismissing him outright. "What do you possess that warrants my acceptance of you?" Lu Wenba stammered, at a loss for words. Chen Luo handed him Su Daju's heavy iron rod. "Take this. Go into the streets and eliminate 10 zombies, and I shall allow you to accompany me." Lu Wenba shook his head in fear. No, I dare not." Given the opportunity, he proved to be ineffectual. Leading the way, Lu Wenba took Chen Luo to a small supermarket beside the hotel, having been promised a modicum of reward. Chen Luo glanced at his watch and stated, "You have 3 minutes for free shopping, after which I shall escort you back to the dormitory as a token of gratitude." Faced with Chen Luo's stern countenance, Lu Wenba gritted his teeth and entered the supermarket, frantically filling plastic bags with goods. Chen Luo cast a cursory glance around the small establishment, noting the lack of valuable items. However, having come this far, it felt amiss not to procure something. He approached the tobacco and alcohol counter, seizing a dozen of the most expensive cigarettes. Within 3 minutes, Lu Wenba managed to gather 6 hefty plastic bags worth of supplies, sufficient to last him a month if he rationed wisely. With a bit of courage and fortune, he could survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Throughout this ordeal, Ma Yu pondered her own worth. Friends? Hardly. Their bond was not deep enough to warrant such risks from Chen Luo. Beauty? Unlikely, for there were many more attractive individuals, including Lin Yi, who held no interest for Chen Luo. Reflecting on the times she had taught Chen Luo culinary skills, where he devoured her dishes with ravenous haste, she mused that perhaps this was where her value lay. Chen Luo instructed Su Daju to escort Lu Wenba back to the dormitory, casually stating, "I am in need of logistical support, as there is no one to cook for me. I would rather slay zombies than wash dishes. You just came to mind. Would you be willing to return with me? I can guarantee your safety and ensure you are well fed." To put it somewhat boastfully, encountering me is the most fortuitous event of your life. Chapter 28. Preparing to investigate. Encountering me is indeed the most fortunate occurrence in your life. This declaration is not at all arrogant. Who is Chen Luo? He is the reincarnated king of survival, familiar with the trajectories of the apocalypse. Having survived in his previous life, he is certain to endure until the end in this one. The difference lies in the immense stockpile of resources he has accumulated. Their measurement is no longer in mere kilograms or bags, but in tons, even tens of thousands of tons. For someone like Chen Luo to fight over a single sausage illustrates the unimaginable scarcity of resources. Following him ensures access to clean water and fresh meat. As Chen Luo's personal chef and caretaker, he would not neglect her needs. Chen Luo is ruthless towards his enemies, but exceedingly generous to his allies, especially those in close proximity. Ma Yu felt a tremor in her heart. Indeed, encountering Chen Luo was a stroke of luck. Without him, she would have perished, consumed by zombies no less. This realization was sufficient for her. Without further deliberation, she nodded, "I am willing." Chen Luo, receiving the desired affirmation, smiled. Had the answer been otherwise, he would have turned to leave, allowing her to fend for herself. Just as Ma Yu, relieved from her earlier thoughts, began to feel the pangs of hunger. Previously confined to the cold storage, she had subsisted on raw vegetables, with the most delectable being carrots, which had been scarce in recent days. The meager daily rations left her stomach churning with acidity. Unable to resist, Ma Yu seized a packet of biscuits and devoured them ravenously. Chen Luo did not deter her, remarking, "Eat sparingly. We shall celebrate your joining upon our return with a grand feast." He added, "Of course, you shall be the one to prepare it." Soon after, Su Daju and the Law King returned, and the group boarded a heavy truck. Ma Yu marveled at Chen Luo's ability to procure such a vehicle. As they drove, Chen Luo casually inquired, "By the way, Mayu, have you awakened any special abilities?" Every individual is destined to awaken some form of power, whether early or late. Chen Luo elaborated on the nature of abilities while introducing his own and Su Daju's. There was no need to conceal the space ability from Mayu. As she was a chef, for Chen Luo, his spatial power served as a refrigerator. The extent of this refrigerator's capacity, however, was a secret he would not disclose to her. Mayu pondered. On the third day, I did experience a brief headache. As for any powers, I am uncertain. I have been too hungry to pay attention. Awakening an ability on the third day cannot be deemed exceptional, yet it is certainly not disappointing. After listening, Mayu concentrated on sensing the power within her, and gradually, small flames began to flicker in her palm, startling her. Chen Luo, on the other hand, was elated. Cooking necessitates fire, whether from gas, electric stoves, charcoal, or firewood. The flavors of the dishes vary greatly. An ability that allows the creation of flames would enhance the culinary experience. Fire wielders are not particularly rare. But finding one who is also a master chef is a true treasure, especially if they possess an appealing appearance. Soon, they arrived home without incident. Chen Luo eagerly presented the ingredients to Mayu, urging her to prepare a lavish meal. Mayu was already aware of the spatial ability, though she was unsure of its magnitude, thus, she was not overly surprised. Having mastered fire herself, how could she fail to comprehend Chen Luo's spatial ability? The aromas wafting from the kitchen made both her and the dog salivate uncontrollably. Within an hour, Mayu had prepared 8 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised tofu with mushrooms, green pepper and egg stir-fry, sauteed greens, chicken stewed with vermicelli, braised pork with potatoes, cumin lamb, and stir-fried prawns with onions. The soup was a delightful seaweed and egg flour concoction, visually and aromatically appealing. The ingredients Chen Luo had procured were pre-packaged and had been sitting for at least half an hour. They could not compare to the freshness of Mayu's creations. Particularly, the flavor was distinctly superior. Mayu's dishes were far more fragrant. Initially, Mayu had hesitated to prepare so many dishes, believing they would go to waste. But with Su Daju's hearty appetite, she realized he could easily finish them all. Chen Luo and Su Daju, already well-fed, were not inclined to embarrass themselves in front of such a spread. However, after 5 days of subsisting solely on raw vegetables, you could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the bountiful feast. Chen Luo chuckled, "What are we waiting for? Let's dig in." As he picked up a piece of tofu, its velvety and delectable flavor brought tears to his eyes, affirming that seeking out Mayu was indeed a wise decision. Though he was famished, Mayu nibbled delicately at her food, feeling somewhat shy due to their initial encounter. After their meal, Chen Luo contentedly rubbed his belly, reveling in the satisfaction of a delightful feast. Meanwhile, Mayu instinctively began to tidy up, prompting Chen Luo to delight in the thought that he would no longer have to wash dishes. Ever eager to be of assistance, Mayu contemplated mopping the floor after clearing the table, but Chen Luo had already arranged a room for her. "You may take a shower if you wish. Just be careful not to let any unboiled water enter your mouth. You've lost your phone, haven't you? Here, take this one, along with this 50,000 milliamp power bank. I've downloaded some movies and novels for you to enjoy when you feel bored." With Mayu's presence, Chen Luo found himself living in a state of ease, no longer burdened by trivial matters, indulging in daily pleasures. The King of Law also resumed a normal canine existence. 3 days swiftly passed, and Chen Luo found his supply of crystals, obtained from slaying zombies, dwindling, having reached level 3, allowing him to absorb 80 lower-grade crystals daily. Su Daju required 10 per day, while the King of Law needed 12 to 13, and the first-level Mayu consumed 2 crystals daily. Mayu was indeed fortunate. While others fought for their lives to acquire crystals, Chen Luo casually bestowed them upon her. To ascend to a level 4 ability user, he estimated it would take at least another 10 days. Chen Luo resolved to venture out once more to gather a new batch of crystals. Simultaneously, he had not forgotten about Mi Ling and Mi Li. It had been 10 days, and he wondered what hardships they had endured in the apocalypse, likely still suffering from hunger. However, he intended to visit their home, not with the intention of claiming them, as the timing was not yet ripe, but rather to ascertain whether they were at home. Mi Ling was studying at a university in the Divine Capital, while Mi Li was a senior in high school. When the apocalypse struck, it was not a weekend, so it was possible they were at school. Chen Luo planned to investigate whether they were home. Death was certain. He was confident they were alive, but he was uncertain about Mayu, as they had no prior connection in his past life. with Mi Ling. He had engaged in combat, and he had witnessed Mi Li alive with his own eyes. Chen Luo mused, revival magic, such power should not be left unchecked, lest one faces divine retribution. As he prepared to leave, Chen Luo cautioned Ma Yu, no matter who it is or what excuse they offer, do not open the door. Even if someone is dying before your eyes. Keep the doors and windows secured, do not stick your head out, and absolutely do not step outside. The consequences will be yours to bear. Having experienced the incident at the hotel cold storage, Ma Yu nodded solemnly, now wary. Chen Luo, along with Su Daju and the King of Law, set out to gather crystals, leaving Ma Yu alone at home. It was impractical to bring her along. She would only be a burden, and he needed her to manage logistics. There was also no possibility of leaving someone to protect her, not even the King of Law. The King of Law was a capable assistant, and in the event of danger, could potentially turn the tide. Chen Luo equipped Ma Yu with 2 electric batons for self-defense, which would suffice. Upon exiting the community, they arrived at the parking area for heavy trucks, where Chen Luo's expression darkened. The window on the right side of the truck's cabin had been shattered, presumably by someone who had entered the truck to inspect for supplies. How could they be so blind? A glance from outside revealed there were no supplies within. The truck's cargo area had also been left open. It was no surprise that the truck had been targeted after 3 days of inactivity. Chen Luo felt a pang of sympathy for the King of Law. Having kept him from checking on the vehicle, such a task was not worth it. Suddenly, 2 zombies lunged towards him. With a swift kick, he sent one flying. What the hell were you watching? What use are you? The zombies looked perplexed. Chen Luo cursed under his breath as he climbed into the truck, vowing to discover which little brat was responsible for this. After a quick inspection, he was relieved to find everything in order, save for the broken window. He drove the truck to a nearby street with fewer people, opting to use the truck to crash into zombies whenever possible, or, if that failed, to descend with Su Daju to dispatch them. In just over an hour, Chen Luo had collected over 300 crystals. As he fought zombies, he deliberately maneuvered closer to the neighborhood where Mi Ling and Mi Li resided. After gathering over 500 crystals, Su Daju, panting heavily, took a moment to rest before Chen Luo entered Mi Li's neighborhood. It was just past 6 in the evening, and darkness was beginning to settle in. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had ensured thorough reconnaissance of Mi Ling and Mi Li's backgrounds, not only uncovering their general preferences, but also their precise addresses. This neighborhood consisted of 16 buildings, each 9 stories high, with a resident population of around 3,000. During the apocalypse, having even 1,000 residents in the community was quite favorable. As he entered the neighborhood, Chen Luo observed that there were only 3 small supermarkets, each around 30 to 50 square meters. Such establishments typically held scant supplies. To his astonishment, he found all 3 supermarkets completely empty. This was to be expected. Often, hunger proved more terrifying than zombies. And there were always bold souls in search of provisions. Chen Luo chuckled. This was even better if Mi Ling and Mi Li were at home without food. He was curious to see how they would cope. As he continued to slay zombies, Chen Luo arrived at Building 8, gazing towards Unit 201. This was Mi Ling and Mi Li's home. No lights were on, and none of the residents appeared to be illuminated, as the power had been cut. The curtains of Unit 201 were drawn. Chen Luo squinted. Typically, aside from when resting, few would completely close their curtains. When leaving home, one would not pull all the curtains shut. During the apocalypse, as long as someone was home, any rational individual would draw the curtains for protection. However, it was not prudent to rely solely on this observation to determine if Mi Ling and Mi Li were at home. There were 2 ways to ascend the building. One was the elevator, which he immediately dismissed, and the other was the stairs. Chen Luo whispered, King of Law, go check if anyone is home. The King of Law nodded, as this was indeed a task befitting his nature. Just as he was about to ascend, his remaining right ear twitched, and then he crouched low, a low growl emanating from his throat. Like a rabbit, the King of Law swiftly darted towards a nearby bush. Meow. A distinctly fearful meow echoed, followed by a white figure darting from the bush in a panic. The King of Law had spotted the cat hiding in the foliage and gave chase, but despite the cat's agility, it was caught within mere seconds. Chen Luo was taken aback. Was that a cat? Clearly, this was a cat that had not been turned into a zombie. He quickly exclaimed, King of Law, do not harm it. A cat would make a wonderful pet to bring back. While both cats and dogs could become zombies, they were less likely to be severely affected, unless they were of the mutated variety, which was exceedingly rare. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had contemplated acquiring a cat for companionship, but was uncertain if it would turn into a zombie, fearing it might bite him. Thus, he abandoned the thought. Chen Luo mused, "If you're attractive, I'll take you home. If not, well." The regal dog, with its teeth clamped around the soft nape of the cat's neck, trotted over, wearing an expression of pride. Chen Luo observed the feline with astonishment. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a silver-shaded cat, measuring over 20 centimeters in length, with striking azure eyes. Its fur was sleek and free of any unsightly tufts, presenting a visage of exceptional beauty, akin to a little fairy among felines. Of course, it might also be a male. The cat struggled vigorously in the dog's grasp, yet it was evident that escape was futile. Chen Luo reached out to pet its fluffy little head when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Wah, please make this foolish dog let me go." Chen Luo's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at the cat. The voice did not resonate in his ears, but manifested within his consciousness. This ability was familiar to him. Powerful psychic practitioners could communicate telepathically without uttering a word. If the regal dog commanded lightning powers, why couldn't other cats and dogs wield psychic abilities? The silver-shaded cat before him evidently possessed the power of mental communication. And it was astute enough to recognize that Chen Luo held the authority, thus imploring him to release it from the dog-esque grip. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. "What an unexpected windfall! Join me, and you shall feast on delicacies," he exclaimed. Chen Luo admonished, "Regal dog, how could you be so uncouth? Release the poor creature." Despite his words, he firmly grasped the cat's body, fearful that it might flee. The regal dog felt utterly disheartened, conceding, "Fine, it's all my fault." The cat, now in Chen Luo's hands, ceased to struggle, gazing at him with wide azure eyes, while Chen Luo heard the voice within his mind once more. "I did not provoke it, yet this dog is viciously biting me. How despicable." Chen Luo concurred, "Indeed, it is utterly disgraceful." Su Daju scratched his head, perplexed, observing, "Brother, are you conversing with a cat?" The cat utilized its ability again, seemingly sensing something. "Do you have dried fish?" "I sense you do." Chapter 30. The Girl and the Cat. The intuition of psychic practitioners often surpasses that of ordinary individuals. A formidable psychic can even sense danger before it manifests, much like animals that can predict rain or earthquakes and react accordingly. This cat claimed to feel that Chen Luo possessed dried fish. Indeed, he did, an abundance, in fact. Not only did he have fresh fish, but a plethora of fish-based dishes as well. Additionally, in the realm of snacks, there were tons of grilled fish chips and dried fish. Chen Luo chuckled, preparing to retrieve the dried fish. After all, if the cat ate his food, it would surely belong to him. He envisioned taking it home and indulging in the joy of petting it. Petting a cat can alleviate stress, promote relaxation, and lift one's spirits. Just then, a curtain in a room on the second floor was drawn back, and a window swung open, revealing an anxious voice. "Let go of my rice." Chen Luo looked up, startled to discover that the person was none other than Meili. The cat was named Rice? Her cat? Meili. Upon seeing the two intimidating figures, each wielding a stick and clutching her cat, was filled with urgency. Her silhouette vanished from the window, and in mere seconds, she opened the door and rushed down from the second floor. Meili, visibly distressed, warily eyed Chen Luo and Su Daju, yet boldly snatched Rice from Chen Luo's grasp. He relinquished his hold, knowing that forcibly retaining Rice would only incite Meili's antagonism. Once Rice was safe in her arms, Meili sighed in relief, not daring to linger outside, murmuring an apology before turning to leave. Encountering Meili prematurely did not align with Chen Luo's original plan. He had merely intended to ascertain whether Meili and Meiling were home. Suddenly, Rice began to struggle violently in Meili's embrace, employing its telepathic ability to communicate with her. "Let me go, he has dried fish. I want to eat dried fish. He has dried fish. He is not a bad person." Meili's cheeks twitched slightly, bewildered by this logic. Yet Rice wriggled free from her arms, landing on the ground and gazing pitifully at Chen Luo. Rice had not had dried fish in over a week. "Just give me one." Chen Luo's mind raced. It was clear that only Meili was home. If Meiling had been present, she would never have allowed Meili to descend alone into danger. The sisters were not together. Could this be an opportunity to begin his approach with the younger sister? Of course, he could not afford to present resources outright. Su Daju understood that unsolicited generosity often conceals ulterior motives. Chen Luo had originally intended to adopt a collaborative strategy. Meiling and Meili were not mere ornaments. With his considerable strength, thorough understanding of potential dangers, and an arsenal of abundant resources, Chen Luo was confident he could secure their willing allegiance. In his previous life, he had never encountered Rice, nor had he even heard that Mi Li and Mi Ling owned a cat, suggesting that Rice had perished along the way. This cat's intuition was remarkably accurate. It truly sensed the dried fish on him. Contemplating this, Chen Luo smiled at Rice. The large supermarket outside must have dried fish. Come, I shall take you there. He then turned to Mi Li. Shall we collaborate in searching for supplies? Mi Li instinctively prepared to refuse, as she could not possibly venture out with two strangers. However, Rice was undeterred, eagerly nodding in agreement, and upon noticing Mi Li's hesitation, it urged, I can sense that this person harbors no ill will. You can trust him. Mi Li remained uncertain, but Rice, growing impatient, insisted, then don't go. I'll go with him. You stay here and wait for me to bring you food. Ouch, that hit hard. Rice's words made Mi Li's cheeks flush. For over a week, she had relied on Rice's agile form to scavenge for supplies. Without the regal dog, capturing such a clever and nimble cat would have been nearly impossible. Now, with the supermarkets emptied out, unless Rice ventured to more distant locales, finding supplies would be perilous. Considering that Rice believed these two individuals meant no harm, Mi Li ultimately decided to trust her feline companion, whose instincts had proven remarkably reliable, especially since awakening its psychic abilities. With dwindling provisions at home, Mi Li steeled herself, declaring, All right, I will go with you. Rice, I'm placing all my faith in you. Chen Luo smiled. This was a promising beginning. Mi Li said, Please wait a moment. I'll grab a few things. Before long, Mi Li reappeared, sporting a red helmet that seemed to belong to an electric bike, her figure obscured by a thick leather jacket, concealing her youthful allure. In her hand, she wielded a rolling pin. Mi Li timidly addressed Chen Luo. You must have realized that Rice can communicate with humans. I've also suddenly acquired a special ability, akin to a healer in a game. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, not concealing his own abilities. I am Chen Luo. My power is akin to that of a spatial magician. He is Su Daju, comparable to a warrior. This dog is my companion, known as the Regal Dog. A Thunder Mage, you may refer to it as the Thunder Regal. Upon hearing this title, the Regal Dog stood tall with pride, asserting, I am not a mere weakling like Rice. Mi Li stared in astonishment at the Regal Dog, realizing that not only Rice had acquired special abilities, but a dog could wield lightning as well? One would never guess the world had undergone such a transformation. Hurry, let us find some dried fish, urged Rice. As they took but a few steps, they unexpectedly collided with a horde of zombies. Chen Luo and Su Daju remained unperturbed, yet Mi Li tensed up, her body rigid with anxiety. With a slight tremor in her voice, she declared, I will amplify Su Daju's strength. Fully aware that a warrior must stand firm at the front lines, Mi Li prioritized enhancing Su Daju's abilities first. Although this was entirely unnecessary, Chen Luo was curious to observe her in action. A soft, golden glow emanated from Mi Li's hand, swiftly entering Su Daju's body. Her fluid movements indicated that she had practiced this before. Mi Li then proceeded to amplify Chen Luo's strength as well. With eyes closed, Chen Luo felt a surge of power equivalent to an increase of 1/3. If his original strength was 30 points, he now possessed an additional 10. Naturally, this was not a mere percentage increase. 10 points of strength equated to that of an adult male. Furthermore, it was evident that Mi Li was currently at a novice level, and as her rank ascended, so too would the potency of her enhancements. With Mi Li's boost, Su Daju dispatched several zombies with the ease of chopping vegetables. Yet, instead of delight, Mi Li's complexion paled. The gruesome sight of blood and brains spilling from the zombies was too harrowing for her. A lone zombie approached, and Mi Li, trembling, confessed, I have never fought a zombie before. This one will serve as practice. I must confront this fear eventually. Chapter 31. I will make you braised fish. Despite her timid demeanor, she uttered words tinged with resolve. If this world were overrun with such creatures, she had to conquer her terror of them. Chen Luo, taken aback by Mi Li's words, noted her outward fragility, belied an inner fortitude. As long as he was there to protect her, he felt assured. Daju, hand your iron rod to Mi Li. The power of a rolling pin cannot compare to a solid iron bar. Su Daju chuckled at Mi Li, who was still quaking, and graciously passed her the rod. Mi Li wished to prepare herself further, but the zombies offered her no such luxury. As the approaching zombie drew near, Mi Li hastily cast a strength buff upon herself. The zombie opened its gaping maw, and though her mind momentarily blanked, her gaze quickly hardened with determination. Yet, Mealy lacked even the slightest combat experience. As the zombie lunged, she was entirely at a loss for evasion. Alas, she stood her ground. The zombie's sharp claws dug into her arm, and had she not been clad in a thick leather jacket, she would have surely suffered grievous wounds. Simultaneously, the zombie lunged toward her delicate neck. With the iron rod in hand, Mealy swung it fiercely at the zombie's head. Though she appeared as a frail girl, her amplified strength surpassed that of a healthy adult man. The zombie's skull shattered under the blow, blood splattering onto Mealy's helmet and leather jacket. The head was the zombie's weakness, yet only a blow as powerful as Su Daju's could obliterate it entirely. Mealy fell just short. The zombie continued its assault, and the sight of the blood that splattered upon her startled Mealy. Raising the iron rod as if she were smashing a watermelon, she relentlessly struck the zombie. The creature lay lifeless, yet Mealy continued to pummel it. The zombie's head was utterly obliterated, a sight that made Chen Luo's scalp prickle. "Girl, you've gone a bit overboard." After dispatching the zombie, Mealy crouched down and removed her helmet, the gruesome scene threatening to induce her retching. She could only dry heave, her stomach empty. Chen Luo produced a tissue and a bottle of mineral water, extending them to Mealy. She offered him a grateful glance. 2 minutes later, Mealy regained her composure, observing her blood-stained clothing and finally understanding why Chen Luo and Su Daju appeared so fearsome. Chen Luo encouraged her, noting that at least she had found the courage to confront the zombies and had not faltered in a critical moment. Mi Fan sighed, "You're quite the handful. Are we still searching for the dried fish?" On their way, Chen Luo had already dispatched numerous zombies, and there were few more wandering the vicinity of the apartment complex. He brought Mealy and Mi Fan into his sturdy truck, which provided Mealy with a considerable sense of security for their upcoming supply run. Nearby stood a large shopping mall, the only one in the vicinity, with supermarkets on the second and third floors, promising ample supplies. However, the supplies were not the primary goal. Rather, it was to foster a rapport with Mealy. In the vehicle, Chen Luo cautioned Mealy, "What if we encounter survivors in the mall?" Mealy paused, contemplating before responding. "With your and Daju's strength, you could eliminate many zombies. If there are survivors, they could likely escape on their own. I've observed that zombies are not particularly fast. Escaping is feasible. We are not their saviors. They must rely on themselves." If Chen Luo were more familiar with Mealy, he would have patted her head. Her insight was remarkably astute. Relying on others is often less effective than relying on oneself. One cannot always place hope in others. "What? Do you expect us to escort you home and pamper you with delicacies?" He should have Ma Yu share her experiences with Mealy. Soon, they reached the road adjacent to the mall, where numerous vehicles were congested. Chen Luo assessed the situation and realized that they could not utilize the truck to crush the zombies. Turning around would be inconvenient, and the area was littered with electric bikes and uneven terrain that could ensnare the truck. They would have to rely on their own strength to eliminate the zombies. Fortunately, it was not the weekend, and the outbreak had occurred in the morning. Thus, there were not many zombies inside or around the mall, which was not located in a bustling area. The greatest value of this mall lay in its ability to attract traffic, subsequently raising property values in the vicinity. "Mealy, when we enter, just amplify my strength. There's no need to boost Daju's, he doesn't require it." Regardless of whether Mealy enhanced Su Daju or not, he could still dispatch zombies with a single blow. Chen Luo, having reached the third level as a supernatural being, possessed strength comparable to Su Daju's. And with Mealy's enhancement, he too could eliminate zombies with a single strike. Moreover, Mealy's energy reserves were limited. Otherwise, boosting Su Daju would certainly be more beneficial. Chen Luo provided Mealy with 2 electric batons for self-defense. Watching Chen Luo conjure objects from thin air, Mealy felt an intense envy. Space mages were indeed remarkable. Chen Luo also retrieved a large iron rod to join Su Daju in combating the zombies. The electric batons were of diminishing utility to Chen Luo. Over time, their effectiveness would wane. Mealy watched in awe as Chen Luo and Su Daju effortlessly dispatched zombies. These two were formidable indeed. Even without her, they could easily procure supplies from this place. Suddenly, the Cat King seemed to have an epiphany, spitting forth a fist-sized orb of crackling silver lightning. This orb raced towards the cluster of zombies and erupted explosively, instantly annihilating 4 of them. The Cat King cast a smug glance at Mi Fan, as if to say, "Can your cat do this?" Truth be told, Mi Fan was somewhat taken aback, But he could not afford to lose face. He feigned indifference. Chen Luo was genuinely speechless. Could it be that the Cat King's lightning ball was inspired by Mi Fan's presence? However, the amplification was not substantial, as the thunderball consumed more energy compared to the arc attack. The first floor of the shopping mall primarily featured clothing sales, with the number of staff surpassing that of customers. The second floor was designated for snacks, while the third floor catered to fresh produce, where the presence of zombies was undoubtedly more pronounced. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Luo instructed Fu Wang, draw the zombies in and eliminate them in batches. If a horde of over 100 zombies converges, I will have no choice but to flee. After 5 minutes, Chen Luo and Su Daju managed to clear the zombies on the second floor. Meanwhile, Mi Li's blue energy bar was completely depleted, granting Chen Luo a mere 2 minutes of amplification. Chen Luo then said, Mi Li, go grab a bag, fill it as much as you can. Meanwhile, Mi Fan had located the section containing dried fish snacks and pleaded with Chen Luo to help open the packaging. Chen Luo teased, don't rush, I have fresh fish. Come back with me later, and I will prepare braised fish for you. Chapter 32, A Heroic Rescue. Mi Fan was of great importance to Mi Li, who audaciously dared to snatch it from Chen Luo's hands for its sake. Without Mi Fan, Mi Li would not have so easily boarded Chen Luo's ship of mischief. With Mi Fan in hand, escape was not an option for Mi Li. If Mi Li remained, then Mi Ling could not flee either. Additionally, Chen Luo held a fondness for this cat. Not only was it exceptionally attractive and clever, but it also possessed unique abilities. Chen Luo realized that Mi Fan's awakened power was likely more complex than merely psychic energy. Such a rare ability as telepathy could not possibly be mastered in the early stages of psychic development. At least, he had never witnessed it before. The enigma of how Mi Fan could control telepathy upon awakening eluded Chen Luo, as it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. A cat so rare should surely be held with care. After all, it was a gluttonous cat, and while others struggled to please it, Chen Luo found it easy to manage. Indeed, upon hearing about the braised fish, Mi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, but it's been ages since I've had dried fish. And I'm hungry, I'll have a little first. Chen Luo chuckled as he opened the package of roasted fish for Mi Fan. Mi Li began to hastily gather supplies, prioritizing high-calorie items such as candies and chocolates, momentarily disregarding any concerns about gaining weight. Glancing at the rows of beverages, Mi Li decided on mineral water, reasoning that sugary drinks were not thirst-quenching and would only exacerbate her thirst. Suddenly, an extraordinarily corpulent figure, obscured by the shelves, escaped Mi Li's notice at first. This rotund figure moved stealthily, attempting to avoid detection. Coincidentally, as this hefty silhouette descended from the third floor, Fu Wang was patrolling on the opposite side and failed to spot it in time. However, Fu Wang was the first to detect this anomalous figure. Woof woof. Fu Wang anxiously issued a warning and quickly rushed towards Mi Li's direction. Thanks to Fu Wang's alert, Mi Li, who had her back turned to the overweight figure, finally noticed the unexpected guest. Upon seeing its face, she was immediately struck with terror, her complexion paling. The figure stood over 2 meters tall, its body resembling a massive meatball, with its legs and neck nearly invisible. An extraordinarily swollen belly dominated most of its form, and its skin appeared akin to boiled pig intestines, riddled with folds and a sickening pale pink hue. While zombies could be frightening in comparison to this corpulent figure, they could be considered rather cute. Anyone encountering such a grotesque visage for the first time would be utterly taken aback. Mi Li attempted to flee but was unexpectedly tripped by the 2 large bags of food she had gathered. Fu Wang issued another warning and hurried toward her. Yet Chen Luo arrived even faster, prompted by Mi Fan's sudden alert. While munching on dried fish, Mi Fan abruptly halted and, looking up at Chen Luo, said, I sense that Mi Li is in danger. However, Mi Fan could not articulate the source of the threat. Naturally, Chen Luo took this seriously. Uncertain of where the danger lay, he sought out Mi Li. The plump zombie cackled, hungry, so hungry, let me eat you. Mi Li stumbled to her feet and, without hesitation, hurled the 2 bags of hard-earned food at the overweight zombie before turning to flee. Just as she dashed away, still shaken, she collided with the approaching Chen Luo. Upon seeing the corpulent zombie, Chen Luo's pupils constricted, yet he calmly reassured Mi Li, stay behind me, don't be afraid. I am here. Though the fearsome figure loomed close, Mi Li felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her at Chen Luo's words, her previously racing heart miraculously settling. She stared at the not overly bulky shoulder that shielded her, feeling an unexplainable sense of security. Chen Luo had not anticipated encountering another mutated being in this place. Perhaps a 1 in 1,000 chance, having slain so many zombies, encountering another was not entirely surprising. Once zombies reach level 1, they gain a modicum of intelligence, and as their levels increase, so does their cunning. Chen Luo speculated that there was a virus within the zombies that continuously evolved, thereby granting them control. The corpulent zombie before him was not uncommon in his previous life. Referred to as a devourer. Its belly resembled an endless pit, and it could consume and excrete simultaneously, a truly grotesque image. Fortunately, the devourer had not been consuming continuously. So Chen Luo was spared the nauseating stench of its excrement. Among its peers, the devourer was particularly formidable, boasting immense strength, robust defense, the ability to charge like a living projectile, and even the capability of self-detonation. The thought of witnessing the explosion of a belly filled with flesh and blood was repugnant. Observing its size, Chen Luo noted that it resembled a level 3 zombie, not particularly tall, but comparable to him in level. If it were any other level 3 mutant or if Chen Luo lacked the skills he had acquired in his past life, even matching this devourer in level would be quite troublesome. However, in this instance, it was merely a matter of a single strike. The void sword slowly materialized in Chen Luo's hand just as Fu Wang arrived, unleashing the recently mastered thunderball from behind the devourer. While the thunderball was devastating against ordinary zombies, its high energy consumption rendered it less effective than the arc attack. Yet, its high single-target damage made it somewhat useful against the corpulent zombie. The thunderball detonated behind the devourer, injuring its back, but it was far from a critical blow. Fu Wang was at level 2, while the devourer was at level 3, and the latter was known for its defensive prowess. Enraged, the devourer spun around to roar at Fu Wang, providing Chen Luo with the opportunity to swing the void sword at it. Though some might withstand Chen Luo's somewhat ethereal void sword, the level 3 devourer certainly would not. The devourer was cleaved in two, akin to a tree being severed by a chainsaw. The self-detonation ability had no chance to activate before it perished. Chen Luo turned to shield Mi Li's eyes, softly murmuring, "Don't look, its corpse is quite repulsive." His voice had a hypnotic quality, prompting Mi Li to involuntarily close her eyes. At that moment, her mind was filled with the image of Chen Luo wielding the void sword, an awe-inspiring sight. How could one be so handsome? With a single stroke, he vanquished the terrifying creature. Mi Li allowed Chen Luo to take her hand, guiding her to another location. Upon opening her eyes, she could not help but glance at Chen Luo. Previously, as Chen Luo fought against the zombies, his body was smeared with blood and grime, and Mi Li did not find him particularly handsome. At that moment, she suddenly realized how strikingly handsome her brother Chen Luo truly was. Chen Luo turned his gaze towards Mi Li, who inexplicably felt her cheeks flush. Surprised, Chen Luo thought to himself, "Goodness, I never expected the emergence of this devourer to be so fortuitous." Although the trope of a hero saving a beauty is rather cliché, its effect remains undeniably potent. Chapter 33, I Will Groom You Bald. Compared to humans, zombies possess inferior vision but significantly heightened auditory and olfactory senses. If there were survivors within them all, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade the notice of the devourer. Unless there were heavy iron doors, it would be impossible to deter a robust devourer that wields tools. It was likely that no survivors remained in the mall. Chen Luo gently patted Mi Li on the head and suggested, "Mi Li, let us form a team in the future. It would be beneficial to look out for one another." Mi Li nodded, her face still tinged with red. In the mall, with such an abundance of supplies, it would be contrary to Chen Luo's nature to leave them behind. In Mi Li's presence, he promptly stored all the items he deemed valuable from the second floor into his spatial ability. Mi Li was trustworthy. Although Chen Luo had not teamed up with her in his previous life, he had interacted with her and understood her character. Moreover, one cannot allow concerns to impede the collection of resources from this place. As core members, they would inevitably reveal a portion of the spatial ability to them. Mi Li did not ponder deeply, she merely slightly parted her delicate lips in awe at the wonders of spatial magic. Upon reaching the third floor, they encountered no further mutants, only ordinary zombies. After spending some time eliminating the zombies, Chen Luo surveyed the supplies on the third floor. The vegetables had wilted but were barely edible. Still, he decided to take them. Even if he wouldn't consume them himself, they could be traded later. Not everyone was as picky as he was. Such vegetables would be treasures in the eyes of others. However, the meat was beyond salvage, having spoiled entirely. In summer, without refrigeration, meat spoils within 3 days. Mi discovered a cabinet containing fresh pig trotters, retrieving a piece that was covered in mold. Disheartened, she sniffed it, only to find it utterly ruined. Such a trotter would likely cause an upset stomach. With a heavy sigh, Mi lamented the possibility of never having the chance to enjoy braised pig trotters again. Chen Luo, observing her, chuckled quietly, choosing not to reveal his plan and instead preparing a surprise for her. "Let us depart now," Chen Luo said. The entire supermarket only had supplies on the second and third floors. The other levels were filled with clothing, amusement areas, restaurants, and cinemas. Mi nodded in agreement. Chen Luo added, "Mi, why not come to my place for a visit and share a dinner?" Had it not been for their experiences in the mall, Mi would have certainly declined, but now she hesitated. It was not that she was unwilling, she felt compelled to wait at home for her sister. If her sister returned and found her missing, how frantic would she be? Mi Fan insisted that Mi Ling was surely alive and had a premonition that Mi Ling would come looking for her. Mi was uncertain of the truth in these words, but was willing to believe them. Otherwise, she could not fathom how unbearable a world without her sister would be. If not for the lack of food at home, Mi would have undoubtedly chosen to remain there, waiting for her sister, rather than accompanying Chen Luo. With a troubled expression, Mi said, "Brother Chen Luo, I wish to go, but I must wait for my sister. Perhaps I can go after she returns." Chen Luo had previously promised Mi Fan that he would take her to eat braised fish, and while Mi hesitated, Mi Fan was eager to go. Mi Fan urged Mi, "Didn't he leave a note at home? Mi Ling won't worry if she sees it. Plus, I have a feeling she won't return today." Only those who shared a mental connection with it could hear Mi Fan's words. Upon hearing this, Mi resolutely inquired, "Brother Chen Luo, your home isn't far, is it?" Chen Luo provided the address, which was indeed close. Mi replied, "All right then, but we cannot stay too long." Chen Luo glanced sideways, thinking to himself that if she were willing to stay overnight, he certainly would not refuse. Summoning Su Daju and Fa Wang, the group set off for home. The most anxious among them was Mi Fan, who had dreamt of eating fish the previous night. There is no greater joy in the world than a cat eating fish. In the car, as Chen Luo drove, he observed the restless and impatient Mi Fan, unable to suppress a chuckle. This cat was truly extraordinary, able to sense danger. Although its ability was still rudimentary, it was already quite remarkable. Yet, why had Mi Fan not sensed when Fa Wang bit it? After some contemplation, Chen Luo arrived at an answer. It was not a danger at all, but rather a stroke of fortune. Before long, Chen Luo returned home. He did not call for Mayu to open the door, as he possessed the key. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but Mayu, who had been vigilantly listening for sounds at the door, swiftly noticed someone entering. Upon seeing Chen Luo and the others, she breathed a sigh of relief. When her gaze fell upon Mi, she was taken aback. How could a simple outing result in the return of such a stunning beauty? With a smile, Chen Luo introduced, "Mi, this is Sister Mayu. You may call her Yujia. And this is Mi." Simply refer to her as Mi, for calling her Li might sound less pleasant. Mi politely greeted, "Hello, Yujia." Mi Fan urged, "Fish, fish, fish." Chen Luo laughed, "Sister Yu, please start cooking. First, prepare a braised fish for this one." Mi Fan. Mayu cast a surprised glance at Mi Fan, for it was indeed a beautiful cat, but why was it receiving such preferential treatment? Fa Wang had never been treated this way. Cats cannot eat overly salty food. "How about I make a steamed fish for it?" Mayu suggested. Mi promptly agreed on behalf of Mi Fan. However, Mi Fan insisted, "Make two. And they should be larger." Startled by the sudden voice in her mind, Mayu was only able to understand after Chen Luo explained Mi Fan's elevated status. Before Chen Luo had returned home, Mayu had already begun preparing dinner. The dishes were ready and merely awaited Chen Luo's arrival to be cooked. Following Chen Luo's instructions, she first served Mi Fan 2 steamed base. As the dish was placed before Mi Fan, a delectable aroma wafted through the air. Mi, who also enjoyed fish, felt tempted, but since this was for Mi Fan, she refrained from taking one, especially in the presence of others. She could only swallow her saliva in secret, lamenting, "Oh, Mi Fan, you couldn't spare me a piece? Have I not treated you kindly all this time?" Maayu's culinary skills were beyond reproach, and the enticing fragrance had Mi Fan so excited that it was on the verge of tears. "Oh, how fortunate I am to be eating fish again, and such a fragrant one at that," Mi Fan exclaimed joyfully, diving into the meal prepared for it. Watching from the side, Mi felt as though she were in a trance. Meanwhile, Chen Luo seized the opportunity while Mi Fan was engrossed in its meal. his hands unable to resist, petting the cat vigorously. The joy of petting a cat is fleeting, but the pleasure of continuous affection is everlasting. Mi Fan could not help but exclaim, "Be gentle, be gentle. At this rate, you'll make me bald." Chapter 34, Moving House. In truth, Chen Luo's spatial ability contained an uncountable number of vegetables, ready to be served at a moment's notice. However, it was evident that Ma Yu's cooking was far superior. Additionally, Chen Luo was indulging in a bit of mischief, allowing Mi Li to remain hungry for a little longer so that the forthcoming meal would be all the more delightful. Without making Mi Li wait too long, the first dish, crispy fried yellow croaker, was promptly prepared. This was indeed the epitome of dried fish. Mi Li swallowed hard, her eyes fixated on the yellow croaker like a thief. Meanwhile, Mi Fan displayed no restraint at all. Having barely finished the steamed bass that Ma Yu had prepared for him, he was already yearning for the dried fish. "Chen Luo, you must make this dried fish for me tomorrow. You can indulge me as you please." In a rather blunt manner, he asked, "Really? It's a deal." Chen Luo replied, "Mi Fan, you are so well behaved. I will do my utmost to bring you whatever you desire." Mi Fan, touched, murmured, "Chen Luo, you are too kind to me." Chen Luo turned to Mi Li and said, "Mi Li, you must be hungry. Why not have some yellow croaker to tide you over?" Although Mi Li was desperately craving it, her impeccable upbringing compelled her to shake her head. "No, Sister Yu is busy. I will wait for her to join us." Seeing Mi Li's determination, Chen Luo refrained from insisting further. The remaining dishes were soon completed. With Su Daju, a veritable bottomless pit, around, Chen Luo ensured that apart from breakfast, there were always 8 dishes and a soup, all in generous portions, for otherwise, it would not suffice. Within a week, unless specifically instructed by Chen Luo, Ma Yu would not repeat any dishes. For others, it was simply a matter of whatever was available, with no room for choosiness. Here, one could select according to their cravings, as everything one desired was present. Tonight's dinner comprised crispy fried yellow croaker, shredded pork with celery, sweet and sour ribs, sauerkraut fish, braised crucian carp, 3 fresh vegetables, bean sprouts with vermicelli, candied tomatoes, and seaweed egg drop soup. Mi Li was left in awe. Even before the apocalypse, she had rarely indulged in such a plethora of dishes. It was not that she could not afford it, but rather that it was unnecessary to waste food when one could not finish it. Mi Li, moved, said, "Brother Chen Luo, although this is my first visit, is this not too extravagant?" Ma Yu found it amusing and pondered whether to inform the child that this was, in fact, our normal dining experience. It was entirely understandable for Mi Li to react this way, as she had been equally astonished upon her arrival. However, Chen Luo remained silent, leaving Mi Li uncertain of his intentions, and she chose to remain quiet. With a flourish of his hand, Chen Luo declared, "It's nothing. We are comrades in the same team. Come, eat up, you must be famished." He began to eat, prompting Mi Li to feel more at ease. Indeed, it was only when she saw Chen Luo pick up his chopsticks that Mi Li bravely seized a piece of the fried yellow croaker she had been yearning for. The enticing aroma had already stirred her hunger. As the yellow croaker touched her tongue, its crispy and tender texture enveloped her senses, evoking an overwhelming urge to shed tears. "Oh, it's even more delicious than I had imagined." Chen Luo chuckled, "Mi Li, do not be shy. I do not have the habit of serving others. Feel free to take what you desire." With that, Chen Luo indulged heartily in the meal, and the more refined he ate, the more restrained Mi Li felt. Conversely, the more generous he was, the more liberated she became. Mi Li's cheeks flushed slightly as she complied. 2 steamed base had already left Mi Fan's belly somewhat bulging, as he pawed at his stomach in an effort to digest. Suddenly, the King of Cats nudged Chen Luo with his paw and called out to Mi Fan several times. The King of Cats thought to himself, having this little weakling around has its benefits, at least he can act as my translator. "Little weakling, translate for me and tell the master that I am tired of meat and wish for rice soaked in vegetable soup tonight." "Little weakling?" Mi Fan bristled with anger, initially intending to translate that the King of Cats wanted to eat excrement, but upon hearing that he was tired of meat, he could hardly believe his ears and conveyed it to Mi Li. Mi Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "Tired of meat? Are you speaking human language?" "Oh, indeed." It was not human language. After a moment of contemplation, Mi Li felt a sense of understanding. With someone as capable as Chen Luo, could such peculiarities be surprising? Chen Luo personally fetched a large bowl for the King of Cats, filling it with a generous portion of rice and adding a little soup on top. Although a simple vegetable soup over rice was something many could only yearn for now, Mi Li normally consumed only a bowl of rice. Yet this time she devoured 3 bowls in one sitting. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her excessive consumption, she lowered her head. Ma Yu chuckled, holding back Meili, who was eager to compete for the washing duties. After a brief silence, Meili spoke. Brother Chen Luo, I have overstayed my welcome. I should return. I fear my sister will be worried if she returns home and finds me missing. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. However, he could not allow Meili to return alone. It would be perilous for her safety. After all, she was merely a caretaker, capable of providing buffs, but hardly adequate against 2 zombies. He certainly intended to escort her back. Yet, what if she were to be harmed in his absence? In her previous life, Meili had been unharmed, but now, with his presence, who knew what kind of butterfly effect could unfold? Chen Luo approached Meili, regarding her not merely for her beauty, though it would be hard to deny the appeal of an 18-year-old girl, but rather for her exceptional abilities. Meili possessed both talent and insight. Some skills were not merely a matter of reaching a certain level. She was the only one among the light-type ability users to master the resurrection technique, much like Chen Luo, who, despite the presence of other spatial ability users, was the sole individual capable of void walking. The significance of resurrection could not be overstated. Meili was an invaluable asset. As for Mi Fan, to be honest, his ability to foresee and avert calamity, to discern between benevolence and malevolence, was indeed a treasure of national importance. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Luo made a decisive resolution to ensure the protection of Mi Fan and Meili. While it was impossible to have Meili relocate to his side, as she awaited her sister, Chen Luo too had to wait for the spirit flame princess, Meili. Therefore, he contemplated moving to her location. Meili, it does not matter where I reside. How about this? Daju, you Jia and I move to your place? Surely there are unoccupied houses nearby, and we can settle there for mutual support. Initially taken aback, Meili soon expressed her delight. That sounds wonderful. This was not merely mutual support. It was clearly Chen Luo looking out for her. Chen Luo chuckled. Daju, you Jia, pack your things. We are preparing to move. In this team led by Chen Luo, he was undoubtedly the core. Although Ma Yu felt a twinge of reluctance to leave behind the familiar surroundings, she readily agreed without further hesitation. Chapter 35, Ghost. Why did you take so long to arrive? The move was only temporary. Meili's place was not suitable for settling down, nor was it an ideal gathering point. However, with Chen Luo's spatial abilities, moving was a breeze. Anything that needed to be taken could simply be tossed into the ability space. Ma, you packed cooking utensils, some seasonings, and daily necessities, while Chen Luo and Su Daju only took along a few articles of clothing. In less than 5 minutes, they had everything ready. The cabin of the truck was spacious, accommodating 4 people, 1 cat and 1 dog without feeling cramped. Inside, Su Daju was engrossed in a historical drama, seizing the opportunity to play it on his phone. Mi Fan curiously crouched behind him to watch. A sultry female voice emerged from the phone. Ghost. Why did you take so long to arrive? Su Daju chuckled foolishly, and Mi Fan watched with rapt attention. Meili felt a twinge of envy. Her phone had long run out of battery, now nothing more than a brick unworthy of use. Noticing Meili's expression, Chen Luo produced a smartphone and a power bank, extending them towards her. Take these and enjoy. There are countless films, novels, and games within. I also have a laptop, would you like it? Chen Luo had dozens of laptops at his disposal. He hadn't held back on purchases, especially with the abundance of digital devices available in the market now. Meili sighed. Brother Chen Luo, you remind me of Doraemon, possessing a treasure trove of gadgets. As they neared Meili's residential complex, Chen Luo hesitated, pondering where to park the heavy truck. After a moment of contemplation, he shrugged off his concerns, realizing that the truck would soon lose its value. Once zombies evolved to level 1, they would no longer be the mindless entities that could be easily crushed. After this evolution, zombies would possess abilities akin to humans, albeit at a diminished strength. Despite their weakness, they could pose a threat to the truck. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, zombies began to evolve sporadically, and some had already reached level 1 after consuming human flesh. If the survivors couldn't enhance their strength at a pace that matched the zombies, their fate was all but sealed. Chen Luo maneuvered the vehicle into Meili's neighborhood and casually found a spot to stop. Remarkably, Meili no longer feared the zombies. Her calmness was a stark contrast to her earlier panic, a transformation that had taken place within just a few hours. The optimal temporary shelter was the house directly across from Meili. Its door was firmly shut, yet the windows stood ajar, indicating that no one was home. Su Daju effortlessly climbed to the second floor, snapping the burglar bars with minimal effort. The door was locked with a key, and even from inside, it couldn't be opened. Without the skill to pick locks, Su Daju had no choice but to force the door open. However, the door was compromised, though not a robust defense. A violent entry would at least serve as a warning. Otherwise, stray cats, dogs, or even mice could infiltrate, potentially jeopardizing everyone's safety. Meili pondered aloud. How about staying at my place? I have a 4-bedroom apartment, which should be just enough. Could Chen Luo refuse? I must ensure your safety, he replied. By now, it was past 9 in the evening. The absence of electricity rendered Meili's home shrouded in darkness. Chen Luo drew the curtains and produced several battery-operated lamps. Their light was dim yet comforting. Gazing at the glow, Meili felt a sense of security blossom within her. Without Chen Luo, she wouldn't have dared to turn on any lights. Despite her youth, her instinct for self-preservation was keen. Just days prior, the darkness had suffocated her, leaving her hungry and thirsty, trapped in solitude. Now, with the world outside brimming with danger, Chen Luo's presence inexplicably soothed her. With a flourish, Chen Luo conjured 2 watermelons. Grinning, let us indulge in some watermelon. Watermelon was Meili's favorite fruit. Staring at the melons, she felt as if she were in a dream. The events of the day seemed surreal. Recalling the terrifyingly corpulent zombie they had encountered in the mall, she found solace in Chen Luo's towering figure shielding her. And his kindness left her overwhelmed. Unable to contain herself, Meili embraced Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Brother Chen Luo, I feel that the luckiest thing in my life is meeting you and my sister." Taken aback by the embrace, Chen Luo felt his heart race. Alas, my charm is too potent, I am powerless against it. Having just met Meili, he reminded himself that haste would not serve him well, or else his less flattering side might be revealed. Ma Yu observed Meili and thought, with someone like Chen Luo handsome, considerate, possessing a pleasant temperament and wealth, who could resist his allure? Meili, regaining her composure, released Chen Luo, her cheeks flushed, and took a bite of watermelon to mask her embarrassment. After finishing the fruit, Meili began to assign rooms. Sister Yu, you can stay in this room. It was previously reserved for visiting classmates. Brother Daju, this room was my sister's painting studio. If we bring in a bed, you can stay here. Su Daju nonchalantly replied, I'll sleep on the floor, it's cooler that way. No need to bother with the bed. Brother Chen Luo, this room was my sister's. You can occupy it. The room Meili used was ideally suited for someone, but Meili allocated it to Chen Luo, recognizing it as the best option available. The intentions of Sima Zhao were evident to all. Ma Yu refrained from teasing, where one slept was of little consequence to her. Chen Luo was somewhat astonished. I'm staying in Meiling's room? That's splendid. But if Meiling returns, where will she go? I don't care, I'll settle in first, he decided. Meiling's room was adorned in soft blue hues, exuding an elegant charm, accompanied by a faint fragrance. The bed was already equipped with a cooling mat, and as Chen Luo reclined upon it, he spread out comfortably, relishing the sensation. Remembering something, he retrieved a crystal and washed it before coming to the living room, presenting it to Meili. This is a crystal, hold it to absorb the energy within. In gaming terms, it can enhance your magical prowess and level. If your body feels overwhelmed, do not force it. Chen Luo imparted some wisdom to Meili, who nodded in a state of bewilderment. Not absorbing the crystal did not mean that she couldn't increase her innate abilities, it simply would not happen as swiftly. Today, Meili had utilized her power amplification 7 times. If she absorbed once today and again tomorrow night, she would likely break through to level 2. Chen Luo returned to Meiling's room, intending to absorb the crystal and then retire for the night. However, he was taken aback to find Mi Fan seated on the bed, waiting for him. With a teasing glance, Mi Fan remarked, You finally made it. Chapter 36, Meiling's Deep Concern. Despite their heightened intelligence, Mi Fan and the King of Law had not undergone 9 years of compulsory education, leading to a lack of proficiency in language. The intricacies of Chinese characters eluded them. For example, have you come? I'm here. Are you coming? I am. Aren't you coming? No, I can't. I won't be there. Mi Fan found amusement in the words, not fully grasping their meaning, and upon Chen Luo's arrival, she playfully chirped. Chen Luo responded, and Mi Fan continued, Tonight, I'll sleep with you. Tomorrow, I'll sleep with Meili. Ah, you truly are a charming cat. Ensuring everyone gets their share. Without hesitation, Chen Luo affectionately stroked Mi Fan. Mi Fan was undeniably endearing, beautiful, obedient, and sweet-tongued. Having only just met, Chen Luo already found himself quite fond of her, so much so that if he had nothing left but a single dried fish, he would undoubtedly give it to Mi Fan instead of eating it himself. "You can have the fish, I'll eat," Mi Fan interjected. "Don't rub my belly, it tickles." After a playful exchange with Mi Fan, Chen Luo commenced the absorption of the crystal, of course, sharing some with her as well. "Come, Mi Fan, let us cultivate together in my embrace." To Chen Luo's pleasant surprise, Mi Fan was able to absorb 8 crystals, slightly fewer than the King of Law. Tomorrow, he would inquire how many Mi Li could manage. After absorbing the crystals, Chen Luo assessed his progress. He estimated that in about 6 or 7 days, he would reach level 4. By then, the lowest grade crystals would no longer hold any value for him. In the depths of night, Rice curled up beside Chen Luo, attempting to nestle closely against his abdomen. Were it not for Chen Luo's staunch resistance, Rice would insist on pressing down firmly upon him as he slept. How could one possibly find rest under such circumstances? The following day, it was Ma Yu who rose earliest, burdened with the task of preparing breakfast. The morning meal consisted of her handmade large meat buns, tea eggs, accompanied by congee and a side of shredded cucumber. One cannot expect too much, especially in this post-apocalyptic world. Chen Luo yawned and took a seat at the dining table, knowing that Ma Yu would handle the cleanup once they finished eating. The ease of having meals served so effortlessly was truly delightful. Chen Luo inquired, "Rice, how many crystals can you absorb?" Rice replied, 9 crystals. "Is that a bit too few?" As he savored the large meat bun, the King of the Law thought to himself that it indeed seemed a tad insufficient, especially when compared to a dog, which could absorb 1 more. Chen Luo chuckled softly. Being able to absorb 9 crystals as a level 1 was already exceptional. After breakfast, it was only fitting to indulge in some entertainment, for what else was there to do? Chen Luo retrieved the rechargeable batteries and study materials he had purchased, connecting them to Rice's household power supply, thus enabling the use of appliances like the refrigerator and television. As for the air conditioner, that was best left unused, for it was not a silent model. Su Dazhu remained engrossed in his television dramas, while Chen Luo set up a desktop computer to immerse himself in a 3A game. In terms of experience, nothing quite matched the desktop computer. To be honest, many single-player games offered enjoyment that rivaled that of online games, and they did not require an internet connection. A single large game could easily provide Chen Luo with a month's worth of leisure. He had managed to copy every game available on the market, with thousands of game discs in his possession. Occasionally, Rice would watch Chen Luo play, sometimes engaging in conversation with Ma Yu, while at other times, she would gaze at her phone. Yet, she would frequently cast her eyes out the window, preoccupied with thoughts of Mi Ling. If only her sister could return safely, she would ask for nothing more. Rice was a senior student preparing for the college entrance examination scheduled for early June. She chose to study at home rather than attend school, seeking tranquility in her revision. Mi Ling's university was local. Yet, she still had a dormitory at school due to the considerable distance between home and campus, one situated in the east of the city and the other in the west, requiring 4 to 5 hours of travel each day. On days with fewer classes, she would opt to return home, but on busier days, she had no choice but to stay at school. When the apocalypse erupted, it was just after 9, coinciding with the end of a class. Mi Ling had gone to the restroom. Had she been in class amidst a crowded area, the outcome could have been dire. When the zombies sprang into action, Mi Ling panicked, but as the zombies were preoccupied with devouring their prey, she seized the opportunity to escape the classroom and hide in a small grove on campus. Although the university town was located in the outskirts, a significant distance from the city center, the presence of 5 universities, coupled with small vendors and nearby residential areas, meant that the number of zombies was considerable. In that grove, Mi Ling fortuitously awakened her fiery abilities, yet she felt no elation, consumed instead by worries for her sister's safety. Had Rice turned into a zombie? Had she encountered danger? Mi Ling was beset by anxiety, wishing she could sprout wings and fly home immediately. It is worth mentioning Mi Ling's prowess, with only her and her sister relying on each other. The 2 beautiful young women were exceptionally vulnerable without any means of self-defense. Mi Ling had trained rigorously, mastering formidable self-defense techniques. Prior to the apocalypse, had Chen Luo encountered her, he would likely have been outmatched. Mi-ling reminded herself to remain calm, for she could not afford to jeopardize her sister's safety by rushing home in a frenzied state. After 2 arduous days, armed with her self-defense skills and newfound abilities, Mi-ling finally found a chance to escape from school, setting her sights on home. The direct route home from school would lead her through countless bustling districts, a sure path to peril, so Mi-ling planned to take a longer detour around the outskirts of the city. This route spanned nearly 300 kilometers. Upon leaving the school grounds, Mi-ling encountered 4 classmates, 3 boys and 1 girl. They recognized the campus beauty Mi-ling. Her stunning looks and alluring figure had garnered many admirers. These classmates sought to escape the zombie-infested school and, lacking a clear destination, naturally wished to accompany Mi-ling home. She did not refuse. More companions meant more assistance, and she felt utterly lacking in confidence to make the journey alone. The unease throughout the journey exceeded Mi-ling's expectations. The small car she found was not like Chen Luo's heavy truck. Encountering a blockage meant she would have to exit and move the vehicle. The roads outside the city were not desolate. While the traffic was not excessive, it was far from negligible. Where there were cars, there were also zombies. Mi-ling was not like the future Flame Queen. Even after advancing to level 2 days later, she was ill-equipped to handle multiple zombies simultaneously. After dealing with one, she would require rest to recover her energy, otherwise, she could not use her powers. Engaging zombies barehanded? The 4 classmates proved to be of little help. They needed to share food as well. Eventually, 2 of them, a boy named Zhang Jin and another named Wang Xinwu, remained after 1 girl and 1 boy perished. Mi-ling found herself constantly on guard around them, which was exhausting. Without navigation, the 3 of them inadvertently took a wrong turn. Along the way, Mi-ling faced hunger and thirst, her thoughts consumed with concern for rice, leaving her utterly worn. There were days when she went without food entirely. In her despair, Mi-ling thought, if I am struggling this much, how is fragile rice faring? Has she starved to death at home? Or has she been devoured by zombies while searching for supplies? Such thoughts plagued her dreams. Rice, on the other hand, would retort, you're mistaken. I'm eating even better than I did before the apocalypse. Home was finally in sight, but a treacherous stretch through the city lay ahead. Mi-ling prayed fervently. If Rice is still alive, hold on. I've saved a piece of chocolate just for you. As Mi-ling drew closer to home, her heart grew increasingly tumultuous. Fearing that upon arrival, she would confront her worst fears, or worse still, find Rice missing. Mi-ling led the way, with Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu trailing behind. Looking at the 2 boys, Mi-ling felt weary. They were somewhat useful when facing a few zombies, but when the number swelled, they would merely cower behind her, fleeing faster than she could. They were of no help in a fight, consuming resources without contributing. While they claimed to assist in locating her sister, Mi-ling felt they were merely seeking a strong ally to protect themselves. At the very least, lend me some strength, she thought. If she found Rice, she would surely distance herself from them. Finally, Mi-ling reached the entrance of the neighborhood, mentally preparing for battle. She was well aware of the usual number of residents. There would surely be a fair share of zombies. One cannot afford to grow complacent after traveling so far. Yet, upon entering the community, she was perplexed to discover that there were hardly any zombies, only 3 or 4 at most. Why are there so few zombies? Regardless of the reason, this was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for Mi-ling. As she passed a supermarket, she instinctively glanced inside, hoping to procure some supplies. However, Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu were quicker, only to be met with disappointment. The shelves were completely bare. Their journey had been fraught with encounters. But aside from a single supermarket stocked a few days prior, 8 out of 10 they came across were devoid of goods. The remaining 2 supermarkets were teeming with zombies, instilling a palpable fear that rendered them hesitant to enter. This apprehension was entirely justified. While the undead were undeniably terrifying, the specter of hunger loomed even larger. Encountering a zombie did not guarantee death, yet starvation was a very real threat that could claim lives. Those of audacious spirit could make several trips and empty an entire supermarket, but none could afford to dwell on such matters. Mi-ling dashed down to her building's entrance, where she found no zombies to contend with, allowing her to call out with abandon. Mealy, are you there? We're having barbecue tonight, Yujia. Will you be making it? Chen Luo suddenly craved a change of taste, recalling it had been over half a month since he last savored barbecue delights. Pairing it with chilled beer would be simply exhilarating. He had prepared a barbecue grill with an array of spices at the ready. Ma Yu chuckled. I may not rival the top-tier grill masters, but I assure you, it will be far superior to anything you could find outside. I'll begin marinating right away. Just let me know what skewers you fancy, she added. However, we cannot possibly cook indoors due to the overwhelming smoke. Chen Luo replied with satisfaction, no worries. We'll barbecue on the rooftop. If anyone were to discover them, he remained unfazed. Even the slightest trouble paled in comparison to the pleasures of grilled food. Just as Chen Luo was about to inquire what skewers Su Daju and Meili desired, a shout echoed from downstairs. Meili jolted with surprise, her face lighting up with uncontainable joy as she exclaimed, "It's my sister. My sister has returned." Clad in slippers, denim shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt, Meili eagerly raced down the stairs. Chen Luo mused silently. After waiting for so long, you finally returned, Meiling. He followed closely behind her. As Meili bounded down, she shouted, "Sister, I'm here." Upon hearing Meili's response, Meiling mirrored her excitement, and as Meili reached the bottom, she flung her arms wide and leapt into Meiling's embrace. The two sisters joyously held each other, while Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu looked on in astonishment at Meili. Sister Meiling is the campus belle, but her sister Meili is no less remarkable. One of them mused. If only I could win over this pair of sister flowers. What bliss that would be. To Chen Luo's surprise, it wasn't just Meiling who had returned. There were also 2 refugees, no, 3, as Meiling herself was included among them. After days without a bath, exposed to the elements and enduring poor nourishment and constant anxiety, even the most stunning beauty would appear weary. Meiling's once radiant visage now bore signs of fatigue, with dark circles under her eyes and unkempt hair, revealing only a faint trace of her former allure. Her face was smeared with dirt, a testament to her circumstances, and perhaps a deliberate choice to avoid unwanted attention. Yet, her magnificent figure remained striking. The moment Chen Luo appeared, Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu became alert. Who is this person? How is he with Meili? I was not aware that Meiling had a brother or a sister. Meiling caught sight of Chen Luo from the corner of her eye and instinctively regarded him with caution. In Chen Luo's arms, Mi Fan lazily mewed at Meiling. Having sensed that Meiling was safe, Mi Fan was utterly unconcerned. Meili smiled brightly and said, "Sister, this is brother Chen Luo. He's taken great care of me while you were away." Meiling's furrowed brow softened at the mention of care. What kind of care? She pondered. Yet, seeing Meili's vibrant demeanor suggested she had indeed been well looked after. Moreover, Mi Fan was peacefully nestled in Chen Luo's embrace. With Meili safe, a great weight lifted from Meiling's heart. During their first encounter with Meili, Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu resolved to cultivate a good relationship with her. Meiling had always been standoffish and difficult to approach. Perhaps they could make their move through Meili or even directly pursue her. Meili appeared impeccably clean, leading them to assume she had simply been at home. Her rosy complexion was attributed to her joy at reuniting with her sister. They hadn't considered anything deeper. Surely she must be starving? They thought, having gained a clearer understanding of the significance of sustenance during their journey. They decided to take a chance and offer her a small gift. Zhang Jin was preparing to charm Meili when Wang Xinwu acted first. Carefully, he retrieved a crumpled bag of bread from his pocket, revealing 3 slices within. "Meili, little sister, you must be hungry. I have some bread for you," he offered. Meili looked at the crumpled bread, rendered speechless. "No, thank you," she replied awkwardly. Wang Xinwu, mistaking her refusal for politeness, bit his lip and produced a single corn sausage, typically sold for a mere yuan. "Please, Meili, don't be shy. Bread and sausage make a perfect pair." Zhang Jin gaped at Wang Xinwu, incredulous. "Are you out of your mind? Finding supplies in the supermarkets is nearly impossible unless you dare to venture into those zombie-infested ones. Are you trying to throw your life away?" Initially intending to offer Meili his own packet of instant noodles, Zhang Jin reconsidered upon witnessing Wang Xinwu's generous gesture, deciding it unnecessary to compete. "You're bold. I'll sit this one out and focus on winning Meiling over instead." Noticing that Meili showed no intention of accepting the offering, Wang Xinwu was momentarily taken aback. "Meili, why aren't you eating?" Just then, 2 strangers approached her, asking if she was hungry. Meili, unfamiliar with these individuals, would have left immediately if not for her sister's presence. Even with Chen Luo by her side, she had no intention of accepting anything from strangers. Furthermore, both Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu had gone days without a bath, their bodies reeking of sweat, which nearly made Meili faint as they leaned closer. "Please, don't come any closer. I'm really not hungry," she pleaded. Mei was about to present the chocolate she had saved for a special occasion, but the scarcity of food had made it a precious commodity. Having circumvented the city for days, she had found little in the way of shops. Yet, seeing Mei looking so well, rosy and healthy, made her feel like a mere shadow of her former self. She cast a wary glance at Chen Luo, in comparison to her own disheveled state. He appeared as though he were a dapper gentleman out for a stroll in normal times. Has he truly cared for my sister well? When Mei declined Wang Xinwu's offering, the awkwardness in the air thickened. Is she really not hungry? She has an opportunity, yet she won't seize it. When she finally feels hunger, it may be too late. Mei awkwardly suggested, "Sister, let us head inside." Chen Luo observed the scene with a silent chuckle, amused to see Mei in such a disheveled state. "I nearly failed to recognize you, given the contrast." Mei turned to Chen Luo, expressing her gratitude. "Hello, I'm Mei. Thank you for taking care of my sister." Although Mei remained cautious around Chen Luo, there was no denying that Mei had indeed been well cared for and had suffered no harm. Chen Luo replied with a calm smile, "I'm Chen Luo." Mei reached out to take Mi Fan from Chen Luo's arms, having missed her dearly during their separation. She felt delighted that Mi Fan had survived. However, Mi Fan turned her head away in refusal, using her telepathic abilities to communicate with Mei. "Oh dear, go away. You haven't bathed in days. You're filthy. What will happen if you get me dirty?" "It's fine if you get dirty, but if Chen Luo gets me dirty, that would be a problem." Upon hearing the words of Rice, Mei initially displayed a look of incredulity. Rice can talk? Yet soon after, her expression darkened entirely. "Is this what you call human speech? It's not that you find me filthy, but rather because you're concerned about soiling Chen Luo that you refuse to let me hold you? I am your master, after all." Mei could not fathom why. After not seeing each other for half a month, Rice had completely betrayed her. Although astonished by Rice's newfound abilities, Mei did not raise her voice. She cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Jin and Wang Xinwu behind her, reflecting on their dinner together and how it had been time to part ways. It was not that Mei wished to sever ties or discard them, but their presence had been more of a burden than assistance throughout their journey. Just thinking about it filled her with frustration. In front of them, she had acted as their protector, clearing obstacles and defending against danger, while they merely cowered behind her in fear. She regretted having chosen these two burdensome companions, having endured enough already. She could no longer allow them to drag her and her sister down. Zheng Jin and Wang Xinwu, however, were quite pleased to follow along. "My cohabitation with the campus belle is about to begin," they mused. "Living together will foster our bond, won't it?" They had accompanied her on the quest to find her sister. Mei tentatively inquired, "Is there any food at home?" She was quite hungry herself and had intended to gather supplies after reuniting with her sister, but the supermarket was devoid of provisions. Surely there must be some resources within the entire community. If they could find a few rooms belonging to homeowners who had turned into zombies, obtaining some rice would suffice to sustain them for a while. Chen Luo scoffed lightly. "Of course there's food, an abundance of it, but unless you, Mei, heed my words, stick with me and call me big brother, there's no chance you'll get any." He called out loudly, "Yujia. Isn't there a bit of rice left at home? Cook some." After all, it would be unreasonable for Mei's sister to be stingy. They could at least share a bit of rice. Ma Yu, of course, had noticed the commotion downstairs, but chose not to intervene. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, she paused for a moment. "Weren't we planning to have barbecued food?" But being no fool, she quickly grasped Chen Luo's intent. Nodding, she responded, "All right. I'll cook some right now." The presence of another woman at home provided Mei with a greater sense of security. Chen Luo further cautioned, "Just don't wash the rice, it wastes water." Typically, when they consumed rice, it required washing, but for Mei and her companions, was it necessary? Not at all. For Mei's sake, having food was already a generous offer. Ma Yu chuckled, acknowledging that washing wasn't really needed. It might be a bit dirty, but not excessively so. Hearing the sound of water, Zheng Jin and Wang Xinwu realized their throats felt parched. Their journey had not only deprived them of food, but water had also become a significant issue, compounded by the sweltering heat, leaving them feeling close to fainting. By this point, they had reached the entrance of Mei's home, and Zheng Jin and Wang Xinwu could hardly contain their eagerness for a drink. They rushed into the kitchen, where they saw Ma Yu pouring water from a large bottle into a rice cooker. Without a second thought, Zheng Jin seized the remaining third of the bottle from Ma Yu and began drinking greedily. Had it not been for Wang Xinwu's incessant urging, Zheng Jin could have gone on for half a minute. Wang Xinwu, undeterred by Zhang Jin's saliva, took the bottle next and drank deeply. Ma Yu watched the two of them with disdain, their beggar-like behavior drinking straight from the bottle, filling her with disgust. She snapped, "There are bowls available. Can't you pour the water into one and drink from that? What about the others?" Zhang Jin shrugged nonchalantly. "Sorry, we're just really thirsty." "Don't worry. We're not ill." Wang Xinwu added with irritation, "You've been sitting at home, not exposed to the sun, so of course you're not thirsty. Do you have any idea how much we've suffered on the way here?" Zhang Jin chimed in, "Exactly, have a little understanding. We want to do this again next time." Ma Yu maintained a cold demeanor, questioning why she should empathize with them. "I don't care how much you've suffered. It's not my doing." Mi Ling shook her head, weary of further conversation. Once they finished their meal, they would part ways. Mi Li, feeling sympathetic towards her sister, offered Mi Ling the remaining half of her nutritional drink. Mi Ling, equally parched, drank a small portion, leaving the rest for Mi Li, yet found herself thirstier with each sip. This delightful beverage deserved to be shared, after all. Satisfied for the moment, Wang Xinwu and Zhang Jin exited the kitchen, surveying their surroundings with pleasure. After all, this was the abode of the campus belle, spacious and stylishly decorated. It was unfortunate, however, that a man was present. Suddenly, Zhang Jin froze, his gaze fixed intently on the royal dog lying beneath the sofa. A dog. A living dog. After more than half a month of subsisting on scraps of junk food, instant noodles, bread, chips, and other snacks, he was desperate for sustenance. His stomach could hardly bear it any longer. As the saying goes, dog meat rolls 3 times, and even gods cannot stand. Chapter 39. Have you finished eating? Then it's time for us to dine. Zhang Jin, influenced by his elders, was accustomed to indulging in dog meat, especially dog meat hot pot, which he had once deemed the pinnacle of delicacies before the apocalypse. Now, the temptation of the royal dog surpassed even that of Mi Ling and Mi Li. Wang Xinwu was no better off than Zhang Jin. Upon suddenly encountering fresh meat, who could resist? Yet clearly, this royal dog lay lazily beneath the sofa, not confined in a cage, but well cared for. Zhang Jin pointed at the dog and asked, "Whose dog is this?" Chen Luo chuckled, "It's mine." He knew well what the two were scheming. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow and replied, "Brother, I must tell you. You probably have no idea how chaotic the outside world has become. Survival is already a struggle. How can you afford to feed a dog?" He had just heard Chen Luo mention there was still a bit of rice at home. "What will you do when that runs out? Take my advice. Cook that dog. Not only will it conserve food, but it will also fill your stomach." The royal dog sprang up from beneath the sofa, glaring at the two intruders with fury. "I haven't eaten your rice or your braised meat. Why should I waste your food?" The royal dog growled menacingly, waiting for Chen Luo's command to attack. Wang Xinwu exclaimed in shock, "That dog looks fierce. It's bound to bite someone. It must be cooked. What if it harms Mi Li?" Zhang Jin remarked. "Though I've never killed a dog, I've slaughtered countless zombies. Can I really be afraid of a mere dog? I'll handle it. You just wait for your meal." Chen Luo's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly turned icy. "There's indeed no surplus food to spare for a dog. It's you two who should get lost." Zhang Jin, incensed, retorted, "Watch your words, kid. Have you ever faced a zombie alone? Let me tell you. I've smashed countless zombies with a brick in hand." Chen Luo was taken aback. He had never fought zombies. He shook his head. Zhang Jin sneered. Realizing Chen Luo was merely a pampered youth who only dared to hide at home, he turned to Mi Ling and said, "Mi Ling, do you know how much suffering we endured to accompany you here? How many hardships we faced? Is survival easy? This kid still wants to feed a dog. Isn't that wasteful?" Wang Xinwu interjected, "You've witnessed firsthand what we've eaten and drunk along the way. You've seen how much we've suffered. In this world, we can no longer afford to keep dogs. Isn't it reasonable for us to eat it to improve our rations? We're not taking it all for ourselves, we'll share." Mi Ling felt utterly exhausted. How many times had she uttered such words? Did you not comprehend the original intent and the effort expended along the way? Mi Li, now impatient, had intended to enjoy a farewell dinner before parting ways, but now it seemed best to simply disperse. "You may each find an unoccupied residence within the community to inhabit, and from henceforth, let us fend for ourselves, free from interference." Parting ways? Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu were initially taken aback, but soon their ire ignited. "Mi Ling, do you possess no conscience? I risked my life to help you find your sister, and now that she is located, you wish to sever ties? Have you no sense of loyalty?" They were astonished that despite her beauty, her heart harbored such venom. Without engaging in their accusations, Mi Ling nodded repeatedly, indeed. My heart is as ruthless and venomous as you say. Have you finished your tirade? If so, you may leave. Her striking beauty and commanding presence had incited a myriad of envy and whispers of ill repute, rumors of patronage, cosmetic surgeries, and affairs circulated incessantly. Moreover, having only her sister to rely upon, Mi Ling's fortitude was commendable. Had it not been for her strength, she would have succumbed long ago. It wasn't that she lacked gratitude, rather, the situation had escalated to a point where her chest ached with frustration. Were you escorting me? Or was it I who was escorting you? Without you, my struggles would not have been so arduous. Mi Ling did not dispute their claims, but rather acknowledged them, leaving Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu at a loss for words. They appeared somewhat dazed. Mi Ling coldly commanded, "Depart swiftly, lest my merciless nature be unleashed." Enraged, Zhang Jin raised his hand as if to strike Mi Ling, only to remember that together, he and Wang Xinwu were no match for her. On their way, 5 survivors, sensing Mi Ling's presence, prepared to flee, but to their astonishment, Mi Ling swiftly dispatched all 5. Wang Xinwu nodded in begrudging respect. Very well, Mi Ling. You certainly possess a ruthless streak. We shall see how this unfolds. They could scarcely contend with Mi Ling alone. And within the confines of the dwelling were 2 additional women, 2 men, and a dog. Mi Ling was indeed capable of murder. Yet, they were fools, daring to utter threats before their departure. Chen Luo patted the head of the Law King, subtly gesturing toward the 2, and quietly instructed, "Let them perish far away, otherwise we may need to collect their remains." The Law King trotted after the 2 down the stairs. Mi Ling, still not sufficiently ruthless, clearly had turned against these 2 yet hesitated to act decisively. Eyeing the Law King with suspicion, she mused, was he sending the dog to its doom? Upon descending, he witnessed the 2 entering a nearby unit. There was no recourse but to eliminate them. Using his mouth to bite them was simply distasteful. Wang Xinwu seethed. That vile wench. If I do not slay her, I vow to forfeit my humanity. Zhang Jin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind them, and the 2 were pleasantly surprised to see the dog arriving. If Mi Ling cannot handle it, can she not even deal with a dog? However, they were taken aback when the dog exhibited magical abilities. Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu also awakened their powers, having endured over 10 days of apocalypse, one wielding fire, the other ice, though both were mere novices at level 1. The Law King opened his mouth, unleashing a ball of lightning toward the 2. The sphere detonated beside them, claiming their lives in an instant. Hello, goodbye, the Law King scoffed. With such meager skills, they dared to aspire to devour dog meat? After dispatching them, the Law King returned home with a flamboyant gait. Inside, Mayu had prepared rice, and the aroma wafting through the air was irresistible to Mi Ling. It had been many days since she had tasted cooked food. Without hesitation, she filled a large bowl with rice, though it was merely plain rice, devoid of any accompaniment. Ma, you had not prepared much, just enough for 3 small bowls, which Mi Ling typically consumed in one sitting. Yet, she polished off every last grain. The others watched in awe as Mi Ling felt a pang of sympathy. Sister, how pitiful. Setting down her chopsticks, Mi Ling contentedly remarked, I apologize for overindulging. But fret not, with me around, acquiring food will not be a challenge. Mi Ling planned to scour each household for rice and flour, ensuring Mi Ling would not go hungry. Whatever Mi Ling had consumed from Chen Luo, she would repay in kind. Chen Luo chimed in, oh, you've finished, have you? Then we shall commence our meal. Chapter 40, all for your sister's sake. Unless Mi Ling were to call him brother and obey as Mi Ling did, Chen Luo would not include her in the feast of delicacies. Otherwise, she would have to content herself with plain rice daily. You are not yet my sister. With Mi Ling's capabilities, even if Chen Luo withheld provisions, she would still manage to find rice and flour. It was merely a matter of time on the road. Mi Ling blinked. You haven't eaten yet? Her cheeks flushed. I'm sorry, it seems I have consumed everyone's portion. Is there enough rice remaining? If not, I shall go find some. Mayu stifled a laugh. Would that meager amount suffice to fill a tooth gap? It was unwashed, the kind Chen Luo would refuse to eat. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. No need, we have plenty of food. Yujia, come here. I'll discuss what dishes we should prepare. Chen Luo approached the refrigerator, retrieving ingredients for the meals planned for lunch. Yujia, let us skip the barbecue for now. Today, We'll make mapo tofu, hand-torn cabbage, sweet and sour potato shreds, boiled meat slices, spicy diced chicken, oil-braised shrimp, and spicy crab with beef and cabbage. We'll prepare a tomato and egg soup. Ma Yu nodded. However, if we're making these dishes on short notice, it will take at least an hour to complete. Chen Luo smiled. No worries, we can serve them one by one. Cooking was merely Ma Yu's task. She was more than willing to occupy her time with it. Chen Luo then turned to Meili. Come, Meili, let us go to your room. I have something to discuss. Meili replied obediently, rising from the sofa to follow Chen Luo into her room. Meili furrowed her brow. A solitary man and woman in one room? Yet, surely, Chen Luo would not dare to corner her sister while she was present? If he had such intentions, he would have acted long ago. Later, she intended to find a moment to converse with Meili, to better understand this so-called brother Chen Luo. Chen Luo led Meili onto the balcony attached to her room. Meili stood in the corner while Chen Luo leaned against the wall, adopting a posture reminiscent of a wall-leaning confession. Meili's face flushed. Meili, by following your brother, are you not free from worries of food and drink? Can you eat whatever you desire? Meili nodded. And in the company of your brother, do you not feel safe, free from fear? Meili nodded again. Chen Luo smiled, ruffling Meili's hair, because you are obedient, clever, and capable. Your brother treats you well. But what about your sister? Will she heed my words? Meili pondered. Her sister was always assertive and unfamiliar with Chen Luo, making it unlikely she would comply with him. Chen Luo continued, Meili, tell me, if you had to choose between me and your sister as the leader, who would be better suited to guide us all to survival? This question required no contemplation on Meili's part. Of course, it would be you, brother Chen Luo. The elder sister returned from school after enduring great hardships, ravenous like a starving specter, devouring 3 bowls of unwashed rice. The sight of the grain stirred a pang of sympathy within. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, her elder brother, had grown weary of the delicacies he had once relished. The elder sister's existence was even less enviable than that of the regal creature he nurtured. Indeed, there was no basis for comparison. Ever since encountering Chen Luo, I had never known hunger again. If the elder sister could not even care for herself, how could she possibly lead others? Thus, was there any need for contemplation regarding this matter? If Meili were aware of the thoughts of the rice grains, she would likely be seized by indignation. Chen Luo chuckled heartily. Therefore, it is essential to first make your sister well. He had intended to say-tame her into obedience, but that seemed rather sinister. Let her submit to my will. Otherwise, should a disagreement arise between your sister and me at a critical moment, it could lead to irreparable consequences, and by then, it would be too late. Meili nodded solemnly. Indeed, she must heed your commands. Chen Luo remarked with a smile, until your sister submits to me. I shall not share my provisions with her, otherwise, she would consume my resources, drink my supplies, and yet rebel against me. Would that not be sheer folly? Meili found his reasoning quite sound. Chen Luo, satisfied, patted Meili on the shoulder, so, let her watch us dine. She shall receive her share only when she behaves. Remember, this is for her own good. Meili echoed, it is indeed for the sake of our sister. With that, Chen Luo and Meili exited the room. At this juncture, Meili sensed something amiss. Why was there such an enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen? Observing Ma Yu extracting various items from the refrigerator, she glanced at the connected battery and realized, to her astonishment, that the refrigerator was still operational. Ma Yu cast a sidelong glance at Meili. While Chen Luo had instructed that she should not eat, he had not forbidden her from watching. It appeared that the cooking was deliberately intended for her to see, as she would typically close the kitchen door to prevent the smoke from escaping. Meili exclaimed in disbelief, why are you taking out so many ingredients? Do you intend to prepare several dishes? Life is not meant to be extravagant. One dish suffices. Trust me, you will not have the chance to eat these in the future. Ma Yu replied nonchalantly. Chen Luo ordered the preparation. The quantity is not my decision. Meili hurried to Chen Luo, exclaiming, Chen Luo, this is far too wasteful. Even if it can be consumed, it should not be done in such excess. What will we eat tomorrow after this? Chen Luo chuckled. Today, as you and Meili reunite, it is a cause for celebration. Meili paused. But it cannot be like this, it is too extravagant. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. These are my provisions. You need not concern yourself with them. Finding her arguments ineffective, Meili resolved not to press further. However, she secretly regretted having eaten too hastily earlier. Though she felt an insatiable craving, her stomach could hardly accommodate much more. They would undoubtedly be unable to finish all these dishes. Many were her favorites. The spicy aroma of chili was a long-lost delight. Chen Luo was indeed quite generous to celebrate her reunion with Mi Li with such a feast. The first dishes to arrive were mapo tofu and spicy boiled meat slices, their fragrant essence permeating the living room. Ma Yu's culinary skills were a rarity even before the apocalypse, let alone now. Merely inhaling the scent caused Mi Ling's mouth to water instinctively, her stomach stirring with renewed hunger. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she swallowed hard. The others would certainly wait for all the dishes to be served before eating, as they usually did during gatherings, engrossed in their phones and idle chatter. Mi Ling continually reminded herself to be patient. The dishes would not sprout wings and fly away. At the current pace of serving, she would soon be able to partake. Should any zombies dare to disrupt, she would swiftly dispatch them. Finally, all 8 dishes were laid out, with only the soup remaining. Mi Ling was now fidgeting in her seat, yet she maintained an air of indifference, feigning disinterest. Chen Luo retrieved 4 bottles of chilled tea from the refrigerator and placed them on the dining table. Mi Ling was puzzled. With 5 people present, why only 4 bottles? Did it imply there was not enough? If so, she would forego the drink and focus solely on the food. Chapter 41. Who will laugh last? At long last. The time to feast had arrived. Even if there was nothing left for tomorrow, it mattered not. At least this meal would be satisfying. Seize the day and indulge in revelry. Tomorrow's worries can wait. The meal was about to commence. Chen Luo glanced curiously at Mi Ling. What are you doing sitting there? Mi Ling responded with equal perplexity. Does it matter where I sit? I am beside Mi Li, not on your lap. What is the issue? Knowing what was to transpire next, and fully aware that her sister was likely starving yet unable to partake, Mi Li felt a pang of compassion, but reminded herself that it was all for her sister's benefit. She could endure a bit of hardship for now. Chen Luo was a good man after all. Sister, just bear with it, she thought. Clearing his throat, Chen Luo announced, we are about to begin. It is rather inappropriate for you to remain seated here. If you wish to watch us eat, you may stay. Mi Ling was taken aback, incredulously asking, what do you mean, there is no portion for me? Chen Luo feigned surprise. Why would you think there is? Have you not already eaten? Mi Ling, incredulous, retorted. You said it was to celebrate my reunion with Mi Li. Chen Luo nodded, indeed, but I never said you would be included. Everyone at this table, apart from you, belongs to me. Only those who are mine are worthy of sharing the culinary delights I risked my life to procure. Turning to Mi Li, he inquired, Mi Li, are you not one of mine? Call me brother. Mi Li shyly lowered her head. Yes, I am Chen Luo's sister. And you, Dezhu? Su Dezhu nodded. Through thick and thin, brother, I stand by your side. Was this a pledge of loyalty? Ma Yu chimed in. Chen Luo, you rescued me. This debt can never be repaid. The regal creature, Wang Wang, barked in affirmation, declaring itself also a loyal subject. Chen Luo ensured that fresh fried small fish were available whenever Mi Li wished for rice. These were best enjoyed when freshly made. Mi Li, who had been munching on the fried fish, put it down and, undeterred, thumped her chest with her paw, declaring, I share life and death with Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled. As you can see, everyone at this table is either my ally or my pets, all of whom are in my company. So, what are you? That you would presume to dine with us? Unless you express your willingness to obey, call me brother and align yourself with me, you shall not partake. Obey and call you brother? Mi Ling stood up in indignation. Chen Luo, do not take this too far. You wish to humiliate me over a single meal? Seething. Mi Ling retreated to the sofa in the living room, her anger mounting. Was this not an obvious ploy to toy with her? Oh, to not inform her in advance that she would be excluded from the meal, only to declare it as the time to eat was approaching. Was a meal truly such a significant affair? Had Mi Ling never gone without food, or could she not resist temptation to drive them away? Mi Ling fumed inwardly. This is my home. Yet, she swiftly dismissed that thought. Chen Luo was indeed insufferable, but Mi Ling could distinguish between grievances and favors. Chen Luo had cared for Mi Li, and she could not retaliate against him. That would reflect poorly on her character and competence. The enticing aroma of Sichuan cuisine continued to tempt Mi Ling. Ordinarily, she would not have minded, but considering what she had eaten over the past half-month, she felt a twinge of regret. As Mi Ling observed Mi Fan indulging in greasy dried fish, she furrowed her brow and remarked, Mi Fan, refrain from consuming such oily fare. It is detrimental to your digestive health. Mi Fan, licking the oil from the corners of his mouth, retorted, indeed. Subsisting solely on rice or junk food is beneficial to one's body. You ought to take better care of yourself. The sting of his words struck Mi Ling profoundly. inflicting upon her a wound of 1,000 cuts. Her lips quivered in irritation, and her chest tightened with anger. What vexed her further was the sight of her younger sister, Meili, seated nearby, feasting without offering a word of support. It felt as though she was utterly alone in her plight. "Are you still my sister? My Fan, my Meili, they have both betrayed me." Meili could scarcely fathom that her arduous journey home had culminated in such a scene of abandonment. Chen Luo exclaimed, "Sister Yu, this spicy diced chicken is truly delectable. Come, Meili, do try this scrumptious spicy crab. It is delightful as well." Unable to endure the atmosphere of the living room any longer, and repulsed by the aroma of the dishes, Meili retreated to her room, her face set in a cold expression. Upon entering, she was met with a sight that caused her chest to ache anew. A pair of men's trousers lay on her bed. Were they Chen Luo's? Or belonged to that Sudaju? A moment's reflection confirmed they were indeed Chen Luo's. "Oh dear, Meili, you have truly outdone yourself. Allowing a man to occupy your sister's room." Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, Meili muttered, "For the sake of you caring for my sister, I shall endure this." As she began to gather her belongings, she was relieved to find that her intimate garments in the wardrobe had not been disturbed. Though Chen Luo was indeed a scoundrel, he did not appear to be a pervert. Meili resolved to move into Meili's room to stay with her sister. Seizing the opportunity to inquire, "Meili, whose sister are you truly?" Having just returned home, and already embroiled in a dispute with Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu. Having consumed 3 bowls of rice, it was only then that Meili felt the discomfort pervading her body. After more than half a month without a bath, she was on the verge of becoming unpleasantly odorous. Determined to take a shower, despite the presence of unfamiliar individuals in the house, she refused to endure any longer. Her room had a shower, but upon discovering that the body wash seemed depleted, she made her way to the communal restroom to fetch some. Upon seeing her, Meili couldn't help but express her concern. "Sister, Chen Luo said it's fine to bathe, as long as no water enters your mouth." Meili scoffed at the timing of her sister's concern. After locking the door, she began her shower. As she washed, thoughts plagued her. How had she become so isolated? Fan's remarks were understandable. After all, they say cats are crafty, and it certainly seemed true. There is a saying, whoever provides the milk is the mother. But what of Meili? Surely, she wouldn't betray her sister for mere food, would she? A thought crossed her mind, and a smile crept across her face. At this rate, within 3 days, you'll find yourselves reduced to the same fate as me, subsisting solely on rice or flour. When that time comes, Fan will have no choice but to return to my embrace. Ultimately, Meili is my sister. She cannot abandon me for outsiders. Once I discern Chen Luo's true intentions, Meili will surely side with me. Though the household possessed a refrigerator, how much could it truly hold? The outside supermarket had supplies, even meat and fresh produce, but with the power cut, anything gathered would undoubtedly spoil. Just wait and see who emerges victorious in the end. Chapter 42. Let the battle begin. After dinner, Chen Luo produced grapes to share with everyone. "Come, enjoy these grapes." The deep purple grapes were large and sweet. Chen Luo spoke loudly enough for Meili to hear from her room. Grapes? This was Meili's favorite fruit. She swallowed hard but feigned indifference, convinced they were merely frozen grapes long past their prime. After her shower, Meili donned a flowing black dress that accentuated her fair skin and striking beauty. Exhaling deeply, she felt much more comfortable, save for her stomach. She began to pack her belongings, preparing to move into Meili's room. Once finished, she stepped out of her room. Ma Yu, who was in the living room, was taken aback by Meili's beauty, particularly her figure, which made it hard for her not to steal a few glances. Chen Luo, too, couldn't help but sneak a look. Her form evoked a sense of desire within him. While playing a game, he chanted, "Eat grapes without spitting the skins. But if you don't eat grapes, you spit out the skins." Meili frowned at Chen Luo's carefree demeanor. What was his secret? What had he done to win over Meili's loyalty? "Meili, come, accompany me to your room," Meili commanded. Meili nodded and followed her sister into the room, wishing to persuade her to heed Chen Luo's advice sooner rather than later. Once inside, Meili locked the door and pressed Meili onto the bed, her hands gripping her sister's waist with a mix of firmness and tenderness. "So, Meili, after rushing back from school, you chose to stab me in the back by siding with an outsider. Speak. Why did you not defend me earlier?" Meili pleaded for mercy while attempting to reason with her sister. "Sister, if we are to be a team, we need a leader to avoid discord at crucial moments. And the best candidate is Brother Chen Luo. He fears you may not comply, which is why he treats you this way. He has discussed this with me. And I find it reasonable. Mi-Ling was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. Have you been brainwashed? If he demonstrates sufficient capability, I will naturally listen to him. However, resorting to such base tactics is utterly laughable. Does he truly believe a single meal can bend me to his will? His worth must be proven through actions. Besides, did you not hear him say I should call him brother? He may not even be older than I am. Mi-Li, oblivious to the crux of the issue, seemed convinced that Chen Luo was indeed the most suitable leader, believing her sister to be no match for him. She opened the door and approached Chen Luo, whispering, "Brother Chen Luo, when is your birthday?" "I'm just thinking, what if my sister is older than you? Wouldn't it be awkward for her to call you brother?" Chen Luo found this amusing, fully aware of Mi-Ling's birth date from prior inquiries. "Regardless of how you ask, I am still older." In reality, Mi-Ling was merely 2 months his senior, but he smirked inwardly. "Well, I am older than you by 2 months now." Mi-Li excitedly relayed this information to Mi-Ling. "Sister, brother Chen Luo is indeed older than you." Mi-Ling, exasperated, poked Mi-Li's forehead. "Is that the crux of the matter? If you wish for me to heed your words, then let us engage in a contest and see who will ultimately prevail." After contemplating for a moment, Mi-Ling resolved to venture out in search of food. Even with rice at home, she refused to consume it. "I shall not partake of anything you, Chen Luo, possess." However, Mi-Ling was not inclined to venture far to the supermarket for meat. First, it was likely spoiled. And second, she could not afford to put herself in danger out of sheer competitiveness. She could not perish. Her sister depended on her. Mi-Ling prepared to don more practical attire for her excursion. Mi-Li inquired, "Sister, where are you headed?" Mi-Ling glanced sideways. "I dare not consume the food of certain individuals. I shall search for sustenance within the community myself." The notion of venturing out to seek provisions filled Mi-Li with concern. What if she encountered a perilous situation? "Sister, I wish to accompany you," Mi-Li declared. With Mi-Ling intent on her quest, Chen Luo found no justification to impede her. Nor could he prevent Mi-Li from joining. Searching within the confines of the community should pose minimal danger. Chen Luo suggested, "Bring Mi Fan along, should any threat arise. She can serve as an early warning." F.A. Wang accompanied them discreetly. He gestured to F.A. Wang, indicating that intervention was unnecessary until danger presented itself. Mi-Li was well aware of F.A. Wang's formidable prowess and felt a surge of joy, despite Chen Luo's attempts to assert dominance over her sister. His concern for Mi-Ling was evident. Currently nestled in Chen Luo's embrace, Mi Fan observed him engrossed in a game, her expression one of exasperation at the situation. Was mingling with Chen Luo truly so difficult? Women are so capricious and obstinate. F.A. Wang, too, appeared lethargic. Did they truly need to venture out on such a sweltering day? Mi-Ling regarded F.A. Wang with surprise. This canine was to act as a bodyguard? It seemed far from ordinary. After trailing behind Zhang Jin and Wang Xinwu, it had returned swiftly. Had it resolved matters with the two? Mi-Ling furrowed her brow. While she possessed confidence in her ability to search cautiously within the community without incident, Mi-Li's insistence on accompanying her was not something she could dismiss. Nonetheless, her heart felt lighter knowing Mi-Li cared for her well-being. Mi-Li donned her gear, an anti-explosion helmet, a thick leather jacket, and the 2 electric batons gifted by Chen Luo. She handed the helmet and jacket to Mi-Ling, opting to follow closely behind her sister. Observing the pair, a girl and her dog, depart, Chen Luo refrained from trailing them. It was impractical to shadow them at all times, and the desire for close protection did not extend to the presence of others. Mi-Ling was not easily subdued. With determination, Mi-Ling ascended the stairs without pausing at the landing, quickly reaching the 9th floor. She tapped lightly on the door. If no response was forthcoming, she would move on. However, if she discerned the presence of a trapped zombie within, she would not hesitate to force entry. Silence from the first door could indicate the occupants were out or simply too fearful to respond. Forcing the door open could strip the household of its defenses, potentially endangering others. Mi-Ling, while disinclined to save lives, did not wish to be the cause of harm. The first door yielded no reply, but at the second, the sound of a zombie's growl erupted, crashing against the door. A smile crept across Mi-Ling's face. Lacking keys or lock-picking skills, she resolved to break the door down. Chapter 43. Can I not even defeat a dog? Mi-Ling gestured for Mi-Li to step back slightly. With a swift motion, a concentrated ball of flames manifested in her palm, akin to a flamethrower, directed at the lock. In no time, A circular hole approximately 30 centimeters in diameter was seared into the door. Signs of melting appeared on the metal lock and, before it could fully dissolve, the lock fell away. With ease, Mi-Ling pushed the door open and dispatched the zombie with a strike to its head. All of Mi-Li's previous gear was now in Mi-Ling's possession. On the return journey, Mi-Ling recognized the importance of conserving her energy, while her abilities were advantageous. They were not limitless. It was best to refrain from using her powers on zombies that could be dispatched with brute force. She began rummaging through the cabinets, uncovering 30 pounds of rice, several cans of drinks from the refrigerator, a box of milk, a dozen unspoiled eggs, a packet of dates, half a box of instant noodles, and a substantial jug of purified water. Each household, to varying degrees, had stockpiles. With nearly 10 million residences in the city, the resources available were hardly inferior to those found in supermarkets. Naturally, searching within the community was no simple task. Had it not been for Chen Luo's prior efforts in clearing out zombies, Mi-Ling would not have been able to enter so easily. A smile graced Mi-Ling's face as she generously tossed a box of milk to Mi-Li. Mi-Li managed a wry smile in return. Mi-Ling chuckled inwardly. Even if she were to starve, she would not succumb to the allure of pity food. Before departing, Mi-Ling extracted the crystal from the zombie's forehead. Though her expression soured, it was a significant feat for a girl in her position. Having already reaped substantial rewards from one household, she planned to return home to deposit her findings and perhaps flaunt them to Chen Luo. Without you, would I truly starve? As Mi-Ling and Mi-Li set out, Chen Luo found his thoughts wandering, reflecting on whether he had been overly harsh during lunch. While withholding a lavish meal for Mi-Ling when she defied him was justifiable, employing tactics that bordered on mockery or humiliation was not. Would the formidable warrior, the spirit flame princess, truly yield to his whims merely due to culinary temptations? Had he approached the situation with more gentleness and kindness, perhaps through Mi-Li's influence, he could have secured Mi-Ling's loyalty more effectively. Yet, having resorted to such juvenile tactics, would Mi-Ling still be inclined to return to him? If she did, it would be a profound disappointment. He had underestimated the spirit flame princess. With a sigh, Chen Luo mused, Mi-Ling, who prompted you to kick me in the past? Did he not possess any pride? In their previous life, Chen Luo had been solitary, naturally at a disadvantage against the multitude that was Mi-Ling, bolstered by Mi-Li and friends. How could he confront them alone? At that time, Chen Luo was at level 10, yet to reach the king level, and without mastery of the dimensional blade. Even the formidable Void Monarch was not a match for a group assault. If discovered, fleeing was his only recourse. Chen Luo, I implore you, cease pilfering my crops. Is it so easy to cultivate vegetables? Perhaps I could offer you a cabbage and 2 potatoes daily. Mi-Ling, at her wit's end, felt tears welling in her eyes over Chen Luo's relentless antics. Chen Luo chuckled. What do you mean by stealing? I am merely taking what is rightfully mine. What you offer is hardly charity. Am I to become a beggar? Eventually, due to some unfathomable circumstance, Mi-Ling caught Chen Luo in the act. After harboring grievances for so long, she delivered a sharp kick to his backside. Had it not been for this, Chen Luo would not have resorted to teasing Mi-Ling during lunch. It was clear that they could not continue in this manner, having humiliated Mi-Ling earlier. Her strong-willed nature would not allow her to submit without change. There was no time to waste. Securing Mi-Ling's loyalty sooner rather than later would be prudent. Just then, the door swung open, and within 10 minutes of Mi-Ling and Mi-Li's departure, they returned. Mi-Ling triumphantly displayed the provisions she had gathered. Tonight, I shall feast on braised beef noodles with 2 eggs. Though it may not compare to certain grand meals, I find it quite satisfying, she proclaimed loudly. Chen Luo scoffed, thinking those unaware would assume your braised beef noodles actually contained beef. He had initially planned for barbecue that evening. Very well, they would have noodles instead. And he would show her what true beef noodles entailed. Rising with a serious demeanor, Chen Luo stated, Mi-Ling, we need to talk. Mi-Ling replied with a cold smile, very well, let us see what you have to say. She set her belongings down and took a seat opposite Chen Luo, with Mi-Li closely following, eager for the two to reconcile. Chen Luo sincerely remarked, firstly, I must admit that my actions during lunch were indeed excessive, and I should not have treated you that way. Here, I extend my apologies. Mi-Ling was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed, are you trying to deceive me? You said you would treat me to a grand meal tonight, only to toy with me? How amusing. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, you are overthinking it. To be frank, until you genuinely confirm my position as the team leader, I will not share my resources with you. My earlier actions were indeed inappropriate. Seeing Chen Luo's expression of sincerity, Mi Ling's demeanor softened. Am I not allowed to savor a grand feast? I nearly drooled at the table, only to be told it wasn't for me, and that I must call you brother? After finally opening my heart, you made me lose so completely. Chen Luo replied. The position of team leader requires both strength and strategy. I will demonstrate to you that in every aspect, I will utterly surpass you. First and foremost is strength. We shall have a match in 3 days, and if I lose, I will heed your every command from then on. Mi Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she could not help but rise. Why wait 3 days? Today will do, or rather, right now. Let us have our match. Mi Ling had bottled up her frustration all afternoon and was eager to unleash it. Chen Luo chuckled lightly at this moment. You could not even contend with my mage, let alone me. I am merely concerned about the possibility of inflicting serious injury upon you, which is why I prefer to wait 3 days. By then, I will possess the strength to decisively overpower you. Chen Luo had a premonition that in 2 or 3 days, after utilizing the crystals from the Mouse King and the Devourer, he would break through to level 4, enabling him to tenuously use void walking, along with a substantial enhancement in his physical capabilities. Would Mi Ling be satisfied with mere physical strength? If he were to employ his abilities, a mere light injury would not suffice to make her concede. As for serious injury, Chen Luo could never bring himself to allow that, especially since even with Mi Ling's mastery of healing, it would be difficult for her to recover swiftly at this stage. Moreover, if Mi Ling were to bear any scars, it would ultimately be a loss on his part. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Mi Ling abruptly stood up, her face flushed with anger. You must be joking. Am I so weak that I cannot even defeat a dog? Chapter 44 Mi Ling educates Mi Li. The title of Mage King, the Thunder Mage, is not merely a facade, it has indeed punished wave after wave of those who wished to feast upon dogs. Chen Luo was uncertain if the peak Mage King had ever crossed swords with Mi Ling, or who was indeed superior. Mi Ling had perished, leading to the collapse of the entire base, yet the Mage King continued to thrive. If Chen Luo had managed to survive until the end, the Mage King would likely have been one of the last to fall. In truth, the strength of Mi Ling and the Mage King should be comparable. However, that was in a past life. The current Mage King had been cultivated by Chen Luo at an astounding pace, absorbing an endless supply of crystals daily. As for Mi Ling, could she claim to be aware of the crystals' existence and absorb them every day? The Mage King's ascension to level 3 was imminent, either tonight or tomorrow night. Without rules to govern, Mi Ling would surely fall victim to the Mage King's cunning. Furious, Mi Ling seethed at Chen Luo for humiliating her by comparing her to a dog. Observing her state, Chen Luo relented. All right. You are indeed stronger than the Mage King. To speak of superiority holds little significance. Was it truly shameful for the Mage King to be weaker than him? Chen Luo stated, words carry no weight. We shall see who prevails in 3 days. Mi Ling was about to retort when the Mage King, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up, displaying a look of vigilance. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle but firm knocking sounded at the door. A woman's voice called out, Mi Li, are you home? Mi Ling fell silent. Had someone spotted her on her way home during lunch? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but she could not place it. It must belong to a woman from the neighborhood. The woman's pleading voice continued, Mi Ling, I saw you return. Please, I beg you, give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please, just a little. If she did not receive a response, the woman would likely continue knocking indefinitely. Although she posed no real threat, it would certainly prove bothersome, and Chen Luo and the others would be unable to speak freely. In a foul mood, Mi Ling approached the door and spoke expressionlessly. You haven't eaten in 2 days? So, that means you did eat 2 days ago? Chen Luo interjected. Your response is refreshingly candid. Outside the door, the woman, Zhang Qin, was taken aback. Is that even a human response? Mi Ling replied coldly. I have nothing to give you. Please leave. Her heartless words seemed to deter Zhang Qin from continuing her pleas. With a displeased expression, Mi Ling noticed Mi Li looking at her quizzically and sighed, launching into a lesson. Mi Li, logically, we have food, and we should share a bit with this person, as she appears quite pitiful, having gone 2 days without sustenance. However, regardless of how much we give her, there will come a day when she finishes it. What then? Should we continue to provide for her? If we refuse, she will not be grateful for our previous generosity. Instead, she may harbor resentment towards us. The more we give, the greater her animosity will become. We struggle to survive ourselves. How can we continually support her? It is far better to have initially refused her. It is the survival of the fittest. If she cannot find food and perishes, she has only her own weakness to blame. Thus, we should not be quick to pity others, nor should we perform good deeds indiscriminately. Meili nodded, I understand. This is the principle of a grain of rice begets a grain of revenge. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's face brightened with a smile. Meili, your awareness is quite profound. It is no wonder you were able to survive with Meili in your past life. Such insight is truly exceptional. Meili scoffed, in 3 days. I shall see where your confidence originates. Chen Luo chuckled. If it were not my intention to astound you by showcasing void walking and fearing for your safety, I would have spanked you right now. At that moment, Meili turned to Chen Luo and said, Chen Luo, I sense that the person just now bore ill intentions. Chen Luo responded affirmatively. Regardless of the reason behind the malice, if they dare approach, they should not expect to leave unscathed. Gently stroking Meili, he added, You are truly remarkable. With you around, we can discern friend from foe. Zhang Qin departed Meiling's home, cursing under her breath. That little BTCH Meiling has such a venomous heart. Just wait. You and your sister will pay for this. As Zhang Qin reached the ground floor and turned to the left side of the building, she encountered 5 men, aged from their 20s to their 40s. Upon seeing Zhang Qin, the men, who had been squatting, immediately straightened up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Have you confirmed it? Meiling is home? Zhang Qin nodded. She is home. I just spoke with her. Unable to contain herself, she recounted her conversation with Meiling. One of the men chuckled, Meili is home too. I saw her coming in and out of the neighborhood with 2 men. The others could not help but join in the chatter. This is fantastic. Meiling and Meili are both alive, otherwise it would be such a waste. I can barely lift my head when taking medicine, but hey, just seeing Meiling makes it feel effortless. Wow, that figure, that beauty, truly, to die beneath the peony blossoms is to die a romantic death. Indeed, having experienced her once, even death would be worth it. Mad, hurry up and go. Don't let those 2 men get the upper hand. I have never seen Meiling and Meili bring men home before. Zhang Qin said fiercely, make sure to torment them later. I've long found them displeasing. These individuals were the original owners of the Meili community and were well aware of the sisters who had resided there for many years. Who wouldn't be envious? However, before the apocalypse, social order kept their thieving hearts in check. Even if they harbored such thoughts, they lacked the courage to act. Anyone daring to make a move would quickly find themselves on the receiving end of Meiling's formidable self-defense techniques. As for Zhang Qin, her husband, who was out working, often cast lustful glances at Meiling and Meili before the world fell apart. Zhang Qin had quarreled with her husband countless times over this, and had long harbored resentment towards the sisters. Consumed by jealousy of their beauty, she was willing to scout the waters for these 5 men, even being the one to suggest it first. In Meili's home, there were currently 2 men and 2 women, while here, there were 5 men. What was there to fear? Especially since they wielded weapons, be it steel pipes or benches, and had awakened their abilities, their confidence was sky-high. Notably, a burly bald man brandished a large iron hammer, ready to break down the door. Standing by the window, Su Daju observed the situation outside and remarked, Brother, someone is coming, armed and looking hostile. Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, Yes, go down and deal with them. Don't let them die in the hallway, otherwise, we'll have to clean up the mess. If they die there, we'll have to carry their stinking corpses out every time we come and go. Chapter 45. Meili, you 2 can take me on together. Su Daju nodded and, without waiting for Chen Luo's command, grabbed his iron pipe and headed out, with Fa Wang instinctively following close behind. Meili said, Let me give Brother Daju a boost. She unleashed 2 beams of golden light into Su Daju's body, one enhancing his strength, the other fortifying his defense. Under Chen Luo's guidance, Meili had already reached level 2 and grasped a new buff that increased defense. Moreover, the effect was significantly greater than at level 1. Where the strength boost at level 1 was a mere 10, now it was at least 30, and as Meili's level continued to rise, so too would this enhancement become increasingly formidable. Meili's innate talent surpassed that of Su Daju, but she had only begun absorbing crystals a few days later, meaning she would need about a week more to catch up. Meiling was also curious to see if this man and dog were truly formidable. Observing from the window, Chen Luo felt the sunlight streaming through the curtain gaps warm his face. Meiling unexpectedly discovered, Oh, this guy is rather handsome. She moved to the other side of the window, maintaining a half-meter distance from Chen Luo, to survey the scene below. Zheng Qin and her group had drawn near the building's corridor when suddenly, a robust black dog with shiny fur dashed out, its well-fed physique evident. The eyes of the 6 men brightened, their first reaction being that they might feast on dog meat. Fa Wang barked furiously at them. The 6 exchanged glances and prepared to strike Fa Wang down, but from an unseen angle, Su Dazhu leapt out like a ghost, startling them. Su Dazhu raised his iron pipe and brought it down hard on the bald man's head, the impact akin to smashing a watermelon. The bald man fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. The remaining 5, although they had all awakened their abilities, were nonetheless paralyzed with fear at the sight of such bloodshed among their own. Yet Su Dazhu was relentless, swinging his pipe again, this time at Zheng Qin. The other 4, trembling, swung their benches and iron pipes at Su Dazhu. Their feeble attempts were utterly ineffective against him. One of them, shaking, attempted to conjure an ice arrow, but as a recent awakener of abilities, he lacked proficiency and could not summon it instantly. It would take at least 5 seconds. Did he have that time? The true threat came from Fa Wang, who had initially drawn their attention, but even if they had focused on him, the outcome would have been the same. Fa Wang unleashed a lightning sphere, obliterating 3 of them instantly. The remaining 1 fell victim to Su Dazhu as well. From the moment the fight began until its swift conclusion, no more than 5 seconds had elapsed, clean and efficient. Mi Ling was not surprised. She had single-handedly faced 5 opponents on her way back, but those were individuals who had not awakened their abilities. Moreover, Fa Wang and Su Dazhu had their own cunning methods. Mi Ling did not disdain them after all. Killing was killing. Why must it be done honorably? Chen Luo, however, was somewhat astonished. Fa Wang had taken the initiative to draw attention, something he had not instructed it to do. A self-taught talent? Regardless, both Fa Wang and Su Dazhu possessed the strength to take on 5 opponents simultaneously. Though Chen Luo felt a twinge of unease and preferred to play it safe. Glancing back at Mi Li, Chen Luo thought, having just educated Mi Ling, it's time to give you a lesson as well. Mi Li, go extract the crystals from the foreheads of those 6. Mi Li pointed at herself in disbelief. Me? Chen Luo nodded, indeed. Though you are a support and can stand back, some experiences must be personally encountered to avoid discomfort at critical moments. Mi Li had watched Chen Luo extract crystals before, but she had always turned away, unable to bear the sight. You want me to do it myself? She pleaded with Mi Ling, hoping for assistance. To her surprise, Mi Ling slowly nodded. Mi Li, this is something you will eventually face. You might as well familiarize yourself while it's safe. Mi Ling swore, on her honor, that this was not out of revenge for Mi Li's earlier silence on her behalf. Taking the dagger handed to her by Chen Luo, Mi Li descended the stairs, her face pale. Su Dazhu dragged the bodies of the 6 to the roadside and, receiving a signal from Chen Luo, shrugged and stepped aside to let Mi Li take over. Fa Wang, can you help me? Mi Li said with a quivering voice. Fa Wang immediately shook his head. This was not a task for a dog. The first incision made Mi Li retch, and trembling, she spent 3 minutes locating the crystal. After another bout of nausea, it seemed as though all her lunch had come back up. With the first attempt behind her, the second was easier. Mi Li lamented internally, earlier, I had teamed up with brother Chen Luo against my sister. Now, it appears my sister and brother Chen Luo are both making things difficult for me. After several minutes, Mi Li, her face still pale and hands shaking, handed the packaged crystals to Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled and remarked, you'll get used to retching. Your brother Dazhu went through the same. He cleaned the crystals and was surprised to find one that was a light green hue, a natural crystal. Natural ability users were rare, though not as exceedingly so as spatial ability users. Perhaps 2 or 3 in 100 might possess such skills. In the future, the assistance of a natural ability user would be essential for successfully cultivating vegetables and rice. Without it, having seeds and water would be futile. This was likely due to the earth being tainted. Natural ability users initially lacked combat strength, but began to gain power after about 6 months, reaching a level where successful cultivation could occur. Millen let out a soft hum as she began to cook noodles, considering it quite extravagant to use a whole packet of instant noodles accompanied by 2 eggs. Chen Luo's spirit lifted. Sister Yu, let us also have noodles, beef noodles. Ma Yu nodded, first simmering the beef to extract a rich broth. Both Ma Yu and Millen busied themselves in the kitchen, observing the glistening slices of beef. Millen was taken aback. The quantity must be more than half a pot, about 5 or 6 pounds of beef. Are you eating beef or beef noodles? Is there such a way to eat beef noodles? Millen searched her own pot and found only 2 morsels of beef the size of rice grains. Unbeknownst to her, this was Chen Luo's intention, as she assumed he would take whatever was available, without the luxury of being picky. Once Millen completed her dish, she suddenly felt her beef noodles lacked appeal compared to the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Indeed, it paled in comparison. Chen Luo remarked, "Let us serve a bowl for the little grain." However, the little grain showed no appetite and softly replied, "I can't eat." Millen clenched her fists, "Neither can I." Chapter 46. Advancement to Level 4. That evening, Rice once again lay beside Chen Luo. Logically, Rice should have been attending to the little grain today, but she had been driven back by Millen's harshness during the day. Rice seemed to harbor a potential for sharp wit. Chen Luo quietly absorbed the crystals at an average pace of 1 per minute. After consuming 80 crystals, over an hour had passed, and he felt the power within him. Chen Luo estimated that if all went smoothly, by tomorrow night, he could use the first-level crystals from the Rat King, the Devourer, and some survivors to break through to Level 4. The transition to Level 4 would bring about a substantial qualitative change. At that point, the current zombie crystals would hold no value for him, and he would have to wait for the zombies to evolve to Level 1. While Chen Luo practiced, Rice could only roll around on the bed board. Chen Luo chuckled, saying, "Little Rice, let us go to sleep. From now on, we'll sleep together." The next morning, Ma Yu prepared scallion pancakes paired with soy milk. Millen, feeling despondent, rolled around in bed, lamenting the misery of watching others eat while she could only gaze. It seemed there was flour to make scallion pancakes, but she lacked the skill and the scallions. "I would love some soy milk too." Chen Luo had already provoked Millen once with his words, and he preferred not to do so again. Millen not only did not drive him away but also relinquished her room, which was quite spacious, so Chen Luo could not act too childish. At noon, Millen was in her room munching on instant noodles. Even with the door closed, the tempting aroma wafted into her nostrils. "This life is unbearable. Eating. I wonder what you will have next. Am I not aware of how large my refrigerator is?" However, that evening it was still a grand feast. Millen sensed something was amiss. Her refrigerator wasn't that large, and with their eating habits, it should have been emptied after 2 meals. Upon opening the refrigerator, she was astonished to find it still brimming with vegetables and meat. Unable to contain herself, Millen approached Chen Luo incredulously. "How is the fridge full again?" Initially, she had hoped that once Chen Luo's supplies dwindled, he would be reduced to eating instant noodles like her. If this refrigerator remained full, wouldn't she become a laughingstock? The little grain tapped her head, realizing she hadn't informed her sister that Chen Luo was a space magician. Glancing at Chen Luo and sensing his lack of opposition, she timidly said, "Sister, Chen Luo is a space-type ability user. He has stored some food in there that could last for several years." "Millen, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Do you know, little grain, I now feel like a clown." The little grain dared not say more. Millen huffed. "According to our agreement, in a few days, we'll have a match. If I lose, as you said, I will obediently listen to you." Chen Luo chuckled, "Perhaps tomorrow. I'll try to satisfy your desire for some punishment." To be honest, Millen sensed that Chen Luo's strength was no simple matter, at the very least. The strength of this dog was impressive, and Su Daju gave her an impression of being formidable as well. But what could she do? Surrender? Both the little grain and Rice had betrayed her, and now, defeating Chen Luo was her only path to regain the upper hand. Chen Luo had taken the little grain hostage, leaving her with no option but to rescue her. She could not abandon the little grain. Millen fantasized about defeating Chen Luo tomorrow or the day after, imagining him groveling at her feet, calling her sister, and then showering her with delicious treats. What should she eat? She couldn't think about it. The more she did, the hungrier she became. The cookie in her hand suddenly lost its allure. That night, Chen Luo had prepared to absorb crystals early. Level 4 was crucial for him, allowing the use of void walking, marking a significant transformation in his power and greatly enhancing his survival ability. Without void walking, what survival capabilities did a space-type ability user possess? As usual, he absorbed 80 crystals, and under normal circumstances, he would have reached a saturation point and could not consume more. However, it was akin to when Millen had finished 3 bowls of rice. She might feel full, yet if offered a chicken leg, she could still manage to eat it. After finishing the chicken leg, how about a pound of crayfish? After that, perhaps a bit of soup, followed by some fruit? How much one could eat depended not only on their appetite but also on the quality of the food. Lower-level crystals equated to rice, while high-level crystals were akin to abalone and lobster. Yet, this could only occur occasionally. Long-term overeating would overwhelm the body and affect future appetite. Chen Luo first took out 7 first-level survivor crystals. After absorbing them, he used the crystal from the devourer. He was so close to level 4. Chen Luo then retrieved the crystal from the Rat King. This was a level 4 crystal, useful even to 7th-level ability users. The moment he absorbed this crystal, Chen Luo's body felt as if it was leaping with joy, a sensation of great comfort. It was akin to Milin finally tasting the grapes she had longed for. Waves of energy flowed through his palms, transmitting into the crystals in Chen Luo's mind. The crystals began to swell slightly, and once the accumulated energy reached a threshold, a qualitative transformation commenced. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Chen Luo's head, causing his face to twitch involuntarily. However, it was entirely within his capacity to endure. The pain of breaking through to the 10th level in his past life was incomparable to this. Some female survivors claimed that the pain at level 7 was akin to childbirth. Rice noticed Chen Luo's condition but dared not move, anxiously watching him. Fearful of disturbing his process, the crystals in his mind seemed to continuously secrete some mysterious energy, dispersing throughout Chen Luo's body, strengthening him. The transitions at levels 4, 7, 10, and beyond represented significant qualitative changes. A level 4 elemental or special ability user's physical quality would rival that of a level 3 physical ability user. As the pain in his mind dissipated, the crystals continued to secrete energy, enhancing Chen Luo's body. After a minute, he exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. There was still more than half of the Rat King's crystal energy left to consume. The extraordinary abilities of a level 4 practitioner, when compared to the peak of level 3, have only increased by approximately 1/3, not a significant enhancement, yet the quality has undergone a remarkable transformation. One can now unleash more powerful spells with less mana. 2 peak level 3 practitioners would not stand a chance against a single level 4 practitioner, provided their combat experience is equivalent. Most importantly, Chen Luo has now mastered the art of void walking. Standing by the window, Chen Luo gazed up at the starry sky, pondering whether one day, through void walking, he might reach the moon. Having finally acquired the skill, he felt an irresistible urge to employ it. In his previous life, he had used void walking not infrequently. It had become second nature, akin to drinking water, though he had previously lacked the requisite strength. With a flicker of thought, he sensed the familiar spatial energy, and in an instant, he vanished, appearing in the living room. In the living room, the Mage King, who had been guarding Chen Luo's door, was utterly startled by the sudden appearance of a shadow. Woof, woof, woof. The Mage King leapt up in fright, exclaiming, "I'm here to protect you, and you come to scare me?" Chapter 47. The loser must be kicked. The following morning, Mi Ling expressed her displeasure, saying, "Did you send your dog to wake me in the middle of the night, disrupting my rest to gain an advantage in the duel?" The Mage King shot a resentful glance at Chen Luo, recalling how terrified he had been. Chen Luo chuckled, "You overestimate yourself. Let us eat first. Once we finish, we can have our match." Mi Ling's eyes brightened. "We don't have to wait until tomorrow? What are we eating? You call that a meal? What I have is merely a snack." This morning, Ma Yu had prepared barbecued pork buns, egg tarts, fried eggs, and spicy soup. "Oh, I usually don't eat this well," she thought to herself. "As long as I defeat Chen Luo, he will have to obey me." Mi Ling confirmed, "So, if I win, you will listen to me?" Chen Luo nodded, "Of course. You seem quite confident. Shall we raise the stakes?" Mi Ling immediately became wary. Although Chen Luo had never fought, everyone regarded him as formidable, and she felt uncertain about her chances of winning. However, she had no choice but to challenge him. Mi Ling decisively shook her head. Chen Luo then said, "In 3 seconds, I will make you concede. If I fail, you may consider yourself victorious." "Defeat me in 3 seconds?" Mi Ling was incensed. "You might be strong, but you think I can't last 3 seconds? During a duel, we start at least 3 meters apart, right? As long as I avoid a direct confrontation, 3 seconds will pass in the blink of an eye." Su Daju looked at Chen Luo in astonishment, wondering if he intended to go all out. With one strike, Mi Ling could be defeated. But surely he wouldn't do that? Mi Ling inquired about the distance for the duel. Chen Luo replied, 20 meters. The greater the distance, the easier it would be for Mi Ling to fall into his trap. With a cold smile, Mi Ling declared, "As soon as the duel begins, I'll back away." "I truly don't believe that." Chen Luo grinned mischievously. The stakes are simple. You just need to stick your butt out for me to kick. Why do you want to kick my sister's butt? Mi Ling was taken aback and asked, if you lose, do I get to kick you? Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. You can kick me to your heart's content, as many times as you wish. Or if you have any demands, I will gladly fulfill them. On the surface, it appeared that Chen Luo was at a disadvantage. This was an unequal contest. Yet, he was filled with confidence. Having advanced to level 4 yesterday, coupled with skills from his previous life, how could he possibly lose to Mi Ling? It was inconceivable. Mi Ling felt a twinge of hesitation. This situation was exceedingly strange. Was he truly that arrogant? But if she lost, at most, she would have to let him kick her once. Although it would be somewhat embarrassing, the potential benefits outweighed the risks. She could accept any conditions. Mi Ling nodded. All right, I agree. Chen Luo was elated. Finally. He had a legitimate opportunity for revenge. Once he had dealt with Mi Ling, when would he have another chance to kick her? He declared, Dazhu Mi Li. You are witnesses. Anyone who cheats is a dog. The Mage King remarked, if it weren't for your status as my master, I would have bitten you. Why does it have to be a dog that cheats? Mi Ling insisted on having the duel immediately so she could have breakfast afterward. Could Chen Luo refuse? The two ascended to the rooftop, which was quite spacious, nearly the size of a basketball court. Chen Luo and Mi Ling stood 20 meters apart. Mi Ling thought to herself, I want to confront him directly. I just need to last 3 seconds to win. Although it feels unfair, this was his own condition. So I can't blame anyone. I certainly cannot bend over and let him kick me. That would be far too humiliating. Reluctantly, she resolved to appear somewhat shameless. Mi Li acted as the referee, signaling 3, 2, 1. Begin. Mi Ling's eyes were fixated on Chen Luo. As soon as he made a move, she would react accordingly. The next moment, Mi Ling's pupils constricted in shock. Chen Luo had vanished. How could this be? She had been watching him intently. Invisibility? Mi Li and Su Dazhu's expressions mirrored those of someone who had seen a ghost, their mouths agape. Mi Li felt a sense of pride as Chen Luo's close companion. She was the first to know. Chen Luo had abruptly appeared behind Mi Ling, and she was completely unaware. When Chen Luo gently grasped Mi Ling's delicate neck, she stood frozen in disbelief. As she regained her senses, her instinct was to throw Chen Luo with an over-the-shoulder move, but it was utterly futile. Her strength was no match for his. Chen Luo remained unmoved. At the same time, Chen Luo leaned closer to Mi Ling, softly blowing into her ear. Mi Ling, you've lost. If Chen Luo had wielded a sharp dagger instead of his hand, slicing across Mi Ling's throat, she would have perished on the spot. Mi Ling's face paled. Distance was no limitation. What kind of ability was this? Instantaneous movement through spatial manipulation? Was such a power truly within human grasp? The ability to conjure flames, ice, and lightning was comprehensible, but to breach the limits of space and move with such ease was beyond belief. It was akin to resurrection. Chen Luo himself found it hard to believe. Mi Ling struggled to suppress her shock, feeling dejected. I've lost. Although Chen Luo had not harmed her in the slightest, and she retained her combat capabilities, to claim she had not lost would be to cheat. To think that she would have to bend over for him to kick her? The thought of it made her cheeks flush. Chen Luo chuckled. Let us head down for breakfast. Mi Ling, you should join us as well. I admit, I was wrong the other day, but we are comrades now. It's best to blend together sooner rather than later. No surprises here. Today, Mi Ling would also belong to Chen Luo. When Ma Yu placed a basket of barbecued pork buns in front of Mi Ling, refusing would be excessively pretentious. Deep down, she didn't truly want to decline. Chen Luo enjoyed his meal without further teasing. Mi Ling shyly finished a basket of pork buns and a bowl of spicy soup. Afterward, Chen Luo dabbed his mouth with a napkin and, with a serious demeanor, said, Everyone, please take a seat in the living room. We need to discuss our next steps. Chapter 48. Plans for the next steps. With a serious expression, Chen Luo began discussing their future plans, and the others naturally followed him into the living room. Ma Yu was preparing to clear the dining table when Chen Luo summoned her. Mi Fan and Fa Wang also found a spot to settle down. After days of merely dabbling in soy sauce, neither feasting nor frolicking, a sense of confusion lingered among them all. Chen Luo tapped on the glass coffee table and remarked, Mi Ling, I have previously stated that not only do I surpass you in strength, but I also possess a greater vision. Truth be told, Chen Luo may not necessarily be stronger than Mi Ling, yet he bore the weight of a lifetime of experience. No strategist, regardless of their prowess, could rival him. Mi Ling, if you were the captain, how would you lead us in the next phase? Mi-ling was momentarily taken aback. What was the next step? In the early days of the apocalypse, while at school, her singular thought had been to return home and ensure Mi-li's safety. That belief had sustained her throughout her journey. Upon returning home and unexpectedly encountering Chen Luo, she found Mi-li unscathed, which filled her with immense satisfaction. Despite Chen Luo's rather excessive teasing, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. However, when it came to determining the next step, the world had transformed into a bewildering landscape, leaving her adrift, uncertain of how to proceed. The only clarity she possessed was the necessity to continually fortify her strength to withstand the dangers ahead. With honesty, she shook her head and confessed, "I do not know." Chen Luo turned to the others, who similarly shook their heads. With their basic needs met and their strength steadily increasing, they were genuinely at a loss regarding their next course of action. Chen Luo refrained from mocking their arrogance. In his previous life, he had been just like them. He began to share. Dezhu and I once encountered a rat king of formidable strength, nearly succumbing to its grasp. Mi-li and I also faced an exceptionally robust zombie, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary one. I sense that the strength of zombies will only escalate, and for ordinary people to combat them and survive, our only hope lies in uniting together. Even if my intuition proves incorrect, in the face of increasingly scarce resources, attempting to snatch sustenance from the jaws of countless zombies alone is akin to courting death. Mi-ling, would you dare to seize resources from more than 20 zombies by yourself? It's exceedingly difficult, isn't it? But if we form a small team, do you still find it daunting? Regardless of human nature or the cohesion of our assembled group, it is inherently stronger than any solitary endeavor. The others nodded in agreement. Chen Luo continued, survivors banding together is an inevitable trend, no matter how strong an individual may be. When confronted with a throng of hundreds or thousands, retreat becomes the only option. While our small team is undeniably strong, I must assert that facing a group of over 100 individuals would inevitably lead to casualties. Perhaps Mi-li would perish, or Dezhu. This is simply unacceptable. We must either create our own team or join an existing one. Only then can we ensure our continued survival. In my past life, Dezhu and I had no choice but to join a gathering point, otherwise we would have been victimized. In this life, however, I find myself capable of thriving independently, with provision sufficient to last 100 lifetimes. When danger looms, a mere shift into the void allows for a swift escape. But can the others follow me? They cannot flee alongside me. Unless I choose to endure until the end, outliving everyone and reliving the solitude of my past existence. Then what purpose does my rebirth serve? Mi-ling wholeheartedly concurred. Failing to join a team would only invite victimization. On her journey back, she often encountered envious gazes from groups of individuals. Had she not been sufficiently strong or the opposing numbers too few, she might not have made it back alive. Joining a team, she admitted candidly, I am not one to accept subservience. Why should I bow to others' whims? Moreover, Mi-ling and Mi-li, you two sisters are undeniably beautiful. What if joining a team leads to demands for your companionship? You wouldn't believe that no one would cast covetous eyes upon you then, would you? In a world where order has collapsed and desires run rampant, the fates of two beautiful women are all too predictable. Mi-ling's expression hardened. Who dares to lay a hand on my sister and me? I shall see to it that they are castrated. Chen Luo's expression turned awkward as he stifled a laugh. He cleared his throat and stated, thus, it is entirely implausible for us to join another's team while wishing to evade victimization. Our next step must be to establish a team of our own, one that is larger but not composed of just any riffraff. Following Chen Luo's elucidation, clarity dawned upon everyone. Indeed, it was imperative to form a more substantial team. Chen Luo continued, if the strength of zombies is on the rise, and the concentration of them around the city center is overwhelming, any rational individual would opt to flee to the outskirts. If my judgment is correct, it won't be long before many people head toward the periphery, forming clusters of gathering points. In my previous life, once zombies evolved to level 1, they acquired a modicum of intelligence, rendering them far less easily vanquished. Establishing gathering points in the city center would be tantamount to seeking death. Those capable and fortunate enough must retreat to remote areas. What Chen Luo did not mention was that the apocalypse encompassed far more than just zombies. Many plants, animals, and insects underwent mutations, and even marine life transformed, with some powerful sea creatures adapting to terrestrial existence. Though their numbers were few, their individual combat prowess was formidable, forcing coastal survivors to seek refuge in the capital. Even more terrifying was the near total annihilation of humanity. Chen Luo's survival was not due to direct confrontation, but rather his unparalleled ability to endure. With humanity all but extinguished, Chen Luo found life devoid of meaning, prompting him to bury himself. Mi-Ling offered a wry smile. I indeed lack the foresight you possess. I also find your reasoning quite sound. Chen Luo chuckled softly, then perhaps you should call me brother. This request might be a bit challenging for Mi-Ling to articulate. However, would she dare to renege on the wager just made? Chen Luo could scarcely contain his excitement. Chapter 49. I instructed you to kick, not to strike. At last, revenge was at hand. Hey, Mi-Ling, you did agree to the terms. One must accept the consequences of a wager. The prospect of her reneging only added to the thrill of the moment. Should she attempt to resist, it would be futile. Chen Luo suppressed his excitement, clearing his throat. All right, let us leave it at that for now. Expanding the team isn't an immediate concern. Mi-Ling, come with me to the room. I have something specific to discuss with you. It would be inappropriate to kick Mi-Ling in front of everyone, wouldn't it? Naturally. This had to be done in the privacy of the room, fulfilling the promise made between the two. Mi-Li, blissfully unaware, genuinely believed Chen Luo had something important to convey to Mi-Ling. You cast a knowing glance before returning to her task of clearing the dining table. Mi-Ling was initially taken aback, but soon a blush crept up her pristine neck. Was he truly going to kick her? Yet she had agreed to it. She was still too naive, having fallen for Chen Luo's ploy. Without absolute certainty, how could he possibly add such a twist? Gritting her teeth, Mi-Ling resolved to stand her ground. A kick was just a kick. What was the big deal? Chen Luo stepped into what had been Mi-Ling's room, and she followed slowly behind. Mi-Fan, ever curious, wished to tag along, thinking it reasonable for a cat to eavesdrop, but Mi-Ling shooed her away. In the past, rice had no voice, which was acceptable, but what if, in the future, it began to proclaim itself to the world like a loudspeaker, or worse, use this to confront itself at critical moments? Rice looked aggrievedly at the closed door, missing Chen Luo. After the door was shut, Mi-Ling's face could hardly conceal its flushed hue. With her back turned to Chen Luo, Mi-Ling spoke in a seemingly indifferent tone. All right. If you're going to kick, just do it quickly. Chen Luo regarded Mi-Ling with perplexity. Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about what it means to stick your backside out? Or is it a deficiency in your language studies? Mi-Ling straightened her posture. She was hardly sticking her backside out. Her cheeks, already tinted with a rosy hue, instantly blushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. How utterly humiliating! Was there truly a need to be so pedantic? With a vexed tone, Mi-Ling retorted, no. I don't quite understand why you need to add a kick to the mix. It was you who toyed with me beforehand, not the other way around. Have I offended you in any way? Perhaps you might consider an alternative punishment, as long as it isn't too excessive. Indeed. A normal person wouldn't bet with a girl. A kiss would be a bit much, but a kick? Chen Luo could hardly confess an age-old grudge. Do you think I still remember past grievances? He shook his head like a rattled drum. Don't ask why. Wagers entail acceptance of the consequences. Just tell me if you're going to do it or not. Mi-Ling felt a tumult of shame and anger towards Chen Luo. After a fierce internal struggle, she gritted her teeth and declared, fine, Mi-Ling, keep my word. She leaned against the wall opposite the door, her lovely curves slightly bending. Hurry up. Mi-Ling's voice trembled, her body quivering. She had never even contemplated such actions before. It was utterly humiliating. Chen Luo felt a rush of blood. This was exhilarating. How could he be engaging in such antics with the future war goddess, Ling Yan? The thought of it was almost overwhelming. Suddenly, he found himself unable to go through with the kick. Hesitant, Chen Luo removed his shoes. Mi-Ling, glancing surreptitiously, breathed a sigh of relief, without shoes. It would be gentler, surely Chen Luo wouldn't kick her harshly? If he dared to do so, she would cry for him to see. In truth, Chen Luo sought to delay the inevitable. After a 10-second countdown, Mi-Ling grew impatient. I'll count to 10. If you don't kick by then, don't say I didn't keep my promise. It will be you who forfeits. 10, 9, 8. Chen Luo hesitated, lifting his foot. A kick would instantly avenge his humiliation, but did he truly need to settle the score? Was he seeking Mi-Ling out solely to kick her? If he actually did, it might seal his fate of eternal solitude. 4, 3. As the countdown approached its climax, Chen Luo, in a moment of urgency, smacked his hand down. Slap. The sensation was unmistakable. Mi-Ling let out a small scream, her face flushed as if it might bleed, turning to glare at Chen Luo. I told you to kick me. How could you possibly hit me with your hand? Chen Luo chuckled sheepishly. I forgot. How about you let me make it up with a kick? Anyone would have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage at this point. Mi Ling lunged at Chen Luo like a furious tigress. I'll strangle you. Her hands gripped his arm tightly, while her waist was ensnared. Chen Luo struggled in vain against her might, experiencing a tumult of pain and pleasure as they wrestled. Only when they were both breathless did Mi Ling relent, glaring fiercely. If you dare to speak of this, I'll truly strangle you. If it gets out to Mi Li or rice, I'll lose all face. Chen Luo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Mi Ling lingered in the room, needing to restore her composure before exiting. Chen Luo remarked, Let sister you prepare some of your favorite dishes for lunch today, as a celebration of your formal induction into our team. Mi Ling warned, If you dare to toy with me again, I'll turn against you. Chen Luo retorted with a grin, If I tease you again, I'll be a dog. Later. After Chen Luo departed, Mi Ling reclined on the bed, pondering, he didn't even ask me what I liked to eat. Did Mi Li tell him? Chen Luo had instructed Ma Yu to prepare lunch early. Normally, 8 dishes were prepared, but today there were 12. Most of which were Mi Ling's favorites and also Chen Luo's. As she gazed at the table filled with food, Mi Ling felt a surge of excitement. She realized that without Chen Luo, she would have never tasted such delicacies in this apocalyptic world. Returning home from school, her greatest fear had been that her sister Mi Li would not eat well, suffer hunger, or be in danger. Yet, here she was, living in what felt like paradise. Well-protected and feasting on sumptuous meals daily. With this thought, Mi Ling raised her drink, standing up to sincerely say, Thank you so much, Chen Luo, for taking care of my sister. Chen Luo smiled, It's my duty. Wasn't it simply what one ought to do? Let us eat. Much like with Mi Li. Chen Luo devoured his meat heartily, and Mi Ling, inspired by his exuberance, shed her reservations. As she savored the spicy meat slices, she thought, Wow, this is delicious. Once more, her heart fluttered, but this time she wouldn't lose. After finishing, Chen Luo sipped tea and spoke to the content Mi Ling, Mi Li. This place is not suitable for residents. In the future, other survivors will come by at least 8 times a day, and it'll become bothersome. In densely populated neighborhoods like this, everyone knows the resources are plentiful. Soon, too many people will come scavenging. Moreover, the terrain is unfavorable and the visibility is limited. If given a choice, it's best to avoid high-rise buildings. Let us tidy up this afternoon. There's no rush. Whatever you can store in my space. We'll leave tomorrow. That evening, during the process of absorbing the crystal, the Law King suddenly howled. Chen Luo felt joy rather than shock. This signified the Law King had reached level 3. Each advancement in level nearly doubled one's strength. Aside from Chen Luo, the Law King was likely the second person in the world to reach this level. With the Law King's agility and speed, he could easily take on dozens of level 1 ability users single-handedly. Mi Li and Su Dezhu would need at least a week to reach level 3. The next day, as they prepared to leave their home of over a decade, Mi Ling and Mi Li felt a pang of reluctance. But since Chen Luo had declared it unsuitable, they had no choice but to relocate. Chen Luo chose the original villa area near his home, where there were no tall buildings and the view was expansive. This entire villa area could accommodate his burgeoning faction. At the southernmost part of the community, there was a mountain. In the event of a zombie tide, they could easily retreat up the mountain. It was an excellent location, and as more survivors sought refuge, they would inevitably envy this place. But did Chen Luo fear? If they dared to come, it would be a gift of crystals. Initially, there would only be small groups of troublemakers, a dozen or so people at most, which Chen Luo could easily handle. After some time, given his insights and resources, his strength would far surpass that of others. To Chen Luo's pleasant surprise, his heavy truck was still intact, though regrettably, the fuel had been siphoned away. Fortunately, he had some spare gasoline in his ability space. Chen Luo had not stockpiled much gasoline. It was relatively easy to collect, and in the mid to late stages, it would be of little use, just enough to suffice. The cab of the heavy truck, having remained unused for several days, bore witness to a shattered window through which a fine layer of dust had settled. After a brief tidying up, the group boarded the truck, which now seemed destined solely for the transportation of goods. The notion of using the heavy truck to ram into survivors was utterly futile. No one would be foolish enough to allow such an act. As they traversed the road, any zombies that could be struck down by the truck were met with force. But when faced with roadblocks that hindered the truck's speed, Chen Luo instructed Su Dezhu and Mi Ling to disembark and eliminate the zombies to collect crystals. The most basic crystals held no value for Chen Luo, yet they remained useful to Su Dazhu and his companions, as they would require such crystals until the zombies had evolved to level 1. Chen Luo refrained from intervening, allowing Mi Ling and the others to gain some experience. As they approached a turn, a sorrowful cry echoed in Chen Luo's ears. "Brother Fong, I implore you, do not concern yourself with us, just run." The response came swiftly. "Enough of this nonsense. If we are to die, let us perish together." Upon reaching level 4, Chen Luo's vision had far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He beheld 3 young men, their faces pallid and movements sluggish, desperately attempting to evade the pursuit of 5 or 6 zombies. A moment of realization struck him. Had they fallen victim to toxin-type zombies? If so, they were likely only level 1. Otherwise, these youths would have succumbed already. Among them was a 4th young man, brandishing a rubber baton and fighting valiantly. Seemingly poisoned yet likely possessing a physical type ability that conferred some immunity to the level 1 toxins. He had chosen to leave his 3 companions to distract the zombies while he fought for survival. At that moment, the man known as Brother Fong spotted Chen Luo, and a flicker of hope illuminated his despairing countenance. "Big brother, if you can save us, please do. I, Fong Yu, will surely repay this great kindness." Chen Luo replied calmly, "Very well." He opened the door and unleashed the Thunder King. Typically, Chen Luo would refrain from getting involved. Yet he admired Fong Yu's selfless spirit, choosing to fight rather than flee. This reminded him of Su Dazhu's sacrifice in his previous life. Evidently, Su Dazhu also held admiration for Fang Yu and voluntarily stepped out to assist. However, it was the Thunder King who swiftly dispatched the 5 zombies, leaving Fang Yu and his companions in stunned silence. They had not encountered the toxin-type zombie. The low-level toxin zombies only sprayed their poison at close range, and those had likely been dealt with by Fang Yu and his friends. Su Dazhu aided Fang Yu in supporting his injured friend. Approaching the window of the truck, Fang Yu deeply bowed to Chen Luo, his voice choked with gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. I may be at a loss for words, but please, if there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask." Chen Luo, intrigued, inquired, "How many of you are there? What transpired?" Fang Yu candidly recounted. "We are 4 from the same security company, longtime comrades. We ventured out today for supplies, confident of our success, only to encounter a toxin-spewing zombie that nearly cost us our lives." Many of Fang Yu's comrades had joined the same security company after retiring, but in the wake of the apocalypse, only they remained, making their bond all the more precious. Turning to Mi Li, Chen Luo instructed Mi Li, "Please assist them with treatment." Ordinarily, the 3 afflicted by the toxin would require at least 10 to 15 days of rest to recover, but under Mi Li's care, they felt significantly improved, though still somewhat weak. Fang Yu's gratitude deepened, astonished by the formidable prowess of this group. The dog that had emerged seemed capable of annihilating them all with ease. Was it truly just a dog? A few bolts of lightning effortlessly dispatched several zombies. And this young girl, was she a priest? Particularly, Chen Luo, while youthful in appearance and wearing a gentle smile, exuded an aura of authority, leaving Fang Yu with an unsettling sense of depth. With a light chuckle, Chen Luo proposed, "Strength lies in numbers. Shall we form a team?" "Naturally. I shall take the lead." In need of personnel, Chen Luo found this quartet appealing, their qualities highly commendable. Why not recruit them? Fang Yu had witnessed the prowess of Chen Luo's group, and in comparison, felt his own was lacking. They were on entirely different levels. This was indeed a strong ally. Even without the life-saving debt, aligning with such individuals would greatly enhance their safety. Fang Yu could think of no reason to decline. He glanced at his 3 companions, who expressed no dissent, before respectfully clasping his hands and addressing Chen Luo. "We are honored by your regard and owe you our lives. To refuse would be ungrateful." Chen Luo smiled. "Let us proceed to the rear of the truck. Is there anything of importance you need to retrieve from your previous location? If not, there is no need to go back. The streets and malls are teeming with supplies." Despite his favorable impression of them, Chen Luo would not disclose matters concerning the space to non-core members. Fang Yu shook his head. Upon reaching Chen Luo's villa district, he parked the truck in its usual spot. The zombies that had once roamed the area had mostly been dealt with, though a few had re-emerged, as they were wont to do. Arriving at the entrance of his villa, Chen Luo pointed to an adjacent house and instructed Fang Yu and his companions, "This residence should be vacant. Please tidy it up while I check in with you shortly." It was unfeasible for Chen Luo to reside with Fang Yu and his group, as trust had yet to be established, and it would be impractical. Once inside, Chen Luo's expression darkened. The living room's window, once securely shut, had been shattered. With shards of glass strewn across the floor, and signs of rummaging were evident. A moment's reflection led him to surmise that someone had entered, likely scavenging for supplies. Most probably survivors from the villa district. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought of pursuing the matter further. If anyone dared to intrude while he was home, they would face his wrath. Chen Luo instructed Mi Ling and Mi Li, please select a room on the 3rd floor. Su Daju and Yu Jia, you shall occupy the 2nd floor. Let us all engage in a thorough cleaning. Chen Luo would take the 3rd floor himself, as it was well known that he harbored ulterior motives. On the 3rd floor, Chen Luo's bedroom was centrally located, with Mi Ling and Mi Li choosing the remaining rooms on either side. He retrieved Mi Ling and Mi Li's belongings from his space for them to organize before heading to the 1st floor. After some contemplation, he gathered rice, potatoes, and various condiments such as cooking oil, salt, and MSG from the storage room. Summoning Su Daju, he carried a bag of rice and potatoes to where Feng Yu and the others were. Chen Luo's hearing had sharpened, even before entering the villa. He could hear Feng Yu and his companions conversing. Wow, Brother Feng, that dog is truly remarkable. I can't believe a dog possesses such strength. It seems we 4 combined would hardly measure up. Be confident. Remove the seams from that statement. Chen Luo chuckled to himself. This was the Thunder King, and he had received his true teachings. As the door remained ajar, Chen Luo cleared his throat, prompting Feng Yu and his companions to greet him eagerly. Chen Luo smiled and said, hold on, let's introduce ourselves first. I am Chen Luo, and this is Su Daju. You may also share your awakened abilities and the day you awakened after the Great Change. The 4 began to take turns introducing themselves. I am Feng Yu, the eldest among us, having awakened on the 3rd day. My ability is enhanced strength and fortitude, similar to Su Daju. I am Yang Xian, my ability is ice. I awakened on the 5th day, and I can help chill any items that need freezing. I am Su Lan, my ability is earth. I awakened on the 7th day and can control sand and stones, though it seems rather insignificant. Earth-type abilities are quite formidable, whether in the early or later stages. They offer the highest defensive capacity among elemental abilities, capable of constructing tall and sturdy earth walls to fend off zombies. If one grows strong enough to reach the king level, skills like causing earthquakes and summoning meteorites become immensely powerful. The last to introduce himself was Li Fei, who shyly stated, I am Li Fei, my ability is electricity, awakened also on the 5th day. Compared to the dog you raised, I really can't compare. Feng Yu's talent could be considered above average, while the others ranked slightly above the median. Chen Luo had never encountered these individuals in his past life. It was likely that without him, they would have perished at the hands of the zombies. Chen Luo was not disheartened. Having someone to assist was beneficial. And these individuals were not without merit. He gestured towards the rice and potatoes he had brought, saying, can you cook? Please help yourselves to these. Feng Yu, astonished, replied, Chen Luo, you've saved our lives. We haven't repaid you yet. How can we take your things? We will find something ourselves later. Chen Luo smiled faintly. You're being too formal. We are now a team. Sharing food is no burden. After you eat, let us rest a bit, and this afternoon, we will organize the supplies in the villa area for centralized management. If Feng Yu and the others performed admirably, Chen Luo would consider them genuine assets and treat them as core members, at which point he might divulge some secrets of the ability space and occasionally share some meat with them. However, to have them dine on the same sumptuous meals as himself without having demonstrated sufficient loyalty was simply inconceivable. While he could manage without finishing his food, he could not afford to be so generous to those who had yet to prove their allegiance. Su Daju was a brother in his past life. He had sacrificed himself to save Chen Luo, and thus Chen Luo was willing to indulge him. With the presence of Mi Ling and Mi Li, they would become indispensable in the future. Ma Yu was regarded as a trusted chef, and Chen Luo relied on her skills in cooking. Feng Yu did not linger. Nodding in agreement, all right, we will show you our worth in the future. Chen Luo then produced a walkie-talkie and handed it to Feng Yu, saying, this will be more convenient for communication in the future. This walkie-talkie did not require a signal and had a maximum communication range of 2 kilometers, making it exceptionally useful in situations where mobile phones could not be used. Upon returning home, Ma Yu lamented, Chen Luo, the natural gas here has been cut off. Should we use the induction stove to cook? Chen Luo, anticipating this, retrieved 2 gas canisters from his space, sending one to Feng Yu and the others. Survivors had little need for natural gas. Once a gathering point was established, they could rely on fire abilities to create flames, and with minimal vegetables available, they would be limited to boiling rice at most. After their meal, at 2 in the afternoon, Chen Luo summoned Feng Yu and the others. We will be settling here long term. First, let's scout the entire villa area. Leave the occupied villas alone for now. Focus on those that are uninhabited and search for supplies. Additionally, gather any matching car keys you find. Having vehicles will be advantageous. As for the other survivors, Chen Luo had no intention of causing them trouble without reason. For the time being, he would let them fend for themselves. When he had more manpower, he would consider integrating them if suitable, and for those who did not fit, he could simply offer them some food to send them away. This was already a rather lenient approach. Should he encounter unreasonable individuals who refused to depart, he would take decisive action. Chapter 52. This person is truly pitiful. In the afternoon, Chen Luo gathered Feng Yu, Yang Xian, and the others, as well as Su Dazhu, Mi Ling, and Mi Li at the entrance of the villa. They divided into 2 groups, aiming to clear all 100 villas in the community by the end of the afternoon, leaving those occupied untouched for the time being. There were undoubtedly other survivors in the community, and Chen Luo had no intention of driving them away just yet. Firstly, there was no immediate need, and it would be too cruel to force them out, effectively condemning them to death. Chen Luo had not sunk to such depths as to harm those who bore him no grievance. Secondly, how would those around him perceive him? A person so cold-hearted would surely dishearten even those with a modicum of morality. There was no need for Chen Luo to chase them away. Once their supplies ran low, they would naturally seek out resources, facing either death at the hands of zombies or thriving well. Those who thrived indicated that their abilities were commendable, and if the opportunity arose, Chen Luo would not mind accepting them. Suddenly, with his keen hearing, Chen Luo detected the sound of a vehicle approaching. Someone was driving into the villa area. The vehicle was of considerable size. Chen Luo took a few steps closer to the source of the sound and saw 2 large white buses entering the community. A group of people disembarked from the vehicles. Upon seeing a familiar figure leading the group, Chen Luo murmured, "Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this relentless sycophant?" In his previous life, Chen Luo had struggled through 12 years of the apocalypse, akin to a normal person recalling events from when they were 9. Important matters and individuals remained in his memory. Yet some memories only resurfaced upon encountering them again. The leader of this group was a woman, seemingly named Mu Tiange, who was indeed quite beautiful. But Chen Luo felt no attraction towards her due to her psychopathic tendencies. Mu Tiange had gained a certain level of notoriety in the city as the head of a clothing design company and chief designer. The company was not particularly large, and her fame did not stem from her looks, but rather from the fact that her company only hired females, specifically those without boyfriends, and certainly not married women. Everyone speculated that she harbored a psychological aversion to men. Following the apocalypse, Mu Tiange had established a haven solely for female survivors, though she later made some modifications. Why was she deemed psychopathic? Even in the apocalypse, she vehemently forbade her employees from engaging in romantic relationships, punishing those caught severely. After all, who could entirely suppress their desires? Even animals exhibit such instincts. Her most significant role was as Mi Ling's #1 sycophant. It may come as a surprise, but it was due to Mi Ling's persuasion and the strong dissatisfaction of her team that Mu Tiange reluctantly began to accept a limited number of male survivors. Among the many sycophants of Mi Ling, Mu Tiange was the most devoted, reportedly perishing while saving Mi Ling, who subsequently took over her position. Even among sycophants, few would willingly sacrifice their lives for another, making Mu Tiange truly deserving of the title of the foremost sycophant. Were it not for Mu Tiange, even with Mi Ling's exceptional talent and strength, it would have been challenging for her and Mi Li to survive in the apocalypse. Chen Luo recalled that Mu Tiange must be gathering supplies with her team. She had even come to Chen Luo's home previously, but retreated upon seeing people. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit, but given such a congregation of women, who wouldn't want to join? At that time, Mu Tiange had outright rejected Chen Luo without hesitation as she did not accept males. Chen Luo stroked his chin, pondering that with his presence, Mi Ling would likely encounter Mu Tiange sooner than anticipated. Should he hide Mi Ling from her gaze? No, after all, she was just a sycophant. Sycophants could be advantageous. Mi Ling was perfectly normal. After all, didn't she have her own subordinates? Though this group of young women may not possess the strength of men, they are in dire need of my assistance and do not harbor any disdain. Chen Luo recollected that aside from Mu Tiange, there was another formidable ability user within this team. Had she not fallen early, she surely would have been among the later elite. Thus, it was essential to engage with them. Mu Tiange and her companions were diligently scouring the villas for supplies, but it was evident that the resources within had already been rifled through. Before long, they approached Chen Luo's vicinity. Chen Luo refrained from casting a glance at Mu Tiange, despite her undeniable beauty, delicate figure, and remarkable aura. In truth, Chen Luo felt no interest in her. Instead, her gaze drifted toward a woman in the crowd who, while not conventionally attractive, exuded a certain valiance in her 20s. After Mu Tiange's arrival, this woman, a powerful ice element user with abilities just beneath Mi Ling's, seemed to be named Shiyun, though her life had ended prematurely. Mu Tiange and her group noticed Chen Luo, seemingly recognizing Mi Ling, and approached directly. Chen Luo's companions watched with curiosity as this entirely female team of over 20 members drew near. Upon spotting Mi Ling, Mu Tiange shuddered slightly, a peculiar emotion stirring within her. Perhaps it was akin to how a man might feel upon encountering a celestial being. She approached, completely disregarding Chen Luo, and stood before Mi Ling with a smile, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Mu Tiange." Mi Ling, somewhat bewildered, recognized Mu Tiange's name and, finding her courteous demeanor, replied politely. "I am Mi Ling." Mu Tiange gestured toward her team behind her, cheerfully proposing, "We are entirely composed of women. Would you consider joining us?" Chen Luo inwardly cursed, feeling slighted and disrespected, as if Mu Tiange were brazenly attempting to poach her ally before her very eyes. Mi Ling, however, did not disappoint Chen Luo. Had she not been in Chen Luo's company, would Mi Ling have declined Mu Tiange? There was no reason for her to do so. After all, they were all women, and at least she wouldn't have to guard against their intentions. Unbeknownst to her, she believed this to be the case. Compared to teaming up with men, Mu Tiange certainly seemed more trustworthy. Yet, Mi Ling was already part of a team, so without hesitation, she declined Mu Tiange's invitation, stating, "I'm sorry, I already have a team." Aside from being somewhat demanding regarding her members' feelings, Mu Tiange treated them well otherwise. One girl's eyes lit up upon seeing the kingly dog, exclaiming, "Look, there's a dog. Quite a majestic one at that." Chen Luo pampered the kingly dog, who had recently leveled up 3 times. How could it not appear formidable? The dog, however, paid her no mind, for to it, human distinctions of gender were meaningless. Whether one was a woman or a man, upon its master's command, it would bite without hesitation. The girl, seemingly fond of dogs, pulled out a sausage from her belongings, contemplating whether to feed it to the kingly dog. Yet, she hesitated, reluctant to part with it given the scarcity of supplies, as she had not received much food herself. After a moment of resolve, she bit into the sausage, consuming most of it, leaving only a portion to offer to the kingly dog. To her surprise, the dog regarded her with a look of pity. This was something it had sniffed before. Even dogs would not eat it. The sight of a human cautiously offering something they themselves would not consume was truly pitiful. Chapter 53, If You Dare to Steal. I shall strike mercilessly. Not only did the kingly dog disdain the sausage, but even if it had liked it, it would never indulge in a stranger's offering. The girl who had offered the sausage felt utterly dejected. It was disheartening that despite its refusal, she felt the dog looked at her with pity. Others laughed, saying, "You're overthinking it. Can you truly interpret pity from a dog's gaze? It's likely just refusing something unfamiliar." The notion that a dog could resist temptation when humans found it challenging was commendable. The kingly dog scoffed, thinking, if it weren't for its master's orders, it would have bitten already. Upon hearing Mi Ling's response, Mu Tiange felt a twinge of surprise, not at the answer itself, but at Mi Ling's unwavering resolve. Clearly, this place was safer and more suitable, yet she had rejected the offer without a second thought? Mu Tiange surveyed the positioning of Chen Luo's group and discerned that Chen Luo was likely the one in charge. With apparent indifference, she inquired, "Is this your boyfriend?" Mi Ling's face flushed, ready to deny it, but Chen Luo interjected brusquely, "What business is it of yours? How dare she attempt to undermine me in front of my face, as if I were invisible?" Chen Luo chose to ignore Mu Tiange henceforth, commanding her team, "Everyone, let us commence our search and clear the area." Watching Chen Luo and her team retreat, Mu Tiange narrowed her eyes, a cold smile creeping upon her lips. Men are inherently fickle, driven by greed and lust. With a slight maneuver, I can unveil this person's true nature to Mi Ling, thereby winning her over to my side. By fostering closeness, I shall surely succeed. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Tiange turned to her team, instructing, "Let us continue searching. We shall make this our temporary residence." The bus was filled with the supplies and necessities she had gathered, ready for them to settle in at any moment. Initially, she had no desire to reside in this villa area, not due to inadequate conditions, but because it was too appealing, attracting many visitors. Establishing a solid foundation was paramount. However, reconsidering, she acknowledged that other neighborhoods might not guarantee safety either, as they too would be scoured by large groups, leaving them unable to hide. Most importantly, Mi Ling was residing here. Thus, Mu Tiange chose the villa adjacent to Chen Luo's, allowing their group of over 20 to occupy 2 villas. Both teams scoured for resources simultaneously, and Chen Luo remained unfazed, questioning how much material could possibly be found. She deemed it unworthy of her attention. Fang Yusu and De Zhu entered the house to search while Chen Luo stationed herself at the entrance, ready to respond to any disturbances. Simultaneously, she pondered how to win over Mu Tiange and her group. The most effective strategy would be to sway Mu Tiange towards her side, yet that seemed challenging. Mu Tiange, too, contemplated how to reveal the true nature of men to Mi Ling, so she would join her side. Each held their ulterior motives. With Mu Tiange's competition for resources, within just 2 hours, Chen Luo's group managed to clear the neighborhood. They procured over 300 pounds of rice along with some high-end snacks, all harvested from villas that had contained zombies. Those without the undead had virtually no supplies, having been claimed by others. They also collected the crystals from the zombies, which they offered to Fang Yu and the others, who were unaware of their secrets. It would take 3 months before the existence of the crystals ceased to be a mystery. To Chen Luo, these crystals were entirely useless, but sufficient for others. And acquiring them was quite easy, hence, she freely gifted them to Fang Yu. Observing Chen Luo's group from a distance, Mu Tiange narrowed her eyes. Suspecting that this individual might also be privy to the secret of the crystals, likely something Mi Ling had deduced. The gathered supplies were allocated to Fang Yu's side. Ma Yu began preparing a meal. With the kitchen windows tightly shut, Chen Luo's kitchen exhaust system was remarkably effective, leaving no trace of smoke. In contrast, Mu Tiange opted to open the windows, eschewing the exhaust system entirely, preparing to stir-fry some wilted cabbage and potatoes. If they did not consume them soon, they would undoubtedly spoil. Though she was reluctant to eat them, it was certainly better than letting them rot. Mu Tiange urged one of the cooks, Xiaoling, "Please try to make it taste better." Xiaoling, however, responded with a rueful smile, "Sister, we have no gas, we can't even cook." Mu Tiange furrowed her brows. Aware that among her 4 sisters, all possessed the elemental ability of fire, yet their powers remained feeble. Not only did their strength fail to sustain the preparation of a meal, but they also struggled to control their abilities, inadvertently scorching the pot. What could be done? With darkness enveloping the surroundings, venturing out in search of a gas canister posed certain dangers. It was prudent to postpone this endeavor until tomorrow and settle for a makeshift meal today. While snacks were acceptable, consuming them continuously led to monotony, and they had yet to locate a functional appliance to cook rice. Mu Tiange absent-mindedly nibbled on a custard pastry, taking small sips of water, reluctant to drink too much, especially after one of her sisters had suffered severe stomach pains from drinking untreated water. Water was indeed a precious commodity. It occurred to her that Mi Ling might be in a similar predicament. Then, a brilliant idea struck her. This was an excellent opportunity to garner goodwill. Gritting her teeth, Mu Tiange retrieved a package of roasted duck from the supplies in the living room. This roasted duck, preserved with an abundance of preservatives and encased in plastic, was not truly desirable. Those who had tasted it would understand, truly, not even a dog would consume such fare. It was a rare find, typically available only in large supermarkets, not in smaller stores. The challenge of acquiring it was significant, and Mu Tiange had salvaged it from a household. In total, there were 5 bags. They had shared 3 among themselves, leaving 2 remaining. Among the group of sisters, some beamed with delight, while others cautioned, "Sister, save some for later. We may not find it again." Did they truly believe she intended to share it with them? Mu Tiange procured a plate and placed the meager 500 grams of roasted duck upon it. Despite the artificial coloring, the duck appeared somewhat appetizing. As the packaging was torn open, The sisters gathered around, and although the roasted duck was small and the number of them was large, there was still enough to ensure each would receive a morsel. However, Mu Tiange, holding the plate, turned to leave. Xian blinked in surprise. Sister, where are you going? Mu Tiange replied, I'm taking this to Mi Ling. The group was momentarily stunned, and one sister exclaimed, Sister, we risked our lives to obtain this from the zombies. And you intend to give it to someone outside? Anyone would be upset in her position. Mu Tiange reassured them, I sense that Mi Ling is a remarkable person. Exchanging a roasted duck for a sister is worth it, isn't it? The devoted always find a reason. For the moment, Mu Tiange's fondness remained undisclosed. Though the others were displeased, they could not sway her decision. Carrying the roasted duck, Mu Tiange approached Chen Luo's house, but the door was closed. She could not enter nor resort to force. Suddenly, a dog appeared. It was Fa Wang who surveyed the newcomer. Mu Tiange's expression turned wary. Would this dog attempt to snatch her roasted duck? Should it dare, she would not hold back. Chapter 54, Delivering Cucumbers. Mu Tiange was a rare psychic ability wielder, capable of mental attacks and object manipulation, such as iron needles and daggers. Currently at a level 2. She was unable to employ mental assaults, but could still manipulate objects and retrieve them from the air. Yet, she wondered if Fa Wang would even regard her possession as worthy. Woof, woof, woof. Fa Wang barked fiercely in my presence. You are less appealing than the aroma of braised pork. Do not employ your charms here. As the mealtime approached, Chen Luo, hearing the commotion, came down to investigate. Mu Tiange smiled, opened the door. I'm bringing something for Mi Ling. Chen Luo chuckled. Truly a devoted admirer. He thought it unwise to discourage anyone's ambition. Hand it over, I'll take it up, he said. Mu Tiange shook her head. No, I must personally present it to her. What if you secretly consumed the roasted duck I'm giving to Mi Ling? Fa Wang shook his head. Even the dog disapproved of such thoughts. Chen Luo had no intention of allowing Mu Tiange into his villa. What if she caught a glimpse of their meal? Suddenly, Mu Tiange contemplated that if Chen Luo were to devour the roasted duck, she could inquire about it with Mi Ling the following day. Such a scenario would reveal Chen Luo's selfish and greedy nature, wouldn't it? With this in mind, Mu Tiange, suppressing her heartache, handed the roasted duck to Chen Luo. After all, it had been salvaged from the contributions of her sisters. If Mi Ling enjoyed it, she would keep the remaining piece for her as well. With a smile, Mu Tiange returned to her room, her heart swelling with satisfaction at the thought of Mi Ling's joy upon receiving the roasted duck, akin to a sweet indulgence. Chen Luo shook his head, poor devoted admirer. As Chen Luo ascended the stairs, he fortuitously encountered Mi Ling, who was also descending. Mi Ling gazed in astonishment at the roasted duck, questioning its origin. Chen Luo smirked. It was sent by Mu Tiange. But we have no significant relationship. Why would she send this? Mi Ling pondered aloud. The roasted duck was in Chen Luo's possession. Who would consume it? Yet among the others, it would be a different story. Mi Ling was perplexed, recalling that she and Mu Tiange were not friends. How could she possibly part with such a delicacy? Chen Luo scoffed. If she wishes to give, let her. Without a hint of remorse, he casually tossed the roasted duck Mu Tiange had painstakingly offered into the garbage bin. Being a stranger's possession, he dared not keep it. Mi Ling watched, feeling a twinge of regret at the waste of food. She instinctively glanced at Fa Wang, hoping he would not waste it. Yet Fa Wang wagged his tail and sauntered away. Even the dog had no interest in it. As Mu Tiange returned, she contemplated the greasy nature of the roasted duck. What if Mi Ling became thirsty after consuming it, and they had so little water? She could not drink it all herself and could not allow Mi Ling to suffer from thirst. Thus, Mu Tiange eagerly fetched 2 bottles of mineral water. What was she doing? Was she trying to curry favor without any ulterior motive? What if there was poison in the food or water? Mi Ling deliberated, ultimately deciding against drinking it and disposed of it in the trash. If only Mu Tiange knew, she would surely explode with anger. Chen Luo produced a genuine roasted duck, intending to enhance his meal. After purchasing it, he had nearly forgotten about it, overshadowed by far more delectable options. This roasted duck was sliced and accompanied by sweet sauce, scallions, and cucumber strips, emanating warmth far beyond what Mu Tiange's preserved duck could offer. Mi Ling inquired, Brother Chen Luo, do you prefer duck skin or duck meat? Chen Luo replied with a smile, I enjoy both. Mi Ling meticulously selected the golden, crispy duck skin, slathered it in sweet sauce, and added some scallions, offering it first to Chen Luo before herself. Chen Luo felt touched. Had his hands not been slick with oil, he would have affectionately patted Mi Li's little head. You've not gone unappreciated. Mi Ling observed with suspicion. Isn't that for me? The little girl might have thought so, especially considering how Chen Luo had always been there for her during times of need and treated her with such kindness. They were merely 3 years apart. In terms of the present and the future, no one was more suitable for Mi Li than Chen Luo. This thought reassured Mi Ling. And trusting her to anyone else would be unthinkable. Yet, why did she feel a pang of sourness? The table laden with food suddenly seemed less appetizing. The following day, Mu Tiange seized an opportunity and asked Mi Ling, was the roasted duck delicious? Mi Ling smiled sheepishly and replied, yes, it was good. Mi Ling finally recalled the moment she returned home with 2 classmates who had pulled out crumpled bread, asking, Mi Li, why aren't you eating? Although there was a stark contrast between bread and roasted duck, the sentiment remained neither was something a dog would touch. Mu Tiange wore a smile and said, it's wonderful that you enjoy it. Mi Ling, harboring a question in her heart, inquired, why did you gift me roasted duck? Mu Tiange replied with a chuckle, I simply feel a profound connection with you. From the moment I laid eyes on you, there was an innate sense of familiarity. Had a man uttered such words, Mi Ling would have instantly concluded that he harbored ulterior motives and would have dismissed him without hesitation. Yet, this was a woman, and at that moment, Mi Ling had yet to grasp the essence of Mu Tiange. That evening, disregarding the vehement objections of her sisters, Mu Tiange resolutely delivered the last roasted duck along with 2 bottles of mineral water once more. The garbage bin now housed yet another roasted duck. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, realizing he could not remain indifferent. He needed to enhance his rapport with the girls opposite him. But what to give? It goes without saying that mere hard dishes would hardly suffice to elevate his favorability. However, he was no sycophant. Why should he? Suddenly, a mischievous grin appeared on Chen Luo's face. He ventured into the vegetable section and unearthed dozens of cucumbers, selectively picking those that, though lacking in visual appeal, were quite substantial in size. I bring you cucumbers. Cucumbers are excellent. They enhance beauty. In total, Chen Luo procured 30 cucumbers, uncertain of the exact number of recipients. But 1 cucumber each should suffice. Open the door. I bring cucumbers. Xuan, who would later be recognized as the second most powerful ice element user after Mi Ling, answered the door with a hint of caution. Is there something you need? Chen Luo raised the bag of cucumbers. You sent roasted duck. And I have brought some cucumbers for you. As Xuan distributed the cucumbers among the crowd, excitement surged through the room. Cucumbers, it's cucumbers. I want to eat cucumbers. Don't wash them. The excess water makes it difficult. Just eat them raw. I want to eat. I can't bear to. Several mischievous souls grinned at the girl who claimed she wouldn't partake. Mu Tiange's expression darkened. Were it not for her desire to engage with Mi Ling, she would have paid Chen Luo no mind. She resolutely refused to consume anything offered by a man. Deep within, Mu Tiange thought she had already garnered considerable favor from Mi Ling. After all, Mi Ling had tasted her roasted duck. It was time to proceed to the next step. To unveil the true nature of this loathsome man. She would orchestrate a crisis, compelling Chen Luo to reveal his cowardly disposition when faced with danger. Once Mi Ling witnessed that, wouldn't she inevitably gravitate towards her? Chapter 55, The Dog Slayer. Mu Tiange approached Chen Luo. I wish to propose a collaboration. Chen Luo smiled, pray do tell. Mu Tiange continued, 3 miles east lies a large supermarket, brimming with supplies, yet I suspect it is also teeming with zombies. I lack the confidence to succeed alone, and your group comprises 8 or 9 individuals. Thus, I seek your partnership. If we secure the supplies, we will have enough food to last a year and necessities for several decades. After we succeed, the spoil shall be divided 50-50. For we have greater numbers and will contribute more effort. Chen Luo was taken aback. That supermarket was the very one he and Mi Ling had previously visited. The only sizable one in the vicinity. He had nearly exhausted its supplies. What was there to do? Watch zombies dance. He promptly shook his head. No. I'm rather timid. There are at least hundreds of zombies inside, and I dare not venture there. Mu Tiange was left speechless. While being timid was one thing, his lack of subtlety was another, revealing him to be a coward. How could Mi Ling possibly find anything appealing in him and his companions? As she suspected, he was indeed a coward, driven by self-preservation. Mu Tiange urged, if we do not seize the supplies swiftly, there will come a time when you possess the courage to retrieve them, yet the opportunity will have vanished. Chen Luo chuckled, you've missed your chance. And declined once more. Mu Tiange gritted her teeth, 50-50. After securing the supplies, we split evenly. Chen Luo's expression shifted to one of suspicion. What was her true intent? Had Mu Tiange known of Chen Luo's actual capabilities, a 90-10 split would have seemed justifiable, but she was unaware. Moreover, given Mu Tiange's aversion to men, it was improbable she would be so generous with a 50-50 split. What was her ulterior motive? Chen Luo called out Rice. The fluffy feline, grooming itself on the sofa, perked up at the sound and trotted over, gazing at Chen Luo with curiosity. Despite its newfound wisdom, the cat still clung to its grooming habits, at least no longer licking its paws. After feigning contemplation, Chen Luo once again declined and retreated into the room. He then asked Rice, "Is this person up to no good?" Rice, perplexed, nodded, "Yes, but why? What have you done to provoke her?" Chen Luo ruffled Rice's fur with a hint of frustration. "If you ask me, who should I turn to for answers? Trouble often arrives unbidden. However, you've chosen the wrong target. You've run into a solid wall." Mu Tiange departed in frustration. This man was exceedingly timid, lacking courage. Initially, she had intended to orchestrate a minor scheme in the supermarket to entrap Chen Luo and Mi Ling in a perilous predicament, allowing Chen Luo to reveal his selfish and ugly nature and in Mi Ling's moment of despair, emerge as the hero. Yet, she had not anticipated his cowardice. He was unwilling to seize an opportunity that was clearly in his favor. What to do when the fish refuses to bite? A figure of a man flitted through Mu Tiange's mind, someone who could assist her. Chen Luo squinted at Mu Tiange's retreating figure, contemplating the potential fusion of their forces. A harmonious union of yin and yang would be most advantageous. A balanced pairing of genders would alleviate burdens. In his previous life, Mi Ling had flourished largely due to the contributions of a multitude of women, for there were far too many sycophants. Among female survivors, at least half of the capable ones had joined Mi Ling. With an abundance of women, the number of sycophants clamoring to join would inevitably surge. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, entertainment had dwindled. Seemingly the most enjoyable activity was procreation. Were the base to consist solely of men, chaos would surely ensue. Women too required a sense of security, seeking protection and mutual interaction. It was a reciprocal relationship. However, the crux of the matter lay in Mu Tiange's refusal to engage with men, rejecting any male involvement, let alone collaboration with Chen Luo. This posed a significant challenge. In his previous life, it was only due to Mi Ling's fervent insistence for the sake of the base's development and the discontent of the women that Mu Tiange had relented. At this juncture, it would prove exceedingly difficult. The most effective and swiftest solution would be to eliminate Mu Tiange. Once this obstacle was removed, Chen Luo could showcase his capabilities and procure tons of rice. A strong leader with assured food supplies would be irresistible. After all, Chen Luo was no lecherous old man, harboring ill intentions towards them. There would be no grounds for refusal. And what of Chen Luo's situation? What was the best method for Mu Tiange to persuade Mi Ling to join? It was also to eliminate Chen Luo, the stumbling block. Chen Luo refrained from mentioning collaboration. Understanding it was an impossibility, Mu Tiange did not bring it up either, as she was disinclined to accept any men from Chen Luo's side. Observing Mu Tiange's silhouette, Chen Luo's expression hardened. Initially, he had no desire to take action against her. Yet it seemed she had already set her sights on him with ill intentions. Thus, he could not afford to be lenient. As long as he was not threatened, all was well, but once threatened, she could not be allowed to remain. It was imperative to strike preemptively. He could not wait for her to launch an attack. Yet, he needed to select the right moment to eliminate Mu Tiange. Damn it, this insufferable woman, could it be that in her pursuit of closeness to Mi Ling, she sought to eliminate me as a rival? He had never perceived such ruthlessness in Mu Tiange before. Who should he dispatch for the assassination? Su Daju is not capable. Let us not speak of the challenges of success, for he may very well face a counterattack. Mu Tiange harbors a profound wariness toward men. Chen Luo would never permit Su Daju to take such a perilous risk. If Feng Yu and his companions possessed sufficient strength, they might test their mettle. Yet it is evident that success is unattainable. Thus, Chen Luo shifted his gaze from the rice to the king of law. Who would suspect a mere dog? It is the perfect cover. Should the plan be exposed, they could simply claim that the king of law had fallen ill, shifting the blame onto it. Finding an opportunity, the king of law could dispatch her with a couple of sprays, subsequently attracting a horde of zombies. Chen Luo gently patted the king of law's head. Do you understand my intent? It's up to you now. The king of law nodded, declaring itself a dog assassin. A more complex title could be a killer dispatched by a dog. However, Chen Luo miscalculated. Mu Tiange did not grant Chen Luo this opportunity. After departing, Mu Tiange returned to her villa and summoned everyone. We shall venture outside in search of supplies. Mu Tiange, of course, would not disclose her intentions to embarrass Chen Luo. Her persona before the group was not that of a schemer. 2 large buses rolled out of the community. The King of Law wagged its tail, anticipating their return to seek opportunities, as its master had advised there was no rush. I'm an assassin. I possess neither emotions nor wealth. The King of Law could hardly fathom that it would one day become an assassin. Having experienced it once, there would undoubtedly be countless opportunities to follow. The life of a dog is fraught with exhaustion. Mu Tiange commanded her team to an old, nearby community, which was rather small. Xu Yun, perplexed, inquired, Sister, what are we doing here? We've already searched this place. Mu Tiange smiled and explained, this community has no natural gas pipelines. They still utilize coal gas. Last time, we neglected to collect these gas canisters. Understanding dawned upon the group. Mu Tiange strode alone towards a particular unit, for someone resided there. Chapter 56, Yu Fengge. Mu Tiange ascended to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of 301. The person she sought was within, though she was uncertain if he was home. Simple knocking might raise suspicion, so she called out, Fengge, are you there? The door swung open to reveal a slightly plump young man with disheveled hair. Upon seeing Mu Tiange, known as Fengge, his eyes lit up. He bowed deeply, saying, it's you, President Mu. I wouldn't dare be called Fengge in your presence. Just call me Xiao Feng or Fengzi. Mu Tiange maintained a stoic expression, though inwardly she scoffed, thinking, if it weren't for me Ling, I wouldn't seek out someone like you. Fengge was not a brother, just as Feng Jia was not a sister. His real name was Jiang Feng. Before the apocalypse, he worked as a delivery man, frequently visiting Mu Tiange's company and becoming quite familiar with some of the women there. Naturally, he knew Mu Tiange, though they had never spoken. During her previous visit to this community, Jiang Feng had persistently sought to join Mu Tiange's group, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Now, in her quest to deal with Chen Luo, she recalled him. Although Jiang Feng lacked combat prowess, his awakened wind-based abilities made him useful. Even with the same abilities, comprehension varied, leading to different skills. Jiang Feng claimed to have mastered a technique called Lingbo Weibu, allowing him to run incredibly fast. Currently, zombies found it challenging to catch up to him. Mu Tiange planned for Jiang Feng to attract some zombies to Chen Luo's villa, forcing Chen Luo to reveal his true nature, and she would arrive just in time to rescue Mi Ling. Not only was Jiang Feng well suited for this task, making it safe, but he was also not part of her group, and Chen Luo would not recognize him. Mu Tiange explained her plan. But Jiang Feng's smile faltered as he awkwardly replied, of course, I would gladly assist President Mu, but isn't this harming others? Mu Tiange clarified. After you lure the zombies, I will appear and eliminate them. This is merely punishing a scoundrel. What, do you wish to aid the scoundrel? Or are you also a scoundrel? Jiang Feng quickly shook his head. I am not a scoundrel. I despise them. I will help. Jiang Feng looked at Mu Tiange in silence, thinking he could not assist for free. You must fulfill my request. Mu Tiange inwardly scoffed, upon completion. I can allow you to join us. Jiang Feng beamed with joy. Thank you, President Mu. I will certainly perform well. He was the very embodiment of a sycophant. They agreed on the number of zombies to attract and the timing before parting ways. The appointed time was immediate. As Mu Tiange descended the stairs, she felt disdain. Having heard that he not only insisted on referring to himself as Fengge, but also used the online ID Zhetian Bang Fengge. The women carried gas canisters down the stairs, murmuring to themselves, wishing a man would lend a hand at that moment. Men could handle the labor while women cooked and did the laundry. Was that not a perfect match? Some women trembled not from exhaustion, but from an inherent fear of gas canisters, terrified they might explode unexpectedly. The 2 buses managed to load only 20 gas canisters before they could carry no more due to limited space. Mu Tiange called out and led the group away. Checking the time, she noted that Jiang Feng had begun his actions. Jiang Feng descended the stairs, humming a tune. This task was easy and also served to expose the scoundrel. In truth, he wished to be a scoundrel himself, but his abilities did not permit it. Xiaoling. Soon Fengge will be able to be with you every day, hee. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Feng had taken a liking to a gentle and petite girl in Mu Tiange's company, but their differences were stark. One was a delivery man, the other a workplace beauty. As for Mu Tiange, He had no designs on her, being self-aware enough to know he could not attract her and recognizing her disdain for him. However, he was willing to endure her coldness for the sake of Shaoling. Jiangfeng muttered, "My brother Daju works as a security guard in that villa district. I didn't find him last time, but perhaps I can look again." Jiangfeng donned a green short-sleeved t-shirt and brandished a wooden sword. "How disappointing," he lamented, swinging the sword. "Why can't I conjure a tornado?" More practice was needed. One day, he would become a man as swift as the wind. Jiangfeng left the building, skillfully dodging the few zombies in the community. Upon reaching the road, he channeled his power into his legs and shot forward like a rocket. With his current level 2 capabilities, he could reach an astonishing speed of 24.5 meters per second. Mastering the wind-based abilities allowed him to achieve this speed. Other wind users would be fortunate to reach even half of it. Chen Luo, at level 4, could not catch up to the empowered Jiangfeng unless he resorted to void walking, while the King of Law could barely match Jiangfeng's short bursts of speed. Of course, employing such abilities would deplete Jiangfeng's energy. When zombies were scarce, he relied on his physical prowess. Before the apocalypse, Jiangfeng was an amateur parkour enthusiast. Watching the zombies he left behind, he laughed heartily. "You can't catch me, ha ha ha," while he could evade them. To truly confront zombies, he would only seek out the stragglers. Soon, Jiangfeng, utilizing his speed, safely arrived near Chen Luo's villa district and began attracting zombies. Maintain an appropriate distance to give the zombies the illusion that they can catch up. Mu Tiange stated that the optimal number of zombies is around 30 to 40, not exceeding 50, otherwise, it would become cumbersome for her to deal with them. It would be troublesome if things went awry. After exerting considerable effort, Jiangfeng managed to lure over 30 zombies. Following the villa number provided by Mu Tiange, he effortlessly located Chen Luo's residence. Prior to the apocalypse, he often delivered food to this area. Jiangfeng hastened ahead to the entrance of Chen Luo's villa and opened the iron gate within the courtyard. The gate was not locked during the day for convenience, only secured at night. Regardless, zombies cannot open doors, and those with abilities can simply leap over the fence. Even if locked, it posed no challenge for Jiangfeng. A delivery person who cannot unlock a door is not a competent one. Jiangfeng aimed to draw the zombies into the villa when he suddenly noticed 2 people and a dog watching him from inside. The dog was the King of Law, while the humans were Su Daju and Chen Luo. Jiangfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Daju, what are you doing here?" The King of Law attempted to bite Jiangfeng, the uninvited guest, but was halted by Chen Luo. Su Daju joyfully exclaimed, "Fenga, is that you?" With zombies trailing behind, Jiangfeng couldn't spare a moment to converse. He had initially intended to lure the zombies into the courtyard, but with Su Daju inside, he had to reconsider. "Damn it, Mu Tiange never mentioned my friend would be here. I can't endanger my friend just to join you." Chen Luo remarked, "Isn't this your Fenga? In your past life, you met a tragic end." In his previous life, the green tea character Chen Jing had swindled Chen Luo and Su Daju of all their supplies while they were injured. At that time, all zombies had evolved to level 1, with some even advancing to level 2. The resources that were easily obtainable had all but vanished. Chen Luo and Su Daju had suffered greatly. "A man like the wind, your Fenga has now appeared." Su Daju and Jiangfeng shared a good rapport, often gaming together after work. Jiangfeng frequently encountered Su Daju during his deliveries. He was a decent person, loyal to his friends, and often brought Chen Luo along in their escapades. Jiangfeng, relying on his speed, attracted the zombies while Chen Luo and Su Daju gathered supplies. Jiangfeng would take half and Chen Luo and Su Daju would split the other half. Chen Luo had no objections, as Jiangfeng bore the greatest risk. However, within a few days, Jiangfeng met his end, for those who relied on speed to attract zombies danced upon the edge of a blade. There could be no missteps. If he were to be attacked and injured by the zombies, the consequences would be dire. Chen Luo did not even witness how Jiangfeng fell. He only heard a scream as the zombies surrounded him. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, preparing to divert the zombies to assist Jiangfeng, but by then, Jiangfeng had already breathed his last, gruesomely torn apart by the zombies. Chen Luo had not anticipated encountering Jiangfeng again, had they not been acquaintances. He would have allowed the King of Law to finish him off without hesitation. He had no grievances with Jiangfeng. Why had he led the zombies to his villa? That needed clarification. Upon seeing Su Daju, Jiangfeng called out, "Daju, you're here. I'll lead the zombies away right now." Originally intending to enter the courtyard, Jiang Feng swiftly diverted the zombies to a more distant location. Chen Luo contemplated Jiang Feng's intentions. He had clearly aimed to bring the zombies towards himself. But upon seeing Chen Luo and Su Dazhu, he redirected them. Chen Luo had no enmity with Jiang Feng, and since Su Dazhu was his friend, he would never do such a thing. The only explanation was that he was being manipulated. Who had he offended recently? There were quite a few. But the only one still alive was Mu Tiange. With that thought, Chen Luo's expression darkened. When heaven offers a path, you refuse to walk it. When hell has no door, you still come knocking. What a fine situation. Had I been an ordinary person, luring in so many zombies could have spelled my doom. I need to confirm this with Jiang Feng. Moments later, having shaken off the zombies, Jiang Feng rushed over, laughing heartily. Dazhu, you're here. I'm sorry if I scared you by bringing so many zombies. Su Dazhu chuckled. Indeed, Feng Go, I knew you wouldn't bring zombies to harm me. However, Chen Luo interjected, it was Mu Tiange who instructed you to bring the zombies here, wasn't he it? Jiang Feng was taken aback. How did you know? The only ones present during that conversation were him and Mu Tiange. Could it be that Chen Luo was that scoundrel? Or perhaps he had wronged Mu Tiange, prompting her revenge? What a formidable situation. Chen Luo scoffed, confirming it was indeed Mu Tiange's scheme. Damn it, she must not be allowed to remain. She must be eliminated. For who knows what other tricks she might have up her sleeve. Although Chen Luo himself was unafraid, those around him might fall victim. Chen Luo further inquired, did Mu Tiange instruct you to lead the zombies here? Did anyone else know? Jiang Feng sighed with resignation. No, it was just the two of us. She mentioned punishing scoundrels and said she would appear at a critical moment. Just as Chen Luo was about to respond, a scream filled with agony echoed from the direction of the community entrance. Jiang Feng and Su Dazhu exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of its significance. However, Chen Luo's expression shifted. A zombie had transformed into a mutated form. Judging by the intensity of the scream, it seemed to be a level 4 or 5 mutated zombie. Coincidentally, 2 large buses were approaching the community, precisely the 2 white buses belonging to Mu Tiange. A horde of zombies blocked the community entrance, the very ones Jiang Feng had attracted. Upon seeing this, Mu Tiange remained unfazed, calmly instructing, accelerate, crash into them, run them over. She was concerned that if she arrived even a moment late, Mi Ling might be devoured by the zombies. Time was not on her side. Thus, she returned a bit earlier. The driver nodded, increased speed, and charged towards the zombies. At that moment, the zombies had not yet evolved to level 1 and lacked intelligence. Merely standing in front of the vehicle in a daze, several were immediately struck and sent flying, but one zombie deftly sidestepped, coldly observing. It gathered a fireball roughly the size of a basketball and hurled it towards the bus. With a resounding boom, the rear window of the bus shattered, the fireball exploding in the backseat area. Screams erupted. The bus was loaded with gas canisters brought by Mu Tiange and her group, so the back was unoccupied and, fortunately, no one was injured. Flames clung to the gas canisters, beginning to burn intensely. No one knew whether the canisters would explode in the next moment. Mu Tiange's face paled, and she shouted, "Stop the bus, get out." A group of people hurriedly exited the vehicle in panic. The zombie had already formed another fireball, launching it into the crowd. It instantly killed 2 girls. Mu Tiange's complexion turned pale. How could there be such a monstrous zombie? Trembling, she urged, "Sisters, focus fire on it." All the girls capable of ranged attacks tremblingly summoned their abilities to assault the zombie. Yet, this was not a low-level zombie. It would not stand still for them to attack. Mu Tiange was the fastest. She simply needed to use her mental power to control the fruit knife she carried. The knife astonishingly floated in the air, swiftly aiming for the zombie's neck. Confronted by the fruit knife, the zombie's hands suddenly ignited with flames, gripping the flying blade with bare fists. Though its hand was punctured slightly, it was of little consequence. Before the others could launch their assaults, the zombie charged toward Mu Tiange. Firstly, she had been the initial aggressor, and secondly, the zombie seemed to vaguely comprehend the adage, capture the leader to subdue the band. Mu Tiange's mind went blank. Why was it heading straight for her? The spells cast by the other girls finally soared toward the zombie, yet its agile form allowed it to evade them with ease. Even when it could not escape, the attacks posed no immediate threat, given the significant disparity in level. This zombie, though not particularly terrifying at level 5, was alarming for the survivors in this moment. In a panic, Mu Tiange instinctively pushed someone beside her away. Her willingness to sacrifice herself for Mi Ling in her past life did not extend to others. Chen Luo had only heard of it, never witnessed it firsthand. And the specifics remained unknown. As Chen Luo arrived, he clicked his tongue, remarking on her self-inflicted plight. Chapter 58. What are your plans? Chen Luo's primary objective in arriving was to eliminate this mutated zombie. Having evolved from a level 0 to a level 4 or 5 zombie, it would likely perish within a day. Although it had gained some intelligence, it was still far from surpassing human intellect at this level. Chen Luo was confident in his ability to kill it. Why not seize the opportunity? For others, it was a disaster, yet for Chen Luo, it represented a boon. Though he had only recently entered level 4, he had mastered skills from his previous life, such as void walking, complemented by the void sword. This combination was sufficient to slay level 5, 6, and even some less agile level 7 zombies. However, anything above level 7 was best left alone. In her frantic state, Mu Tiange pushed a girl in front of her, leaving everyone astonished. Was this still the Mu who had led them to escape the apocalypse? Seizing the moment, Mu Tiange retreated and spotted Chen Luo, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. She could use this coward to intercept the zombie. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. If this group of girls participated in Mu Tiange's actions, he would not accept them, even if they proved useful. Yet, Jiang Feng had mentioned that only Mu Tiange and he were privy to this situation, and Chen Luo believed him. Lacking a compelling rationale, he could hardly claim a desire to eliminate Chen Luo due to his affection for Mi Ling. He regarded this group of girls with indifference, save for Xu Yun, whose talent and character were commendable. Mu Tiange was surely destined to die. The difference lay in whether it would be by her own hand or that of the zombie. To kill her himself would create a rift, given their shared experiences. The optimal outcome was for her demise to occur at the hands of the zombie. Chen Luo mocked. Mu, at this critical moment, using your sisters as shields, how noble of you. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. With that, he delivered a swift slap to Mu Tiange's face, catching her off guard. The blow was both fierce and precise, leaving her fair cheek reddened and slightly sunken. With the strength Chen Luo possessed, Mu Tiange was sent sprawling several meters back, landing in a disheveled heap just beneath the zombie. Would the zombie show her any mercy? Its sharp, powerful hands plunged directly into her chest, piercing through. This zombie had learned to suppress its desires, recognizing that now was not the time for indulgence. It would savor its feast after exterminating all. Mu Tiange let out a heart-wrenching scream, her life ebbing away. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded before Chen Luo's eyes. A girl emerged from a vehicle, clutching a flaming gas canister, her expression frenzied. "Sisters, you run ahead. I'll take it on," she cried. This girl was none other than Xu Yun. Previously, she had realized that their spells would have little effect on the zombie, understanding that their group was ill-equipped to handle it. Engaging in a concentrated attack would lead to severe losses, while avoiding confrontation would result in a slow demise. Thus, she resolved to delay the zombie herself. Spotting the gas canister in the vehicle, she thought that an explosion might injure or even kill the zombie. With the burning canister in her arms, Xu Yun's face was a mask of madness. Even Chen Luo, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, I swear. You are truly remarkable." Chen Luo felt fear at the sight, let alone a woman displaying such courage. Such valor was rare. He could not allow Xu Yun to perish. The void sword had already coalesced in his hand, and the zombie seemed to sense an unusual power. However, it was unprepared for the sudden appearance of a figure behind it, delivering a lethal strike to its neck. In its final moments, the zombie's awareness registered, "I was ambushed." Its head severed from its body, it fell lifelessly. The methods capable of slaying humans could also extinguish zombies. However, while zombies feel pain, it does not hinder their capacity to fight. A normal person would likely collapse in agony after losing an arm, but a zombie would continue to battle. With its head gone, it was, of course, dead. Its greatest weakness lay in the forehead, but that required a frontal attack. How often does a sneak attack succeed so smoothly? Chen Luo executed this sequence of actions with practiced ease, dispatching a level 5 zombie with a single, clean stroke. The toll, however, was significant. The void walking and void sword had nearly drained his energy. The girls present were left in shock, marveling at how swiftly it had been resolved. Jiang Feng, watching from behind, stood agape. Chen Luo, too occupied to indulge in theatrics, urgently called out to the equally stunned Xu Yun, "Quick, throw the gas canister." "Are you waiting for it to explode?" Xu Yun snapped back to reality, shrieking as she tossed the canister away and fled to a safe distance, collapsing onto the ground, sobbing into her hands. Was she unafraid? Of course, she was terrified, but at that moment, she had no time to consider her fear. Once she realized the gravity of the situation, a chill coursed through her, leaving her drained. Let her cry, it's no sin, Chen Luo mused, allowing her a moment to release her pent-up emotions. No one dared approach the gas canister, and half a minute later, it indeed exploded. Amidst the smoke of the explosion, as the crowd remained in shock, the King of Law slowly advanced toward Mu Tiange. Was she truly beyond saving? Who could say? If she was still alive. Then it was time for him to deliver the final blow. Approaching her unceremoniously, the King of Law struck her face with a swift motion. Gigi, truly dead now. He thought to himself, the power of that gas canister was remarkable, leaving her visage in ruins. Chen Luo cast a glance at the King of Law, exclaiming inwardly, "You've really become more ruthless." Although the zombie lay lifeless, the expressions of the crowd were devoid of joy. 3 sisters had perished, and the soul of their group, Mu Tiange, had also succumbed. Her final actions had left an indelible chill in their hearts. At this moment, they were not only grieving but also lost, pondering their next steps and whom to follow. Who would bear the burden of leadership? Chen Luo first extracted the crimson crystal from the zombie's head, a smile blossoming upon his face as this object promised considerable assistance to him. He then approached Xu Yun, extended his hand, and softly said, "Allow me to help you rise." Xu Yun glanced at Chen Luo and reached out her hand. Chen Luo added, "Please comfort your sisters. The deceased deserve a proper burial." He beckoned to Fang Yu and the others, instructing them to take the bodies to the nearby mountain and find a suitable place for interment. Xu Yun murmured her gratitude. "Thank you." Feigning curiosity, Chen Luo inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Xu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Plans? Indeed, those who survive must continue living. She couldn't help but gaze at Chen Luo. Chapter 59. Chen Luo's Rules. After a brief period of tidying up, everyone returned to their respective homes. Xu Yun summoned all the members. "Sisters, Mu Tiange has passed away. What are our plans?" Once they called her sister, but now they simply referred to her by her name, Mu Tiange, for her actions had left them disheartened. Upon hearing her words, many faces revealed confusion. When Mu Tiange was alive, they were uncertain of their purpose, merely taking each day as it came. With her demise, their bewilderment deepened. Someone suggested, "Xu Yun, why don't you lead us? I previously did not respect you, but your courageous act of charging at the zombies with a gas canister to save us was something I could never have done." The crowd unanimously agreed. This was far superior to Mu Tiange's leadership. In times of crisis, one's true character is revealed. Xu Yun, however, waved her hand dismissively. "There are others more suited than I." The group exchanged glances, incredulous. "Who could that be?" Xu Yun replied solemnly, "Chen Luo." At this revelation, the group erupted in excitement. Just moments ago, that man had effortlessly dispatched a zombie with a single strike. He was undeniably impressive. The sword he wielded was truly magnificent, glowing with an otherworldly light. The pivotal question remained, how had he appeared behind the zombie so suddenly? It was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. This man possessed extraordinary strength. Being near him brought a sense of security. One girl hesitated. What if he has ill intentions towards us? Another chimed in, if he did, it would be to our benefit. He wouldn't need to act maliciously. With just a glance, I'd be willing to warm his bed tonight. No need to wait until tonight. I could do it right now. Xu Yun chuckled helplessly, sensing the growing absurdity of their conversation. Chen Luo had mentioned possessing 50 tons of rice. As long as they joined him, they would not have to fear starvation in the near term. A girl gasped. 50 tons. She began calculating. With 20 of us, if each person consumes 1 pound of rice per day, 1 ton, which equals 2,000 pounds, would last 100 days. 50 tons would stretch to 5,000 days, 15 years. Immediately, they were all intrigued. Not only was he powerful, but he was also handsome and had provisions. What a solid ally he would be. I'm in favor. Me too. But do you think he would want us? Xu Yun asserted, I will ask him. It should be feasible. Xu Yun was confident. Chen Luo had openly mentioned his food supply, making his intentions clear. Finding someone to rely upon was certainly preferable to drifting aimlessly like a leaf on the wind. Chen Luo remained at home, comfortably secure. It was hard to fathom who would refuse such a group of sisters, devoid of any ambitions to escape. Indeed, Shiyun approached him. Chen Luo nodded. As long as you are willing to adhere to the rules I establish, you are welcome to join. He stepped before the group, cleared his throat, and found 20 pairs of eager eyes fixed upon him. Notably, there was not a single unattractive face among this group of sisters. Even those who were merely average were still appealing. With a serious expression, Chen Luo declared, I wholeheartedly desire for us to unite. But I must clarify a few essential points. If you cannot comply, then do not bother to join. Shiyun nodded. Please, go ahead. Chen Luo continued. First, absolute obedience to orders is required at all times. Should you decide to join and then refuse to follow commands, do not expect any leniency from me. Rest assured, it will not be as you might envision. No one will be compelled against their will. No one objected. Secondly, I do not differentiate between genders here. Do zombies consider gender? In battle, both men and women will be treated equally. Do not come to me later claiming fear or reluctance. Chen Luo's countenance hardened. If such an event occurs, the consequences will be severe. These sisters had escaped from a company building filled with thousands of people, aside from luck. Their psychological resilience was commendable. They faced the zombies without a single one fleeing. Those who were psychologically weak had already been eliminated. However, it was necessary to lay these ground rules to prevent any misconceptions. Thirdly, if you seek a partner, strive to find one among us. My utmost condition is that if you encounter someone outside who captivates your heart, they must join us. If I deem them suitable, I will allow their entry. Join us? The sisters looked taken aback. Chen Luo elaborated, I have painstakingly cultivated this group, and I cannot allow anyone to whisk away my efforts. While this may seem trivial, if they harbor ill intentions and unearth our secrets, it poses a threat to us all. He began to deliver his cynical wisdom. If they are unwilling to commit, what grounds do they have to profess their love for you? You wouldn't dare to eat your beloved's leftovers, so how can you claim to love them? The sisters whispered among themselves. Chen Luo's words were undeniably reasonable, yet they felt distant from such concerns. Their sole focus was to survive. Chen Luo concluded, I promise to do everything within my power to ensure your safety. He then stepped outside, granting them a few moments to contemplate and discuss. Not 3 minutes later, Shiyun emerged, declaring, Chen Luo, everyone has agreed. Chen Luo smiled, thank you for your trust. For now, Shiyun will lead you. She will communicate with me. It is getting late, let us prepare a meal. I have a little surprise for everyone at noon. As he observed Shiyun's retreating figure, Chen Luo contemplated her potential as a core member worth nurturing. Yet, he understood that lavish rewards could not come too soon. Time was still short. What shall we have for lunch? There was little to choose from, just boiled rice and stir-fried potatoes. Feng Yu arrived. But Chen Luo hadn't prepared any delicacies for either the girls or them. He would wait for an opportunity to reward them with some meat once they exhibited commendable behavior. In the meantime, to celebrate their joining, Chen Luo decided to present a small treat, Laogan Ma chili sauce. It's Laogan Ma. Chen Luo chuckled, handing out 1 bottle per person. This single bottle could likely sustain them for several days. In the afternoon, he would send Mayu to bring some steamed buns. Relying solely on rice was not a sustainable option. Feng Yu and the others felt a renewed sense of joy with the addition of the sisters. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Yang Xian occasionally stole glances. I feel like I'm not far from finding a partner. I share the sentiment. With only 7 men and over 20 women, the balance is skewed. As for this Laogan Ma, I want to eat it. I'll save it to woo the ladies. Jiang Feng approached Chen Luo. Brother Chen, I want to join you as well. Could you take me in? Chen Luo smiled as he gazed upon the scene. In a certain sense, Jiang Feng had indeed shown him a measure of kindness in his previous life. Jiang Feng possessed commendable abilities, and Chen Luo had come to understand him somewhat. Unlike Mu Tiange, why should he not accept him? Chapter 60, Adaptation. During lunchtime, Chen Luo joined the others in consuming rice and shredded potatoes. After days of indulging in rich and extravagant meals, a simple vegetarian dish provided a refreshing change of pace. Only rice, the true carnivore, feasted on the chicken breast that Ma Yu had specially prepared for him. This was a cherished delight. One must never slight rice. Though the meal was straightforward, no one voiced complaints. It was far better than usual, and simply having something to eat was a blessing. Upon finishing the meal, Chen Luo instructed Shiyun, please compile a list of all your names, abilities, and the day of your awakening after the transformation. I wish to take a look. He huffed, I, Chen Luo, am only interested in your abilities, not your appearance or age. Chen Luo provided paper and pen, and soon, Xiyun presented the compiled information. As of now, this group, excluding the 3 who had perished alongside Mu Tiange, consisted of 20 individuals. Examining their abilities, he noted 6 from the flesh system, 4 from the fire system, 2 from the lightning system, 4 from the ice system, 2 from the earth system, 1 from the nature system, and 1 from the light system. Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement upon discovering the presence of a light system ability. Such powers were exceedingly rare. Though it could not be compared to spatial abilities, it was still remarkable to find one among 500 or 600 individuals. The number of survivors was already scarce, rendering this ratio particularly low. Light abilities not only offered healing, but also provided buffs. Moreover, certain light users demonstrated formidable combat prowess. Meili was an extreme case. She seemed to have an extraordinary grasp of supportive light spells, but her combat capabilities were virtually non-existent. The light user in question, Wang Ling, was the girl Jiang Feng had coveted, having awakened on the 3rd day decent enough. The one with the best innate talent was Xu Yun, who awakened close to dusk on the 1st day, around 5 o'clock. Those who awaken on the 1st day are often promising, each possessing the potential for royal-level powers. Figures like the Magic King are truly exceptional. While many dismissed them as mere dogs, they were still superior to the rest. The other girls had mediocre qualifications, with some awakening as late as the 13th day, without notable accomplishments or a powerful ally. They would likely remain in logistical support roles. The treatment for logistical personnel was predictable. Aside from Ma Yu, who was favored, frontline combatants enjoyed better benefits. To put it bluntly, such individuals were often considered cannon fodder. Chen Luo contemplated the days ahead. Within 2 or 3 days, low-level zombies would proliferate, and he needed to train these girls during this time. Additionally, he aimed to scavenge some resources, rewarding the group with any valuable finds. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Luo gathered everyone, including Ma Yu. Although Ma Yu had yet to experience combat, he did not expect her to be particularly formidable. He merely wished for her to acclimate to the battlefield environment. Ma Yu was indeed fortunate. While her culinary skills were commendable, they could not be deemed the best in the nation. She had simply encountered Chen Luo at the right moment. What troubled Chen Luo was whether or not to assign someone to guard the base. There was little of value to lose. Yet he felt uneasy about the prospect of someone pilfering his belongings. Who could feel at ease knowing their private space had been violated? With the proliferation of nearby bases, the likelihood of thieves would only increase. After deliberation, Chen Luo decided to leave Feng Yu and Su Lan behind. He instructed them, with so few people, issue warnings. If they do not heed, take action. If there are many, act as though you saw nothing. I shall handle it upon my return. The two nodded in agreement. The group then set out, divided into 3 vehicles. The first was Chen Luo's heavy truck, driven by Yang Xian, intended for transporting supplies while also paving the way. The second was a bus, a company vehicle belonging to Mu Tiange, utilized for ferrying the girls. Originally there were 2, but one had been rendered inoperable due to an explosion involving gas. The third was Chen Luo's black Audi, with Mi Ling occupying the passenger seat and Meili, Ma Yu, and Rice seated in the back, while Su Daju took his place in the heavy truck. Interestingly, he refused to ride in the bus. In the truck's cabin, for burly men engaged in idle banter. Suddenly, Jiang Feng exclaimed, "Look at that zombie. Even after becoming one, it still possesses an alluring countenance. It must have been a stunning beauty in life." The driver, Yang Xian, exaggeratedly replied, "You can discern that? Shall we knock it unconscious and take it back?" Su Daju quipped, "Brother Feng has mentioned that once the lights are turned off, all appearances are the same." With a resounding crash, the heavy truck plowed through a white van obstructing the road, clearing the way. Their destination was a nearby clothing wholesale market. The girls lacked sufficient changes of clothing, and Su Daju was still clad in garments belonging to Chen Luo. Though clothing was far less critical than food, possessing some was always preferable. Additionally, Chen Luo aimed to provide the group with combat experience, honing their teamwork while assessing their shortcomings. With the heavy truck leading the way, the journey was not particularly arduous. Chen Luo surveyed the zombies within the wholesale market, estimating their numbers to be around 300 to 400, including those surrounding the area. He decided to let them engage first, allowing them to exhaust themselves before he and the Magic King intervened. "Form up," Chen Luo commanded. The formation was, of course, a shield and support structure, despite having only 2 healers. Jiang Feng, Manage the number of zombies. If their numbers exceed 30 at once, draw some away. The flesh-based individuals would serve as shields, clearing any approaching zombies to ensure the elemental ability users could unleash their powers without hindrance. Seasoned mages would typically kite the zombies themselves, but he could not expect such proficiency from them just yet. The main force diligently cleared out the zombies, with Jiang Feng tasked with diverting the incoming ones. Otherwise, the overwhelming numbers would surpass their capacity to manage. Facing the zombies, the group displayed composure. However, Chen Luo shook his head. The accuracy of their spells was quite low, yet the sheer volume of zombies allowed for some hits. He clearly observed an ice arrow aimed at a young male zombie inadvertently striking an elderly woman instead. Multiple spells overlapping on a single zombie resulted in excessive damage. At the moment of awakening, depending on individual circumstances, they could utilize spells 2 or 3 times to severely injure a zombie, but not to eliminate it outright. Upon reaching the peak of level 1, they would be capable of casting 6 or 7 spells. The time taken to cast spells had also slowed, with sufficient practice. One could cast a spell every 1 or 2 seconds, rather than the current 5 or 6. Notably, some displayed talent, as exemplified by Mi Ling, whose small fireballs were both quick and accurate, continuously roasting the zombies. If her level were higher, she would likely swiftly grasp area of effect spells. Had it solely been Shiyun and the others, daring to approach this place would likely have resulted in their annihilation. Chen Luo and the Magic King refrained from intervening, merely overseeing the operation, ready to assist anyone in danger, though no such need arose. Jiang Feng exerted considerable effort. Without him, they would have faced a deluge of zombies. As the zombies were nearly cleared out, the group began selecting suitable clothing, loading their choices onto the heavy truck. There was no distinction between genders. Everyone was expected to contribute. In the pre-apocalyptic world, one might have expected the men to labor while the women stood by chatting. Noticing that no one was paying attention, Chen Luo stealthily tucked some black stockings into his face. Chapter 61, Rice. If one wishes to remain inconspicuous, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Is it truly possible to pilfer without being caught? Chen Luo thought he had gone unnoticed, unaware that Mi Ling, who was also gathering clothing, had caught sight of him. The corner of her eye inadvertently fell upon. What was that? Mi Ling, what are you wearing? I never expected you to have such a penchant. It's terrifying. No, he can't be that perverse, can he? Who is that for? Meili? A peculiar thought arose in Mi Ling's mind. It seemed rather incongruous with her sister's temperament. The colors were all wrong. Over 20 individuals were loading clothing onto a heavy truck, and Jiang Feng and the others were putting on a deliberate display. Before long, the truck was filled to the brim with garments. All youth apparel. Primarily summer clothing for the season, included shirts, shorts, denim, and t-shirts among others. Everyone wiped the sweat from their brows. And one girl looked at Mi Ling with palpable envy. Mi Ling, you are truly naturally beautiful. Even after all this time, your skin remains so fair and tender. And your complexion is splendid. Although Xu Yun and the others were a group of stunning girls, after days of anxiety, poor eating, and restless sleep, each of them appeared somewhat haggard, their vitality diminished. If it weren't for becoming an ability user, enhancing her physical constitution, they might have already succumbed to exhaustion. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Mi Ling gave a wry smile. Naturally beautiful, what a joke. After returning from school, she had been through a rough journey. And upon looking in the mirror before bathing, she saw a face far worse than Xu Yun's, an utter mess. It was quite dismal. Chen Luo prepared a daily feast of 8 dishes and soup, crafted by Ma Yu. How could her complexion not be radiant? It was not merely Chen Luo. Ma Yu knew who she was and could cater to her needs. With Chen Luo watching over her, she slept soundly every night. Without him, she might still be scrounging for supplies with Meili, perpetually anxious about threats from zombies and other survivors. She certainly wouldn't be able to eat well or sleep peacefully, remaining vigilant at night like she did on her way home, often haunted by nightmares. That feeling was utterly exhausting. At least with over 20 people gathered, Shiyun had some mutual support. Without Chen Luo, her vitality would undoubtedly be less than that of Xu Yun and the others. Within the market, there was a small supermarket, not large. But due to the presence of numerous zombies that had yet to be searched, it remained untouched. One girl dashed inside with delight, intent on emptying the store. In the summer, the supermarket was stocked predominantly with water. The weather was scorching, and after exerting themselves, everyone was parched. One girl was about to open a bottle of mineral water and gulp it down, but Xu Yun stopped her and turned to Chen Luo. Captain, can we have a bottle of water first? Chen Luo smiled and replied, 2 bottles for each person. With Chen Luo's consent, everyone eagerly opened their bottles of mineral water. In this apocalyptic world, drinking tap water could lead to excruciating stomach pains. Some of these girls had experienced such agony and understood the value of water. Though they were incredibly thirsty, they were reluctant to finish it all at once. Some drank only half and carefully stored the rest, while others allowed themselves merely a third. Mi-Ling watched, feeling a pang of discomfort. What kind of world was this, where one had to ration every drop of water? It seemed like her own journey home had been similarly fraught, only to change drastically afterward. Mi-Ling sighed and exchanged a glance with Mi-Li. Mi-Li felt equally conflicted. Ever since Chen Luo arrived, she had never gone hungry or thirsty. At this moment, her thoughts mirrored Mi-Ling's. Mi-Li resolved that tonight she would confess to Chen Luo. The truck was fully loaded, and there was little reason to linger. The group's energy was rapidly depleting. Chen Luo said, "Prepare to head back." However, Jiang Feng called out, "Just now, while I was luring the zombies, I saw a pastry shop at the entrance. And it still had quite a few pastries inside." Chen Luo remained unfazed, while the girls were filled with excitement. Upon reaching the pastry shop, they found the display cases askew, with many pastries scattered on the floor. Some pastries seemed to have been taken, and Xu Yun quickly stepped forward, grabbed a piece of bread, and tore off a bite. Although the texture is a bit off, it's still edible and hasn't expired. "Let us have this for dinner. We should eat it quickly to avoid it going bad." The group took packaging bags and began collecting the pastries, hesitating only briefly over those that had fallen. As long as they were not stained with blood, they took them all. Everyone was beaming with joy, but Mi-Ling and Mi-Li felt increasingly uneasy. Chen Luo remarked, "What a thoughtful bunch. Tomorrow at noon, I'll bring out some cured meat or canned food for an extra meal. Maybe an apple too." After extracting the zombie crystals, they returned to the city. The journey back home was safe, and upon arrival, Chen Luo inquired with Feng Yu, who had stayed behind, confirming that someone had attempted to break into the villa but had been repelled. Chen Luo instructed Ma Yu, "Prepare dinner. I'm feeling a bit hungry." Having eaten only a little shredded potato at noon, he could hardly sustain himself for long. This afternoon, Chen Luo was quite pleased with Xu Yun and the others' attitudes. Although their combat skills were somewhat lacking, their character had improved. They shouted less, and no one had fled in panic. Chen Luo decided to reward them. Xu Yun and the others were assigned to 2 villas, and Chen Luo provided them with 2 walkie-talkies, teaching them how to use them for communication. He also handed out 2 fully charged mobile phones and power banks for their use in leisure time. This naturally elicited a cheer from them. That evening, Chen Luo was in his room playing video games when there was a knock at the door. His eyes lit up. It was Mi-Li. Was there a chance for some mischief? Mi-Li sat beside Chen Luo and whispered, "This afternoon, watching Xu Yun and the others made me realize how fortunate I am to have you, Chen Luo." Lowering her gaze and blushing, she continued, "Chen Luo, would you let me be your girlfriend?" For Mi-Li's character, saying such a thing must have taken immense courage. Chen Luo responded with action to her declaration. 3 minutes later, Mi-Li gasped, I'm not ready yet." Chen Luo, with an air of urgency, stated, "Mi-Li, what time is it? In this world, no one knows how long they have to live. There's no guarantee that today will lead to tomorrow. If you wait until you're ready, I might be gone by then. Wouldn't that be a pity?" Upon hearing these words, Mi-Li felt they were profoundly true. She instinctively embraced Chen Luo. "Seize the day. Do not wait for flowers to wilt." Chen Luo had not anticipated this happiness to arrive so suddenly. He thought he would have to wait longer. Strangely, he felt a pair of eyes watching him. A cold sweat broke out as he realized it was Mi-Fan. Without hesitation, he tossed her out of the room. Mi-Fan? Chapter 62, The Kind of Dried Fish That Can't Be Comforted. Mi-Fan was clutched in one of Chen Luo's hands while the other opened the door, and she was unceremoniously tossed from a height of over a meter to the ground. It could be described as somewhat rough. Ahem, it also demonstrated Chen Luo's impatience. Such a height posed no issue for a cat, yet Mi-Fan was left bewildered. She felt quite aggrieved. "Chen Luo, you weren't like this before." With a sudden noise, the door was immediately locked, preventing Mi-Fan from entering. The locking lying on the ground seemed to mock her. "Just sleep outside like a good little girl." At that moment, Mi-Ling opened the door, realizing her room lacked a bathroom, and thought of the independent restroom on the 3rd floor. Upon seeing Mi Fan, she mockingly remarked, "Isn't this the little kitten from Chen Luo's house? Why aren't you sleeping with him and have come to the living room instead?" Mi Fan huffed, "Chen Luo is bullying Meili in the room." I could see that Meili looked quite distressed. He must have been afraid I would intervene and therefore coaxed me out. Mi Fan had her pride, after all. Mi Ling was momentarily taken aback by Mi Fan's words. Bullying? In what manner? Unlike Mi Fan, Mi Ling was not naive. Her expression shifted rapidly, and she instinctively moved to rush into the room to assist Meili. However, Fa Wang stopped her. No one can enter without the owner's consent. You must follow the proper procedure and knock. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unrecognizable. Just as Mi Ling was about to knock, a thought struck her, and she abruptly relented. If Meili was willing, what was it to her if she went in? Clenching her fists, Mi Ling thought, how infuriating. Meili had just come of age. If it were someone else, she could easily slap them into submission. But this was Chen Luo. With a sigh, Mi Ling lamented that her prized vegetable had been ravaged by a pig. Well, was this bound to happen sooner or later? With a complicated mood, Mi Ling returned to her own room. Mi Fan wanted to follow, as she was accustomed to having company while sleeping. For now, she could only indulge Mi Ling. Yet, Mi Ling slammed the door shut. Mi Fan's big blue eyes glistened with unshed tears. Boo-hoo, no one wants me, Mi Fan thought. Mi Ling felt inexplicably irritable, tossing and turning, nearly sleepless throughout the night. The next morning at 7 o'clock, breakfast consisted of millet porridge and xiaomai. Chen Luo said, "Yujia, please fry 2 eggs later." Ma Yu nodded, somewhat puzzled. Whereas Meili, still sleeping? She doesn't usually sleep in. Mi Ling scoffed. What else could it be? She's been victimized by someone. Chen Luo awkwardly scratched his head. How did you know, sister-in-law? Right. Meili hasn't returned to her room. Ma Yu quickly understood the situation. Meili had feelings for Chen Luo. She had noticed that long ago. But it was a pity for Chen Luo that he had only now acted upon it. Originally, she thought Chen Luo would have been impatient much sooner. It was not easy in this world, where there was hardly any leisure to indulge in a slow courtship. Ma Yu glanced at Mi Ling nonchalantly, curious about how Chen Luo would handle this sister-in-law of his. Fa Wang, meanwhile, was voraciously devouring the breakfast prepared for him, while Mi Fan sulked aloofly on the sofa. Chen Luo, feeling guilty, approached Mi Fan. Why aren't you eating, Mi Fan? It's not good to go hungry. Mi Fan gave a light huff. I'm very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Chen Luo awkwardly inquired, how severe? He had hastily tossed Mi Fan out last night, so her anger was understandable. Mi Fan held her head high, as severe as not being appeased by a mere dried fish. Chen Luo chuckled. What about 10? No, it needs to be 20. All right. It's a deal. Well, given your heartfelt sincerity, I forgive you. Come here for a hug. Chen Luo felt his heart melt. She was simply too adorable. However, he gently stroked Mi Fan. Mi Fan, you can have hugs during the day, but you are now a mature little kitten and must sleep alone at night. He needed to cultivate Mi Fan's sense of independence. He had no intention of cuddling with her at night. Nor did he wish to share a bed with Meili. Carrying breakfast into Meili's room, she only timidly emerged after 8, avoiding eye contact. Chen Luo did not linger in the realm of tenderness. He proceeded with the plans laid out the previous day. He gathered everyone for training, primarily focusing on the application of spells. If their spells weren't accurate, they would be of no use. He set up a fixed target for them to practice aiming with minimal power. Mi Ling was already quite adept, so she was tasked with hitting Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was soon to face a significant number of level 1 zombies, which weren't solely melee fighters, but could cast spells as well. Getting hit would be a serious matter. Evading spells was essential, making this training session perfect for Mi Ling. Those like Su Daju, who were more physical in nature, were assigned to assist. At 10 o'clock, Chen Luo checked the time and instructed Ma Yu to start preparing lunch. Initially, he had planned to provide everyone with extra meals, either cured meats or canned luncheon meat, but after last night's festivities, he felt generous. He deliberately showcased a generator from his garage, justifying the presence of meat in the refrigerator. Chen Luo took out approximately 20 pounds of pork and asked Ma Yu to prepare braised pork with potatoes. Although it was challenging for Ma Yu to cook for so many alone, she managed. However, he couldn't rely solely on her forever, especially as the team grew larger. To assist her, he paired her with Jiang Ling, the girl who had awakened her light element abilities. She didn't need much practice and could simply assist in the kitchen. While her cooking skills couldn't quite match Ma Yu's, they were still commendable. The pork Chen Luo provided was freshly retrieved from the cold storage, nearly identical to that from the refrigerator. Upon seeing the pork, Jiang Ling's eyes widened, and she instinctively swallowed. Pork? Ma Yu smiled. Chen Luo thinks you all haven't had a proper meal in days, so he's treating you. She couldn't very well say, hey, this is a wedding feast. Jiang Ling was tasked with peeling and chopping the potatoes, while Mi Ling rinsed the rice to start cooking. Ma Yu cut the meat and began preparing the dish. By the time they were ready to eat, everyone was surprised to discover they would be having braised pork and potatoes for lunch. Having gone without any substantial food, their stomachs immediately began to churn. Lacking a living room that could accommodate nearly 30 people, Chen Luo boldly moved the dining table to the courtyard. Everyone gathered merrily around it. The fragrant braised pork and rice tantalized everyone's appetites. Chen Luo understood their feelings and wasted no time. Let us eat. Each person was also given a bottle of cola. With 20 pounds of pork, 30 people could each have about 7 ounces, and combined with the potatoes, it was sufficient for a delightful meal. Everyone couldn't help but feel fortunate to be following Chen Luo. As they ate, some of the girls couldn't hold back their tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The aroma of braised pork seemed to waft far and wide, attracting a dilapidated car that pulled up, from which emerged a pair of weary-looking siblings. Chapter 63. The Trial. The pair that exited the car were indeed siblings. The brother was named Li Ming, and the sister was called Li Hui. They felt that remaining in the city was growing increasingly perilous, so they took the risk of moving to a more secluded area. They had hoped that being in a less populated location would be much safer, perhaps even leading them to a rescue base, but to their dismay, they found that while there were certainly fewer zombies than in the city, the supplies from places like supermarkets were completely depleted. Upon arriving at Chen Luo's location, they were initially excited to see the supermarket in the villa area, but their spirits quickly sank upon entering. After searching through 2 villas, they found no water. They were afraid to drink from the tap. They had a bit of food left and weren't starving, but having gone nearly a day without water, their lips were already cracked. Hearing sounds from Chen Luo's direction, Sister Li Hui decided to come over and take a look. As they approached, although they were not particularly hungry, the sight of the braised pork on the table made them involuntarily swallow. At that moment, the allure of the dish was overwhelming. Li Ming made a concerted effort to avert his gaze from the succulent pork and the chilled cola. The cola, having been meticulously chilled by an ice manipulator, was undoubtedly meant to be savored cold, for that was where its essence lay. As the group regarded the suddenly appearing Li Ming, he mustered a strained smile and said, "Pardon my intrusion, but might there be some clean water available? I would be willing to exchange food for it." He added, "If you seek something, I cannot possibly provide it without reason." Chen Luo nodded in understanding. "Shiyun, please fetch 2 bottles of mineral water." Upon hearing the mention of water, Chen Luo agreed to the exchange, and relief washed over Li Ming's face. He returned to the car, retrieving 2 packets of instant noodles, hesitating momentarily before also grabbing 2 sausages. Noticing Shiyun's questioning gaze, Chen Luo shook his head. "Shiyun, in future instances like this, you may take charge." She was a girl of discernment, yet perhaps a touch too cautious. Shiyun nodded in agreement to the exchange. Li Ming swiftly accepted the water, opening 1 bottle and first offering it to his sister before finally quenching his own thirst. Chen Luo observed this with a silent nod of approval, recognizing his character as commendable. However, he pondered the utility of good character. What relevance did it hold for him? This was merely a transaction. "Everyone, please continue your meal. Don't let the dishes grow cold," Chen Luo urged. After finishing the water, Li Hui gazed longingly at the braised pork, her eyes nearly transfixed. Li Ming, witnessing this, was tempted to barter with Chen Luo for a morsel of the delectable dish to satisfy his sister's yearning. Yet, their own provisions were scarce, and indulging in transient desires would leave them pondering what to eat next. With a sigh, Li Ming drove a little farther away, positioning the car to avoid obstructing others' appetites. As the siblings munched on instant noodles in the vehicle, Li Hui suddenly remarked, "Brother, there's a group of sisters over there. They don't seem like bad people. Shouldn't we join them?" Li Ming was taken aback, his interest piqued. If it had been a band of burly men, he would have flatly refused. Being a man himself, well aware of the reckless desires that could surface in such circumstances, especially during times of societal collapse. However, a gathering of women presented an entirely different scenario. "Stay in the car, I'll go ask," Li Ming replied. He could tell that Chen Luo was the one in charge. Approaching Chen Luo through the fence, he forced a smile and said, "Brother, my sister and I are rather vulnerable on our own. Might we seek your protection?" "Of course, we are willing to comply with any conditions you set." Chen Luo had anticipated this request and was not caught off guard. He spoke plainly, "You must prove your worth first. Right now, you and your sister need to venture out and eliminate 10 zombies, bringing back their crystals as proof. You may use weapons, but external assistance such as vehicles is prohibited." Ding! An NPC named Chen Luo has assigned you a quest. The voice echoed in Li Ming's mind. He did not decline the challenge. Yet the requirement to slay zombies weighed heavily on him. He realized this was a test to discern whether they were merely useless. In fact, he felt a sense of relief. If they had been allowed to join without any conditions, he might have worried about being lured into a trap where he and his sister could be easily disposed of. "We'll get started right away," Li Ming affirmed. Returning to the car to brief Li Hui, he retrieved a bloodied fire axe before striding towards the exit of the community, deliberately avoiding the use of the car lest Chen Luo assume he might exploit it. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Luo concluded they did not appear to be inept. Individuals with families were generally more trustworthy than solitary ones, as they had more to lose and would weigh the consequences of betrayal carefully. Chen Luo was not offering Li Ming and his sister an opportunity out of goodwill. He needed more manpower. If he encountered a formidable group in the future, he would need adequate support. Currently, with 30 individuals, he was far from overstaffed. In fact, it was insufficient. The apocalypse claimed lives at a staggering rate, and 3 months from now he could not predict how many of his current companions would still be alive. Chen Luo had no intention of supporting anyone without reason. Once the zombies evolved to level 1, he expected everyone to venture out and eliminate zombies to obtain crystals. Without recruiting more members, they would be at a disadvantage against larger groups in the future. Previously, he had refrained from recruitment, primarily due to the survivors' lack of experience in the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Take Xu Yun and her group. Had he recruited them at the onset, they would have likely thrown tantrums. It was a challenge to expect them to work diligently now. While a firm hand could yield results, it would foster resentment. Why not allow the world to mold them into the villains while he retained the role of the hero? Now, he was at a juncture where he could afford to recruit, but not just anyone would suffice. They needed to be capable of following orders and possess the courage and strength to confront zombies. Only those who met these criteria would be considered. Ensuring a more secure future. Should Li Ming and Li Hui perish at the hands of zombies, failing to complete their task, Chen Luo would feel no remorse. It wasn't as if they were being asked to face 10 zombies simultaneously. It was a straightforward task that required little more than basic competence. Chapter 64. If dogs have food, why should I go hungry? Li Ming and Li Hui exited the community, setting their sights on hunting zombies. If they were truly terrified of the undead, they would lack the audacity to traverse from the city center to Chen Luo's vicinity. They had already slain numerous zombies, and the blood splattered on Li Ming's axe bore testament to their efforts. Initially, they had been reluctant to confront zombies, but necessity had forced them to adapt. Before long, they encountered 2 zombies head-on. Surprisingly, it was Li Hui who struck first, summoning a dark light in her hand. To ensure accuracy, she waited until the zombies were close before throwing it. Despite her nerves, Li Hui managed to maintain her composure. The dark energy accurately struck one zombie, which, while outwardly unscathed, became excruciatingly slow, moving like a tortoise as if time itself had been decelerated. This was the effect of a dark curse. And one would hardly suspect that this seemingly ordinary girl was a dark elemental manipulator, with an awakening probability akin to that of light manipulators. The zombies, previously moving in tandem, were now staggered, effectively reducing their immediate threat to just one at a time. Li Ming skillfully wielded the fire axe against the zombie's head, opting for the blunt side to avoid getting stuck. As a physical elemental manipulator, he possessed considerable strength, and with just 2 strikes, he felled the zombie. The remaining zombie was even easier to dispatch, as it took a full 3 seconds for it to swipe at him. If Li Hui had unleashed her ability to slow it down twice, they could have eliminated the threat with even greater safety, but there was no need. When confronting a solitary zombie, Li Hui refrained from intervening, allowing only Li Ming to take the lead. Against a group of 4 or 5 zombies, they would typically choose to evade. However, to expedite the completion of Chen Luo's task, Li Hui repeatedly employed her ability to hinder their movements. Brother, it seems that the existence of crystals is not a secret after all. I had thought we were the only ones aware of them, Li Hui mused. Li Ming chuckled. There are plenty of clever individuals out there. If that man wants us to eliminate 10, then let us take down 20 to prove our worth. Before long, the two individuals had exceeded Chen Luo's expectations in completing their task. Meanwhile, Chen Luo found himself facing a bit of a predicament. Wang Guofu, a resident of the villa district where Chen Luo resided, had previously engaged in the real estate business, which was quite substantial prior to the cataclysm. Otherwise, he could not have afforded such a luxurious villa. He possessed a high-quality telescope, which he often used to observe the entrance of the community, hoping to catch sight of any rescue teams. However, due to the angle, he was unable to see Chen Luo's location. Today, on a whim, he climbed onto the roof to extend his view. By chance, he caught sight of Chen Luo's group, a collection of young women and a few men, one of whom looked somewhat familiar. Just days ago, he had almost allowed them into his home, but had retreated upon noticing their presence. Wang Guofu's telescope was top-notch, worth 100,000, with unparalleled clarity. His gaze fell upon the red braised pork on the table, and he swallowed hard. Accustomed to lavish feasts, he had endured a diet of junk food while trapped in the community, but seeing the pork was simply unbearable. A singular thought consumed him: he had to have meat. Returning to his house, he opened the safe, contemplated for a moment, withdrew 100,000 yuan, and also retrieved 2 gold bars. Was there anything money could not accomplish? Surely, spending 10,000 yuan for a bowl of red braised pork was reasonable. Pausing momentarily, he placed a dark object beneath his pillow and secured it at his waist, a handgun. With a dubious past rooted in the gray areas of society, he had developed a penchant for firearms, keeping one for personal protection. Wang Guofu muttered to himself, "That red braised pork is as good as mine. Alas, how the mighty have fallen. Here I am, Wang Guofu, reduced to begging for a bowl of meat, at least 2 bowls." Soon, he approached Chen Luo's vicinity, wearing a broad smile, and said, "Greetings, everyone. As neighbors and given our shared misfortunes, could you spare me a bowl of meat? I am absolutely famished." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a black dog devouring meat on the ground. Only meat? It won't he touch the vegetables? Wang Guofu cursed inwardly. What kind of world was this where even a dog was fed, while he considered whether it would be better to slaughter the animal for meat? At the same time, a sense of assurance washed over him. If a dog could feast on meat, surely there would be enough for him. If a dog has meat, do I not deserve any? Are humans to be less than dogs? He figured the group, comprised mainly of young women and men, would surely be amenable. Chen Luo remained silent. It was unreasonable to have him, the leader, confront every situation. He exchanged a glance with Fang Yu, who understood the cue and stood up, stating, "I apologize, but we do not have enough to share." Indeed, they too had scarcely had the opportunity to enjoy meat. Wang Guofu's anger flared. How dare they lie to his face? What is that dog eating then? Am I blind? Despite his simmering rage, Wang Guofu maintained a facade of joviality. "I am not asking for something for nothing. I am willing to pay. How about 10,000 for a pound of cooked red braised pork? I can buy 10 pounds with this 100,000. Such a price was exorbitant. During times of scarcity, a pound of pork wouldn't even fetch 10,000. And no reputable restaurant would dare to charge such rates. Fang Yu replied coolly, "We are not selling." Wang Guofu raised his offer. "How about 50,000 a pound? That is reasonable, right? Young man, do not be greedy. I have 100,000 and 2 gold bars. Surely 5 pounds is not too much to ask." Fang Yu shook his head once more. Wang Guofu, accustomed to being domineering, was on the brink of fury. Xu Yan's words struck a nerve, pushing Wang Guofu over the edge. She stood up and said, "If you are hungry, I have 2 packets of instant noodles, but you must trade something for them. If you have nothing, you can kill a zombie and exchange its crystal." Chen Luo had no intention of bartering with those unaware of the crystal's significance, as they were impoverished and had likely never absorbed a crystal, rendering them weak and unable to offer anything of value. Wang Guofu was incensed. "You eat meat while I am relegated to instant noodles? And you want me to trade for it? Has the tiger fallen so low that you take my patience for weakness?" Wang Guofu brandished his handgun, aiming it at the group, and bellowed, "Get down, cover your heads. You dare to disrespect me." He swung the gun around, pointing it at everyone present. Aside from Chen Luo, anxiety flickered across the faces of those present. The power of a firearm left an indelible mark on their consciousness. Even as awakened beings, they instinctively felt fear. Chen Luo, however, was dismissive. Such a trivial pistol posed no threat to him. Even if the bullets were spent, they would not be fatal, and no matter where they struck, severe injury was improbable. Powers of even a first-level ability user could severely injure a zombie. Could a small handgun do the same? And the first-level powers would barely scratch Chen Luo. A fourth-level ability user, much less a handgun. Otherwise, why hadn't the group led by Mu Tiange managed to dispatch that fifth-level fire-type zombie in one focused strike? It had sustained, at worst, minor injuries. Chen Luo was slightly inferior to Wang Guofu, but not by much. Wang Guofu shouted, "How dare you feed the dog meat without sharing with me?" Chapter 65. Care for a healing spell? Though the group felt an involuntary fear, they remained composed. Chen Luo prepared to intervene, but unexpectedly, Fang Yu stepped in front of him, shielding him with his body. Seeing Fang Yu's actions, Yang Xian, Su Lan, and others quickly positioned themselves to protect Chen Luo and the others seated nearby. This was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty. Fang Yu and his companions had been professional security personnel before the apocalypse and had military experience. They knew Wang Guofu's gun was real, but had only 6 bullets at most. With so many ability users on their side, they could easily dispatch Wang Guofu, who would be lucky to fire even one shot. Chen Luo smiled. While he had no need for such gestures, he appreciated the sentiment. Fang Yu spoke earnestly, "Brother, that gun can only take one life. With so many of us here, should you dare to act, you will certainly meet your demise. Heed my advice, put the gun down and we can pretend this never happened." Chen Luo glanced around. While he could pretend nothing had occurred, the others could not. Wang Guofu sneered, "Indeed, I cannot kill so many, but whoever dares to move, I will shoot. Who among you has the audacity to barter with me for this life?" Having been a small-time thug, Wang Guofu had long been familiar with such scenarios. As long as one was ruthless, numbers mattered little. He pointed at me. "Yes, you. Bring me 2 bowls of red braised pork. If you dare refuse, I will end you." Brandishing a handgun and taking a hostage, all for a bowl of meat. Chen Luo rose, ready to put an end to this farce. However, the Law King acted first, having been insulted by Wang Guofu earlier. The Law King was displeased. "Was it I who denied you food? Am I somehow to blame?" The Law King trotted toward Wang Guofu, who immediately became alert. Yet, Wang Guofu paused in confusion as he witnessed the Law King's overly ingratiating demeanor. It was peculiar for a dog to wear such a fawning expression. The Law King thought, "It seems everyone is quite fearful of that gun. I should remain calm." The Law King flopped onto the ground, rolling around and exposing its belly. Inching closer to Wang Guofu, Wang Guofu burst into laughter. This dog is all show and no substance. The moment it sees a person, it immediately betrays its owner. What use is it to keep such a creature? This dog is unworthy of even eating feces. The crowd was somewhat incredulous. The Dog King had maintained an air of aloofness before them. Fang Yu and the others were acutely aware of the Dog King's formidable prowess. What was happening? Only Chen Luo's lips twitched in disbelief, thinking, "Oh, Dog King, have you become overly cautious? Who would harbor such intense vigilance towards a mere dog? Especially a foolish one at that." Wang Guofu, casting aside his apprehension, shouted fiercely, "Hurry up, or I won't hesitate to shoot." Suddenly, the Dog King unleashed a thunderous roar, its voice resounding far louder than usual. This unexpected bellow sent a jolt of fear through Wang Guofu, causing his hand, which held the gun, to tremble. When he turned to face the Dog King, he was horrified to see a sphere of azure lightning hurtling towards him. In the next instant, Wang Guofu was propelled away by the force of the lightning, which exploded with such power that it instantly claimed his life. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. This was utterly absurd. Was it a show of weakness followed by a sneak attack? They wouldn't have been surprised had a human employed such tactics. But this was a dog. Who had taught it such cunning? Chen Luo silently screamed in his heart, "I swear, it wasn't me." The Dog King has always been a dog, otherwise it wouldn't be so hard to deal with. The Dog King, disdainfully glancing at Wang Guofu's lifeless body, seemed to say, "See if you dare to underestimate a dog again." As for the adoring gazes of the crowd, the Dog King paid them no mind. "Do not idolize me. I am merely a dog," it seemed to convey. Chen Luo interjected, "What a buzzkill. Ignore him, continue your meal. Dog King, fetch that gun." The group had already dispatched a considerable number of zombies, and seeing a corpse was no longer a source of fear. The Dog King retrieved the gun and presented it to Chen Luo, who in turn passed it to Meili. Although it may not serve much purpose, having it for self-defense during critical moments was certainly better than being unarmed. At that moment, Li Ming and his sister Li Hui returned. Li Ming handed over 20 crystals to Chen Luo, who was somewhat surprised, saying, "I only asked for 10 in total. Impressive, you have quite the audacity. Very well. You have passed the test and may join us. Feng Yu, please explain our rules to them. By the way, what abilities do you possess and when did you awaken? Li Ming exchanged glances with Li Hui before replying. My physical strength has increased. I would classify myself as a warrior. My sister, is a sorceress. I awakened on the 3rd day, while my sister awakened on the 2nd. Chen Luo inquired further, his eyes lighting up with realization that Li Hui possessed a talent in the dark arts, quite a promising gift. If her level increased, it would indeed be beneficial to him. Feng Yu pulled the two aside to explain the rules that Chen Luo had established with Xu Yun and the others. The initial parts were fine, but Chen Luo's expression darkened at the latter part. There was no need to mention the 3rd rule, especially considering Li Hui was only around 16 or 17. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's expression grew peculiar, yet it was not unacceptable. He agreed nonetheless. Chen Luo instructed Wang Ling to prepare a separate serving of braised potatoes for the Li siblings to win their favor. It was a day of celebration. Everyone deserved a share. In the afternoon, training continued. Although a few survivors occasionally entered the community, none requested to join. That evening, Li Ming settled into the villa with Feng Yu and the others, while his sister Li Hui stayed with Xu Yun and the others. Li Ming, still unfamiliar with the group, felt that if Chen Luo harbored ill intentions, they would be powerless to resist, hence he agreed to separate from his sister. Li Hui, being a newcomer, received warm welcomes from the group. Strangers were met with cold faces, whereas those within the fold were greeted with smiles. With no entertainment that evening, the group set up a phone in the center and gathered around to watch a movie. Li Hui, being the youngest, was encircled by everyone. They chatted and laughed. A stark contrast to her previous life of solitude and darkness with her brother. She felt the warmth of their concern and thought to herself that joining this group was indeed the right choice. In Chen Luo's room, he calculated the time. Meili should have finished absorbing the crystals by now. It was a fiery period of enthusiasm and he couldn't bear to part ways. Yet, one large light bulb stubbornly lingered in the room. Chen Luo coaxed Meili gently, to which she replied, I will be good and quiet. Chen Luo shot her a glare and said, if you want to leave, then I shall. Meili could not fathom why he would not want her around at night. Chen Luo entered Meili's room, where the atmosphere was intimate. Meili shyly said, we can't be too intimate, it still hurts. Chen Luo responded with an "oh," assuring her that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush. As he embraced Meili to sleep, he suddenly recalled something. Why not try using a healing spell on yourself? Meili. Chapter 66. Ultra-thin type morning arrived, and Chen Luo's breakfast was simple and unpretentious, far from the lavish 8 dishes and a soup. Meanwhile, Xu Yun and the others prepared rice porridge. With so much rice available, why not consume it? Rice porridge could quench hunger and thirst, tasted delightful, and was gentle on the stomach. They had as much as they wanted, drink as many bowls as one could manage. After finishing their meal, Chen Luo gathered everyone together. After a full day of practice yesterday, today they would engage in a real combat exercise. The target for the day was the Yulin community to collect supplies. Practice was ultimately different from actual combat. There was a significant disparity. Practice involved stationary targets. Do zombies just stand still? Furthermore, the tension brought on by zombies charging would affect performance. Being accurate during practice was one thing, but what use was it if one were flustered during real combat? A girl familiar with the area remarked, I know that place. There are quite a few people there. More people meant more zombies. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. No worries, I've got this. Upon hearing this, the group felt considerably reassured. The scene of Chen Luo slaying a level 5 zombie with a single sword strike had left a profound impression. Otherwise, even though Mu Tiange had perished, they wouldn't have felt compelled to heed the words of a young man in his 20s. They were all white-collar workers. Who among them was not older than Chen Luo? Gaining genuine respect from others was no easy feat for the guardianship. Chen Luo assigned Feng Yu and Su Lan. This time, they would utilize a heavy truck and a bus, sufficient to transport everyone, with Chen Luo aboard the bus. The Yulin community was approximately 2 kilometers away, necessitating passage through a bustling street. Initially, they encountered zombies and dealt with them by running them over. However, upon reaching the busy street, the vehicles became immobilized. The heavy truck could not simply crash through, as dozens of cars were lined up, blocking the road. Chen Luo communicated via radio. First, use the vehicles to clear the zombies following us, then disembark to move the cars. Elemental attacks would be employed while others protected from the front. Jiang Feng. Try to control the number of zombies. Due to the slow pace of the vehicles, at least 40 to 50 zombies trailed behind, along with the zombies already in the vicinity, totaling nearly 100. Jiang Feng exited the vehicle and immediately ran towards the horde of zombies, drawing their attention away. The girls opened the bus windows and attacked the zombies outside. With the vehicles providing protection, the zombies could not reach them. As the zombies approached at staggered intervals, and with Jiang Feng diverting a portion of them, Chen Luo's group found themselves outnumbering the zombies. If the numbers were few, a handful of people would find dozens of zombies quite terrifying. However, with an ample number of survivors, they could easily overwhelm the zombies. Chen Luo quietly observed as his companions took action. Moving zombies were not as easily struck, yet the accuracy of their spells had indeed improved compared to the first day. After dispatching the trailing zombies, everyone disembarked to confront the approaching horde while maneuvering the vehicles. Chen Luo spoke up. Let us collectively move the small vehicle and toss it onto the opposite road. Even female first-level abilities surpass the strength of an average adult male, let alone those of the second level. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, any survivor who was aware of the crystal secret and could absorb more than 1 crystal a day had already ascended to the second level. The transition to the second level was relatively straightforward, requiring merely the absorption of 20 crystals. However, advancing to the third level posed a significant challenge, necessitating around 150 crystals. Mili and Miling, despite having absorbed crystals since day 1 with Su Daju, had not yet reached the third level. They still required 2 or 3 more days. Unlike the swift ascension of Fa Wang from earlier days, the distinctions between second-level abilities were evident. Su Daju was at the pinnacle of the second level, while most others were merely at the initial stage. Presently, only 4 women in the group had not advanced to the second level, alongside Yang Xian, who realized the crystal secret too late. Chen Luo contemplated allowing several core members to absorb the crystal from the Rat King, which still held residual power. If that was insufficient, they could also utilize the crystal from the 5th-level fire zombie. 10 individuals effortlessly hurled a small vehicle across the road. As they progressed slowly, many areas accessible to small vehicles were impassable for trucks and buses, each possessing its own advantages. Chen Luo reclined on the vehicle, observing leisurely while gently stroking Mi Fan. Unbeknownst to him, his hand inadvertently brushed against Mi Fan's belly. Mi Fan exclaimed, "No tickling, it still hurts." Chen Luo. Mi Fan continued. Though you can't see it, I can eavesdrop. Last night, I almost fell off the balcony when I jumped up, scaring the cat to death. Chen Luo's expression shifted. This cat knew too much, and he contemplated silencing it. It was imperative to find something for Mi Fan to do tonight, lest it become too idle and meddlesome. He resolved to instill a fondness for the internet in it, teaching it to use a smartphone. Sister-in-law. Why don't you take Mi Fan to sleep better when you have the time? It's lonely without companionship. Before they had even reached the halfway point, the women were nearly out of energy after dispatching over 200 zombies. Fortunately, they had passed through the congested area and the trucks could continue to move. Upon reaching the vicinity of Yulin community, Chen Luo commanded, "Disembark, each person take a weapon and prepare to engage the zombies." The weapons primarily consisted of various sticks and axes. Chen Luo also distributed some electric batons to Xu Yun and the others, even without power. These batons could serve as weapons. It could be said that unless faced with hundreds of zombies simultaneously, encountering the current low-level zombies posed little pressure. The difficulty was far less than the women had initially anticipated. Indeed, strength in numbers proved advantageous. At the entrance of the community, there were over a dozen restaurants, both large and small. Chen Luo instructed, "Let us enter the restaurants and see if we can gather any supplies. Split into 4 teams and do not act alone. Transfer the collected supplies to the trucks." There were many zombies in this area, unlike Chen Luo's previous location, so most supplies remained intact. Before long, rice, flour, and cooking oil were being loaded into the trucks. A cheer erupted as the women discovered a supermarket that seemed untouched. The supermarket spanned over 100 square meters, a considerable size. Mi Ling's eyes sparkled. A supermarket of this scale might have that item for sale. Upon entering, they were even more delighted to find a stock of bottled purified water with over 20 barrels lined against the wall. While everyone else focused on water and food, Mi Ling searched near the cash register. She recalled that such items were often displayed next to the counter, having seen them unconsciously before. Mi Ling's expression brightened as she found what she was looking for, grabbing a convenient bag to fill. Shiyun, puzzled, asked, "What are you looking for?" Mi Ling filled her bag, and Shiyun only caught a glimpse of the word super thin. Feeling someone's gaze upon her, Mi Ling turned to see Shiyun watching her, and her face instantly flushed. Chapter 67. She certainly packed it well. Realizing what Mi Ling was searching for, Shiyun felt a sudden understanding. It must be for Chen Luo. If it had been her former colleagues, she might have teased them, but since it was Mi Ling, she dared not. No one knew the exact nature of Mi Ling and Chen Luo's relationship. Xu Yun's mind wandered. Surely, it was for Chen Luo, otherwise. She couldn't fathom why Mi Ling would be searching for it. What do you need that for if you want to use it? Mi Ling felt aggrieved. If it weren't for Mi Li, would she be searching for it? That detestable Chen Luo. Shiyun cast a nonchalant glance and walked away, pretending not to notice. One by one, supplies were loaded onto the truck. Nearby, a fruit shop had most of its fruits spoiled, but a few apples, pears, and watermelons still appeared edible. They couldn't let such opportunities pass by, of course, and began transporting them to the truck. These shops served as storefronts for Yuling community and the adjacent neighborhood, with residents living above. Chen Luo sensed something and looked up in a particular direction, observing various individuals peering down from the windows. He paid them no mind. Let them watch. A middle-aged woman, unable to contain herself, called out, "Young man, just by looking at you, I can tell you're a kind-hearted lad. I haven't had watermelon in days. It's sweltering. Would you bring me one?" Following her lead, similar requests echoed from other rooms in the building. "Please, handsome. Send some water up. Do you have any meat? Just a bit of that marinated duck leg from the supermarket would do. Bring me a few cigarettes. I'm dying here." Chen Luo and his companions were left speechless. They truly had the audacity. Chen Luo chuckled, "I'm not able to climb the stairs. I want to be delivering anything." This response ignited discontent among the elderly residents. How can you not understand the value of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Chen Luo scoffed, "If you didn't know better, you might think you were all 70 or 80 years old." Most of the survivors were only in their 40s or 50s, while those over 60 were exceedingly rare, as were children under 13 or 14. Out of 1,000, only a few might survive. The majority were in their prime. Chen Luo couldn't be bothered to engage with them and gestured for everyone to continue. The community residents were incensed. A woman rushed out of her room, urgently declaring, "Everyone, come out. Don't sleep. They're taking our supplies. Who else could it be but their own?" After so many days, the survivors in the community had mostly congregated, with many gathering in the street-facing building. They sought courage in numbers, and in case of rescue teams, they could be informed at the earliest opportunity. Old Zhang, Old Li, everyone, gathered downstairs with your weapons. It was still early, not yet 9 o'clock, and most survivors' biological clocks had been thrown off. Without entertainment, the best way to pass the time was to sleep, which also conserved energy. Quick communication led to a swift assembly on the first floor, where, surprisingly, there were no zombies. It seemed they had been cleared out. What is going on? Why did we all gather? Outside the community, a group of individuals has made off with all the supplies from our downstairs supermarket and restaurant. What are we to do once our provisions are exhausted? Someone hesitated and remarked, "There are plenty of zombies outside, right? Have they cleared them all out? What if they turn on us?" An elderly woman scoffed. "I observed them. They used a large truck to ram through. Most of their members are merely a gaggle of young girls, and their numbers are far fewer than ours." "A truck?" an old man exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. "With such a truck, we could crush zombies too. We must seize that vehicle. We cannot allow them to take our supplies. Let us hurry. We mustn't let them escape." "Should we call on Chen Guang and his gang?" "Forget it. That bunch of ingrates has already turned against us. They show no respect for their elders." Around 70 to 80 people, armed with makeshift weapons like sticks, feather dusters, rolling pins, and small stools, rushed towards the community entrance. Most of these individuals were elderly, with only about 20 young people among them. The exit of the community was secured by a black, intricately designed iron gate, preventing zombies from entering. Initially, the elderly were too frightened to leave the community, fearing a zombie bite. However, after Chen Luo had nearly cleared the area of zombies, they finally mustered the courage to step outside. Once they emerged, they shouted aggressively, "Put everything down. You are stealing, you are robbing. Do you understand? You young people are not learning anything good. What have your elders taught you?" The onlookers stared, bewildered, at this group of elderly individuals brandishing weapons. Chen Luo quickly grasped the situation and sneered, thinking how shameless these old rascals were. They were too cowardly to confront zombies, but became increasingly brazen when facing fellow humans. Chen Luo approached with a cold smile and asked, "Is this your property?" A middle-aged man in his 40s huffed, "Indeed, it is ours. This supermarket belongs to my brother, who has passed away, so it rightfully belongs to me now." The elderly began to scold Chen Luo's group, denouncing their lack of integrity. Among the few young people present, most were males, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the young women around. Having spent their days in the company of elderly women, they found the sight of the young women refreshing. Some couldn't help but whisper and point. "We're taking this truck. You should return from whence you came. Old Zhang, aren't you the driver? Drive this truck into the community." As they spoke, some had already begun to climb into the truck's cargo area to collect supplies, believing that whatever they could grab first would belong to them, eliminating the need to share. Chen Luo coldly warned, "Get lost, don't seek death." Indeed, some were either fearless or believed Chen Luo wouldn't dare to act. Having been sheltered in this relatively closed community, they had never witnessed survivors turning on one another. An older man, seemingly in his 50s, stepped forward with disdain. "What, do you want to hit me? Come on, hit me. I'll tell you. If you dare to strike, I'll just lie down and not get up. You want to leave without at least 10 or 20,000. He leaned his face provocatively towards Chen Luo. "Go ahead, hit me. Are you afraid?" With his face practically resting in Chen Luo's palm, Chen Luo decided not to indulge him any further. This was his own request. He delivered a swift slap, sending the old man flying 4 or 5 meters away, landing on the ground without a sound. An elderly woman rushed forward to check on him. "Oldly, how are you? Wake up." Chen Luo overheard someone murmur. Oldly was always scamming people. He is quite the actor. Chapter 68. I have a dog too. Chen Luo felt utterly speechless. Have your eyes failed you with age? Can't you see half of his face is distorted? Unless they were met with some severity, they would not retreat. Among the most boisterous were only a handful of individuals. The rest merely followed along, curious to witness the commotion. Chen Luo shouted, "What are you standing there for? Don't you see they're robbing us? Is this how you show respect for your elders and love for the young?" The crowd responded. And while they had dealt with zombies before, confronting fellow survivors was a first for them. Armed with their weapons, they prepared to advance. An elderly woman screamed, "What are you planning to do?" "I'll have you know I can perform magic." A flicker of flame indeed appeared in her palm. "I can perform magic too. And I've learned Tai Chi." Chen Luo scoffed. If he didn't set an example, this group would not disperse. A spatial sphere erupted on his face, blood misting the air. He quickly turned towards a young man who was about to enter the truck's cargo area. "Old Ma, how are you? Someone else ambushing us." Lacking any martial ethics. The death of 2 individuals sent shockwaves through the remaining crowd. 2 young men, harboring malicious intentions, had hidden in the shadows, attempting to ambush Chen Luo with spells. Not only did they fail, but they also never even touched him. Chen Luo began to take action. This crowd was nothing more than a rabble, fleeing in panic. Several who had just attempted to assault him were taken down without mercy. Aside from the leader, Chen Luo did not annihilate them completely. He shook his head. There was no need for such brutality. In this apocalypse, individuals like them were merely a drain on resources. They feared the strong and preyed on the weak. With so many of them, they could have fought back against zombies, preventing their supplies from being seized. The crowd, filled with mixed emotions, continued to gather supplies, having just witnessed a killing. To Chen Luo's surprise, another group emerged from the community. This group was distinctly different from the previous rabble. One could often sense whether individuals had faced zombies or participated in bloody battles. Comprising over 20 people, mostly young. With only a few older individuals, they were the antithesis of the prior crowd. The young ones were bold and willing to fight, adaptable to challenges. Chen Luo scrutinized the newcomers, recognizing a familiar face among them. He recalled that during his weaker days, he had mingled with this person, as they lived not far from each other. This individual seemed to be named Chen Guang. They had no significant relationship, as survivors tended to remain wary of one another. Chen Luo remembered that Chen Guang was indeed brave and had left a decent impression on him. Chen Guang and his group approached directly, initially surprised by the sight of the bodies on the ground. As he drew nearer, Chen Guang pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, grinning. "Hey buddy, care for a smoke?" Chen Luo nonchalantly shook his head. "Sorry, I don't smoke." Chen Guang lit one for himself and pointed at the bodies. These old geezers are infuriating. They constantly berate us, accusing us of disrespecting our elders. They expect us to risk our lives to support them. We couldn't stand it. So we distanced ourselves from them, and I never imagined they'd meet their end at your hands. Among survivors, there are those willing to fight and kill. And those who are timid and fearful. The wise separate themselves from the timid to avoid being dragged down. The fearful either change or slowly await their demise. Although Chen Guang's group was smaller than the previous one, their combat prowess was in an entirely different league. Chen Luo's expression turned cold. What? Do you wish to avenge them? Chen Guang immediately waved his hand, chuckling awkwardly. My friend, please don't misunderstand. We came here for two reasons. First, to make friends, as having more allies can provide mutual support. Second, we seek your assistance. He extended his hand. I am Chen Guang. Although Chen Luo could easily overpower Chen Guang, their strengths were on entirely different levels. Yet, there was no enmity between them, and it was unnecessary to maintain a facade of aloofness. Respect should be given where it is due. Refusing to shake hands would be tantamount to showing disdain. Chen Luo was not one to shy away from conflict, but also preferred not to instigate it. Moreover, he was considering recruiting more manpower. And if this group proved to be competent, it would be beneficial to accept them. Chen Luo extended his hand in return. Chen Luo. Chen Guang smiled. Oh. We share the same surname. What assistance do you require? Chen Luo inquired. Chen Guang replied, our community has a considerable population, with nearly 1,000 residences and ample supplies. Yet a significant portion remains uncollected. However, we have encountered a dilemma. A husky has transformed into a zombie dog, capable of generating electricity and moving at incredible speeds. Most troubling is its newfound intelligence. When we are few in number, it attacks, yet it remains elusive when we gather in greater numbers, making it quite troublesome. One of our companions was killed by it, and until we deal with this threat, none of us will feel secure. We have located its lair in recent days, but our manpower is insufficient to corner it. You have a decent number of people, so we would like to request your help to eliminate it. Chen Luo countered. What is the reward? Chen Guang hesitated for a moment, then smiled. As for compensation, how does 300 pounds of rice and 5 barrels of water sound? Chen Luo chuckled lightly, gathering the rice, and then agreed. While he found the offered supplies rather trivial, he needed to enter the community to gather resources. And without eliminating the zombie dog, his subordinates would remain at risk. Furthermore, if this creature possessed any level of intelligence, as Chen Guang suggested, it could very well be a level 2 or 3. A level 4 creature was implausible. If that were the case, Chen Guang's group would have perished long ago. Zombies and other undead beings can enhance their speed and evolve by consuming humans. Chen Luo surmised that it was most likely a level 2 creature. A level 2 zombie dog that could flee and wield electric powers would pose a considerable challenge for Chen Guang and his companions. The level 2 crystals it might yield were also appealing. Chen Luo had previously acquired level 4 and 5 crystals, but had yet to obtain any from level 2, which could expedite the advancement of Mi Li and others. After confirming that this group harbored no ill intentions, Chen Luo felt reassured that they would not resort to trickery. However, he remained vigilant. Should they attempt any deceit, he would not hesitate to claim their crystals. Chen Guang stared in astonishment at the rice in Chen Luo's hands, not due to the rice's significance, but because of the striking appearance of the cat accompanying him. The presence of such a beautiful companion would certainly alleviate the monotony of daily life. Yet, it seemed Chen Luo was not in need of supplies, after all. Their resources were not solely his. Chen Luo instructed, you all continue with the transport. I will go in and take a look. La King, follow me. Chen Guang was taken aback. Wait, just you alone? That might not be wise, right? Chen Luo laughed. Did you not notice the dog following behind me? Chapter 69. The Cunning of La King. A dog? Chen Guang finally noticed a black dog running behind Chen Luo. The dog appeared well-groomed, its coat shining and clean, though it lacked an ear. Chen Guang and his companions were astonished. This dog seemed to have led a good life, as it was lively and not emaciated. Furthermore, it was quite unusual to have both a cat and a dog during such a catastrophic period. Are you really bringing a dog along? Chen Guang thought. And you have a group of girls with you. Judging by Chen Luo's tone and demeanor, they seemed to listen to him. What a charmed life. This existence is truly enviable. Chen Guang recalled that there had been a large yellow dog in the community that had not transformed into a zombie. It had been killed by an elderly man on the 3rd or 4th day of the disaster and turned into dog meat. Suddenly, A realization struck him. He had overlooked Chen Luo's appearance. His complexion was rosy, his eyes bright, and he appeared impeccably clean and well-dressed. Although they had been managing reasonably well. Could they truly compare to Chen Luo? Chen Guang recognized that Chen Luo must be living exceptionally well, otherwise, he could not maintain such vitality. In these trying times, those who thrived undoubtedly possessed significant strength. Chen Luo handed the rice to Meili, who embraced it without resistance. "Mi Fan, do you want to come with me?" Meili asked. Chen Luo smiled and waved his hand. "Wait for me to return." Chen Guang cursed inwardly, thinking how fortunate this girl was to be Chen Luo's sister. Otherwise, it would be intolerable. How can one compare? With a cat, a dog, and a girlfriend, he just needs 4 dishes for every meal. Chen Guang led Chen Luo into the community, proudly stating, "After all our efforts over the past few days, we have eliminated nearly all the zombies active within the community. Initially, we planned to clear the zombies inside before addressing those outside, but your arrival has changed that. Zombies in the residences had surely not been dealt with yet." Chen Luo chuckled, offering praise. "You all certainly have guts." Law King interjected, "You truly are impressive, yet you still seek assistance from a dog? Surely. You could call upon me for help instead?" Chen Guang guided Chen Luo to a spacious garden, stopping 100 meters outside. The zombie dog typically lingered within the garden, which allowed it to escape in any direction. With insufficient personnel to block all avenues, they could only muster 5 or 6 individuals, which would be inadequate to contain it. Any forced confrontation would likely result in casualties. Chen Luo nodded. "You cannot catch up, but Law King certainly can. This zombie dog should be at level 2. It is not a mutant, and has not evolved to level 3 simply by consuming others, otherwise it would be a canine king." Chen Guang inquired, "Chen Luo, do you have any strategies to deal with this zombie dog?" Since Chen Luo had not brought any companions, Chen Guang speculated that he must have some method to counter the threat posed by the zombie dog. What could Chen Luo possibly do? Perhaps he would use a dog to counter the dog. Chen Luo signaled to Law King to enter the garden and investigate. Even if the zombie dog was level 3, Law King would be safe. Chen Guang and his group were astonished. "Wait, your plan is to send in a dog? Do you have a vendetta against your own pet? We are unable to handle this creature, yet you think a dog can?" Chen Guang cautioned, "That is too dangerous. It is rare for a dog to survive without turning into a zombie. Perhaps it is best not to send it in." Chen Luo smiled reassuringly. "It's all right." Chen Guang ceased his protests. Chen Luo did not appear foolish, and if he chose to take a risk, it was his decision. Law King entered the garden, turning left and right, yet failed to spot the so-called zombie dog. "Is it a trick?" Chen Luo mused. "I wanted to see if it was attractive." However, he sensed the distinct odor of a dog. Chen Luo and the others approached, and Chen Guang remarked, "It seems the dog is not present for the moment. Let us retreat for now and wait. We will surely catch it eventually." Chen Luo glanced at Law King, who nodded. Chen Guang and the others were surprised. "Wait. The dog can nod? It's quite intelligent." Law King began to sniff around carefully, walking as it did so. The group quickly realized he intended to use the dog's keen sense of smell to locate the zombie dog. How wonderful it is to have a dog. Before long, Law King ascended to the 8th floor of one of the units. Before they could approach, Chen Luo caught the scent of blood. Room 802 bore the scars of destruction. A gaping hole in the door large enough for a dog to pass through. From within emanated a low, menacing growl. A warning issued by the zombie dog that had sensed an intruder nearby. Chen Luo advanced, exerting force to tear down the entire security door of 802. Chen Guang and the others looked on, astonished. Was the door already compromised? Woof, woof, woof. The hoarse, sharp bark echoed, distinctly different from that of a normal dog. The King of Laws, furious, demanded, "What are you barking at?" Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and his expression subtly shifted as he retreated discreetly, sticking his tongue out and wearing an absurd grin. "My task is merely to locate this zombie dog. Is it necessary for me to intervene? Although I am confident in my ability to dispatch this creature effortlessly, what if I were to sustain injuries? As a seasoned canine, I must exercise restraint. One must never seize the role of a dog when it is not theirs to play. Survival is paramount." Chen Luo cast a glance. Knowing that one who comprehends dogs better than their master possesses remarkable insight, thus he remained cautious. "However, if we do not eliminate this dog, can its crystal energy be ours? The principle is simple. The one who slays claims the spoils, unless one is utterly shameless." Which Chen Luo had not yet descended to that level for a mere second-tier crystal. Allowing the King of Laws to engage in battle serves a dual purpose. Not only does it provide observation to ensure safety, but Chen Luo also wished to demonstrate his own prowess. Chen Guang and his companions were about to cautiously step into the abode, fully aware that this zombie dog was no ordinary foe, vastly different from the zombies they typically encountered. Receiving Chen Luo's subtle signal, the King of Laws charged in. He was curious to see if the zombie dog was as aesthetically pleasing as it was formidable, but the creature had no such concerns. It opened its maw, conjuring a bolt of lightning aimed directly at the King of Laws. The king darted left and right in a frenzy, moving with astonishing speed. The zombie dog, bewildered, thought, "How can I aim at you when you move so swiftly?" Chen Guang and the others narrowed their eyes in disbelief. This speed is extraordinary. With a crack, the zombie dog's lightning attack struck the wall, creating a breach but failing to hit the King of Laws. Seizing the moment while the zombie dog readied its next assault, the King of Laws dashed forward. His tail shimmered with azure light, the power of lightning coalescing upon it. With a sweeping strike, Chen Luo chuckled softly. Ah, he has mastered a new skill. In the later stages of elemental abilities, one does not solely rely on ranged attacks. The elemental force can also be channeled upon the surface of the body. The zombie dog stood no chance of evading the swift and ferocious lightning strike, which slammed it against the wall. Yet the tail of the King of Laws remained affixed to it, continuously unleashing bolts of lightning that coursed through the zombie dog. Its body convulsed, unable to rise. Chapter 70, but you must listen to me. The battle concluded in less than 10 seconds. Had the zombie dog not also possessed electrical attributes, granting it a degree of resistance, it likely would not have endured for so long. The disparity between second tier and third tier was significant, yet not entirely overwhelming. The crux of the matter lay in one being strategic while the other was not. Chen Guang and the others stood in stunned silence. That was it? This dog can wield lightning as well? It seemed to be utterly dominated. Goodness, it can maneuver too. Their fallen comrade, ranked among the top 5 in strength, had met his end due to arrogance and isolation, ultimately falling prey to the zombie dog. Initially, Chen Guang had contemplated inquiring about purchasing the dog to keep as a companion, but now he deemed the creature far too formidable to be merely a pet. What use is beauty if it cannot be consumed? Better to acquire this exceptionally powerful canine. Yet upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. Only a fool would sell such a remarkable dog. Chen Luo approached to extract the crystal from the zombie dog, prompting Chen Guang to exclaim in astonishment, "What is this?" Clearly, they were still unaware of the crystal's secrets. Chen Luo shared the mystery of the crystal. Chen Guang and his companions were visibly exhilarated. So there was a method to enhance their own strength. At that moment, they were eager to seek out more zombies to experiment upon. Chen Guang solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Chen Luo, thank you. This information is worth its weight in gold." Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. "All right, our collaboration has concluded. It is time to deliver the promised supplies." Chen Guang nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall retrieve them at once." Chen Luo descended the stairs first. Chen Guang and his companions whispered amongst themselves. This person possesses formidable strength. He did not withhold information about the crystals and asked for nothing in return. His demeanor is exceptional. Should we consider forming an alliance with them? Though our strength is decent, we cannot compare to theirs. Indeed, and those women are quite captivating. Perhaps they could solve our singlehood dilemma. Chen Guang was not the leader of this group. Why should he assume command? No one would acquiesce. He was merely the representative sent for negotiations. A group united solely for survival does not easily produce a leader in its early stages. Chen Guang nodded. "I shall seek an opportunity to inquire." Upon Chen Luo's return to the community's exterior, he found that the others had completed their transport. The rear of the heavy truck was filled to about 1/3 of its capacity. "This is insufficient. It must be filled to the brim for our return." Chen Luo signaled to Yang Xian to drive the truck into the complex, halting it beside a road adjacent to an outer building. For individuals formed a team, methodically searching each residence. Chen Luo sat aboard the bus when Chen Guang and his companions arrived, bringing with them additional supplies. This was the remuneration for Chen Luo's assistance, though it exceeded their prior agreement significantly. There appeared to be 1,000 pounds of rice, 10 barrels of water, and even some sausages, weighing around 10 pounds. Chen Guang boarded the bus with a beaming smile, stating that you did not request compensation for the crystal information. We must not be remiss. This information is truly invaluable. The surplus supplies are a token of our gratitude. Please do not consider them insufficient. Chen Luo nodded with a smile. No need for formalities. We are all survivors. helping one another. Chen Guang's smile waned slightly as he remarked, Chen Luo, this world has suddenly become perilous. Even with so many of us, we must tread carefully outside. Strength in numbers. Should we not consider uniting? I'm not boasting. Every member of our group has slain at least 10 zombies. We are bold and do not tolerate cowardice. Unite? No. What I desire is to absorb. My territory is mine alone. Only I shall be in command, and only one voice shall prevail. I possess greater strength, more resources, broader knowledge, and superior methods for survival. If we unite, it must be under my command. Although this may seem tyrannical, do not question my reasoning. I am simply dominant. Chen Luo contemplated. Chen Guang's suggestion was merely to foster mutual assistance, akin to cohabiting for survival, without the expectation of obedience to commands as with Xu Yun and his ilk. This was unacceptable. I would rather forego it altogether. To ensure their compliance, the most effective approach is to showcase absolute power, to crush them and make them aware of the disparity between us. Chen Luo did not directly state, "You must heed my words," but instead began to elucidate the facts. Chen Luo analyzed, the zombie dog you underestimated earlier. It refrained from engaging you directly only because of your numbers. If it had fought earnestly, you would have surely lost one or two of your own. Chen Guang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Chen Luo's words. Have you ever contemplated the notion that this zombie dog could harness the power of lightning? Is it conceivable that other zombies might evolve to wield various forms of magical abilities? The evolution of zombies is not a difficult concept to grasp, is it? At that juncture, would zombies still be easy to slay? You could find refuge within your community, and if you managed to gather sufficient resources, it would sustain you for at least half a year. However, while the zombies may fail to locate you, what about other survivors? If you have depleted the supplies within the community, desperate survivors may scavenge every corner in search of you. Do not be naive. The number of survivors will likely outnumber your group significantly. How then will you resist? Will you relinquish your resources or engage in a bloody struggle? Currently, Chen Guang finds himself in a reasonably advantageous position, yet in his past life, he was reduced to mingling with Chen Luo, was he not? Indeed, in his previous existence, even Chen Luo was in a pitiful state. Chen Guang's comrades have either perished or had their supplies seized. Does the fact that you amassed resources first grant you ownership? Only what you can defend is truly yours. Chen Guang was drenched in cold sweat at Chen Luo's words. Is this world truly so terrifying? Zombies can continue to evolve? Chen Luo's assertion rings true. If you have exhausted the supplies, others will inevitably attempt to seize them from you. Chen Guang, with great effort, maintained his composure and remarked, "In that case, shouldn't we unite?" Chen Luo chuckled softly and shook his head, "But why would I choose to ally with you? This is merely the predicament you are about to face. While I am different, whoever dares approach me, I shall eliminate. No offense intended. But I could easily annihilate all of you single-handedly. The strong do not ally with the weak, only the weak cling to the strong. We may unite, but it must be under my command." Chapter 71. Chen Guang joins. Chen Guang, there's been an incident. Zhang Liang has been gravely injured by a zombie. Hurry over to see. As Chen Luo was conversing with Chen Guang, one of Chen Guang's comrades rushed over in a panic. Chen Guang was taken aback. Injured by a zombie? Could it be a hoard? That's unlikely. Zhang Liang wouldn't be foolish enough to confront a hoard directly, would he? Abandoning Chen Luo, Chen Guang hurried to check on his comrade's condition. Zhang Liang was at the entrance of the community, casually smoking a cigarette when a zombie approached. He paid it no mind, planning to strike when it drew closer. Having spent considerable time around zombies, Zhang Liang had discerned their strengths and weaknesses. While they possessed great power, their movements were sluggish. As long as he could evade their attacks and land a couple of blows to their heads, they would fall. Zhang Liang had grown accustomed to this and held no fear of zombies. However, he was unprepared for this particular zombie, which defied logic and hurled a fireball at him before getting close. Caught off guard and astonished, Zhang Liang was struck squarely by the fireball. It impacted his chest, searing a hole through his abdomen. Mortally wounded. Had it not been for his comrades, who were nearby and managed to rescue him, Zhang Liang would have perished. Even more perplexing was the fact that, upon seeing so many people, the zombie fled instead of charging recklessly as they usually did. Saving him was paramount. So they did not pursue. But how could they assist? Could a mere external wound remedy suffice? Without prompt treatment, Zhang Liang would surely die. Upon arriving, Chen Guang was chilled to the bone after learning the details of the incident. It was indeed true that there were zombies capable of casting spells, as Chen Luo had mentioned, and they possessed a modicum of intelligence. They had been holed up in the community, intending to first deal with the zombies within before venturing outside, and had yet to encounter any first-level zombies or even mutated ones. They had always assumed that only survivors possessed special abilities. Chen Luo approached, and Chen Guang felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. "Chen, brother Chen, is there any way to save my brother?" While Chen Guang did not truly believe that Chen Luo could help, desperation drove him to seek any possible remedy. Chen Luo nodded, calling over Mi Li and instructing her to perform a healing spell on Zhang Liang. He did not mention that they must agree to become his subordinates for him to save Zhang Liang. Such a lack of foresight was indeed concerning. Mi Li conjured a silver-white energy in her palm, which flowed into Zhang Liang's wound. Miraculously, his injury began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Chen Guang and the others watched in astonishment. A healing spell? Did such abilities truly exist? None in their group possessed such prowess, nor had they witnessed anyone with such capabilities. With such powers, who would fear injury? Mi Li cast 2 healing spells in succession. While Zhang Liang's wound did not fully return to its original state, new flesh began to grow over it. Once on the brink of unconsciousness, Zhang Liang regained his footing, albeit with some lingering pain. Thank you, he expressed with immense gratitude. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, casting Chen Guang a knowing glance before departing with Mi Li. This glance urged Chen Guang to reconsider his earlier proposal. Unexpectedly, a first-level zombie had come to their aid at a critical moment. Could I possibly be mistaken? Chen Luo shook his head. If it weren't for the current manpower shortage, I wouldn't have to go through such lengths. I wouldn't need to placate you. You would be begging me to accept you. Presently, Chen Luo's demands were quite minimal, as long as you followed his commands and had the courage to fight zombies. He would accept you. Once their numbers grew, only those with exceptional talents and abilities would be considered. After Chen Luo departed, Chen Guang sighed. I never expected him to be right. Zombies can indeed use magic. What a bizarre world we inhabit. Is there no respite for us? Chen Guang reiterated Chen Luo's previous words. He said unity is possible, but it must be on his terms. Zhang Liang was the first to speak up. If we must, then so be it. Though I hesitate to admit it, he is indeed more capable than us. Setting aside everything else, joining him means we won't have to fear injuries with a healer among us. Each individual voiced their perspectives. Observing his demeanor, it was evident he had long uncovered the secret of the crystals. Damn, there are so many of us, yet we only learned of it through him. We have wasted so many days. This man's intellect surpasses ours. I have no objections. I'm not the brightest, and even if I refuse to heed him, no one would listen to me. I don't mind either. He has plenty of women on his side. As long as I can join, I'm open to anything. That individual, he is not just clever. Even a dog he tosses appears formidable. I have a feeling his strength is quite formidable. Chen Guang smiled wryly. I forgot to mention, he claims he could easily slaughter all of us, even if we band together. I didn't believe it before, but now I am starting to. A middle-aged man in his 40s lit a cigarette, contemplating. Logically, we cleared the zombies in this community, and we previously considered the supplies as ours. Now that he is transporting resources, we haven't obstructed him, but if we dared to, we might find ourselves obliterated. We had previously considered uniting. And this man is indeed superior to us in both perspective and strength. Surely, after uniting, we cannot expect him to follow our lead. That would be utterly unreasonable. His ability to articulate this upfront leads me to believe he is indeed a valuable asset. Having a clever person guide us is far better than wandering aimlessly. I will be candid. Even if you refuse to agree, I desire to join their side. At the very least, my chances of survival would increase. Chen Guang surveyed the group, and it appeared that no one opposed the idea. Was there truly any need for further discussion? Particularly the original 3 young women in the group, upon witnessing the multitude of other women congregating together and assisting others, swiftly defected. There exists a certain comfort in the company of women over that of a band of rugged men, does it not? Even if one does not choose to join, the pressure to align becomes overwhelming. Otherwise, one would be left amidst a raucous horde, making life unbearable. Chen Guang and his companions hurried over, and Chen Guang cheerfully exclaimed, Chen Ge, we are eager to heed your guidance. Initially addressing him as Chen Luo, Chen Guang, displaying perceptive acumen, quickly adopted the more familiar title. Chen Luo chuckled. Perhaps having successfully pulled a fast one? The addition of more hands is undoubtedly advantageous. While it may seem somewhat hasty and lacking thorough investigation, is there not rice to sustain us? With a serious demeanor, Chen Luo declared, "Very well, I welcome your participation. But I have two stipulations: follow orders and be willing to confront the zombies. Should you fail in this regard, do not fault me for turning my back on you." The King of Law echoed in agreement. "Indeed, indeed, I, too, shall not recognize those who betray us." Chen Guang and his group nodded vigorously, though at that moment, Chen Luo found it imprudent to probe into their particular details. "Let us proceed with the relocation," he suggested. "Since we are united, it is prudent to reside together for mutual support. Is it acceptable for everyone to move to my side?" With the arrival of Chen Guang's group, the heavy truck was soon filled to capacity. Chen Luo intended to return briefly to deposit the supplies in the villa district before making additional trips. He instructed Chen Guang and others to continue the transportation, concentrating the supplies while he, accompanied by his original team, returned to the villa district. The route had been cleared on the way there, presenting no obstacles. However, upon entering the villa district, they noticed several vehicles had appeared. Chapter 72, Do you wish to ambush? Let us see who strikes first. "Brother, we have searched a dozen villas, but found nothing edible or usable," reported a man in his 30s, whose sharp features exuded a certain masculinity reminiscent of a tough character known as Lu Wei. Unperturbed, Lu Wei replied, "Xiao Wei, do not rush. On a day when snow falls heavily, it is futile to seek sustenance in the wild. We might try to locate some squirrels, they often hoard food. Similarly, finding survivors will naturally lead us to provisions." Xiao Wei nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Inwardly, Lu Wei contemplated the affluent residents of this villa district. None of their wives or children were unattractive. It had been days since he encountered a beautiful woman. "Brother Wei, there is someone in this villa." Lu Wei had gathered 18 or 19 survivors and had established a degree of authority among them through ruthless means. They had come to this villa district in search of supplies and, perchance, beautiful women. What they discovered was a young man. Lu Wei and his group disregarded him and forcefully entered the villa to rummage through it. The young man, suppressing his anger, allowed them to search. As there were scant resources left, there was no need for violence. However, Xiao Wei, dissatisfied with the search results, struck the young man on the head with a steel pipe. "Why do you get to live in a grand villa while I do not?" The sight of blood flowing excited Xiao Wei immensely. The exhilarating sense of freedom was intoxicating, allowing him to strike at will. With each blow, Xiao Wei grew more emboldened, soon bludgeoning the young man to death. Lu Wei observed without intervention, seeing it as an opportunity to assert his dominance. The others looked on in horror. What a pity, there isn't much to be found," Xiao Wei remarked. Lu Wei commanded, "Continue searching." Before long, they stumbled upon the villas previously occupied by Chen Luo and Xu Yun. The sentinels, Fang Yu and Su Lan, immediately noticed their presence. Su Lan inquired, "What shall we do? There are too many of them." Chen Luo mentioned that if there are too many people, we should simply pretend we did not see them. If a conflict arises, we are only two against many, and the outcome will not be favorable. Fang Yu shook his head, insisting, "No, we cannot allow them to search. Our stored supplies are inside." Although Chen Luo did not specify, "We cannot stand idly by." Thus, they devised a plan to warn the intruders, claiming their main force was returning soon, and should they disregard the warning, they would resort to violence and then flee. Hoping to buy time and perhaps turn the tide using their electric batons, Su Lan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot appear idle. If all goes well, Chen Luo will return shortly." Suddenly, Fang Yu's eyes brightened as he observed the entrance to the community. "Chen Luo and his team have returned. I see his vehicle." Several cars had unexpectedly appeared within the community, sedans, vans, and light trucks, all parked not far from the entrance. Chen Luo squinted, noting the considerable number of survivors entering the villa district, at least a dozen, not merely one or two. He instructed young Xian to drive the vehicle into the villa district for ease of unloading. Previously, he had been unable to maneuver within due to a lack of skill, which made unloading cumbersome, but young Xian had experience driving in the military. Upon nearing his villa, Chen Luo spotted Fang Yu and Su Lan confronting a group of individuals. Lu Wei narrowed his eyes. Had he not heard the sound of the approaching vehicles, he would have acted immediately to assess the opposition's numbers. Chen Luo and his team disembarked from the vehicles. Upon seeing a group of women accompanied by only a few men, Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with delight. Just a handful of men? The rest were all beautiful women? What was there to fear? Chen Luo felt an odd familiarity with Lu Wei and suddenly recalled that he was the ally Chen Jing had sought after, rumored to have treated her poorly. In the original timeline, Lu Wei was not supposed to arrive in the Villa district for another 10 days. Could this be the result of the butterfly effect triggered by his extermination of nearby zombies? Xiao Wei, brandishing a steel pipe, approached the heavy truck and banged on the door, shouting, "What's in the cargo? Is it supplies? We demand our share." This was clearly a provocation. In Xiao Wei's mind, with 20 men on their side, how could they not overpower a mere few men? As for the women, he believed a little intimidation would suffice to send them fleeing. This was his forte. With a resounding smack, Lu Wei struck Xiao Wei across the face. Stunned, Xiao Wei looked at Lu Wei, bewildered. "Why did you hit me?" Lu Wei scolded. "They risked their lives to acquire those supplies. Why should you receive half? Do you have such an audacious face?" Lu Wei's gaze lingered on Mi Ling and Meili beside Chen Luo, desperately masking the greed in his eyes. Truly exquisite specimens. "Apologies. Esteemed guests, we were unaware this was your territory. We shall take our leave," Lu Wei said, genuinely leading his group away. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, recognizing Lu Wei as a poison-based ability user, uncertain if he had reached level 2. The noxious gas he emitted was as foul as a weasel's excrement, certainly not something one would want released, as it could linger for days. Mi Fan remarked, "This man is brimming with malice." Chen Luo chuckled inwardly. Did it require stating the obvious? At a distance, Xiao Wei could not contain himself and questioned Lu Wei, "Brother, are we really letting this slide? This isn't like you." Lu Wei gently patted Xiao Wei's head. "Knowing they are here, do you fear they will escape? It is wiser to seek an opportunity for an ambush. Do not always think of confronting them head-on. That is the mark of a brute. Use your intellect." Xiao Wei suddenly comprehended. Chen Luo shared a similar sentiment. Engaging them directly would only allow Lu Wei to unleash his poisonous gas, rendering him unable to eat for several days and affecting Mi Fan and Meili as well. If he could ambush, why would he confront them directly? The difference was, as long as they maintained a safe distance, he would strike. Lu Wei was quietly instructing Xiao Wei when suddenly, his head exploded. Chen Luo unleashed a spatial orb that struck Lu Wei's head with pinpoint accuracy. Wasn't that enough to obliterate him? In an instant, only a faint breath remained. Lu Wei's last thought was, "I've been ambushed." Unconvinced, Chen Luo delivered another blow. He waved his hand, commanding, "Eliminate them." This ragtag group was swiftly dispatched. A look of disdain crossed Chen Luo's face. "Knowing you posed a threat to me, did you truly think I would let you depart unscathed? Would I wait for you to strike before retaliating?" There are always some dimwits who, despite being aware of the malevolence of their adversary, choose inaction until they are struck, only to respond with fury after suffering irreparable harm to their brothers or loved ones. Regret comes too late. I, however, have always believed in striking first. If I perceive you as a threat and can easily eliminate you, I shall act immediately. Lu Wei, in his final moments, never anticipated that he would be the one ambushed while he sought an opportunity to strike. Chapter 73. Annoying Relatives. The group began transporting supplies to the villa, selecting several houses to serve as storage warehouses. In truth, placing items in Chen Luo's spatial domain would have been far less cumbersome. Yet, the timing was not yet ripe, and only core members were privy to this knowledge. Moreover, for those endowed with abilities, the presence of so many individuals rendered the task of transporting supplies trivial. Soon, an entire truckload of provisions was unloaded, and the group was elated. Such an abundance would suffice for quite some time, and it even included some meat products, like sealed duck legs, chicken feet, sausages, and cured meats. Without pause, they continued towards Chen Guang's location to gather more supplies. As a significant portion of zombies was scheduled to evolve into first-tier zombies in 2 days, as if on a timer, they needed to transport all the supplies before that occurred, otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to gather them later. After some consideration, Chen Luo decided to leave the Fa Wang behind to guard the home. With the Fa Wang present, ordinary threats were negligible. The Fa Wang was truly astute. It could discern danger and would flee at the first sign of it. Without Chen Luo's orders, it would never engage in a fight to the death. Chen Luo could not remain to guard the home. He needed to ensure the safe transportation of the women. Upon reaching Chen Guang's location, they first transported all the supplies that Chen Guang and his group had stored back to their base, while Chen Guang continued to search for provisions. The community was indeed rich in resources, which household lacked at least half a bag of rice or flour and some snacks. Bottled water was nearly a staple in every home. Chen Luo enthusiastically gathered supplies, and somehow, news of Chen Guang's group preparing to leave spread. Other survivors in the community rushed over in tears, pleading for them to stay. You can't leave. Who will protect us if you go? This group was acutely aware that they depended on Chen Guang and his crew for protection. Chen Luo scoffed, by your reasoning, you are quite formidable yourselves, either wielding magic or mastering some extraordinary techniques like the lightning whip. Do you truly require protection? Your numbers surpass ours. Why not rely on yourselves? If you refuse to change, you have no one to blame when disaster strikes. Chen Luo unleashed 2 spatial orbs in the vacant area beside them, the explosive spectacle instantly causing them to scatter in fright. While others continued to transport supplies, Chen Luo did not remain idle. He ventured into an unsearched residence, entering through a window on the ground floor. Once inside, he retrieved 500 pounds of sausages from his spatial storage and placed them in that household. This was a supply he had personally reserved. Once the women entered and discovered the sausages, they would surely be elated. Chen Luo mused, to ensure you enjoy these sausages, I've gone to great lengths. Yet, he could not claim credit. He preferred to be the unsung hero who silently supported them. Indeed, moments later, an earth-shattering scream erupted from the room where he had placed the sausages. Those unaware would think a terrifying zombie had appeared. Several women blushed as they gazed at the sausages hanging in the room. So many sausages. Have some already been eaten? How could there be this many? Perhaps this family specializes in sausages? Who cares, as long as they're us food? Shiyun exclaimed joyfully to Chen Luo, who smiled and replied, then tonight, let us feast on sausages. The truck and a bus made 5 trips, nearly completing the cleanup of Chen Guang's community. The provisions obtained, conservatively speaking, would suffice for everyone for at least 3 months. Shiyun entrusted the most valuable sausages to Ma Yu for safekeeping, as sausages are not easily spoiled. Chen Luo did not object, thinking that this 500 pounds of sausages might well be equivalent to 1,000 pounds. When the opportunity arose, he would have Ma Yu transform her stored pork into some cured meats and sausages. It takes over 3 pounds of meat to produce 1 pound of sausage. Paired with sausages, it would be a delightful meal. Ma Yu cut 5 pounds of sausages into slices, placed them in a pot, and simply steamed them, releasing an irresistible aroma. No elaborate cooking methods were required. 5 pounds of sausages, when served with rice, would be more than sufficient for a delicious meal for everyone. Just the thought of having such an abundance of sausages filled everyone with joy. Even if Chen Luo indulged a bit more, it would still be enough for numerous meals. With so many delectable options, who would settle for just sausages? After finishing his meal, Chen Luo lay contentedly on his bed, basking in the afterglow. A knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Chen Luo chuckled. On the 3rd floor, it was just himself and Mili, so it surely wasn't Mi-Ling. It had to be Mili. So you've learned to be proactive? Chen Luo opened the door, only to be surprised to find Mi-Ling standing there. Dressed in a flowing black gown, she seemed quite fond of the color. How perfectly it complements the black I secretly took. The slightly loose gown did little to conceal her astonishing figure. Chen Luo noticed that Mi-Ling was holding a plastic bag filled with something. With an uneasy expression, Mi-Ling extended the bag towards him. Upon receiving it, Chen Luo's face registered shock. Mi-Ling's countenance flushed crimson. A small umbrella? Shocked. The spirit flame princess gifted me this. My sister-in-law is blushing in front of me. The untold story between me and the campus beauty. Mi-Ling's face was flushed, and she inwardly gritted her teeth, wondering why he was staring at her so incredulously. If it weren't for Mi-Ling, do you think I would willingly engage in such matters? Mi-Ling had prepared a speech to properly admonish Chen Luo, but now, faced with the moment, she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. Stammering, she said, Mi-Ling is still young. In a couple of years, it will be different. If you are prepared to be a father, then consider it my overstepping. After hastily saying this, Mi-Ling rushed to open the door and leave, but in her fluster, she bumped her head against the door with a thud and paid it no mind. How embarrassing. Chen Luo called out, wait, Mi-Ling. I have something for you too. Do not misinterpret. Mi-Ling and Mi-Ling were nearing level 3, and Chen Luo aimed to expedite their ascension. He still had half of the Mouse King crystal and a 5th-level fire crystal, which would facilitate their advancement. The difficulty of leveling up increases exponentially. Others took 20 days to reach level 3. At this rate, it would be impossible to reach the king level for years. Years later, among the surviving humans, there were indeed quite a few of royal caliber. This was no mere coincidence. The advanced crystals facilitated rapid ascension. With a sufficient quantity and quality of crystals, Chen Luo could elevate himself to royal status within a month. However, such a feat was evidently unattainable, as the presence of these formidable zombies rendered any attempt a mere exercise in futility. Mi Ling, in her flustered state, scarcely registered Chen Luo's words. He shook his head and proceeded to Mi Li's room. Upon seeing him, Mi Li's face flushed slightly. The timing was not opportune. Chen Luo felt a twinge of frustration. Some matters were indeed resolvable through healing techniques, yet certain relatives remained impervious to such remedies, proving to be a persistent nuisance. Chapter 74, It's All About Survival. The 5th level fire crystals held significant potential for Chen Luo, albeit insufficient to elevate him to level 5. Instead, he opted to utilize them to expedite the ascension of a few trusted allies to level 3. He first bestowed one upon Mi Li. The effect was remarkable. Mi Li, who would have required 2 to 3 days for her advancement, ascended to level 3 in merely 10 minutes. The power of the crystal had only consumed a fraction of its strength. Chen Luo then provided one to Su Daju, and in between, he offered the Rat King's crystal to Xu Yun. Chen Luo intended to cultivate Xu Yun as a key ally. Her commendable talent and admirable attitude were wholly satisfactory to him. If not her, then whom? Elevating her would ensure her unwavering loyalty. Xu Yun, taken aback, accepted the distinctly unique crystal with gratitude. Thank you, I will strive to do my best. Chen Luo smiled. I have high hopes for you. Presently, only Xu Yun, Fang Yu, and Chen Guang enjoyed such privileges. With the aid of the 5th level crystal, Su Daju swiftly reached level 3 as well. Chen Luo sensed that approximately 1/5 of the crystal's power had been expended. Knocking on Mi Ling's door, he was met with her slightly uneasy expression, her heart betraying a hint of wariness. Why, at such a late hour, did he seek her out? Did he harbor ulterior motives? If so, should she call out, or remain silent? If she called, it could be awkward for Mi Li. Chen Luo spoke. You gifted me something. I must return the favor. Mi Ling's countenance darkened. Was it truly necessary to bring up that matter? Chen Luo produced a fine item for her to hold. As she felt the warm energy radiating from it, Mi Ling was taken aback. This must be beneficial for you as well, right? You should keep it. Your strength will enable you to lead the team more effectively. Being a fire user, this fire crystal was indeed more suited to her. Chen Luo chuckled. Why the formality? We are family after all. It is better for you to absorb it now. Return it to me once you reach level 3. Mi Ling nodded, no longer reluctant. Indeed, he was her brother-in-law. 10 minutes later, Mi Ling also ascended to level 3 and returned the crystal to Chen Luo, which still retained 3/4 of its power. Back in his room, he noticed Mi Fan rolling about on the bed in boredom, and he realized he had forgotten about his dear rice. Mi Fan had already advanced to level 2. Given her exceptional talent, yet curiously, her power had remained unchanged. Her diminutive pink paws bore no lethality whatsoever, nor had she acquired any new skills. The only alteration seemed to be a slight enhancement in her appearance. Chen Luo was perplexed. One would expect that any evolved ability would result in a corresponding increase in strength. Truly a rarity to behold. Regardless of her ability, such a well-behaved creature deserved to be nurtured. With a playful grin, Chen Luo declared, Mi Fan, I haven't spent time with you for several days. Let us sleep together tonight. Mi Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? Chen Luo chuckled awkwardly. Just for tonight and tomorrow. The next opportunity may not arise for another month. Unfazed, Mi Fan beamed with happiness. Chen Luo cradled her in his arms. Let us train, Mi Fan. While Mi Fan absorbed the 5th level crystal, Chen Luo focused on the 1st level and scarce 2nd level crystals gathered from Lu Wei and other survivors during the day. His rapid strength growth had made further enhancement increasingly challenging. Only when zombies reached level 1 could he continue to progress swiftly. In his usual routine, Chen Luo's power did grow gradually, albeit at a sluggish pace without crystal absorption, approximately at the rate of a level 1 ability user consuming 4 of the lowest grade crystals daily. Mi Fan quickly finished her absorption and reached level 3, yet still exhibited no discernible changes. Post-ascension, she lacked her usual vivacity, as if she were sensing something. After a lengthy pause, Mi Fan hesitantly remarked, Chen Luo, I have an unsettling feeling that an adverse change will occur soon, perhaps in 2 days. 2 days hence would mark the onset of zombies transforming from the lowest tier to level 1, with some inevitably evolving. Was this what she meant? Chen Luo was astounded. Aside from himself, it seemed no one else was aware. Had another cat entered the fray? While Chen Luo remained uncertain of Mi Fan's ability, His previous exposure to novels and films suggested it might be prophetic in nature. During their time in the marketplace, Mi Fan had sensed danger approaching Mi Li, an event that indeed transpired when they encountered a devourer. Mi Fan could perceive these threats, but was powerless to alter the outcome. Perhaps this was why Chen Luo had not witnessed Mi Fan's abilities in his former life. He stroked her fur. Who would have thought you were a little oracle? I wonder what you will be capable of upon reaching royal status. The following day, there was no need for further resource gathering. The supplies were sufficient. Chen Luo summoned the group. Today's objective was to clear out zombies from a more distant area, though not entirely. The others were perplexed. They understood the necessity of eliminating zombies for safety, but why leave some behind? The rationale was simple: to allow them to evolve to level 1, thus enabling the collection of their crystals. While facing hundreds of level 1 zombies was daunting, a scattered few posed no real threat. Chen Luo offered no explanation, nor was one required. Following his directives, the group commenced the task of clearing zombies from farther afield. There were already few in the immediate vicinity. Rather than eliminating the sparse nearby zombies, they were instructed to protect them, as these foolish creatures would recklessly collide with their vehicles, necessitating careful avoidance. That evening, Chen Luo issued further instructions. From today onward, each villa must have someone on night watch, rotating every hour. We cannot afford to be caught off guard by approaching individuals or zombies. With around 10 people in each villa, an hour of watch per person would suffice to hold the fort until dawn. Though it was somewhat taxing, the necessity was clear. Chen Luo contemplated the impending morning or even midnight, when level 1 zombies would become commonplace. These zombies had developed a modicum of intelligence. Should they see a vehicle approaching, they would evade it and retaliate with their abilities. Much like lower animals, such as mice, they would retreat when outnumbered. Conversely, when mice gathered, even cats would dare to attack. Relying on weapons, such as Chen Luo's electric batons, to dispatch them would be a futile endeavor before one could draw near. A spell would have already been cast. Chen Luo and Su Dazhu could no longer rely on a mere batch of electric batons to effortlessly vanquish hundreds of zombies. It could be said that the difficulty of the apocalypse had escalated from simple to challenging, gradually rising to nightmarish levels. Until the very end, apart from Chen Luo, humanity faced total annihilation. Surely, no one believes that Chen Luo endured to the last by sheer strength alone. He survived through sheer cunning, finding a place to hide and relying on void walking to persist. In the stillness of the night, Chen Luo detected some commotion. A solitary zombie had approached. He paid it no heed, considering that each villa housed over 10 individuals. If they could not handle 1 or 2 zombies, then so be it. With an additional light-type king spirit to heal the injured, those truly gravely wounded would naturally seek him out. In the morning, Xu Yun presented Chen Luo with the remaining Mouse King crystal, having reached the 3rd tier herself. Chen Luo offered his congratulations, causing Xu Yun to blush slightly, as she had been teased by her roommates upon returning from her encounter with him the previous night. They jested, asking if Chen Luo had given her special treatment, perhaps sharing sausages. Xu Yun reported, last night, a zombie proficient in ice arrows came. Had it not missed, someone might have been injured. Reflecting on this, she felt a shiver of fear. Had she been struck in a vital spot, the consequences would have been dire. Chen Luo inquired, how did you deal with it? Xu Yun replied honestly, we all focused our fire and took it down swiftly. Chen Luo shook his head. The idea of a group focusing on a single zombie seemed ludicrous. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Luo typically organized the day's tasks. The group, accustomed to his leadership, gathered without hesitation or tardiness. Observing the 50-odd individuals before him, Chen Luo marveled. He had initially anticipated only himself, Su Dazhu, and a few others. Yet, encountering Xu Yun and the other young women felt like a waste not to gather them. This group of striking young women attracted attention, making it inevitable that someone would harbor ill intentions towards them. Thus, it was wiser to assemble a protective group. Anyone wishing to inflict harm would think twice. Having many allies also aided in gathering crystals. Chen Luo addressed the assembly. Last night, we encountered a zombie capable of casting spells. Such zombies are becoming increasingly common. I wish to ask everyone how we should handle them. Someone replied, that's easy. We outnumber them and can dispatch them effortlessly. Chen Luo scoffed. Is it true that everyone's spells can be unleashed infinitely? Do you believe your casting speed surpasses that of a zombie? When gathered, zombies could strike with spells even with their eyes closed. Being numerous offered no guarantee of evasion. Are we merely dealing with one zombie? I must tell you all. From this day forth, barring inclement weather or extraordinary circumstances, each of you must kill at least 5 of these spellcasting zombies daily. 5 per day? Some couldn't help but think that this seemed rather daunting. If they were the non-spellcasting kind, 10 would pose no problem. However, battling those that could wield spells was perilous, potentially resulting in severe injury or even death. One young woman could not help but say, "Why push ourselves so hard? Killing 1 or 2 each day should suffice." Chen Luo chuckled, "Why exert ourselves? The crystals from such zombies, once absorbed, will accelerate our growth in power. Remember the zombie that obliterated a bus? If one day all zombies evolve to that level, do you think you'll survive without putting in the effort?" Although that 5th-tier fire zombie was swiftly dispatched by Chen Luo, it left a lingering shadow of fear among the young women. Their spells had little effect on it, while its damage was catastrophic. Had it not been for Chen Luo, few would have survived. Zhen Guang and the others, who had yet to encounter that 5th-tier zombie, were filled with trepidation upon hearing the accounts. Once they understood the situation, they collectively gasped in horror. It was truly terrifying. They were even more astounded by Chen Luo's strength, having dispatched such a zombie with ease. Chen Luo clapped his hands, commanding silence. "If you cannot muster the courage to fight, what sets you apart from the elderly? You're all following me, and I have no intention of leading you to your demise. Now, I shall share the insights I've gleaned regarding zombies." The group immediately focused intently. This was the wisdom of a strong individual, knowledge that could save their lives. I won't speak of the most basic zombies, but regarding those capable of casting spells, they possess various supernatural abilities, akin to our own. There are those of the flesh, fire, and ice types. Even I cannot discern from their appearance whether a zombie can cast spells. That day, Zhang Liang learned this lesson the hard way, so from now on, treat every encountered zombie as a 1st-tier zombie. 1st-tier zombies, if outnumbered significantly, will flee rather than confront you directly. When you attack, they instinctively dodge, which can be quite troublesome. They may even call for reinforcements. It is impractical to rely solely on numbers against them. Pursuing them recklessly could lead to danger. Unless defending a stronghold or forced to fight for resources, who would willingly engage a horde of zombies head-on? Victory in such a scenario is hollow. The best strategy against them involves a team of 4, 2 warriors and 2 spellcasters. Rest assured, while they may have evolved and gained some speed, it remains inferior to yours, allowing you to escape when faced with larger numbers. The ideal composition would include a support role, but such practitioners are few. The group absorbed this information slowly. After a moment, Chen Luo said, "Now, I shall teach you a technique to evade spells." He casually pointed to Mi Ling and Xu Yun. "You two, attack me with your spells, and I will evade." The flight speed of spells is exceedingly swift. At close range, they arrive in the blink of an eye, making it difficult to evade with mere physical movement. Yet, in the face of Mi Ling and Xu Yun's spells, Chen Luo seemed to dance with ease, evading their attacks not through speed, but by slight adjustments of his position. Everyone watched in disbelief, especially Mi Ling, who considered her spells to be accurate yet had not managed to hit Chen Luo. He chuckled lightly. "Is this truly difficult? Once I impart this technique to you and you practice diligently, all of you can achieve similar results." The group became even more focused, holding their breath, afraid to miss this invaluable lesson. Chen Luo continued, "To evade a spell upon seeing it is nearly impossible. However, I can predict the trajectory of their spells by observing the gestures of Mi Ling and Xu Yun, allowing me to position myself in advance and avoid the attack." Mi Ling suddenly understood. "This is what you mean by prediction." Chen Luo smiled. "Indeed, while it is challenging to evade spells, pay attention to the direction in which the zombie aims. Once it moves, assess the spell's trajectory and preemptively dodge." Once everyone masters this technique, dealing with 1st-tier zombies will become effortless. Mi Ling appeared contemplative, then proposed, "Shall we give it another go?" Chen Luo smirked. If she wished to try, so be it. In the initial attempts, Mi Ling casually launched small fireballs with little force, all of which Chen Luo deftly avoided. However, during a subsequent fireball, Chen Luo was unexpectedly struck. Mi Ling laughed. "I predicted your prediction." Chapter 76, It is not I who compel you. Predicted my prediction? Chen Luo chuckled. Mi Ling's combat talent was indeed formidable otherwise. She would not have earned the title of the war goddess, Ling Yanji. Compared to Chen Luo, she was vastly inferior. In a genuine confrontation, she would have had no opportunity to cast so many fireballs. If Mi Ling and Chen Luo were of equal rank, it would be hard to believe that Chen Luo would confront Mi Ling directly. I shall take my leave first, seeking an opportunity to strike you down from the shadows. I have never engaged in a frontal battle against an equally matched opponent. It is far too perilous. You accuse me of being shameless? Humph. Those with shame are already dead. Mi-Ling, too, harbors no sense of triumph. This is merely a controlled, feeble fireball, for otherwise its release frequency would not be so rapid. Perhaps Chen Luo has grown complacent. The disparity between her and Chen Luo is currently insurmountable. Chen Luo chuckled, reassuring everyone. Rest assured, a level 1 zombie lacks the foresight of such intelligence. If you encounter one that does, simply flee. It is beyond your capacity to resist. He continued, all right. Everyone, this morning, seek out opponents to practice these techniques. After lunch, we shall embark on our journey. For lunch, they would have sausages. Many might not survive long enough to finish them. Chen Luo announced, we are a total of 52, with 12 remaining here to guard the base, rotating as necessary. The remaining 40 will form teams of 4, creating 10 squads. Maintain a safe distance between each team to ensure mutual support. Each squad will have a walkie-talkie for communication. The dangers of the apocalypse stem not only from zombies, but also from other survivors. If everyone disperses too far, encountering a band of 10 or more survivors could lead to peril. With only 4 individuals, should they encounter a solitary zombie, it cannot pursue them. Hearing Chen Luo's words, many breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he might scatter them across various locations. The team composition should ideally consist of 2 men and 2 women to ensure every squad has a physical presence. Just before their departure, Chen Luo stated calmly, by 6 this evening or upon completion of your tasks, all teams are to return to the villa area for assembly. Today counts as half a day, and each person will receive 3 level 1 crystals. Teams that do not complete their objectives will face collective punishment. Upon return, dinner will be forfeited as a penalty. The initial punishments are mild, but if tasks remain unfulfilled repeatedly, do not expect to return until they are completed. Except for Chen Luo's team, everyone else traveled on foot, as there were some sparse zombies nearby, serving as a preliminary training exercise. It became clear to everyone why some zombies had been deliberately left behind during previous cleanups. Such foresight was commendable. Chen Luo merely observed from the vehicle before driving away. He had done his utmost to guide and arrange them, should any fall. It would be no one's fault but their own. He could not remain their constant protector. This is the apocalypse, not a game, and danger lurks everywhere. He was prepared for any casualties. Chen Luo departed, undoubtedly to seek out areas with a greater concentration of zombies for crystals. Upon reaching a street where zombies were more densely populated, he instructed, you 3, disembark. Dezhu, Mi-Ling, you shall eliminate the zombies, while Mi-Li, you will enhance their capabilities and collect the crystals. Mi-Li grimaced, expressing her preference to battle zombies rather than harvest those bloody crystals. Her lack of combat skills was to blame. Su Dezhu and Mi-Li had both reached level 3, and with Mi-Li's enhancements, Su Dezhu's defense and strength could rival Chen Luo's. Su Dezhu would serve as the warrior, Mi-Ling as the mage, and Mi-Li as the healer, an ideal combination. Facing these level 1 or even less zombies would be a trivial endeavor. These zombies posed no real challenge to the trio. Yet higher-level zombies were not easily found. Chen Luo drove slowly behind them. He was not idle, however. He took out his self-made textbook and began instructing Mi Fan, who was cradled in his arms, and the Law King seated in the passenger seat, in the basics of education. Now, let me teach you phonetics. In the future, you can consult a dictionary for any unfamiliar characters. Mi-Ling found it amusing. Was this truly a task for humans? Teaching cats and dogs to read? Suddenly, 8 zombies charged at them, the largest group they had encountered that afternoon. Just as Su Dezhu was about to rush in, Mi-Ling halted him. She felt an inkling that she could wield a new spell. Mi-Ling unleashed a fireball. If her previous fireballs were 5 centimeters in diameter, this one had doubled to 10. As the approaching zombies neared, Mi-Ling hurled the fireball into their midst, and with an intuitive command, she triggered an explosion, toppling 5 zombies. The remaining 3, affected by the blast radius, were still lively. Mi-Ling felt exhilarated. Her instincts had proven correct. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. The Law King had recently grasped a similar skill. For the remaining 3 zombies, Mi-Ling opted to eliminate them one by one, as her previous spell had drained considerable energy. After dispatching over 100 zombies, both Mi-Ling and Mi-Li found themselves depleted of mana. Mealy's buffs had grown stronger, but their consumption had increased as well, making it difficult to sustain for long. Although Su Dezhu was in no immediate danger, he would inevitably sustain some injuries. Chen Luo and the La King then joined the fray, effortlessly dispatching over 200 zombies. The proportion of level 1 zombies was somewhat low, about 1/3. Checking the time, Chen Luo decided it was time to return. Upon his arrival, everyone had gathered. The few injured were treated by Wang Ling and were no longer in serious condition. However, the atmosphere grew somber as they learned that one person had perished, a man from Chen Guang's team, an elemental ability user of level 1, who had been struck in the head by a spell and died on the spot. Seeing the morale dampened, Chen Luo spoke softly, "Do not blame me for being harsh. Compelling you to fight is necessitated by the cruelty of this world." Initially, the group had been skeptical of Chen Luo's words. Were there truly that many zombies capable of casting spells? Yet, what they witnessed that afternoon confirmed that at least 1/3 of the zombies had suddenly acquired such abilities. "If you do not advance, the world will force you to," he concluded. Chen Guang chuckled wryly. This world of Chaodan. 2 teams had failed to complete their tasks, and Chen Luo showed no mercy, withholding a meal from them. "Just a single missed meal? You haven't experienced going 3 days without food, have you?" That evening, all members absorbed only level 1 crystals. These crystals contained over twice the energy of the lowest grade crystals, vastly differing in quality. Shiyun reached level 3 and could now absorb 7 level 1 crystals per day, down from 11 of the lowest grade. This was merely an exception. Most could absorb about 1.5, with the remaining crystals collected by Chen Luo. "As long as you can absorb what you can, any excess is to be submitted," he stated. Chen Luo welcomed rapid growth, as it indicated swift progress. Chapter 77. Mealy's Best Friend. Chen Luo felt gratified that, after absorbing the crystals, the group did not remain idle, but instead commenced their evasion training. The death of a teammate that afternoon had profoundly impacted them. A little effort now would enhance their chances of survival in the future. Chen Luo also began absorbing crystals, managing to intake around 65 level 1 crystals in one go, while the level 3 La King could only manage 13. For Chen Luo, the level 1 crystals were still of too low a quality. Given that he had reached level 4, the lowest grade crystals yielded negligible effects. Chen Luo estimated that it would take approximately 20 days to reach level 5. In his previous life, he was fortunate enough to achieve this in merely a month. The pace was not significantly swifter than before, as during his prior existence at level 4, the majority of crystals he absorbed were of level 3, which naturally did not compare to the speed of absorbing level 1 crystals. This was akin to Chen Luo at level 40, battling monsters of level 10. Merely leveling up was already a considerable achievement. On the following day, they continued to eliminate zombies. The day proved to be fortuitous. The team sustained only one serious injury, which was fortunately salvaged, and no fatalities occurred. They also successfully completed the task of collecting 5 crystals. However, the hearts of the team grew increasingly heavy, as the probability of encountering spellcasting zombies had doubled compared to the previous day. Where they had previously faced 1 among 3, now they confronted 2 out of 3. The world was becoming ever more perilous. Chen Luo observed with a cold gaze. If they could not keep pace with the evolution of the zombies, casualties would only escalate. Had it not been for the relentless extermination of zombies by survivors, resulting in a drastic decline in their numbers, there would have been a point in the future where survivors outnumbered zombies. Before the terrifying monsters arrived, humanity might have faced utter annihilation. On the 3rd day, the number of survivors heading to remote corners had evidently increased, with most of them traveling in groups. They ought to be grateful that the zombies had not yet evolved to level 1, granting them the experience of battling the undead and the opportunity to grow stronger, as well as to learn about the whereabouts of other survivors nearby. They were not like Chen Luo. The likelihood of surviving alone was almost non-existent. Without uniting in their escape, surviving even 1 in 10 encounters would be deemed fortunate. Throughout the morning, Chen Luo witnessed 2 groups. One he dispatched himself, for they had foolishly dared to provoke his sister-in-law. Chen Luo mused that it was necessary to strengthen the defenses of their base, ensuring more people remained behind, or perhaps assigning the spellcaster to guard the premises. Arriving at a large bridge, several vehicles were parked on the grass beside it. On the grass, 7 or 8 men surrounded a man and a woman, while a few others nearby feigned indifference, including some female survivors. The man and woman seemed to be father and daughter. Chen Luo, with his keen hearing, detected a man's lewd remark, "Little sister. I'm sure you wouldn't want to see your father come to harm, would you?" From this statement alone, Chen Luo surmised the situation. Though cold-blooded, Chen Luo could not condone such behavior. He thought to collect the crystals from the group, perhaps finding a few level 2 crystals among them. Meili also recognized them, exclaiming, "That's my classmate." Chen Luo paused for a moment before inquiring, "Are you close?" Meili nodded. "We have a good relationship. She's my best friend." Chen Luo giggled, "Hurry and help them." As a stranger, Meili would not rush to the rescue. But the fact that it was her close friend made it imperative not to turn a blind eye. Chen Luo, not one to be heartless, decided to assist her friend. He had no intention of wasting time. Since they were a gang, he would leave none alive. He feared not a godlike adversary but dreaded a pig-like opponent. Though a few had not participated, they could only blame their ill fortune. Without further ado, he summoned the spellcaster. The allure of the spellcaster seemed to surpass that of the young girl, as the group gazed greedily at the figure, oblivious to the fact that death itself had arrived. They were unaware of the bond between Chen Luo's group and Meili's friend, thus neglecting to treat her as a hostage. Su Dazhu and Mi-Ling soon engaged, effortlessly dispatching the group. Meili gleefully dashed to Zhang Jingjing's side. "Jingjing, it's me." Startled yet overjoyed, Zhang Jingjing exclaimed, "It's Meili and Mi-Ling Jia." Having visited Meili's home a few times, she recognized Mi-Ling, who had also met Zhang Jingjing's father, Zhang Dongqing, once. After comforting Zhang Jingjing, Meili brought her before Chen Luo. Chen Luo scrutinized Zhang Jingjing, a sweet and charming girl. If Meili was the school beauty, then Zhang Jingjing could be likened to the class beauty. Though not a direct comparison, she was still admirable. Meili pleaded, "Brother, this is my best friend, Zhang Jingjing. Let us bring her with us." Chen Luo mused that the name seemed to lack something. He nodded, "Very well. As long as she abides by our rules." It was necessary to accommodate Meili. Moreover, it was not entirely out of the question to accept her, especially if her abilities proved commendable. Zhang Jingjing pondered inwardly if Meili and her companions were led by the handsome figure before her. Without inquiring about Mi-Ling, she directly addressed Chen Luo. Chen Luo directed his attention to Zhang Dongqing. "Can you drive? Follow us in a vehicle." Zhang Dongqing, appearing quite genteel and around 40 years of age, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. I can drive." Chen Luo arranged for Zhang Dongqing and his daughter to travel in a separate vehicle, as he intended to return after a fruitful morning. Upon reaching the villa district, Chen Luo instructed, "Meili, arrange for your friend to stay with Xu Yun. She cannot stay here." Meili nodded in agreement. However, Zhang Jingjing approached Meili. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Having shared a bed before, Zhang Jingjing thought it quite normal and a way to deepen their bond. Chen Luo coldly interjected, "No. Under no circumstances is she allowed to enter this villa without my consent. One light bulb is sufficient. Do we need another?" Xu Yun hastily approached to escort Zhang Jingjing away. Lunch consisted of sauteed potatoes with sausages, far more delectable than plain steamed sausages. Chen Luo was uncertain how many would survive, or who would endure, but he aimed to ensure they enjoyed something good. Zhang Jingjing devoured her meal voraciously. In her previously affluent life, she would have shown little interest in such fare. Suddenly, Zhang Jingjing inquired, "Where's Meili? I haven't seen her. What did she have for lunch?" This question left the other girls momentarily dumbfounded. They were not children. Chen Luo typically dined alone in his villa except on rare occasions when he joined them. Surely, he was not hiding in his room, eating plain buns with pickled vegetables. Chen Luo had mentioned that his refrigerator was stocked with plenty of pork, and he had promised to prepare braised pork for them when the opportunity arose. Perhaps he had previously enjoyed it daily, and now it was braised pork alongside sausages. Each resource collected had passed through their hands. They had participated in gathering, loading, and unloading. Every step involved them. How could they be unaware of what was delicious or what delicacies were available? The sausages were the finest treat. If Chen Luo did not share them, they would undoubtedly feel dissatisfied. Yet, he consistently provided them, and in generous portions. They were already quite content with the daily sausages. And even if Chen Luo dined on braised pork, it was his own hard-earned reward. Furthermore, he bore the responsibility of protecting them. What was wrong with indulging in some braised pork? One girl laughed. Meili probably had sausages for lunch too. This statement was reasonable. Yet some of the other girls scoffed. Zhang Jingjing's comment caused Xu Yun to furrow her brow. It seemed to suggest a sense of comparison. Did sausages and potatoes not suffice? Just because she and Meili appeared to have a good relationship did not mean she would receive special treatment as a newcomer. However, Zhang Jingjing had merely spoken without thought, and Xu Yun could not jump to conclusions based on a single remark. Xu Yun smiled as she elucidated. Chen Luo is akin to the proprietor, while we are merely the employees. Dining alongside the boss invariably evokes a sense of discomfort, hence we prefer to eat separately. Zhang Jingjing nodded in agreement, yet her mind appeared to wander. Meili must be indulging in something far superior. How could such a good friend not include me? A twinge of sadness enveloped Zhang Jingjing. The once delectable sausage now seemed rather unappealing. Chen Luo selected a saltwater prawn, dipped it into vinegar, and relished its exquisite flavor. Turning to Meili, Chen Luo remarked, "Meili, observe your friend for a while. Do not disclose our matters to her. Everyone must possess their own value. Let us see if she can contribute. As long as she remains honest, lacking any exceptional skills, I can assign her a logistical role. What purpose does a person devoid of value serve in this world? Even your sister, Mi Ling, engages in daily battles against zombies, felling far more than others. Did Chen Luo permit her to eat without labor? Were the zombies not already on the brink of evolving to level 1? Chen Luo would undoubtedly have arranged for Zhang Jingjing and her daughter to eliminate 10 zombies, akin to how he did with Li Ming and Li Hui. To send them out now would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. Meili nodded, I understand. After their meal, Chen Luo summoned Feng Yu. Are there not still a few survivors within the villa district? If they wish to leave, let them. If they are reluctant, we shall assign them to slay zombies. We need not be courteous to those who lack awareness. In these extraordinary times, we must avoid leaving ourselves vulnerable. Feng Yu nodded, gathering a few companions to depart. Chen Luo silently cursed, these useless fools. Out of consideration for our neighbors, I sought to offer you a chance to join us. Yet you choose to cower in the villa. Upon seeing Chen Luo exit the villa, Xu Yun hurried over, stating, Chen Luo, we have nearly eradicated all the zombies in the vicinity. If we wish to kill more, we must venture further afield. We have already cleared the area once before. In recent days, we have eliminated at least 300 to 400 zombies daily. Do they truly believe zombies can be exterminated indefinitely? At that moment, Qin Guang approached cautiously. Brother, as per your instructions, my group can evolve to level 2 with just 20 crystal shards. The level 1 shards yield better results, and most are on the verge of evolving. Should we not wait for them to reach level 2 before confronting zombies? This seems more prudent. Qin Guang's intentions were genuine. Upon reaching level 2, the likelihood of death would substantially diminish. Engaging level 1 zombies with mere level 1 abilities carries inherent risks. This is human nature. Everyone desires stability. Chen Luo insisted on acquiring at least 5 level 1 crystals daily, barring exceptional circumstances. The current situation is indeed exceptional. With imminent upgrades, why rush to confront zombies? Forcing them out for combat would surely breed discontent. After some contemplation, Chen Luo nodded, very well, something noteworthy is bound to occur. Remain here to safeguard our home. Both Chen Guang and Xu Yun inquired curiously, what is about to happen? Chen Luo explained, did you not notice any survivors fleeing towards us? They will undoubtedly seek to gather supplies. It is inconceivable that none will approach us. Other locations still harbor scarce resources. Yet no one will wait until their own supplies deplete before searching. Humans, akin to squirrels, are compelled to incessantly seek out resources for their own sense of security, particularly when the surrounding zombies have largely been eradicated, emboldening them further. Chen Guang sighed, it truly renders one unable to find peace. Chen Luo instructed, send some individuals to guard the entrance of the community and take a bus. Ensure the air conditioning is on, lest it become unbearable. Maintain communication via walkie-talkie should any situation arise. Oh, and include that Zhang Dongqing who just joined us today. Let us observe his performance. Chen Guang nodded in agreement. Chen Luo then addressed Xu Yun, do not treat Zhang Jingjing with any special consideration. Xu Yun appeared somewhat dazed, realizing that Zhang Jingjing was not a person of privilege. It is possible that in the future, more survivors will wish to enter the villa district. The notion of living peacefully while exterminating zombies may no longer be feasible. Surviving in the apocalypse is exceedingly taxing. One must be wary not only of zombies and the acquisition of supplies, but also of other survivors who may attempt to steal or rob. In his previous life, Chen Luo bore no such concerns. It was others who warranted his worry, no need to inquire why. Without employing ruthless and iron-fisted measures, one cannot effectively deter others. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Chen Luo's eyes. Without shedding blood to establish authority, one cannot firmly secure their position. Hanging dozens of corpses at the entrance would serve as a warning, dare anyone to intrude. Aside from the entrance to the community, the remainder is fortified by high walls. The security measures prior to the apocalypse were quite robust, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to sneak in. Chen Luo had initially contemplated blocking the community's entrance, but realized it would hinder his own access. After all, transporting supplies in the future would not solely rely on foot travel. Chen Guan, contentedly enjoying the cool air conditioning on the bus, relished the rare opportunity to unwind after several days of relentless slaughter. It felt truly pleasurable. With the allure of air conditioning, those who could come did. As the group basked in the refreshing air, they surveyed the situation outside the community. Approximately 10 minutes later, several vehicles approached the community. Chen Guang furrowed his brow and disembarked. Chapter 79. Let us see if you're worthy. It appeared that there were not many individuals. With over 20 people on Chen Guang's side, he refrained from using the walkie-talkie for communication. Such a small number posed no threat. Seeking reinforcements would only highlight their ineffectiveness. Upon seeing the bus passengers disembark, the vehicles halted at the community entrance, and a dozen individuals emerged. Chen Guang politely stated, "Entry is prohibited here, please look elsewhere." The group frowned at his words, "Not allowed in?" They understood this was a villa district and were hoping to find 2 villas to settle in. A young man chuckled. "Brother, is this villa fully occupied?" Chen Guang merely smiled, reiterating, "Please check other locations." Truth be told, if not for the sizable group across the way and the uncertainty regarding how many individuals resided within the community, this group might have attempted to force their way in. "Is it your residence?" A conflict could easily lead to dire consequences. At that moment, another convoy approached from a distance, presumably consisting of over 10 vehicles. Chen Guang's expression shifted. He could not ascertain how many individuals were present across the way, and if a confrontation ensued, his side would likely fare poorly. In times of uncertainty, one should consult their leader. Without delay, Chen Guang turned and used the walkie-talkie to contact Chen Luo. "Brother, a substantial number of people are approaching, over 10 vehicles, possibly 50 or 60 individuals." Chen Luo, indulging in ice cream and engrossed in a novel while reclining in a chair, occasionally petted me fan beside him, reacted with nonchalance upon hearing the walkie-talkie message, "All personnel, assemble at the community entrance." Chen Luo was unfazed. Given the villa district's prime location and conditions, it was only natural for people to come. Each villa had at least 2 walkie-talkies. Upon hearing the order, Shiyun quickly organized everyone to gather. Zhang Jingjing, stationed with Li Hui, was also summoned. Zhang Jingjing felt a flicker of trepidation. Was battle imminent? She subtly attempted to position herself towards the back, standing alongside Li Hui. Shiyun inquired, "By the way, what is your ability?" Others had posed this question to Zhang Jingjing previously, to which she replied, "I possess strength-based abilities." Shiyun responded, "Then you should stand at the front." Zhang Jingjing couldn't contain her protest. "Why? I'm only 18, and Li Hui is also standing at the back." Li Hui softly explained, "I possess auxiliary abilities." And Chen Luo instructed that I must remain at the back. Shiyun, with little time to spare for Zhang Jingjing's hesitations, tugged her to the forefront. Zhang Jingjing, her voice tinged with tears, protested, "Mi Li and I are good friends. You cannot treat me this way." She had already gleaned from Li Hui that Chen Luo was the undisputed authority here, and that Mi Li seemingly held a romantic connection with him. As Mi Li approached to offer reassurance, she said, "It's all right, Jingjing, you must go through this step. Rest assured, I will bolster your status and can heal you if you are injured." Zhang Jingjing fell silent, tears brimming in her eyes, lamenting Mi Li. "You were never like this before." She stared blankly at the corner of Mi Li's mouth, which bore a trace of white, a remnant of creamy ice cream. Yet Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but wonder if ice cream was still available at this hour. Could it be? "Mi Li, do you have a brother that I am unaware of? It seems you are willing to sacrifice your former self to cling to Chen Luo, your romantic companion. To attach yourself is one thing, but to disregard the bonds of sisterhood, offering not a word of support, is quite another. If you can do that, so can I." Before she could ponder further, Shiyun dragged her to the front. Chen Luo had already arrived at the community entrance, having driven ahead of them. The first batch of survivors appeared somewhat disheveled, yet their spirits seemed relatively intact, likely due to the remaining supplies. The second group comprised over 30 individuals. Aside from the leaders, each was visibly exhausted, their lips cracked. Upon Chen Luo's arrival, he heard one person shout, "My brother is a level 2 ability user. Will you let us through?" Chen Guang scoffed, "Is being level 2 such a big deal?" Indeed, it was impressive. But this group had learned about the crystal's secret too late, and none had yet ascended to level 2. However, the main forces were all at least level 2. And it seemed that Xuan had surpassed even that. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Chen Guang quickly called out, "Big brother." All eyes turned to Chen Luo, astonished that this young man was their leader. Among the second group, a muscular man adorned with a large gold chain scoffed, "What do we have here? A pretty boy?" His name was Sun Dawei, the de facto leader of the group, having discovered the crystals when others unearthed them, but choosing to keep that secret to himself. This ragtag band, while nominally led by him, lacked true cohesion. Sun Dawei laughed, "Little brother, you're in charge here, right? There's hardly any supplies left in this area. I shan't be ashamed to admit that my people haven't eaten or drunk anything for a day. Can you spare us a little?" Chen Luo coldly scoffed within, knowing that in places devoid of zombies, supplies were indeed scarce, yet he had not completely pillaged certain apartments, and surely there were resources to be found. However, those places were infested with zombies, and few dared to venture there, especially since the zombies had evolved to level 1. Chen Luo replied, "Support is out of the question, but we can trade. You can exchange the crystals found in the zombies' foreheads, one for a bottle of water and a pound of rice. My supplies are limited, and I only offer this exchange out of respect for our shared status as survivors." Sun Dawei's expression darkened. Had this fool just revealed the secret of the crystals? With others advancing in rank, how could he maintain control over his group? His advantage lay in being ahead of the others. And even Sun Dawei's companions were taken aback. As Xuan, Mi Ling, and the others arrived, Chen Luo's side numbered just over 50, slightly outnumbering the opposing group. Sun Dawei burst into laughter. "I thought you had a sizable crew, but instead, it's a bunch of women. And I must admit, they're quite beautiful." Turning with a vicious glint in his eyes, he declared, "He says we must kill zombies to receive supplies, but you know how difficult they are to deal with, don't you?" After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man spoke, "Young man, we are truly suffering from hunger. You must have plenty of supplies. Please share a little with us. If you refuse, desperation may lead us to do anything." Chen Luo possessed ample resources. Giving them food for a month would amount to a mere trifle. But could he afford to do so? This door should never be opened, otherwise they would perceive weakness, returning for more or spreading the word, attracting even more to demand. Such a course of action would be foolish. Chen Luo had offered them a glimmer of hope, yet they would rather confront him than the zombies. Did they not fear death? Of course they did. Survivors endowed with abilities would only lead to mutual destruction. A level 1 survivor was far more formidable than a level 1 zombie. The middle-aged man, seasoned from life's experiences, sensed that Chen Luo seemed hesitant to act. They were destitute. If he would not provide, they would put on a desperate front to force his hand. Chapter 80, The Value of Peace? Do you wager that I would not dare to kill? If you were 100 strong, I might reconsider. Chen Luo scoffed. At that moment, a voice from Chen Luo's camp piped up, "Let us value peace above all. Give them something to let them depart." Chen Luo's countenance changed, as did those of Xuan and Chen Guang. He turned to see that it was Zhang Jingjing, standing in the front row, who had spoken. The numerical disparity between the two sides was minimal, and the opposing group appeared ready to fight. Zhang Jingjing stood at the forefront, her heart racing with fear. If a brawl broke out, she could very well be killed. In her view, if food could suffice to send them away, why engage in a life-and-death struggle? She believed her reasoning was sound, thus she softly uttered her thoughts. Sun Dawei laughed heartily. "This little beauty speaks wisely. We don't ask for much, just 2,000 pounds of rice. If that's insufficient, flour will do, along with some water and additional food. It's really not a lot." Those behind Sun Dawei echoed their agreement, remarking on the young woman's kind-heartedness. "We truly have no other option. We will repay you when we acquire more." Chen Luo fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Jingjing, causing her to feel uneasy under his scrutiny. In a sudden motion, Chen Luo struck Zhang Jingjing across the face, coldly stating, "Who do you think you are to speak here? The leader speaks. And while the younger ones may not know better, you dare to assist the enemy." Everyone else remained quietly awaiting Chen Luo's orders, unaware of her perceived special status. Zhang Jingjing's face swelled from the slap, and she fell to the ground, the pain overwhelming her as she burst into tears. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Jingjing's father rushed over, reproaching, "Did my daughter say anything wrong? With so many opponents, what good can come from fighting?" To relinquish the supplies stored in several villas to prevent casualties, was that not a noble act? What sort of heart would force their people to risk their lives for a mere handful of supplies? Meili approached, attempting to help Zhang Jingjing up, but she was violently shrugged off. Through her sobs, Zhang Jingjing exclaimed, "I don't need your false sympathy." At noon, you and Chen Luo secretly shared delicious food without including anyone else, not even me. I had considered you a friend all along. I stand at the front, while you linger behind, perhaps even laughing at my expense. Meili felt a pang of sadness, knowing that the supplies were not her doing. Nor did she have the authority to decide, especially since Zhang Jingjing had only just arrived. Meili shook her head, sighing inwardly. Given Chen Luo's temperament, she feared for Zhang Jingjing's fate. Chen Luo's expression darkened. "I saved you, yet you consume my resources and utter words that sow discord among the ranks. How have you survived thus far? Your naivety is almost pitiable, particularly in the case of Zhang Dongqing at his age. He has truly lived in vain. If mere provisions could effectively dispel this group, would I hesitate to part with 8 tons of rice?" Initially vexed, Chen Luo soon regained his composure. What sorts of individuals had he not encountered in his previous life? He shook his head, recognizing that some were worth saving while others were not. Temporarily disinterested in Zhang Dongqing and his daughter, he turned with a chuckle. "I apologize for the laughter, esteemed guests." Sun Dawei chuckled in response. "I have heard tales of several villas stocked with supplies. I merely wish to claim one for myself. Is that too much to ask?" Chen Luo offered a light laugh. Addressing the dozen individuals from another convoy, "What say you? You desire provisions as well, do you not?" The young leader, witnessing Chen Luo's ease and composure, felt an unsettling sensation rise within him, quickly waving his hands and offering a conciliatory smile. "Good sir, we merely sought to ascertain if there was a place to settle. We possess a modest amount of supplies and harbor no intention of threatening you. Since the villas are full, we shall take our leave." Upon hearing this, Sun Dawei cursed under his breath. What a coward. His impatience bubbled over. "Will you provide or not?" Chen Luo remained unfazed, having already conjured a reinforced spatial orb in his hand. "Certainly, I shall grant you what you seek." In the early stages, although spatial abilities lacked the destructive power of fire or lightning in equal measures, their intangible and colorless nature rendered them ideal for stealthy ambushes. As a second-tier ability user, his prowess was indeed formidable. He was genuinely intimidated. "Let me offer you a little gift to sample." When Sun Dawei and his entourage had first arrived, they had boasted of his status as a second-tier ability user. With a resounding bang, Chen Luo's enhanced spatial orb detonated, causing Sun Dawei's head to explode. Sun Dawei had barely glimpsed Chen Luo's gesture before being struck down in an instant. At least, that was how he perceived it. Cries of shock erupted as Sun Dawei's lifeless body fell. None among his group had anticipated that Chen Luo would suddenly rise and eliminate their strongest member in such a swift manner. They had witnessed Sun Dawei's strength firsthand. And now, with Chen Luo taking action, Meili had no time to spare for Zhang Jingjing, instead bestowing defensive buffs upon the row of physical ability users standing before her. Chen Luo waved his hand. "If they wish for death, let us oblige." Su Dazhu, a third-tier user, charged forth, emboldened by Meili's enhancements, showing no fear of the first-tier users. Meili followed closely behind. The foremost ranks comprised Chen Luo's second-tier ability users, who, to be honest, felt a twinge of fear. However, Chen Luo had made it clear, those who retreat in battle face dire consequences. He was a man who killed without a flicker of an eye. No one dared to step back, especially since victory was undoubtedly theirs. With a mere confrontation, 7 or 8 adversaries fell. The remaining few, emboldened, attempted to attack Su Dazhu, only to find him slightly injured yet undeterred, becoming even more ferocious as he wielded his steel rod to strike. In a fleeting moment, Sun Dawei's faction crumbled. They lacked a strong leader and rigid orders. Faced with impending doom, they scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Chen Luo observed with a scoff. "Did you truly believe you were fearless? Had they not eaten for a day?" In Meili's words, they had dined a day prior. After 2 or 3 years of the apocalypse, survivors who frequently faced hunger were willing to risk their lives for sustenance. Those who did not simply starved. Yet these individuals had only endured a single day without food and showed no genuine resolve, merely adopting a reckless facade to intimidate others. Once, a man had fought Chen Luo, the void monarch, over a mere sausage. That was true desperation. Aside from Su Daju's minor injury, the others remained unscathed. Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Dongqing were left dumbfounded. They had anticipated a bloody battle, yet it unfolded with such ease. It was no wonder Chen Luo had shown no inclination to yield. Had they not intervened earlier, perhaps nothing would have transpired at all. Chapter 81. 6th Level Crystals. Chen Luo contemplated hanging the corpses of his enemies, but decided against it. It was summer, and placing them at the community entrance would emit a stench potent enough to incapacitate anyone nearby, breeding a multitude of flies. Once the odor reached the senses, who could still eat? While he could tolerate it, the others likely could not. Moreover, Chen Luo mused, welcome to offer crystals. Second-tier crystals are not easily acquired. Retrieve the crystals and bury them in the back mountain, he instructed. The group nodded in agreement. Brother Chen, spare me this once. I won't dare defy you again. Please don't kill me, Zhang Jingjing wept, her voice quivering like a weeping willow. Zhang Dongqing, equally cowed, dared not speak, having shed the earlier bravado. If not now, when would they seek mercy? Chen Luo smiled. What are you saying? You are Mili's friend. How could I harm you? Zhang Jingjing's face lit up with hope, only to hear Chen Luo continue. However, I cannot allow you to remain here. We are not of the same ilk. You should leave while I have not changed my mind. Chen Luo huffed, and Zhang Jingjing's eyes widened. She was not foolish. Having just quarreled with Chen Luo and Mili, staying would surely yield no favorable outcome. Mili, you want to even speak on my behalf, she thought. Survival is not exclusive to Chen Luo. Mili, you may have gained favor with him, but I can too. There will come a time when you seek my assistance. If Mili faced a fate akin to hers, Zhang Jingjing would not be so psychologically off balance. She did not grasp the situation fully, relying solely on her assumptions. Her understanding had yet to transform. Those who could not adapt to the world would inevitably be cast aside by it. Zhang Jingjing nodded. While Zhang Dongqing regretted his earlier bravado, he did not wish to leave this safe haven, especially with Chen Luo's formidable prowess. Yet, under Chen Luo's piercing gaze, he dared not utter a word and had no choice but to depart alongside Zhang Jingjing. Mili opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose silence. Chen Luo embraced Mili as they walked toward the villa, subtly kicking the Law King. The Law King, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his senses. When the master cannot act, I shall step in. The assassins dispatched by that despicable creature are on the move again. The first time, I missed the opportunity. And the target was eliminated. This is my second chance. Why must I bear the burden of such dirty work? He thought. It's not fair unless I receive a chicken leg as compensation. Or perhaps it's the braised pork that lacks flavor, or the ribs that fail to entice. I can't fathom why I'm stuck with this chicken leg. The Law King paused, his tongue flicking out as he stealthily followed Zhang Jingjing and her companion. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance. I've said nothing and done nothing. I merely kicked the Law King inadvertently. In this world, individuals could be categorized into 3 types: friends, enemies, and those who belong to me. It is impossible for you to be mine, nor can we ever become friends. I can only extend my apologies. You possess a modicum of charm, and a woman seeking revenge can be quite fearsome. What if you were to become the favorite of some powerful figure and struck at a crucial moment? I, Chen Luo, harbor no fear of your vengeance. Even if I cannot prevail, I can always flee. However, Mi Ling, Mi Li, and others cannot escape. They lack the ability to traverse the void. For the safety of the group, I must sincerely apologize. Should such occurrences multiply, it stands to reason that if Mi Li were to fall into your clutches, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. If Mi Li cannot bear the thought, then it falls upon me. No. I must clarify that I've had no part in this matter and am entirely unaware. I cannot allow the blame to be cast upon my shoulders. Having a dog is truly a blessing. Chen Guang rushed over. Brother Chen, the young man who just left has returned, claiming he has something of great importance to discuss with you. Chen Luo turned back, frowning slightly. Something important? What is it? Chen Guang shook his head. I don't know. He didn't elaborate. However, I observed that the lad seems quite composed and does not strike me as one who would engage in idle chatter, hence my report. Indeed. That young man, had he been like Sun Dawei, would have seized the opportunity to threaten and thus remained. He appears quite astute, fully aware of the consequences of his actions. Chen Luo nodded as Mi Ling took Li back. Ling Chen, accompanied by a group seeking refuge, sought a place to settle down. They could not possibly continue sleeping in their vehicle. Upon arriving at an area largely devoid of zombies, they intended to enter a villa district for a closer inspection, but alas, they were halted. Subsequently, they encountered Sun Dawei. When the leader of the opposing group cheerfully inquired if he too sought supplies, a chill ran down Ling Chen's spine. Instinctively, he fled. After departing, a thought struck him. Could it be that this vicinity, devoid of zombies, was controlled by a faction within the villa district? Moments later, not having ventured far, he heard the cacophony of anguished screams. The fear it instilled caused his skin to prickle. Running had indeed been the right choice. Yet, to where could he flee? He was aimless in a world that had become perilously treacherous. Feeling lost, another idea surfaced. Why not attempt to join their ranks? The impetus for this thought arose from the presence of numerous women among them, though that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that these women appeared to be living comfortably, their clothing tidy and expressions serene, in stark contrast to a rather disheveled member of his own group. If the opposing faction were inherently malevolent, those women would not possess such vitality. Their evident kindness towards these women, combined with Chen Guang and the others' demeanor, suggested they treated their subordinates well. This notion sparked in Ling Chen's mind, and upon sharing it with the others in his group, their eyes brightened with hope. With merely their small number, they would surely falter in the face of even a slightly greater danger. For instance, could they truly evade Sun Dawei? Touching the item nestled in his possession, Ling Chen felt a surge of confidence. Thus, he hurried back to inform Chen Guang. Chen Luo returned to the entrance of the community, his expression calm as he inquired, "What is this important matter?" Ling Chen forced a smile. "Brother, are you accepting new members? We wish to join you." Chen Luo's expression immediately darkened. "Is this what you consider important?" A sense of dread filled Ling Chen. The man before him was truly formidable. Not daring to linger, he promptly retrieved the object from his grasp, a pale white crystal, roughly the size of a quail egg. Chen Luo's pupils dilated. This was a crystal of considerable size. In a flash, he seized it, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. What a stroke of luck, a grade 6 crystal. Only a level 6 undead could possess such an item. Did the present Ling Chen possess the strength to vanquish a level 6 zombie? Even level 3 zombies could easily decimate their small group, level 6. Given the current strength of survivors, could not be defeated even with 1,000 combined efforts. Chapter 82. The Path to Greatness. How could one without the ability to contend with level 6 zombies possibly acquire a grade 6 crystal? At present, zombies were entirely incapable of evolving to level 6. Only mutants could do so. The power amplification of mutants was utterly irrational. Chen Luo feared encountering a level 7 by mere misfortune. Yet, mutants bore a fatal flaw. Their lifespans were exceedingly brief. The greater the power augmentation, the more rapidly they perished. Some might only last a minute or two. One needn't even kill them, for they would die on their own. The reason behind the emergence of mutants was something Chen Luo had never fully grasped in his past life. When a mutant perished, its crystal did not vanish. Thus, should luck be on one's side, encountering a suddenly deceased mutant could yield its crystal without any effort. In his previous life, during the mid-stages of the apocalypse, Chen Luo, while wandering alone, encountered the corpse of a king-level mutant and extracted its crystal, which catapulted him to success. Otherwise, even with exceptional talent, a lone wanderer would struggle to rapidly enhance their power, especially given Chen Luo's cautious nature. He would never recklessly hunt zombies. Without question, he recognized that Ling Chen was such a fortunate individual. Yet now, this fortune would benefit himself. Ling Chen stared blankly at his hand. Where had his precious item gone? Chen Luo's demeanor softened. This was indeed a harbinger of wealth. Alas, if only the crystal were of a higher grade. It would suffice for his immediate elevation to level 5. Chen Luo inquired with a smile, "How did you come by this?" Ling Chen replied honestly, "I obtained it from a deceased monster, one that stood over 10 meters tall." Chen Luo understood. Corporeal zombies, upon reaching a certain level, would indeed grow in size. He had witnessed zombies exceeding 100 meters in height. Ling Chen continued, "I recognize this as a crystal, but be cautious. It is rather sinister. After absorbing a bit, I felt as though my body might explode. It was terrifying. I only absorbed once and dared not try again. I thought perhaps you, being knowledgeable, might understand why." Chen Luo chuckled, fully aware of the reason. Each individual has a daily limit on the power they can absorb from crystals. Exceeding that threshold can lead to physical distress, resulting in vomiting blood or even death. The energy contained within a grade 6 crystal is immense and of high quality. Ling Chen could not possibly manage the volume he attempted to absorb. Even a slight excess would naturally prove overwhelming for his body, leading him to mistakenly believe it was the crystal's fault. When Miling reached the pinnacle of level 2, Chen Luo had to monitor her while she absorbed a grade 5 crystal. Ling Chen recognized this as a treasure, yet having been harmed by it, he refrained from further use. Had he fully understood the implications, he likely would not have offered the crystal to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was not one to turn away those who sought his aid. With this crystal as a token of allegiance, Ling Chen's desire to join was certainly not unwelcome. Chen Luo asked, "What is your name?" "Brother, I am Ling Chen," he replied. Chen Luo nodded and addressed Chen Guang. "Chen Guang, explain our rules to him. If he wishes to join, accept him. As for any trials, let them be. Without strength or courage, he would not last long here." Chen Guang smiled. "Brother, you are fortunate. Brother Chen is willing to accept you. Allow me to outline the rules. First, absolute obedience to brother's commands. Second, in battle, if you are to flee, do so decisively." He made a gesture across his throat. Ling Chen offered a wry smile. Was it truly so stringent? Having bestowed all my treasures, wouldn't he have been unjust not to include them? Chen Luo was indifferent to their participation. Whether they joined or not, would the crystal ever be returned to you? Is Chen Luo the sort of person who would entertain such thoughts? Dream on. With a beaming smile, Chen Luo gazed upon the 6th-level crystal in his hand. Its power nearly intact, the minuscule amount absorbed by Ling Chen being negligible, rendering it nearly akin to a brand-new 6th-level crystal. With this 6th-level crystal, coupled with the 5th-level fire crystal, an ascension to the 5th level could be achieved in approximately 3 days. A significant acceleration of more than half a month compared to initial expectations. Ascending from the 3rd to the 4th level would signify a transformative enhancement, while progressing from the 4th to the 5th level would yield even greater results. Upon reaching the 5th level, one's overall strength would at least double. Currently at the 4th level, one could perform a short-distance void walk only once. However, at the 5th level, 3 short-distance void walks would be possible, greatly enhancing one's survival capabilities. The entire villa district comprised 100 villas, yet Chen Luo and his supplies occupied less than 10, leaving plenty of vacant rooms. Chen Guang had arranged accommodations for them. Chen Luo deliberately brought rice and surveyed the newcomers. None bore ill intentions, yet caution was paramount. Were not Zheng Jingjing and her daughter similarly benign upon their arrival? People are prone to change, and rice cannot discern loyalty. The Law King returned, nodding slightly to Chen Luo, signaling the completion of his task. Chen Luo felt that, after the apocalypse, the Law King had not only awakened his lightning powers, but had also undergone a transformation of intellect, surpassing even other canines in cunning. Otherwise, with low wisdom and mere strength, he would have long since been overwhelmed or ensnared by ambushes. In the afternoon, another group arrived, though fewer in number than Sun Daoi's, and they brought some supplies. Upon encountering Qin Guang's group, they wisely chose to retreat without conflict. Chen Luo was unconcerned. For those harboring malice, I would grant you a brief period to progress to the 2nd level. Suddenly reminded, Chen Luo instructed Chen Guang, should more individuals arrive, inquire if any within their ranks possess light or other supportive abilities. Those willing to join should be welcomed immediately or taken by force. The scarcity of light practitioners is alarming. Presently, only Mi Li and Wang Ling exist, and relying solely on them for healing would be insufficient if injuries abound. A few more would make a significant difference, as supportive abilities are exceedingly rare. Loyalty is of little concern to Chen Luo, if necessary. I can utilize you as mere tools. At dinner, the meal consisted of thin porridge and steamed buns, accompanied by scrambled eggs with scallions. Among the gathered supplies were ample eggs, which have a longer shelf life but are still finite, thus there is no need to ration them. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such a meal would be unremarkable, yet now it constituted a veritable feast. Ling Chen and his companions devoured the food ravenously, having not tasted such proper warm fare in ages. Naturally, there was not enough to go around, prompting Chen Luo to request Wang Ling to prepare another batch for them. After all, the 6th-level crystal submitted by Ling Chen was invaluable, akin to offering a commendation. Chen Luo had no qualms about treating them a shade better. However, when it came to combat, one must still engage. Once dinner concluded, Chen Luo distributed a batch of first-level crystals to them. First-level crystals were entirely sufficient for Chen Luo, particularly with the acquisition of the 6th-level crystal. Upon reaching the 5th level, this extravagant spender would no longer require first-level crystals. Ling Chen mused to himself. The rules are indeed stringent, yet the treatment is exceptionally generous. Chapter 83, Conflict. During the night watch, Chen Luo assigned those who had yet to reach the 2nd level to stand guard, while the 2nd-level members would continue to slay zombies the following day. Acquiring crystals was one objective, but the primary aim was to expose them to more combat. Chen Luo also included several young women in the night watch, believing that a mix of genders would ease the labor. Joking was permissible, but any inappropriate advances would result in a severed hand or foot. Chen Guang murmured, "What if a lady were to make a move?" Chen Luo, expressionless, replied, "If such a lady exists, I would simply say 4 words, please contact me." Chen Luo began absorbing crystals. A single 6th-level crystal alone was insufficient to elevate him to the 5th level, but possessing a 5th-level crystal would make a significant difference. Having previously absorbed a considerable number of first-level crystals, he commenced with the 6th-level crystal, saving any surplus 5th-level crystals for Meili and others to utilize for their breakthroughs. The crystal from the Rat King was given to Wang Ling, hastening her ascent to the 3rd level, as her elevation in the light attribute would be of greater utility than for others. Feeling a slight discomfort in his body, Chen Luo ceased absorption. The 6th-level crystal had consumed approximately 2/5 of its power. Chen Luo was quite satisfied. The 6th-level crystal proved to be exceptional. The bothersome relatives had departed. Yet the incident involving Zhang Jingjing left Meili in a somber mood. Having endured this experience, her spirit would undoubtedly grow stronger. Chen Luo could only offer solace. Initially reluctant to bring Rice along, he relented when the creature beseeched him pitifully to sleep together. "Very well, as long as no mischief ensues tonight. I shall allow you to join me." Rice was elated, one paw resting on Chen Luo and the other on Meili. The feline mused that if they could once again cuddle with Meili, it would truly be the pinnacle of cat life. Such a greedy little cat, insatiable indeed. Morning assembly commenced. Chen Luo announced, "Except for those who stood guard last night, all who have reached the 2nd level shall continue to hunt zombies." Chen Guang, "How many from your side have attained the 2nd level?" Chen Guang replied, 7. Chen Luo nodded and addressed Ling Chen, "Today, all of you shall go as well. Considering your recent arrival, there is no requirement for crystal quantity today. Simply follow behind the others and observe how to combat. Shiyun, you shall lead the way." Shiyun was the only 3rd-level member among them and was both capable and prudent. A total of 37 individuals would proceed on foot, while Yang Xian drove the heavy truck, trailing slowly behind. Ling Chen gazed at the leading Shiyun, surprised, and remarked to Chen Guang, "What a hidden gem. I assumed you would be leading. I never anticipated a beautiful girl would take charge. Is she formidable?" Chen Guang chuckled, "Oh, I'm merely a junior. Our Team S ladies, having joined the boss earlier, have all reached the 2nd level. Shiyun, with her exceptional talent, has garnered the boss's favor and is apparently already at the 3rd level." Ling Chen silently gasped, "Good heavens, a whole team of 2nd-level women." While dispatching the scattered zombies, Shiyun guided the group to Meili's residential area. Zombies that had not yet reached the 1st level, if confined within rooms, would likely be unable to escape. Upon evolving to the 1st level, they could utilize spells to break free. Currently, most zombies had attained the 1st level, resulting in an increased presence within the community. Shuyun's strategy was to eliminate these zombies while simultaneously scavenging for supplies within the neighborhood. Thus Yang Xian was instructed to bring the heavy truck along, a twofold benefit. As they neared the community, Shuyun spotted several zombies within, eliciting a smile. It seemed that crystals were within reach, and this area likely lacked any survivor team stationed. Zombies serve as guardians of resources. Shuyun and her companions had accrued ample experience battling zombies, and as they were not clustered together, they effortlessly dispatched the zombies on the outskirts of the community. Shuyun instructed, "Form groups of 4, search each unit for supplies, and transport them to the truck. Be vigilant for any zombies that may lurk in rooms or corridors, and communicate any issues via the walkie-talkie. Jiang Feng, you will guard the entrance. Report any developments to everyone." The group dispersed, with each team assigned to a separate building. When confronted with zombies, The physically adept team members step forward to attract the undead, leveraging their superior speed and reflexes to evade attacks, thereby allowing the elemental members to strike. Even if they suffer hits from the zombies, the consequences are not dire, being a higher tier as long as their heads are not struck. They will not sustain severe injuries. After clearing out the zombies, they proceed to search the apartment building. Many doors are damaged, conveniently facilitating their entry for the search. Those near the heavy truck quickly begin transporting valuable supplies onto it. A dozen vehicles swiftly approach the community, stationed at the entrance. Observing this from a corner, Jiang Feng's expression shifts, and he hastily communicates via radio, "Caution, a large number of vehicles have entered the community. Proceed with care." In response, Shuyun instructs everyone, "Gather first to assess the situation. There is no rush to collect supplies." The heavy truck, being conspicuous, is immediately spotted by the incoming convoy. Coincidentally, a team member is in the process of loading the gathered supplies onto the truck. "Yanli, get down quickly. There are many incoming people, and we cannot ascertain friend from foe. Let us regroup first." Yanli hesitates. "What about the supplies we've collected? Once we regroup, who would dare take the supplies? Anyone who tries will lose their hands." Yanli contemplates and then descends from the vehicle. However, it is a moment too late as a group approaches the heavy truck, blocking its path. Yanli finds herself trapped, but her companions do not abandon her. From the vehicles, several individuals emerge, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the two attractive women in the team. After so many days, it has been rare to encounter such striking and pristine women. A filthy-faced man grins lewdly. "Hello, ladies." Yanli and the others manage a forced smile, attempting to stall until their comrades arrive. Yet, the lewd man begins to make unwelcome advances, emboldened by the current circumstances. Numerous men gaze at them with predatory intent. Yanli forcefully swats away the man's hand, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing?" The lewd man's grin widens. "Just doing what you like." As he reaches for more inappropriate areas, Yanli angrily retorts, "Go home and touch yourself." The man's expression darkens, and he sneers, "Spicy, I like it. It's exciting." Even with two male teammates protecting Yanli and the other woman, she is still groped. With a fiery temper, Yanli retaliates with a powerful kick to the man's groin. Being at the second tier, her strength is considerable. The man bends over in agony, clutching his injured area, his face contorted in pain. The lewd man, now furious, barks, "How dare you hit my brother? Take out those two men first, and we'll deal with the women slowly." Chapter 84, Blood for Blood. A flurry of fists and feet, accompanied by clubs, descends upon the two male teammates. Those unable to reach them feign casting spells, threatening Chen Luo's group. One of the male teammates, belonging to Leng Chen's faction, is only at the first tier. As it appears that someone is about to be killed, Yanli grits her teeth, preparing to unleash a counterspell. However, the lewd man realizes the danger and disregards Yanli's gender. She must not be allowed to cast her spell, as it could lead to fatalities. At that moment, a brick comes flying through the air. Jiang Feng, perceiving the dire situation, considers throwing a brick to divert attention. Yet, only 7 or 8 individuals pursue him. A metal rod strikes Yanli's head with a resounding thud, blood gushing forth. The lewd man follows suit, striking her again with a cruel expression. "Stupid bitch. You asked for it." A black car comes to a halt, and a voice calls out, "Hazy, what are you doing?" The lewd man rushes over, grinning, "Yuan go. This filthy woman tried to hit me, so I'm teaching her a lesson." Lu Yuan frowns, having gathered some understanding of the situation, but recognizing Hazy's strength, he refrains from being overly harsh. "Just don't go too far. This is a warning." Hazy is about to respond with a grin when, in the distance, a few individuals approach. Xu Yun's group is scattered throughout the community, unable to arrive promptly. Upon seeing the heavy truck surrounded and Jiang Feng's radio message, they hastily converge. Xu Yun shouts, "Stop." Upon witnessing several individuals lying in pools of blood, her body freezes momentarily. Xu Yun unleashes a piercing ice arrow that directly pierces one man's skull, killing him instantly. Lu Yuan's expression changes in shock, and he immediately dismounts from his vehicle. The others are similarly startled by this turn of events and turn their attention to Xu Yun. Filled with the desire to eliminate these aggressors, Xu Yun realizes her numbers are few compared to the 60 or 70 opponents before her. Coldly, she commands, "Release them." As more members join Xu Yun, their expressions grow increasingly hostile towards the opposition. Lu Yuan, enraged, retorts, "You killed my people and still expect me to let them go?" In her anger, Shiyun readies another ice arrow aimed at Lu Yuan. Unfazed, he responds, Earth Shield. As a second-tier Earth elementalist, Lu Yuan possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Shiyun's ice arrow pierces through the Earth Shield, but loses much of its force. Both Shiyun and Lu Yuan exchange glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. The team members swiftly gather around. Lu Yuan's expression shifts again. Although they outnumber the enemy, a full-scale battle could lead to significant casualties, especially with this formidable woman capable of breaching his defenses. After a moment of contemplation, Shiyun gradually calms herself. Should a widespread battle erupt, she believes they could defeat the opposing group, but at what cost? If they suffer numerous losses, she would have no face to return to Chen Luo. Despite having a numerical advantage, the elite members have largely remained at the base. Acting impulsively is not an option. The base is nearby, and she must report the situation to Chen Luo. With him leading, they could retaliate with minimal losses. Shiyun coldly demands, "Return our members." Lu Yuan, preferring to avoid conflict, replies slowly, "All right." A few members are returned, but Yanli shows no signs of life. Shiyun's hand trembles. Has Yanli died? Wang Ling desperately attempts to heal her, but to no avail. Two choices present themselves. First, Shiyun can confidently annihilate the group, risking the lives of her own members. Second, she can return to summon Chen Luo for revenge. While the thrill of immediate retribution is tempting, it would cost lives, and Chen Luo entrusted his people to her. She cannot act recklessly. Despite her intense desire for vengeance for Yanli, Shiyun grits her teeth, vowing, "You will pay. Chen Luo will not let you off lightly." In the span of half an hour, Shiyun resolves to endure for the time being. Tears unconsciously escape her eyes. She feels she has failed her team, leading to such dire circumstances. A man from the opposing side mocks, "Look, the woman is crying, heh." Shiyun whispers, "Let us go." Yang Xian casts a cold glance at them, preparing to drive away the heavy truck, only to be intercepted. "This vehicle stays. It cannot leave." Lu Yuan did not intervene. He was curious to observe Shiyun's reaction. If she insisted on leaving, even at the risk of a confrontation, he would deal with it later. Shiyun declared, "Give it to them, we shall depart." As he watched Shiyun and her companions retreat, Hazy remarked, "Brother Yuan, why not keep them here? So many beautiful women." Lu Yuan swiftly slapped Hazy, retorting, "What on earth are you trying to provoke? This woman is not to be trifled with." Hazy covered his face. "What is there to fear? We are many. Would she dare to fight to the bitter end?" Lu Yuan pondered silently, realizing that this group was certainly nearby. He needed to find an opportunity to ascertain their true strength before eliminating them entirely, otherwise they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Lu Yuan's group was comprised of workers from a recently established economic development zone, where his intellect and capability earned him considerable respect, making him the de facto leader among them. Shiyun and her companions returned to the villa district, their spirits weighed down. At the entrance of the community, Su Daju observed Shiyun cradling someone in her arms and instantly grasped that another confrontation was imminent. Shiyun approached Chen Luo, her head bowed. "I apologize for not leading everyone effectively." Yanli did not perish at the hands of zombies, rather, she fell victim to other survivors. The casualties among survivors in their conflicts are no less than those devoured by the undead. As long as we live, danger lurks at every corner. The world will become increasingly perilous, and Chen Luo intends to toughen us up. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot thrive. The loss of a member weighed heavily on Chen Luo, especially since they had shared a longer bond. He sighed deeply. "You did the right thing. Engaging in a brawl at that moment would have been unwise." He gathered everyone together and spoke solemnly, "You all stand with me. If you perish at the hands of zombies, I have nothing to say. But if anyone dares to bully you, I will not tolerate it. I will not allow blood debts to go unpaid. And I will ensure that any vendetta I can exact will not linger. Everyone, follow me. Nobody shall bully my people while they still draw breath." The news of the situation stirred the crowd, especially Chen Luo's words igniting their fervor. With Chen Luo, no one would dare to oppress them. The group boarded several vehicles, preparing to make swift progress. The Law King attempted to follow, but Chen Luo admonished, "What are you doing? Are you not human? Are you abandoning your home?" The Law King, disgruntled, replied, "Indeed, I am not human. I need not leave." The convoy sped towards the community. One vehicle after another entered the vicinity, and Lu Yuan, anxious about potential developments, had arranged for a few individuals to keep watch in that direction. Brother Yuan, someone is coming. It appears to be the group that just departed. One reported. Lu Yuan immediately glanced out the window, spotting over 60 individuals disembarking from their vehicles, one young man seeming to lock eyes with him. His gaze sharp and menacing. Chapter 85. Why should I reason with you? Hiding in the room and refusing to venture out would be a foolish course of action. Being cornered would spell trouble. Lu Yuan promptly led everyone to the first floor, preparing for Chen Luo's approach. Anxiety gnawed at Lu Yuan. The visitors did not bear good intentions, seeking swift retribution. Hazy, why stir up trouble? He lamented inwardly. Observing the numbers on the opposite side, he felt a slight relief, noting that they had a marginal advantage. If the opposing party possessed any wits, they would avoid a direct confrontation that could lead to mutual destruction. Both factions halted at a respectful distance. Shi Yun pointed toward them, declaring, "That is them." Chen Luo sneered, clapping his hands. "You are indeed bold to dare to bully my people, especially those who have perished. I cannot possibly find a reason to spare you." Lu Yuan was taken aback, having a distinct memory of Shi Yun. Her abilities had penetrated his earthen shield. While there were a few second-tier abilities among his ranks, their powers could barely breach half of his defenses. The disparity was glaring. Lu Yuan's instincts warned him that he was no match for Shi Yun. Although incredulous that he found himself outmatched by a mere woman, the reality was undeniable. At that moment, Shi Yun appeared submissive, seemingly relaying her grievances to the young man before her. Was it due to financial backing? Surely not. This young man exuded an air of arrogance, regarding Lu Yuan and his group as if they were mere insects. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Yet the opposing faction clearly sought vengeance and had arrived with confidence. What to do? Lu Yuan forced a smile. "Young brother, it was our mistake. We shall return the truck immediately and compensate you with a ton of rice." "How does that sound?" Chen Luo retorted coldly. "So, for the life of one of ours, you offer merely a ton of rice? Then I shall offer you 100 tons of rice for the lives of all your people. Whatever supplies you possess. Once we wipe you out, they will rightfully belong to us." Discontent brewed among the opposition. They felt belittled. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. This young man was overly arrogant. Yet such arrogance must be grounded in reason, for no one would allow him to take the lead without merit. The young man, brimming with youthful bravado, would likely escalate matters if he was not appeased. Even if Lu Yuan's side emerged victorious, they might be left with only a handful of survivors. Personnel was capital. They could not afford to lose any. Lu Yuan glanced back at Hazy, realizing that this predicament was sparked by him. Thus, he would have to make a sacrifice. "Take Hazy over there," he commanded. "Let him bear the brunt. This situation arose because of him, and we cannot let everyone share the blame." Naturally, no one on Lu Yuan's side genuinely wished for a brawl. If they could sacrifice Hazy alone, that would be ideal. Furthermore, Hazy's usual arrogance had long irked many. Upon Lu Yuan's order, several individuals quickly subdued Hazy. Bewildered, he exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, I have always followed your lead. You cannot treat me this way. Besides, it was that woman who struck first." Lu Yuan, resolute in his decision, dismissed his pleas with a wave. Hazy struggled fiercely, but could not escape the grip of his captors. He was treated as a pawn, tossed over to Chen Luo, who held him down as if he were a fledgling chick. Chen Luo scoffed internally. Tossing a single individual as a scapegoat would not resolve the matter. "I, Chen Luo, bear grudges. In my previous life, someone kicked me. I still remember it vividly. Very well, I shall teach this Hazy a lesson. For he is the one who instigated this mess, is he not?" Chen Guang joined in to assist, and together with Su Daju, they forced Hazy to kneel. Hazy's face turned ashen, tears and snot streaming down his face. He cried out, "Big brother, I had no idea she was one of yours. Besides, it wasn't just me. Li Kuei and Mao Er also acted." Li Kuei and Mao Er were horrified. How could he betray them in such a dire moment? Chen Luo turned to Lu Yuan, intrigued. "What do you propose?" Lu Yuan clenched his teeth, whispering back, "For the sake of everyone. We can only sacrifice the two of you. Bring them over as well." Li Kuei and Mao Er cried out, cursing, while Hazy and Lu Yuan bore the brunt of their ire. A few more from Chen Luo's group advanced, ready to restrain additional individuals. Chen Luo coldly commanded, "What are you waiting for? Step forward and strike these few until they can no longer stand. Use your feet. Hands are too filthy, take off your shoes." Chen Guang was the first to comply, shedding his shoes. Chen Luo's expression soured. Truly, it was foul. Xu Yun, however, was undeterred. She seized a shoe and forcefully struck it against the face of the black-clad individual, following up with a similar blow to Li Kuei and Mao Er. The resounding slaps echoed through the quiet atmosphere, leaving the faces of the three in disarray. With tears streaming down their cheeks, they pleaded, "Big brother, we were wrong. We are willing to join you and fight against Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan's heart leapt at the prospect, but Chen Luo's dismissive attitude quickly quelled his excitement. First, those allied with Yanli, who harbored the deepest resentment towards the trio, picked up their shoes and continued the onslaught. The only sounds breaking the silence were the sharp slaps and the incessant cries of the three, which even Lu Yuan's group found hard to witness. Soon, the trio could barely open their swollen eyes. But was this the end? Hadn't they agreed to beat them to death? Each person took turns advancing, delivering several resounding slaps. Chen Luo shouted, "Wang Ling, heal them. It would be a pity to kill them off so soon." After all, others had yet to quench their thirst for vengeance. Chen Guangxu had been flung away, and he awkwardly remarked that the quality was poor, but that he still had another one. Gasping for breath, Xu Yun had just found several long wooden boards studded with nails. With a fierce glare, she declared, "Use this." Leading the charge, the nails plunged deep into the faces of the three. Chen Luo remarked, "Their skin isn't thick enough." After a mere 10 minutes, the trio was brutally beaten to death. Lu Yuan trembled, startled by the cruelty of those before him, realizing the truth of the saying that one should never provoke women. "All right," he murmured, "the instigators are dead. And you have killed one of ours before, it seems even." Chen Luo scoffed, "Such a bargain is impossible. The lives of these worthless wretches cannot compare to that of my men. This isn't enough, none of you will meet a good end." Lu Yuan, incredulous, retorted, "Are you even being reasonable?" Chen Luo coldly huffed, "They have erred, and we are here to punish them. If I hadn't intervened, would you have just pretended nothing happened? Besides, why should I reason with you?" Chapter 86, A Heart-Stirring Intimidation. The greatest truth in the world is always found in brute force. Had Chen Luo been accompanied by only a couple of useless individuals, would Lu Yuan still dare to argue? Would you even think of seeking justice? I could simply eliminate you without hesitation. There was no way I would surrender the trio to Chen Luo for retribution. Thus, Lu Yuan's words were nothing but a joke. Moreover, was Chen Luo known for his reasoned discourse? Enraged, Lu Yuan exclaimed, "I have never encountered someone as arrogant as you. Fine, if you want to fight. Do you truly believe I fear you? My people have emerged from the fray against zombies, and we outnumber you, so you might want to reconsider your position." The individuals behind Lu Yuan began silently preparing their weapons, ready to unleash their powers. Lu Yuan was infuriated. If only he had known better than to hand over the trio, they were utterly useless. This cunning brat. Why didn't he say so earlier? He openly humiliated my people in front of me and now intends to kill me as well. Sigh, this reckless youth never thinks of the consequences. He simply charges ahead. Damn it, such bad luck. Chen Luo chuckled lightly and said, "You all step back. I'll handle this alone." It had been many days since his last display of prowess before the ladies, and newcomers like Qin Guang and Ling Qin had yet to witness his true capabilities. Commanding respect among his subordinates required not only wealth but also strength. Chen Guang and the others were taken aback. One person? Chen Luo gestured for everyone to retreat. Lu Yuan paused, wondering if this was the time for heroics. This was truly audacious of him. The next moment, Lu Yuan and his company beheld a shimmering, nearly transparent sword of light materialize in Chen Luo's hand. A man should indeed possess his own sword of light. Before they could process this, Chen Luo darted forward like a specter, arriving in front of Lu Yuan. Prepared for the confrontation, Lu Yuan swiftly raised an earth shield to protect himself. Chen Luo's face bore a look of disdain. Had Lu Yuan been on par with him, and had he given him time to unleash his powers, then perhaps the earth shield could have withstood his spatial force. The void blade sliced through the earth shield as if it were mere sand, cleaving through Lu Yuan's body. In an instant, Lu Yuan was split in two, as if space itself had been severed. The upper and lower halves of his body separating without a drop of blood spilling forth. Lu Yuan was instantly annihilated, meeting a death that transcended human comprehension. The sight of his body severed without blood was too surreal. Screams erupted from Lu Yuan's side. Even Qin Guang, Ling Qin, and the others were left with goosebumps at the spectacle. What manner of ability was this? While Chen Luo had claimed to face them alone, Mi Ling, not wanting to see him harmed, cast spells to bolster his defense and strength. Chen Luo grinned, appreciating the concern of his wife. Like a tiger among sheep, Chen Luo plunged into Lu Yuan's ranks. Although the void blade couldn't last more than an hour, it could still hold for 3 minutes. 2 more adversaries fell to his blade. Those with physical powers dared not approach, fearing dismemberment, while elemental users unleashed their abilities against Chen Luo. The barrage of spells was so dense that evading them through movement was utterly impractical. Using spatial movement would allow him to avoid them all. But Chen Luo chose not to. He didn't need to. Using his agility, he closed in on another man, employing him as a human shield. Yet he was still inevitably struck by 3 spells. They were all at the first level, and without Mi Ling's enhancements, the damage was merely superficial, failing to inflict significant harm upon Chen Luo. Employing a meat shield, Chen Luo relentlessly wielded the void blade, and the opposition began to crumble. What manner of monster was this? Not only could he cleave a man in 2 with a single stroke, but the abilities that struck him bore almost no effect. Had they faced a shield like Lu Yuan's, they would have remained unfazed, but the spells had indeed impacted Chen Luo, yet the difference was negligible. How were they to fight? With Lu Yuan dispatched, their terror escalated to new heights. This boy was no longer human. If they did not flee, they would perish at his hands. The crowd erupted into chaos, exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Chen Luo pursued, slicing through a throng of 60 or 70 individuals. This scene left Xu Yun, Chen Guang, and Ling Chen profoundly shaken. Mi Ling sighed, realizing that her disparity with him was growing ever wider. Without him, she would not even have attained the 3rd level. Everyone, let us band together, Mi Ling urged. Though I hate to admit it, we must ensure there are no future troubles. In the eyes of the crowd, Mi Ling's status was still regarded as higher than Xu Yun's, given that she shared a home with Chen Luo. Was there a problem with sharing a villa? The group immediately blocked the path, ensuring no one escaped. Chen Guang's gaze reflected a newfound reverence that far surpassed any previously held. Damn, he truly wasn't exaggerating when he claimed he could take us all on single-handedly. Even if we had 10 times our current number, it would not suffice against him. Chen Guang flattered, "Brother, you are simply amazing. Following you is undoubtedly the wisest decision of my life." Ling Chen's demeanor was evidently more respectful than ever before, walking with an air of caution. They had never witnessed Chen Luo in action. Their initial reverence stemmed solely from his position as the chief of the base. While they acknowledged that his strength must be considerable, they remained oblivious to the extent of his prowess. The young women, however, gazed at Chen Luo with sparkling eyes. Filled with admiration, had they not felt unworthy of him, they would have eagerly approached him with open arms. Chen Luo offered a faint smile, exuding an air of calm confidence. He stated, "I share your sorrow over Yan Li's demise, yet this world is fraught with peril at every moment. The greatest protectors of your safety are, in truth, yourselves. Strive to enhance your abilities swiftly. I cannot shield you at all times. Thus, the fundamental purpose of your outings is not merely to collect crystals, but to gain experience through battle. Those who accompany me, regardless of their identity, shall see any who dare to bully them face consequences. Now let us tidy up and gather the supplies here. It is nearly noon. Those among you who can cook should return and prepare lunch for everyone." Despite the loss of one member, the group did not succumb to excessive sorrow. They had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. In fact, most felt invigorated, as Chen Luo's actions had affirmed that following him was indeed the right choice. With such a leader, what was there to fear? Under his protection, they could grow more securely. Previously, there may have been those who harbored doubts, but from henceforth, among this group, no one would question Chen Luo's decisions, especially since he seemed to do nothing while they fought tirelessly. So the leader was merely granting us opportunities for training. Chapter 87. The word spreads Chen Luo had been away from the base for half an hour. During this time, tranquility was far from present. 2 raggedly dressed men, with disheveled hair and weary expressions, passed by the entrance of the villa district. Starved and under the relentless sun, they were devoid of energy. Upon sighting the villa area, their spirits were instantly lifted. One was named Xieda, the other Miaohui. Their excitement peaked when they spotted a large black dog at the entrance. As the saying goes, first black, then yellow, then brindle, and finally white, the meat of a black dog is the most delectable. After going hungry for over a day, the sight of the black dog filled them with joy. This dog was, of course, the lone guardian left behind by the master. Xiada was about to charge at it, but Miaohui stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment." Confused, Xiada asked, "What are we waiting for? What if the dog runs away?" Miao Hui shook his head. We've been starving for over a day. If we rush over, we might scare the dog away. Xie pondered this and replied, so what should we do? Miao Hui grinned mischievously. We need to find something to lure it over. You know what they say, dogs can't resist a good meal. Luckily, I have something fresh. Xie nodded vigorously. The master, observing the two, chose not to intervene. He had been entrusted with the responsibility of guarding the home. He wouldn't abandon his post to chase after a dog. The two men squatted by the roadside and, influenced by their hunger, soon found themselves in need. Oddly enough, despite not eating for over a day, they managed to produce quite a bit. Once they finished, however, they faced a dilemma. They had no paper. No matter, Miao Hui shrugged, I already smell bad anyway. With a wicked grin, he prepared to entice the master. Just then, Xie realized a troubling thought. What if the dog eats it? If it eats yours and then I eat the dog, doesn't that mean I end up eating yours? That was too gross to accept. He quickly insisted, let it eat mine. Miao Hui, catching on to the absurdity, shook his head, no way, it has to eat mine. Xie protested, why should it eat yours? Miao Hui retorted, this idea was mine. Xie fumed. I don't care, it has to eat mine. The master looked on in bewilderment, wondering how they had devolved into such an argument. As their disagreement escalated, Miao Hui suddenly threw a handful of their concoction at Xie's face. Slap. Xie stood stunned, and Miao Hui was equally shocked. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Miao Hui stammered. Xie, trembling with indignation, grabbed a handful of the foul substance and smeared it across Miao Hui's face. Miao Hui couldn't dodge in time. Soon, both were covered in their own mess. Exhausted, Miao Hui lay on the ground, panting. What was the point of that? Now how will we lure the dog? Xie, still catching his breath, replied, no worries, I can still produce more. I won, it has to eat mine. Faced with the choice between eating their mess and dog meat, Miao Hui ultimately chose both, as there was no other option. Xie indeed managed to produce another batch. Seeing Xie's smug demeanor, Miao Hui, unable to contain himself, grabbed a handful of Xie's and smeared it onto the fresh pile. Xie shouted, you. He wanted to retaliate by smearing it on Miao Hui's face, but couldn't bring himself to waste any more. No more dog meat? The master had witnessed the entire spectacle, thoroughly entertained by these two fools. He had never seen such antics in his life. However, when they placed their mess nearby and called the master over while making enticing noises, the master froze. Its face twisted in horror. For it was a grave insult to be treated in such a manner. Furious, sparks crackled around the master's body. Xie and Miao Hui were bewildered. How could the dog generate electricity? Especially with the master's fearsome expression. An ominous feeling washed over them. The master lunged forward, and the two, terrified, bolted. At that moment, Chen Luo returned. Upon seeing the master in pursuit of the two men, he called out, Master, what are you doing? Chen Luo's expression shifted. What was that smell? How had so much foul odor accumulated in his absence? The master was too enraged to hear Chen Luo's words. Chen Luo silently cursed, wondering what had gone awry with the master, who seemed to disregard his commands entirely. The two men were, of course, unable to escape. The master was far swifter than they. If one wished to feast on dog meat, they must be prepared for retaliation. Perhaps one might think this approach was excessive. One was human and the other a dog. How could they compare? Yet nature abides by the law of the jungle. If the master were merely an ordinary dog, wouldn't it be devoured? To hunt a lion, one must be ready to be consumed by the pride. The master was so furious that it could not even eat its lunch. Meanwhile, Chen Luo contemplated whether he should recruit more personnel. Others were continuously gathering followers while he stood idle. What if he encountered a group of several hundred? The current manpower was uncertain. In 2 or 3 months, who could say how many would remain? If today the personnel on Xu Yun's side were slightly more abundant, such unfortunate incidents might have been averted. Chen Luo had originally intended to establish a large base to explore the possibility of surviving the increasingly arduous apocalypse. Both elites and foundational members were essential, as the elite were ultimately selected from the grassroots. In the previous life, encountering a survivor with exceptional talent who had attained level 10 and the royal rank was no trivial matter. Such encounters required considerable time investment. As long as individuals were willing to follow orders and dared to engage in combat with zombies, they could be accepted, as resources were plentiful and sustenance was not a concern. Chen Luo conveyed this directive, stating that any survivors who approached could be subjected to a trial, and those who passed would be welcomed. Those with auxiliary abilities would be exempt from the trial and accepted directly. After undergoing a screening by the beloved Pet Me fan, they would be deemed fit for inclusion. Chen Guang remarked, "The boss has decreed that if we encounter anyone with auxiliary abilities, even those unwilling to join must be forcibly brought in." Chen Guang relayed this to Su Dazhu, who then passed it on to Lung Qin, each person transmitting the message in turn. Eventually, the message evolved, leading to an absurd miscommunication. The boss has stated that any beautiful women encountered should be brought in directly. Chen Luo firmly refused to take responsibility for this misunderstanding. Chapter 88. The Nurturing Father. A conspicuous notice board had appeared at the entrance of the villa district. In response to the transformed world, we are currently recruiting like-minded friends to establish a gathering place for mutual survival. The zombies possessed crystals in their foreheads that allowed survivors to ascend in power. The more formidable the zombie, the higher the quality of the crystal. Absorbing these crystals could enhance one's abilities and elevate their levels. Our base boasted several level 3 ability users, showcasing formidable strength. Benefits: 1. 3 substantial meals a day, with occasional meat. 2. Exceptional living conditions. Simply pack your bags and move in, with essential supplies and clothing provided. 3. The base is equipped with generators to meet basic entertainment needs. 4. An ample supply of crystals to fulfill your advancement requirements and strengthen your abilities. 5. The gathering place serves as your stronghold, ensuring protection from harm. Requirements: 1. Obey commands. 2. Have the courage to fight zombies and achieve at least level 2. 3. Auxiliary ability users and those with special powers may have their requirements waived or lowered. 4. Family members can join if they adhere to the requirements, even if they are only level 1. Note: this gathering place maintains strict discipline. Violators of ethics and order, as well as those who flee in battle, will face severe punishment. This recruitment notice, crafted by Chen Luo over the course of half an hour, drew upon the insights of Mi Ling, Xu Yun, and others. While the requirements were not excessively high, they were not trivial either. Although the recruitment was open, it was not intended for just anyone. Displaying the strength of the gathering place was crucial. Capable individuals would not simply join because of an invitation. The benefits offered were substantial, and revealing the presence of level 3 ability users served to underline their martial prowess. It was unlikely to encounter another level 3 ability user elsewhere. Given these conditions, any survivor who lacked ambition would likely contemplate joining. Conversely, those with ulterior motives would find Chen Luo unperturbed, as he possessed the confidence to deal with them. After lunch, Chen Luo did not instruct Xu Yun to continue combating zombies. They had completed their tasks in the morning and should not be kept in a state of perpetual conflict. The afternoon was designated for free practice. Although Chen Luo's location was somewhat remote, this very remoteness attracted more passers-by, as everyone sought a place with fewer zombies to settle. At 1:30, a 7-seater van arrived at the community entrance, and the occupants hesitated upon seeing the guards at the villa district. However, upon noticing the striking notice board in red ink, they could not resist moving closer to read it. Chen Guang observed the group but refrained from intervening, patiently allowing them to peruse the notice. Absorb crystals for immense power? Is the secret of the crystals being divulged so openly? They wondered. Sufficient meals, with meat occasionally? Is that for real? And ample crystals too? Their astonishment deepened upon realizing that this gathering place was home to several level 3 ability users. Level 3? They had never even heard of such a thing, let alone multiple individuals possessing that level of power. The benefits promised were indeed top tier. The group, unsure of their next move, began to feel intrigued. Yet, the high standards posed a challenge. Only 2 out of the 5 had achieved level 2. One of them inquired, "Brother Chao, what do you think?" Wang Chao hesitated. "If what they claim is true, then of course we should join. But only Lu Qi and I have reached level 2, while the 3 of you do not meet the criteria." Lu Qi suggested, "Let us go down and ask." They mentioned family members can join, right? Their eyes brightened at this prospect. They cautiously approached to inquire, recognizing the enormity of a gathering place with level 3 ability users. However, Chen Guang smiled and shook his head. Family members refer to those by blood. However, if a level 1 can provide 3 level 1 crystals, they can also join. If a level 1 possesses 3 crystals, it demonstrates their capability to slay zombies, and they will inevitably reach level 2. If a level 2 ability user is willing to assist in this, it signifies a strong bond, and there is no reason not to accept them. Currently, Those survivors who had not reached level 2 simply were not privy to the secret of the crystals. The rules were inflexible. Yet Chen Luo had instructed Chen Guang to exercise discretion. Chen Guang pondered, as level 2 ability users were not uncommon if it weren't for the boss. They would remain oblivious to the secret of the crystals, all still stuck at level 1. Lu Qi interjected, I am a level 2 nurturing father, capable of healing and enhancing strength. Is there any possibility for leniency? Chen Guang was taken aback. A nurturing father? Such individuals were indeed rare. Without needing to consult Chen Luo, he understood that this individual must not be allowed to slip away. Chen Guang promptly nodded. That is acceptable. He clarified, upon joining. You will need to engage in battles with zombies daily. Otherwise, how will you obtain the crystals for advancement? How will you gather resources? However, team operations will provide much greater safety. If you cannot accept this, you are free to leave. The group, initially wavering, found their hesitation dissipated upon noticing the beautiful woman sitting under the sunshade, observing them with keen interest. Exchanging glances, they immediately agreed. With a beautiful woman in sight, there was no need for further contemplation. Chen Guang smiled and led them to where Chen Luo was seated, enjoying the shade while playing on his phone. Brother, these individuals wish to join us. Could you take a look? Chen Luo rose, holding Mi Fan, as it was impolite to converse while reclining. While familiarity allowed for casualness, newcomers required a formal introduction. Chen Guang explained, this Wang Chao is level 2, and Lu Qi is a level 2 light type ability user. The other 3 are level 1. Chen Luo understood, with Lu Qi's presence, bringing along 3 lesser members was inconsequential, as no one here could afford to be idle. Lu Qi's name rang a bell. Chen Luo recalled hearing of a somewhat renowned nurturing father. He nodded. Welcome to our gathering. Please make yourselves comfortable. Following Mi Fan's confirmation, they were deemed free of impure intentions. Much like new university students, their greatest wish was to be guided by a captivating senior, and indeed, a beautiful woman ushered them into their new abode within the villa. Chen Luo smiled, feeling fortunate to have effortlessly recruited a member of the light element. He hoped they would truly integrate into this place. Chapter 89, The Vegetable Market. Throughout the afternoon, 3 batches of individuals gradually passed by the community entrance. The first batch consisted of a group unaware of the secret of crystals, lacking any special abilities, who wished to join. Chen Guang instructed them to reach level 2 before returning. Though reluctant, none dared to act out of line. The second batch was considerably larger, comprising over 20 individuals, including 3 level 2 abilities, 2 males and 1 female. Despite their collective presence, a subtle division into 2 factions emerged, with the 2 males taking the lead. It was evident that joining would reduce them to the status of commoners, a notion they resisted, while Chen Guang refused to accept anyone at level 1. The only level 2 female ability holder hurried down from her vehicle, accompanied by a sister, to request entry. The 2 males' expressions shifted, wanting to intervene. Yet they refrained from overstepping. The notice board indicated the presence of several level 3 abilities, which kept them in check. Observing the 2 young women, Chen Guang's eyes lit up. They were quite appealing. This time, he did not impose the requirement of blood relations. Having numerous women in a gathering place was crucial. Strong men would be drawn to them, while women would hesitate to remain in an all-male environment, feeling insecure, thereby also being attracted. In his previous life, Mi Ling's faction had flourished in this manner. If not for the presence of several women at the entrance, those 2 newcomers would not have been so decisive. Enduring the leering gazes of numerous men was unbearable. Women in such gatherings would not receive preferential treatment. Although not family, Chen Guang was not overly stringent. By the end of the afternoon, 7 individuals had been recruited. Had the gates been opened wider, at least 30 would have joined. That evening, Chen Luo continued to absorb the power of the level 6 crystals, knowing that upon reaching level 5, he could engage in a small operation. He was aware of a level 4 mutant nearby, which he could eliminate to obtain its crystal, though it would not benefit him greatly. It could be given to Mi Ling, Mi Li, or the Law King. Logically, Chen Luo felt confident in his ability to kill the level 4 mutant with minimal risk. Yet, he perceived the potential danger as excessive, inconsistent with his cautious nature. Were it not for the scarcity of mutants and the availability of resources in that area, he would not have considered going. He sensed that by the following night, he would achieve level 5. At level 5, he could utilize void walking continuously or traverse long distances, significantly enhancing his stability. The next day, 9 individuals from Chen Guang's group reached level 2, with the remainder likely to follow suit by the next day. Except for the newly joined members, the first day required no crystal collection. Otherwise, even the women would not receive any preferential treatment. All were treated equally. Chen Luo instructed Shiyun, "Today, you will head to Happiness Road. I am preparing for a collective action at the vegetable market there tomorrow. Please clear any zombies along the way. Be cautious and maintain at least a 500-meter distance from the market." Although Shiyun was surprised, she did not inquire further and nodded in agreement. While level 1 zombies had gained a hint of intelligence, understanding their attack patterns significantly minimized casualties. Today, having learned from past experiences, Shiyun ensured that the group remained within each other's sight, resulting in no injuries. The newcomers from yesterday were silently astonished. The group's strength was indeed formidable, demonstrating excellent coordination as they eliminated hundreds of zombies without a single injury. Chen Luo remained at home. Today, he recruited 3 individuals, all level 2, 2 males and 1 female. That evening, Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement as he was on the verge of reaching level 5. After attaining level 5, unless he intentionally placed himself in peril amidst a massive horde, it would be impossible for level 1 zombies to harm him through sheer numbers. As expected, after draining the level 6 crystals and absorbing the majority of the level 5 crystal power, Chen Luo successfully ascended to level 5. The good news was that he had advanced to level 5 within a month of the apocalypse. The bad news was that, without fortuitous opportunities, rapid advancement would be challenging for an extended period. The crystals from level 1 zombies had become ineffective for him. All his attributes had significantly improved, most notably, the quality of his internal abilities had undergone a transformation. He could now wield the same power with reduced effort. Previously, he could perform a single 500-meter void walk. Now, he could accomplish a 500-meter journey with ease. What difference does 500 meters make? Without obstacles, one would hardly catch sight of him, especially considering that zombies had poor vision. A smile graced Chen Luo's face as he celebrated with Mi Li. Only Mi Fan was displeased, lamenting that she would once again be sharing her sleep space with a cat. The next day, Chen Luo gathered everyone. The team had grown from 65 to 74 individuals since the past 2 days. While not excessively large, it was a sufficient number. Chen Luo remained patient, recognizing that it was still early in their journey. Among the 74, only 5 were still level 1. The rest were all level 2 or 3. Chen Luo announced, "Today, we will conduct a collective operation, and I will participate. Our target is the vegetable market on Happiness Road. It may be dangerous, so everyone must exercise caution." The apocalypse had begun around 9 in the morning. During this time, the streets might be sparse, but the market would surely be bustling. The number of zombies in the market would not be overly high, but their density would be significant, making it difficult to encounter isolated zombies. It was common to see groups of a dozen zombies moving together. Particularly concerning were the level 4 mutant zombies. If they sensed such a large group, their intelligence, akin to that of a 10-year-old human, would compel them to rally other zombies for collective action. Chen Luo was confident in facing such a horde alone, but it would not provide the same training experience for his members. Although the market would be teeming with zombies, it also offered abundant resources. Various grains, oils, and dried goods were available. Upon hearing about the market operation, many displayed signs of anxiety, yet with Chen Luo's directive, none dared to back down. Arrangements had to be made for those remaining at home. Chen Luo surveyed the group and decided to leave Chen Guang with a few individuals. While Chen Guang's strength was limited, his observational skills were sharp. Relying solely on a handful of people to guard the home was risky. Thus, Chen Luo also retained the Law King. Although not infallible, a team of dozens could be managed by the Law King alone. Chen Luo's group then loaded their vehicles, all capable of carrying supplies, forming a lengthy convoy heading toward the market. Such a procession was hard to ignore. Chen Luo squinted. Anyone daring to steal from him would have to consider their ability to escape unscathed. Chapter 90. Luring and Tugging. A party of 60 individuals drove 22 vehicles of various kinds. Those capable of driving moved slowly ahead, while those unable to drive cleared zombies from the roads alongside the convoy. Progressing at a snail's pace, they arrived at the market after half an hour. To be precise, this was an agricultural trade market, not a mere small vegetable market. It featured small cold storage facilities, wholesale markets, oil and grain shops, and stores selling spices and live poultry. Correspondingly, the number of zombies here was likely in the thousands, with a relatively concentrated density, often found in groups of 10 or more. The quartet's strategy proved ineffective when confronted with a horde of over a dozen zombies casting spells. Evasion through prediction and positioning became exceedingly challenging. Engaging them head-on would inevitably lead to casualties. Chen Luo chuckled, stating, in such scenarios, one must learn to utilize bait and continuous kiting. Jiang Feng, your task is to attract the zombies, drawing them out in batches. Jiang Feng grimaced, lamenting, as a distinguished swordsman of the Gale, I am relegated to the role of bait. To ensure Jiang Feng's safety, Meili enhanced his status. As Jiang Feng entered the marketplace, a group of 7 or 8 zombies spotted him and promptly gave chase. Maintaining a distance of over 20 meters ensured that the zombies could not harm him, as the range of lower-tier zombies was limited. Level 1 zombies could hardly keep pace with even a Level 1 survivor, let alone Jiang Feng, a Level 2 wind elementalist, as long as he managed the distance adeptly. He would be safe. The speed of the zombies varied, and as they ran, a noticeable gap emerged among them. With 10 members poised for action, the leading zombies approached. And 2 members focused their fire, dispatching one in an instant. Typically, Level 1 zombies possessed a modicum of intelligence. Upon observing a greater number of humans, they would retreat. However, their limited intellect led them to believe their brethren were right behind them. I have plenty of comrades, why fear you? Ultimately, they fell into a trap akin to the tale of the gourd boy rescuing his grandfather. Employing this method is not without its challenges. First, it requires an open space, as too many obstacles impede speed. Second, there should be no zombies in the vicinity, otherwise, being flanked by zombies would leave one with no escape. Third, one must be fortunate enough not to encounter faster zombies. This tactic is ineffective against large swarms of zombies, as some will inevitably match the speed of the bait. Chen Luo advised, in the future, should you encounter a slightly larger number of zombies, this method may serve you well. However, do not employ it against overwhelming numbers, or you may find yourselves in dire straits. The group nodded, their eyes gleaming with understanding. In truth, this strategy was not particularly clever. Frequent encounters with zombies would naturally lead to such insights. Several nimble Level 2 members dispersed to draw the zombies, swiftly clearing the hundreds surrounding the marketplace. Only those at the center and in the 3 other directions remained. Chen Luo declared, I shall personally draw the remaining zombies. He refrained from sending Jiang Feng, as encountering a mutated zombie could spell disaster for him. Now at Level 5, Chen Luo's maximum speed approached 40 meters per second, even without being an elemental or wind user. In his previous life, he had heard tales of a Level 4 Earth-type mutant zombie lurking within the marketplace, with the potential to be Level 5, but certainly not Level 6. Chen Luo first arrived at the area where pork, beef, and mutton were sold, an expanse of 500 to 600 square meters, containing approximately 80 to 90 zombies. Upon spotting Chen Luo, several zombies immediately pursued him. Unlike the outer perimeter, the sight of movement prompted the zombies clustered in this area to spring into action, akin to a catfish entering a pond. All the zombies chased after Chen Luo. And upon witnessing this commotion, the zombies from the adjacent agricultural section also rushed over, eager for the excitement. Chen Luo sprinted away. To him, this number of zombies posed little threat. However, exterminating them would not serve the purpose of training his members. In the agricultural section, an old farmer zombie, donning a straw hat and seated on a bench, seemed to continue selling vegetables, but upon hearing the noise, it too dashed out. It ran slightly faster than Jiang Feng. Chen Luo deliberately slowed his pace, otherwise, the zombies would lose interest in their game. Amidst nearly 200 zombies, Chen Luo failed to immediately notice the old farmer zombie concealed within the horde. Suddenly, sensing movement behind him, he turned to see a remarkably swift zombie closing in on him, poised to catch him. The old farmer zombie unleashed 3 earth spikes arranged in a line, nearly blocking all of Chen Luo's escape routes. Instead of being alarmed, Chen Luo felt exhilarated. So soon, have I found you? He crouched down to evade the spikes while simultaneously gathering his void blade. Another volley of 3 spikes came hurtling toward him. Chen Luo activated void walking, teleporting behind the zombie. Should the old farmer zombie retreat into the horde, he would still need to utilize void walking to avoid detection. Not only did void walking allow him to evade the old farmer zombie's assault, but it also placed him behind the unsuspecting creature. The old farmer zombie had no time to summon an earth shield before Chen Luo's blade cleaved through its head. Grasping the still twitching head, he continued his flight. Level 4 zombies stood no chance against him. With over 200 zombies pursuing Chen Luo, approximately 40 matched his speed. If Jiang Feng dared to lure such a horde, it would spell disaster for his companions. The others were astounded by the sheer number of zombies Chen Luo had attracted. Everyone, start running. Utilize your speed to outpace them. Prepare your spells, aim and throw them while running, do not linger. Chen Luo urged, weaving past his comrades as the zombies naturally redirected their pursuit toward the others. All members began to run, maintaining a safe distance from one another. Currently, the zombies could not keep up with their pace. Once their spells were ready, some hurled them backward. With so many zombies, even a blind cat could catch a dead rat. No one dared to stop, allowing for a maximum of a 3-second window. The zombies could not react in time to counterattack. By the time they contemplated retaliation, the members had already resumed their escape. The zombies' forced spells fell short, lacking the necessary range. As long as they maintained this rhythm and no zombies blocked their path ahead, they would face no danger. The surrounding zombies had already been cleared. Over 200 zombies were effortlessly dispatched. Joyful smiles spread across their faces, some even brimming with excitement. If they diligently trained with this method, no number of zombies would suffice to challenge them. Chen Luo shook his head, cautioning, this presumes you can keep pace with the evolution of the zombies. Most survivors could hardly match the speed of the zombies' evolution. Moreover, had Chen Luo not slain the old farmer zombie, any method employed would result solely in escape, with survival dependent on luck alone. Chapter 91. The Invincible Iron Fist of Xiaoharan. Subsequently, Chen Luo persistently drew zombies using this strategy. Although it proved somewhat exhausting, it was ultimately safer than confronting the zombies directly, which would result in significant casualties. This method soon encountered difficulties, as the members' unique abilities rapidly depleted. Upon reaching level 2, they could cast approximately 10 spells, but without striking the zombies' vital points, they could not achieve instant kills. With 60 individuals, they had barely managed to eliminate over 400 zombies, leaving them breathless and unable to utilize their powers further. Elemental members were essentially rendered ineffective. From there, it fell to Chen Luo to take charge. Su Dazhu and others needed to proceed cautiously, as the density of zombies in this area was somewhat higher. Chen Luo retrieved a long-forgotten iron rod. A level 5 confronting level 1, bolstered by Mei's enhancements, was akin to a grandfather overpowering a grandson. Moreover, Chen Luo shunned direct confrontation. He single-handedly eliminated over 400 zombies, while the remainder fell to Su Dazhu, Mei and others. After laboriously swinging the rod several hundred times, Chen Luo found himself slightly winded. When confronted with such a multitude of zombies, even fatigue could prove fatal. The onlookers were utterly astonished, particularly Wang Chao and Lu Qi, who arrived later. Who would dare to believe such an incredible feat if not witnessed firsthand? One individual had vanquished more than half of the zombies in the agricultural market. Chen Luo, however, waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Stop dawdling. Quickly gather any supplies we can carry away." The crowd, invigorated by the presence of such a capable leader, nodded enthusiastically. Yang Xian drove in a heavy truck, while several large and small vehicles remained scattered throughout the market. As the group rummaged through the corpses of the zombies, they sought out keys for the vehicles, successfully locating most of them. Chen Luo made his way to the cold storage facility, which, though dwarfed by his own hoarding of pork, seemed somewhat modest. He intended to retrieve some pork and beef. Even in the event of a power outage, the preserved meat would delight the others, who would ponder how it had remained unspoiled. "Let us take out 10 tons, that's 20,000 jin." He forcefully kicked open the cold storage door, which swung open with a resounding crash. To Chen Luo's surprise, a faint chill still lingered within the cold room. Puzzled, he wondered if a backup diesel generator was operational. Yet, without human oversight, it seemed improbable that the generator could function for such an extended period. "Who is there?" A trembling voice emanated from the adjoining room. Without pausing to investigate the supplies, Chen Luo hurriedly followed the voice to the next room, peering through a window to find a woman, pale and bleary-eyed. A quick glance revealed that this room housed 2 powerful diesel generators. It was not difficult for Chen Luo to deduce that this woman was responsible for maintaining the generator-S operation, thus ensuring the cold storage-S continued functionality. "Fear not, sister, you are saved," he proclaimed with a smile. Their ensuing conversation confirmed his suspicions. The woman introduced herself as Yang Lan, who had worked in the cold storage prior to the apocalypse. Another employee had perished at the hands of the zombies, while Yang Lan had managed to survive by hiding in this room, subsisting on frozen vegetables salvaged from the storage. Upon learning that the apocalypse was not under control, she expressed her disappointment. "Young man, could you take me home? It's about 10 kilometers away, in a bustling area," she implored weakly. Chen Luo shook his head. "I am afraid I lack the capacity to do so. I can only promise to take you there someday, but not at present. You've preserved a significant amount of supplies. I could escort you back to my gathering place." Despite the allure of such a proposition, Chen Luo was acutely aware of the dangers involved. Yang Lan nodded reluctantly, feeling somewhat coerced. The backup generator had run out of diesel, and had Chen Luo arrived even a few days later, all the supplies in the cold storage would have spoiled. He was filled with joy. Although the cold storage held limited supplies, it still contained 80 tons of beef and 50 tons of lamb. A meager assortment of vegetables, including some carrots, green beans, and lettuce, was all that remained, as it was merely a small facility. The meat was packed in boxes, each weighing 50 pounds. While Chen Luo deemed this insufficient for his own needs, it could serve as a commendable reward for his members, sparing him the need for deceit. He called over 2 young women to assist Yang Lan into the vehicle, as she had grown exceedingly weak after so many days of hiding in the machine room. Lacking any capability, she could at least contribute to logistics. When the other members learned of the vast quantities of beef and lamb, they were ecstatic, envisioning endless feasts that could last a year. Members with ice abilities quickly began to freeze the meat, ensuring its preservation for the time being. However, prolonged storage would affect the meat's quality, far inferior to keeping it in Chen Luo's spatial abilities. The supplies in the agricultural market were far more extensive. Within the wholesale market, thousands of cases of beer, drinks, dried shrimp, cured meat, canned goods, and packaged chicken feet, legs, whole chickens, and ducks awaited. Numerous grains and spices were also plentiful. It could be said that the agricultural market's resources were quite abundant. In the past, formidable gathering places would have come to inspect. But due to the presence of the powerful zombies, none had succeeded. By the time success was achieved, all the beef and lamb would have vanished. As the morning warmed, everyone worked energetically, their spirits high as they swiftly transported the goods. It was easy to envision a grand feast upon their return. After 2 hours of relentless labor, all supplies were finally loaded onto the vehicles. Even Chen Luo's original fleet proved insufficient for a single trip to transport everything back. As Chen Luo and his group exited the agricultural market, another convoy arrived. The occupants of the vehicles gazed in astonishment at the multitude of zombie corpses and the supplies loaded onto Chen Luo's vehicles, quickly piecing together the scenario. A middle-aged man stepped forward, blocking the lead vehicle. Chen Luo, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "Do not obstruct the road." The man appeared slightly embarrassed, about to speak when a motorcycle approached, from which emerged a young man, dark-skinned yet spirited. Chen Luo's pupils dilated in recognition. It was Xiaoharan, known in the future as the Iron Fist of Invincibility. Who would have thought to encounter him here? Xiaoharan was not searching for Chen Luo, but rather for the middle-aged man blocking the way. "Brother Long," he implored, "I've heard you've caught a live chicken. Could you spare it? My mother is on the brink of collapse. Before she departs, she wishes for a bowl of chicken soup. If you can find someone to make it, I would sell my life for you."